Chapter 775, World Stone. Long Li's breathing stilled for a moment when he saw the World Stone in the middle of the 9 flags. A brilliant light flickered in his eyes, and after regaining his wits, he began to laugh loudly. This is the meaning of everything is predestined, so we should live in a carefree manner. I've lost the treasured gourd, but I found the World Stone. Long Li sighed deeply with emotion, but no matter what, he was a world paragon. Soon, he quelled his emotions and excitement. With a single move, he approached the rune. A faint glint appeared in his eyes. He stared at the World Stone, and as he fell into a pensive silence, he brought out an ancient scroll from his bosom. Once he examined it closely, he formed a seal with his right hand and immediately struck the air in the direction of the entrance to the place, which was located behind him. A dark ray of light instantly shone at the spot where the entrance was. It was then covered by a gigantic diamond-shaped light. After it flashed several times, a screen of light sealed the entrance. Based on the ancient scroll's description, it won't be easy extracting this World Stone, which is the secondary core of the seal. Not only will I need a lot of skill, I'll also need to spend some time doing so. During this process, I cannot be interrupted by others. Long Li fell into pensive silence, for he found himself still unable to set his mind at ease. He lifted his left hand, formed a seal, and swiftly tapped the center of his brows. 9 diamond-shaped scales immediately appeared at the center of his brows. Once all of them separated themselves from his flesh and the center of his brows, they circled around the area. As a flickering light shone on them in succession, the light turned into a cocoon that enveloped Long Li within it to turn into the tightest defense possible. Only then did Long Li relax. His breathing was slightly quick as he stared at the World Stone. When he lifted his right hand, he hesitated for a moment. When I extract this secondary core, it'll loosen large portion of this seal. The stone itself also contains the power of one world. It will exude a power of a world that could put people in a daze, but with my level of cultivation, I should be able to withstand it. Long Li no longer hesitated. He lifted his right hand and formed a strange seal. Once he did so, he pointed towards the floating World Stone. With it, the 9 flags on the ground immediately started fluttering in a bizarre manner. A 9-headed, green-faced Kirin manifested instantly in the air. As it swam in the area, it let out low roars in Long Li's direction. At the same time, a powerful ray of light suddenly erupted from the World Stone. It was as if it had been stirred up by that strange act Long Li had done just now. Long rivers, huge streams, tall mountains, and flatlands immediately manifested on the surface of the World Stone. Then the faces of all manner of life, joy, anger, sadness, happiness, being born, getting old, falling sick, and dying, instantly also did the same. Immediately after, a ripple filled with the power of a world plane swiftly spread out from within the World Stone. When the ripple touched the 9-headed, green-faced Kirin, it stopped roaring. Instead, it let its eyelids fall until they covered half of its eyes, making it seem as if it had fallen asleep. Long Li was not too far away, and his body was instantly enveloped by the ripple. However, he seemed to have been prepared for it since long time ago. He did not avoid the ripple, but at the instant they closed in on him, he bit the tip of his tongue and coughed up a mouthful of blood. He lifted his right arm and swung it in the area before him, and 10 dull black shadows flew out from his sleeve to crawl into his body through his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. The ripple spreading out from the World Stone phased through the defense Long Li had placed, but they did not cause any damage to it. Instead, once they phased through, they started sweeping through the area and reverberating in the air. The closest to those ripple was naturally Su Ming, who was in the stone wall only 10 feet away. The ripple phased through the stone wall and crashed fiercely into his body. Su Ming was absorbing the physical power contained in the land at the time. Before he could react to the sudden appearance of the ripple filled with the power of one world, they had already swept past his body. The bald crane was also enveloped by the ripple after it was momentarily stunned by their appearance. If anyone could see through the stone walls from the highest point of the sealed region, they would be able to see a ring-shaped ripple. It was currently spreading outwards from the World Stone through the entire beehive seal. The spread of those ripple came too suddenly. Forget Su Ming, not even Tian Lin and Sun Kuan, who were both cunning and sly old foxes, had predicted this. After all, the ancient scroll Long Li had obtained were kept as much of a secret as the gourd in his heart. The ripple closed in on Tian Lin within an instant. At that moment, he was still in the form of a big tree. However, All his branches were shrinking back rapidly, because he already knew the correct path that would lead him straight to the depths of the seal. However, at the instant he had his branches shrink back, his body, which was in the form of the big tree, shook fiercely. One of his branches had touched the ripple, and a few others also did the same. Since the branches had spread through an area that was incredibly large, even though Tian Lin's heart had shuddered and he wanted to swiftly return to his human form, most of his branches had by then come in contact with the ripple. The branches sank into a state of deep sleep, causing Tian Lin's consciousness to almost fade away as well. A sense of great danger erupted in his heart, but it still was not able to wake him up. After a moment, Tian Lin, who was in a half-human, half-tree state, closed his eyes as if he had fallen into deep sleep and lost himself in the ripple from the world stone. The last to be affected was Sun Kuan, who was in the depths of the sealed region, at the place where the Duke of Crimson Flame was in the purplish-black magma. Sun Kuan had been sitting there cross-legged while excitedly absorbing the dense power of the world plane in the area. His fall into unconsciousness happened without him realizing anything. In fact, it could even be said that he did not even realize that he had fainted. When the ripple swept past his body, he was still immersed in the excitement of absorbing the power of the world plane. It took less than 10 breaths for the ripple to spread from the world stone to the entire sealed region. 10 breaths later, it disappeared, and the sealed region fell into silence. However, this silence did not last for long, for cracking sounds begun to echo all around. Each time the noise came, it would sound as if there was something shattering. As those sounds echoed in the air, the dark light in the eyes of the skeleton in the purplish-black magma within the depths of the seal shone even brighter. The sword at the top of his skull started loosening once again, and it looked as if it was about to be forced out. Flesh and blood grew once again on the skeleton's body. This was followed by the appearance of numerous white threads. Clearly, a new round of slicing was about to start, but this time, nearly 8/10 of those white threads had been damaged. Even after they swept past the skeleton's body several times, a few pieces of flesh still remained on the skeleton's face. This was impossible under normal circumstances, but now it had happened. The skeleton opened his mouth, as if he was letting out a voiceless, hearty laughter. His face was recovering swiftly, and it was the same for his entire body. The white threads around him continued to sweep past his body non-stop, forming a certain kind of battle between the two. However, the widespread damage to the white threads had caused them to be unable to slice away all the skeleton's flesh and blood like they'd done in the past. Every single time they swept past his body, a few pieces of flesh would remain. Even if there was only a little left, if a large amount of these pieces of flesh accumulated together, it would be a shocking sight that could fill one with hope. If this continued, it would take a very long time before the skeleton could truly restore all his flesh and blood on his body, but it would happen. Su Ming and the others would remain asleep in the meantime, with no one bothering them. Their act of breaking into the sealed region would also stop because of this matter. No one could tell whether this would have been a good or a bad thing, but things did not proceed this way. On the second day after the ripple's passing, in the empty space where Tian Lin remained in his half-human, half-tree state, one of the branches started cracking, which might be happening due to Tian Lin losing control over his body once he lost consciousness. Slowly, a drop of green liquid fell from the crack in that branch. That drop of liquid fell with a plop to the ground, but it did not scatter. Instead, it stood erect on the ground. The inside of that drop of liquid gained a muddy hue before slowly turning into a layer of green fog. The fog rose into the air, and once it occupied an area of 5 feet, it started shrinking inwards swiftly. As it shrank, a human the size of a palm manifested in the fog. As that fog began to shrink faster, the small human's figure became more distinct. In the blink of an eye, all the fog was absorbed into the small human, and his complete form was revealed. He was Yi Shintong. There was confusion on his face. As he floated in midair, he looked around himself, but that only made him feel even more bewildered. After some time, the small human that was Yi Shintong seemed to have remembered something. Offer up the clone and tell Master everything about this place. As he mumbled this under his breath, he moved and charged towards the world outside. This was something Tian Lin had not expected. He had previously incarcerated Yi Shintong, planning to let him go when the time was ripe, so that he would summon Jing Nanzi to this place. That was why he had left behind some illusions in Yi Shintong's consciousness, so that he could complete this particular act of sacrificing himself once he woke up, without his real self noticing anything off. Tianlin had made preparations for this for many years. However, due to the ripple from the world stone and his loss of consciousness, the plan had been hastened. As the small Yishun Tong quickly left for the world outside, he appeared on the surface of Crimson Flame Planet several hours later with his entire body burning. With a unique method, he arranged a rune for 3 days before sending out the last shreds of his will outwards. During that instant, this clone died. In a distance not too far away from Crimson Flame Planet was the region where the 4 true great worlds had a large number of cultivation planets filled with life force and spiritual energy. In this place, there were many powerful warriors from the 4 true great realms. When they weren't carrying out their tasks, most of them would choose to isolate themselves and train. At that moment, there a blood-red mountain stood on a brownish-yellow cultivation planet within the vast galaxy. That mountain was dyed by a brilliant red color because of the blood-red rain pouring down from the sky. Sitting at the top of the mountain was a man whose upper body was naked. He had very long hair that fluttered in the wind, and there was a red helmet along with an equally red armor by his side. He just sat there, half naked, and allowed the rain that contained a bloody stench to pour on his body. Drops of fresh blood fell on his chest, but he did not mind. With eyes closed, he breathed slowly, and each time he breathed, he would cause the bloody world to roar. This man was Jing Nanzi. Chapter 776. Jing Nanzi descends. A bolt of red lightning crackled in the sky with a roar. Jing Nanzi opened his eyes, though just a crack. A sharp, freezing glare shone through that crack, along with a faint hint of surprise. One of the spies I left in the world outside is summoning me. Jing Nanzi slowly lifted his right hand and formed several seals before himself, as if he was calculating something. As he continued calculating with his fingers, the thunder in the sky that was raining blood instantly grew louder. The numerous booms practically fused into one as lightning crackled in the sky, causing the shades of red on the ground to shift violently between light and dark, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The speed at which Jing Nanzi formed the seals with his right hand increased. Wisps of green smoke appeared faintly on the tip of his right hand's fingers. Barely discernible illusions could be seen in that smoke, and if anyone took a closer look, they would be able to see that Tian Lin, Long Li, Sun Kuan, and Su Ming's forms had appeared in the green smoke. Once that happened, the green wisps of smoke showed the sealed region in Crimson Flame Planet. At that moment, when the thunderous booms in the sky reached their most intense volume, Jing Nanzi's expression changed drastically. Disbelief first appeared on his face, then he swiftly stood up. As he gradually extracted and read through all of the memories contained in Yi Shintong's clone before it had died, Jing Nanzi stood on the mountain, and a variety of emotions constantly flickered on his face. He seemed to be hesitating about something. After a long while, a resolute expression appeared on his face. A hint of ferociousness and ecstasy even flashed past his eyes. If I manage to do this great meritorious deed on my own, then I will be able to end my period of keeping a lookout over this place early. I will even be able to obtain 100, 1,000, or maybe even a 10,000-fold increase in resources that would have originally been given to me. This is definitely an anomaly in the planet. If I can suppress it on my own, then I'll be able to obtain the greatest reward among the union of the 4 great true realms. I will obtain the right to enter Heavenly Sun Planet and train. There was excitement that Jing Nanzi could not suppress shining in his eyes. Heavenly Sun Planet is only opened once every 100,000 years, and less than 30 people can enter the place every single time it is opened. It is the sacred cultivation land who can be entered by those whose names appeared on the list the leaders of the 4 great true realms decide upon. The time when the planet will be opened again is no longer far away. If I can obtain the right to enter this time, then I'm 7/10 confident that once I come out, I'll be half a step away from Solar Kalpa. Jing Nanzi no longer had any hesitation. With his right hand, he seized the air in the direction of the red armor, which was lying on the ground, drenched by the bloody rain. The armor instantly flew up and separated into several parts that covered Jing Nanzi's entire body, pieces connecting with each other to once again turn into a red battle armor. Jing Nanzi looked filled with murderous aura when he equipped that battle armor. As his long crimson hair danced in the bloody rain, he picked up the helmet. Once he put it on, he turned around and took a step off the blood-red mountain. Boom! The mountain shattered into pieces. An array of red light flew out from the collapsed ruins. That light contained a rectangular object that looked like a coffin and was crimson in color. There were streams of light shining on it, as well as countless bumps formed by runic symbols. Anyone who saw this items would feel their hearts and souls trembling. Jing Nanzi took a step towards the crimson coffin. When he touched it, he fused into it. Immediately, a large amount of the runic symbols began sparkling, and the coffin turned into a ray of piercing light that charged into the sky with a bang, at a speed that was difficult to describe with words. With the bloody rain falling on it, the coffin flew out of the cultivation planet in the blink of an eye. Then, in the form of a long arc, it charged towards the direction where Crimson Flame Planet lay in the vast galaxy. Days passed. The people in the seal within Crimson Flame Planet remained still and unmoving, immersed in the condition that fell upon them due to the power of the World Stone. There was a dazed expression on Su Ming's face. No one knew what he had seen in the ripple from the World Stone. The bald crane was drooling as it mumbled in its spot, muttering words that perhaps even the crane itself would not be able to hear clearly. At that moment, Crimson Flame Planet was dark. Most of the people would not venture out and do anything. After all, the ferocious beasts in Crimson Flame Planet had walked out of their sealed regions, and everything had become different from how it was in the past. For the cultivators in the place, the caution they had exercised during the past few years became the barrier that would ensure their safety. The night was not quiet, though. The ferocious beasts would roar out occasionally, their voices slicing through the night sky and traveling in all directions. The old woman in the house at the top of the mountain in the eastern region of Crimson Flame Planet was sitting inside with her legs crossed. She had seldom ventured out during the past few years, because her heart had been slightly uneasy all this while. But in the end, she could only turn her unease into sighs. On this night, as the old woman was sitting in her house and meditating, her eyes suddenly flew open, and a hint of shock appeared within them. The entire night sky of Crimson Flame Planet turned red at that instant. All the cultivators on the ground woke up and lifted their heads at the same time to look at the sky in shock. In fact, even the roaring, ferocious beasts abruptly stopped letting out any sort of sound. The thing that had caused the sky of Crimson Flame Planet to turn red was a piercing ray of red light. Its manifestation in the sky was a telling sign that something was approaching this place at an extreme speed. At that moment, it was moving through the layer of air at the highest point in the sky. The red light was too fast for anyone to see what was inside. In the blink of an eye, it was as if the sky had been put on fire. Moments later, the light crashed onto the ground, and with the collision spot as its center, a wave of impact that was like a violent gust swept through the entire area. Wherever this wave of impact went, the ground would be instantly eroded. There were even several volcanoes that turned instantaneously into dirt. All manner of living except for those who had reached the peak of Heaven Cultivation realm within a circular area of 10,000 lis died in an instant, without even being able to let out a single scream of pain. However, even those who had reached the peak of Heaven Cultivation realm coughed up a huge mouthful of blood due to the wave of impact and were all gravely wounded by it. Once the booming sound that came from the wave of impact faded away, a gigantic red coffin could be seen on the spot where the wave of impact had originated, which was also where the red light had crashed onto the ground. Nearly a third of it had penetrated into the ground in a diagonal manner. A human face popped up on the surface of the coffin's lid as the countless bumps that were runic symbols shone and streams of light flowed out from the coffin. More accurately speaking, the thing that showed up was not a face, but a head wearing a helmet. Gradually, Jing Nanzi's head and body showed up on the coffin's lid before he eventually walked out, as if he had just phased through it. As he looked at the ground around him, he let out a cold harumph. The murderous aura about him surged into the sky, and he lifted his right hand to strike the coffin. The runic symbols immediately shone intensely, and the coffin turned into a long red spear, which Jing Nanzi picked up. At the instant he held the blood-red spear, a power that belonged to those in the peak of the middle stage of World Plane Realm was released from his body, without him bothering to put even a single bit of disguise on it. At the instant it erupted from his body and swept through Crimson Flame Planet. It told all the people in the area that he had arrived. Jing Nanzi lifted his left hand, and a jade slip appeared on his palm. When he squeezed it, green light immediately spread out and covered the land beneath his feet. It traveled so quickly that in the span of 10 breaths, that green light had already covered all the land, all the cultivators, and all the ferocious beasts in Crimson Flame Planet. It even seeped into the depths of the ground and covered the sealed region. Once it did so, an illusory projection of several dozens of feet lit up on the jade slip. That projection showed a complete crimson flame planet. This scene was almost identical to what the ancient bronze sword had manifested in the air when the True Guard were investigating the region. As the green light covered all the living beings in Crimson Flame Planet, it made all the cultivators in the land know clearly that a True Guard had descended. The old woman in the house on the mountain in the eastern region was shivering at that moment. Her face was stark pale as panic revealed itself in her features. The ripple of power she sent out also showed a submissive gesture. Jing Ninzi cast a look at the illusory projection before he disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he was already at the gigantic crack where Su Ming and the others had lingered for some time in the past. Jing Ninzi charged in along it. At this instant, the ripples of power and the mighty pressure of Jing Ninzi caused the bodies of the people in the seal to experience tremors of different degrees, as they were immersed in the strange state caused by the World Stone. A violent shudder wrecked Su Ming's body as he remained seated. A hint of struggle appeared in his dazed and lifeless eyes. A brilliant glare shone within them, and he seemed to have snapped awake at that instant. Rarely seen shock appeared on his face. What is this power? It's comparable to the undying and imperishable world. It actually immersed me within itself that I almost couldn't free myself from it. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath. Sweat broke out on his forehead, and the stones around him loosened by a large margin. At the instant Su Ming stood up, the stones in the area turned into ashes. The barrier of 10 feet between him and the area of the World Stone also disappeared before Su Ming's eyes. It allowed him to see the area that was 10 feet away from him. He saw Long Li shuddering in the diamond-shaped screen of light, along with the 9 flags and the 9-headed, green-faced Kirin, as well as a stone shining with a brilliant light as it remained inside a floating screen of light. At the instant Su Ming saw the stone, a bang rang out in his head, and the dazed state he was previously in threatened to overtake him again. If Su Ming had not immediately bit his tongue, he might have lost himself again. He sucked in a sharp breath and no longer looked at the stone. However, he knew clearly that the stone had been the reason for his unconsciousness. Judging by how Long Li had set up a rune to fend it off, it was clear that he had been prepared for it since the start. If Su Ming was to make a guess based on this, then there was a high chance that everything had happened by Long Li's deliberate actions. What is this thing? How could it possess such shocking power? A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He did not look at the stone, but at an ancient scroll placed before Long Li. At that instant, a muffled boom suddenly came from the distance. Once it rang out, a terrifying presence that caused Su Ming's heart to tremble violently spread out to cover the whole area. This presence was incredibly domineering, and even though Su Ming was unfamiliar with it, the feeling it gave off made him think of the time when the True Guards had come to patrol and sent their divine sense to sweep through the planet all those years ago. Su Ming's pupils shrank. He saw a layer of green light phasing through the stone walls around him, and it was rapidly spreading and filling the area. He was not unfamiliar with this sight. This was something he'd seen when the True Guards had come in the past. A True Guard has arrived. Su Ming immediately remembered the conversation shared between Tianlin and Yi Shintong. He then longer hesitated and moved. But just as he was about to leave so that he would not be covered by the green light, he cast a glance at the ancient scroll before Long Li, and his footsteps came to a halt. Chapter 777, Plot for Murder. This ancient scroll is clearly very important to Long Li, since he placed it in front of him. I wonder if it's an enchanted treasure or it contains some other secrets inside it. A thought bloomed in Su Ming's heart, but he soon forced down the decision to wake up the bald crane and have it retrieve the ancient scroll. This was not a very intelligent move, and it was also incredibly risky. Besides, there were many strange changes in the sealed region at that moment, and time was short. The True Guard's powerful presence was swiftly closing in from the distance, and the green light was about to reach him. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and he turned around resolutely. With a single move, he arrived beside the unconscious bald crane. Once he grabbed it, he placed it in his storage bag and started charging through the stone wall. What happened here? How could a True Guard descend to this place? Could it be that it has been several years since I fell unconscious and the True Guards from the galaxy beyond Crimson Flame Planet have once again began their patrol? If that isn't the case, then Tianlin must have kicked his plan into motion. Su Ming was moving forward with his physical power through the stone wall, but before he could travel too far ahead, a violent bang came from behind him, the area where the world stone was. In the mid of that bang, Su Ming heard Long Li's low roars. At that moment, a voice that could cause an endless chill to creep up a person's heart and have them find a bloody stench wafting into their nose reverberated in the air. An unlawful ant. Su Ming's heart shuddered. As his pupils shrank, he increased his speed as he rushed forward. He could sense that Long Li was fleeing rapidly in the tunnel behind him, and there was a terrifying presence chasing after him at a relaxed pace. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath. As he circulated his cultivation, he became even more cautious. However, before even an hour went past, another muffled but just as violent boom came from the sealed region. The spot where the booming sound came from was not too far from Su Ming. Tianlin's word rang through the area. Sun Quan, Su Ming, if the two of you are still hiding here, then you will surely die. Come out and fight with us to kill the true guard. There was a shrill, hoarse tone to Tianlin's voice. Clearly, the booming sound just then had caused grave injuries to him. Fellow Taoist Sun, fellow Taoist Su, this true guard is in the middle stage of World Plane Realm, so no matter how well the two of you hide, it'll still be difficult for you to escape death. Why don't you come out and work together with us to fight against him? There was a feebleness to Long Li's voice as it echoed through the tunnels. Oh, Sun Quan, Su Ming. So there are 4 people alive, but I only detected 3 people's lights. Interesting. Could it be that there is someone who isn't recorded in the barren lands of divine sources records besides those from the alien races? Jing Nenzi wondered, his cold voice echoing through the tunnels. Booming sounds continued reverberating in the air for the next couple moments. The muffled roars, the clashing of arts, and piercing sounds might be coming from a distance. But when those sounds fell into Su Ming's ears as he continued charging forward, he could imagine just how brutal the fight was. Su Ming knew clearly that this fight was not something that he could easily join. At that moment, as he charged forward, he no longer headed to the depths of the sealed region, but instead moved swiftly towards the entrance. When Su Ming was fleeing outwards, Sun Quan, who was at the core of the sealed region, had a variety of emotions flickering on his face. He could hear the booming sounds and roars in well enough. At that moment, he gritted his teeth and stood up, then charged into one of the tunnels by his side. His body instantly fell into a semi-transparent state. Damn it, they actually said my name. Even if I run away from this place, I'll still be chased down, so if I don't want to be a wanted criminal that won't know peace, I have to fight. It was not that Sun Quan had never thought about running before, but his kinsmen bearing his family name were on the Cultivation planet where he stayed. If he truly became a wanted criminal, then his kinsmen would definitely become the first people to be brutally slaughtered. Sun Quan disappeared into the tunnel and charged towards the spot where the booming sounds were coming from. At that moment, Su Ming was already very close to the entrance. He had even arrived at the spot where the endless dead red threads were located, which they had stepped through when they had entered the sealed region. Yet right at the moment Su Ming arrived, his footsteps froze. Sitting and meditating before him was a man with long, red hair. That man was just sitting there calmly, having placed his helmet by the side to reveal a callous face. His long and narrow eyes might have been closed, but he gave Su Ming the impression that he was facing off against an ancient, ferocious beast. So you're the person whose bloodline isn't registered on the records? When speaking with that cold voice of his, the red-haired man slowly opened his eyes. The instant he did so, a ray of red light that looked like blood filled the air. Su Ming had not noticed him. His Atman had not detected this person's presence at all just now. However, the presence about him was the exact same as the one he sensed on the True Guard just now. However, Tianlin and the others were fighting against the True Guard right then, so the person before him had to be a clone or a nascent divinity. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. He moved back without any hesitation, looking as if he was about to retreat and avoid the True Guard. His actions matched what the red-haired man judged he would do. You're just a mere cultivator in Earth Cultivation realm. What a waste for me to leave my clone here. The red-haired man shook his head, then lifted his right hand to casually point towards Su Ming. Bang! Su Ming coughed up blood, and his entire body immediately wilted. He looked as if he had suffered grave injuries. His right arm swept through the air before him, and he started falling backwards like a kite with a torn string. However, the red-haired man did not notice that when Su Ming swung his arm before him, a shadow had flown out of his sleeve and stung the air fiercely. The shadow was the poisonous wasp, but the spot it had stung was empty. There was only air there, weaker than an ant. The red-haired man stood up and picked up the helmet before he took a step towards Su Ming. When he was in midair, he lifted his left hand once again. This time, he had his fingers pressed together to form a straight line before striking the air in the direction of the retreating Su Ming. At that instant, however, a freezing glare began to shine in the eyes of Su Ming, who had blood trickling out of the corners of his mouth and whose body was falling backwards. He stared at the spot where the red-haired man was, and the wilted look on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by killing intent. He lifted his right hand with his palm facing upwards and the back of his hand facing downwards. He repeated this action several times, and Destiny's power swiftly filled his body. His divine ability to change the flow of time was activated at that moment. However, he did not use it on the red-haired man. Instead, he used it on himself. Because of that, the red-haired man continued moving forward, but Su Ming's retreating body looked as if time had reversed for it. His act of moving backwards turned into him charging forward, and since the power of time was contained in that burst of speed, it momentarily stunned even the red-haired man. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming appeared before the red-haired man. This was not Su Ming himself charging forward, but the action of moving backwards being turned into a forward charge because time had been reversed. Perhaps more accurately speaking, he had returned to a spot he'd been at a certain point of time. At that time, Su Ming had forced himself to cough up blood. Using blood as a disguise, he had swung his arm, and the poisonous wasp had flown out from his sleeve to sting the empty space beside him. At that moment, as time had reversed on Su Ming, the same thing occurred to his wasp. Now, the wasp had appeared beside Su Ming, and also right next to the red-haired man who had moved forward just now to chase after Su Ming. A sharp needle appeared on the wasp's stinger. That needle shone with a strange light as it pierced forward. However, while the wasp had indeed stung air in the beginning, now, the red-haired man was in that spot. It was as if both parties had calculated and planned for precisely this to happen. The poisonous wasp's needle swiftly stabbed into the red-haired man's right arm. The act of using Destiny's art to change his own time instead of another person's was a show that Su Ming's use of Destiny's power had become vastly different from before. He had become even more adept in using this art. In fact, he even gave off the feeling that he was using it with ease. "You're just a mere clone. How dare you even think about killing me?" Su Ming laughed coldly. Everything he had done previously was for the poisonous wasp to sting the red-haired man. He knew clearly just how frightening the wasp's poison was. But no matter how strong the poison was, if it did not enter his enemy's body, it would be useless. Su Ming did not have the confidence that the poisonous wasp would be able to outsmart this clone, whose real self was a true guard whose divine sense and level of cultivation far surpassed Tianlin and the others. That was why, to ensure that everything would go according to plan, he spared no pains in faking his retreat and coughing up blood to arrange this setup within an incredibly short amount of time. At that moment, as the red-haired man shook violently, he let out a shrill roar. His right arm instantly melted, and the decay was rapidly spreading upwards. In the blink of an eye, his legs also began corroding. "What is this poison?" The red-haired man's expression changed drastically. He could not spare any attention to kill Su Ming. Instead, he tried to return to where his real self was at the fastest speed he could muster. Only then was there a possibility for him to keep his body of a clone around. Running away? A ruthless glare shone in Su Ming's eyes. However, he knew that even though his opponent was a clone, he was still a true guard with power that belonged to a lord of a world plane. Fear had only appeared in him because of the poison. If he used his power of the world plane, it would be difficult for Su Ming to put up a fight. It was especially so for that single attack he'd used just then. If Su Ming had not used his physical body and cultivation to simultaneously resist it while also having the 5-direction seal in his body acting as a cushion, it would have been incredibly difficult for him to resist it. Without any hesitation, Su Ming seized something in his bosom with his right hand. He brought out a gourd, and it instantly opened an eye to stare at the red-haired man that was charging into the distance. Almost at the instant the eye on the gourd locked onto Jing Nanzi's clone, the clone's heart shuddered, as if his soul had been marked. Su Ming's cold voice then reached his ears. "Treasured gourd, please kill." Chapter 778, Destroy the Clone. "Treasured gourd, please kill him." At the instant Su Ming said these simple words, the eye on the gourd that was staring at the red-haired man blinked, and a wisp of green fog immediately drifted out of the gourd. A presence that made Su Ming's heart tremble instantly erupted. He saw an incredibly adorable doll appear in the fog as it erupted. That doll was the size of a palm, and there was an even smaller sword in its hand. The doll rose into the air as it rode on the green fog. Then, with a shocking speed that not even Su Ming could see clearly, it arrived beside the red-haired man in the distance in the blink of an eye. Once it circled around him once, the green fog became much duller and swiftly returned to the gourd. All of this happened at an incredibly fast pace. Only about 2 or 3 breaths passed in the time the doll appeared to the moment it disappeared. By then, the red-haired man's body in the distance had already shattered. His head was completely detached from his body, before he could even have the chance to retaliate. The poison in him reduced his body to a puddle of water, and his soul as well, as his nascent divinity were destroyed by the gourd. Su Ming sucked in a sharp breath. He might have had a high approximation of the gourd's power, but at that moment, he realized that he had still underestimated it. He did not expect that it would possess such a terrifying might. Perhaps it wouldn't be so shocking if I had used the gourd on its own. This might have happened because the red-haired true guard was also poisoned by my wasp. Su Ming calmed his heart and analyzed the situation rationally. At this moment, a furious roar came from the sealed region. As it reverberated in the air, Long Li, Tian Lin, and Sun Kuan's bitter, weakened harumphs could be heard mixed within it. Su Ming, you're Su Ming. How dare you kill my clone? No matter where you are, I, Jing Nanzi, will kill you. Su Ming remained as calm as ever. He turned around and ignored Jing Nanzi's roars. At that moment, the clone was no longer blocking his path. It would not be difficult for him to leave this place. Not only will I kill you, I will also slaughter all your people and all your kin. Jing Nanzi's voice was still echoing madly in the air. The rumbling was growing more intense, and it sounded as if the fight was getting closer to this place. Su Ming stopped moving. However, the reason for his pause was not the endless red threads that had gathered for an unknown reason at the exit before him. Judging by the looks, these red threads were the objects that had went after Su Ming and the others' lives previously. They had gathered in this place for some unknown reason. At the instant Su Ming was about to exit the place, he immediately sensed a boundless sea of red with his Atman. Yet this was not the reason behind Su Ming not taking that step forward, but freezing up instead. What made Su Ming's feet stop was Jing Nanzi mentioning that he would slaughter his people. Slaughter my people? What familiar words. Someone had once said the same thing to me, but he died in the end. I do have a huge aversion towards people saying those words, Su Ming muttered softly. Not only will I kill your people, I will find your sect and destroy it. Only then will your crime of killing my clone be pardoned. Jing Nanzi's voice was getting closer, and a mighty, frightening power spread over along with his voice. Su Ming no longer moved forward. Instead, killing intent shone in his eyes, and he turned around to cast a glance at the sealed region. Slaughter my people and destroy my clan. Since I cannot leave this place soon, then I might as well try and kill you. Su Ming let out a cold harumph and moved back swiftly, appearing right at the entrance. Once he let his presence outwards, the red threads that had been moving in and out of the entrance, not noticing Su Ming, instantly let out shrill whistles and charged straight at him. All of the red threads then swiftly started to move. In the blink of an eye, a boundless sea of them packed closely together came crashing towards Su Ming, as if a tidal wave had surged up and was charging over. Su Ming turned around and dashed back into the sealed region like a bolt of lightning. The vast sea of red threads surged behind him, giving a close chase. As Su Ming moved forward, he made his voice reverberate in all directions. Tian Lin, Long Li, Sun Kuan, if the 3 of you are still alive, then hold back the true guard with all your strength. Let out your presence and let me know where you are. I have a red thread wave behind me. Jing Nanzi, who was in an empty space in the sealed region where there were many tunnels, and who was dressed in red armor and a red helmet, threw the long red spear in his hand outwards. Immediately, all the diamond-shaped scales at the center of Long Li's brows crumbled. He coughed up blood, and as his body fell backwards, he crashed into the stone wall behind him. Sun Kuan was lying by the side at that moment with blood trickling out of the corners of his mouth. He had a dull look on his face, and his chest was a bloody mess. It was as if his heart had been dug out by someone. There was also a big tree on the empty ground. As its branches spread out, they completely sealed off all the tunnels that served as exits. There were also huge branches that were swiftly cracking towards Jing Nanzi like a whip. The three of you can be considered as outstanding people in the initial stage of World Plane Realm, especially you, descendant of the Tian family who I did not kill all those years ago. I didn't expect that you would be able to reach World Plane Realm as well. Looks like it was the correct choice to spare your life all those years ago. After all, your family has the rare constitution that can fuse together with plants. You've kept this Sao tree in good shape, Jing Nanzi said flatly, while looking coldly at the big tree that was Tianlin. Jing Nanzi, even if I die today, I will make you pay. Tianlin's face appeared on the tree. His heart was filled with frustration. This was not part of his plan. Everything should not have happened this way. Beside them, the alien race's Duke of Crimson Flame should also be fighting against Jing Nanzi. Only then could they kill Jing Nanzi, and only then would Tianlin be able to exact his revenge. However, this current state of affairs was completely different from his plans. This frustrated Tianlin and also brought out a sense of regret, since this whole thing had went into an absurd direction. I've made preparations for so many years while looking for a chance. After great difficulty, it finally came, but because I fell unconscious, Yi Shintong woke up, and he summoned Jing Nanzi based on the thought I planted in him. The timing wasn't right. Could it be that even the heavens are in favor of Jing Nanzi so that he could avoid this disaster? Tianlin descended into a state of madness and had the whip before him crack in the air. Bang, 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 bang. Jing Nanzi swung the long spear in his hands before he thrust it forward. With a bang, the air around him distorted and fell apart. Numerous cracks appeared on the big tree that was Tianlin, and many parts of his tree body crumbled to pieces. It was when Tianlin had already returned to his human form and was staggering backwards that Su Ming's voice reached this area. When Tianlin heard the words, his eyes immediately turned bloodshot. As he let out his presence, he charged towards Jing Nanzi. Long Li struggled to his feet. As blood trickled out of the corners of his mouth, powerful hate appeared in his dull eyes. He was only one step away from obtaining the World Stone, but his actions had been cut off by the sudden appearance of this true guard, causing him to be one step short of success. He was also in a life-and-death crisis at the moment. The opponent's strength, the difference of an entire level between them, and the advantage of being able to use the power of world planes without having to worry about expenditure made it so that he was only able to fend death with much difficulty. And that was only because Longley had already reached the pinnacle of the initial stage in World Plane Realm, was only half a step away from reaching the middle stage. Besides that, Tianlin had his nascent divinity change places with his physical body, so he could bring out power that was slightly greater than what Longley could, though it still had yet to reach the middle stage. Sun Kuan's various enchanted treasures had also extended this fight to his point in time. I'll fight to the bitter end. If I don't, I'll die. Longley howled. He lifted his right hand and tapped a few spots on his chest, and the power of a world plane erupted swiftly from his body. At the same time, a black horn crawled out of the top of his skull. A large amount of scales also appeared on the skin of his face. In the blink of an eye, Longley turned into a human-shaped beast, and as he roared, he charged towards Jing Nanzi. In the distance, Sun Kuan bit the tip of his tongue. A large amount of red appeared in his eyes, and he let out a shrill cry as his dwarfish body trembled. His voice contained a shocking penetrative power. When he cried out, his body trembled violently and swiftly withered away, as if all his life force and essence had turned into nourishment for that piercing cry. The moment the piercing cry reached Jing Nanzi, he froze for a moment in midair. The roar echoed in his head, and it felt as if a sharp needle had stabbed his mind before it turning into a loud buzz in his ears. It was at this moment that Longley swiped Jing Nanzi's chest with the claw of his half-human, half-beast body. Tianlin closed in with a hideous expression. Branches grew out of his fingertips and crawled into Jing Nanzi's body like drills. At that instant, a buzzing sound sliced through the air from one of the tunnels in the beehive. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming rushed out of the tunnel by the side. He had come to this place by rushing towards the familiar presences. This was the first time since they had parted ways that they had gathered together once more. However, they did not have time for a nice chit-chat. Right after Su Ming flew out, the tunnel behind him let out a bang, and the red thread wave burst out from the tunnel like the eruption from a volcano. I know the way to the place sealing the Duke of Crimson Flame. Take me with you. I'll guide you there. Sun Kuan was the first to speak up in a shrill voice. Almost at the instant he said these words, Su Ming closed in on him and grabbed his body before he charged towards the tunnel right before him. Tianlin and Longli followed right after him without any hesitation or regard for their own injuries. As for Jing Nanzi, he was first stabbed in the mind by Sun Kuan's strange voice, then struck by Long Li's desperate attack and Tianlin's crazed assault, but his level of cultivation was high, and he quickly recovered. Before the red threads could pounce on him, he charged after Su Ming and the others. However, the instant he was about to move, Su Ming turned around and stepped into the cave before throwing out an item from his right hand. 8 colors roamed about in the air. They naturally came from Su Ming's 8-colored crystal. The moment it appeared, it shattered with a bang and formed a power that could freeze souls, freezing Jing Nanzi's body for a moment. The price for that momentary pause was being submerged by the boundless wave of the red threads. Chapter 779, The Fifth Abyss Pact. However, it did not matter whether it was Su Ming or the others. All of them knew clearly that if even they had a way to dodge those red threads or escape from them, then the true guard who was stronger than they were and who had already reached the middle stage of World Plane Realm would definitely be able to escape. They would only be able to trap him for a moment. The true guard would definitely be able to rush out and chase after them soon enough. Time was precious for them at that moment. They could not afford to waste even a single instant. To protect his life, Sun Kuan quickly told Su Ming everything about the path he had found as the other charged forward while holding him. With Sun Kuan guiding the way because he had gone to the core of the seal before, Su Ming moved through the tunnels in the beehive at full speed. Long Li and Tianlin were heavily wounded, but they gritted their teeth and followed closely behind. After all, if they could not catch up and were left behind, they would end up dead once Jing Nanzi caught up to them. The span of time it takes for an incense stick to burn quickly passed. As Su Ming was quickly moving through the tunnels with Sun Kuan in hand, a muffled boom reached. Jing Nanzi's domineering pressure spread out with a bang from a spot far away. Su Ming's expression changed slightly. He became even faster. Long Li and Tianlin's expressions turned even darker and paler. They knew that Jing Nanzi had already gotten out of being trapped by the red threads, and it was most likely that he was already closing in on them. The core is right before us. It's less than 5,000 feet to that place if we move along this tunnel. Sun Kuan's face was void of blood. As he quickly spoke with a sharp voice, Su Ming traveled forward as if he had turned into a gust of wind. Whoosh! Su Ming looked as if he had closed that distance of 5,000 feet by warping. But in truth, he had simply used that extreme speed of his and shot through the air. Once he rushed over, he appeared in an incredibly large and spacious karst cave. This place was about several hundreds of thousands of feet in size. There was a pool of purplish-black magma at the center, and submerged in that magma was a skeleton with 3 swords pierced through its skeletal frame. The moment Su Ming arrived, a wave of suffocating heat crashed into his face. Once he breathed it in, he felt as if his entire body was about to burst into flames. Su Ming stood in midair and swept his gaze through the area. When his eyes fell on the skeleton in the purplish-black lava, Long Li and Tianlin also rushed out of the tunnel behind him in the form of long arcs. They stood beside Su Ming, and once they saw everything around them, they sucked in a sharp breath. Duke of Crimson Flame. That skeleton is definitely the Duke of Crimson Flame, the mighty cultivator from the alien race who has been sealed here for years. While Long Li and Tianlin were looking at the skeleton in the purplish-black magma, Su Ming's pupils constricted and his heart trembled. Ever since he had come to this sealed region, he had sensed a pair of eyes watching him. At the instant he looked towards the skeleton and met its gaze, that feeling as if he was being watched appeared once again. That feeling was incredibly strong, so strong in fact that Su Ming could tell that the pair of eyes that had been watching him outside belonged to this skeleton. This pair of eyes that met Su Ming's gaze seemed to possess a vast amount of life force, which caused his heart to shiver, and at the same time, it also made him feel as if he was seeing multiple illusions. Tianlin seized his chest. Blood trickled out of his mouth, then said urgently, "We have to break open all the seals in the mighty cultivator's body. This is the only way we can fight against Jing Nanzi." Su Ming released Sun Kuan from his grasp. At that moment, the power of the world plane here had restored some of his cultivation base, and he said anxiously, "But how do we open all the seals in the mighty cultivator's body?" "I know. We just need to take away the world stone, and the seal here will lose its balance. Then, it'll completely shatter. It's a pity that before I could retrieve the world stone, I was heavily wounded by the true guard, or else the seal would have shattered a long time ago. I remember where the world stone is, but I'll need time. If you can hold back Jing Nanzi for some time, then I'm 7/10 certain that I'll be able to shatter the seal. Longley panted harshly as he spoke in a hoarse voice. Do you mean it when you say that you are 7/10 certain? Tianlin gritted his teeth and whipped his head around to look at Longley. Even Sun Kuan and Su Ming looked towards him in silence. Longley sucked in a deep breath and declared in a low voice, things have already progressed to this point. Why would I speak carelessly now? If we don't kill the true guard Jing Nanzi, then we will all die here. I meant what I said before. All right, Brother Su, Brother Sun, we are all people Jing Nanzi wants to kill. Not a single one of us will be able to escape alone, but I swear that if we do manage to kill Jing Nanzi, then everything on his person will belong to all of you. I will want none of it. While Tianlin spoke, Jing Nanzi's low roar came from a tunnel on the side. Judging by the location from where the voice came, he should not be too far away from them. Su Ming's expression was solemn. There was no longer any other method at that moment. This was the only way. He nodded. As Sun Kuan laughed bitterly, he quickly brought out some medicinal cores and placed them in his mouth, seizing every moment that he had to exercise his breathing. Brother Long, when Jing Nanzi appears later, we will risk our lives to stop him, but you must hurry. We can only buy you the time it takes for 2 incense sticks to burn. This is our limit. If you don't succeed by then. Tianlin stopped speaking. Longley sucked in a deep breath and said in a somber voice, this amount of time is enough. If I still don't manage to succeed, then it can only be that the heavens want us to die. Su Ming's heart trembled. He immediately took a few steps backwards, and a loud bang came from the tunnel in the distance. Countless shattered rocks shot out as that bang reverberated in the air. As they charged towards Su Ming and the others, a frightful presence surged forth to devour them like an ancient ferocious beast that had its mouth wide open to eat its prey. Tianlin's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and turned into a big tree. As its branches danced in the air wildly, an endless amount of shadows manifested to charge forward, filling the air and earth. By the side, Sun Kuan bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a blood arrow. At the same time, a part of his blood turned into a blood-colored runic symbol in midair. A thick, bloody stench spread out, and there was a layer of blood fog circling around the symbol. As it rushed forward, Sun Kuan let out a sharp whistle. His dwarfish body shuddered, and a large number of small objects were shaken out from all over his body. Among these small objects were jade pendants, crystal pearls, and several emerald-colored plates. There were even some wooden objects with carvings on them. There were hundreds of these items that fell off Sun Kuan's body, and once he flung them out, they turned into hundreds of long arcs that charged forward. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. As he moved backwards, he lifted his right hand, and the killing sword appeared on his palm. His eyes burned brightly as he circulated his cultivation base. A tremendous amount of physical power erupted forth. He turned into a sword light and rushed forward. Once the 3 of them attacked simultaneously to resist the murderous presence in the red light, Longley moved back, then dove into one of the tunnels in the beehive to rush towards the spot where the secondary core was located. You managed to make me release the first of my self-imposed seals. You should be proud of yourselves, ants. A cold voice filled with a chilling tone reached the group as they attacked at the same time. Soon after, 3 bloody shadows charged towards Su Ming and the other 2 from the red light. Thump, thump, thump. Tianlin was at the front of the group. When he was touched by the red shadow, he coughed up blood. Half of his body, which had taken the form of a big tree, shattered before he turned into his nascent divinity and fell backwards. The sword in Su Ming's hand swept against the red shadow, from which a vast power spread out. It contained a destructive presence, and just as it was about to rush into Su Ming's body, the light from the 5-direction seal instantly spread out. As it resisted the destructive power, the ordinary robe on Su Ming's body shuddered and turned into the sacred constellation robe to fight against that destructive power. These 2 supreme treasures, as well as Su Ming's own physical power, allowed him to maintain his balance even as he coughed up blood and retreated. He swung his arm, and his statue of the god of berserkers appeared for the first time in the barren lands of divine essence. It lifted its fist and hurled a punch towards that red shadow. At the instant Sun Kuan came into contact with the red shadow, he spared no pains to have all the enchanted treasures on his person explode to fight against the ripples spreading out from the red runic symbol. Signs of destruction appeared in the air around him. He swiftly made a move to retreat, but at the moment he began moving backwards, A long red spear shot through the air with a hum and appeared right before him. Right when Sun Kuan's pupils shrank, that long spear pierced the center of his brows, going right through. Sun Kuan trembled, and his body instantly began withering away, as if all his flesh and blood were being absorbed by the long spear. In the span of 2 breaths, he turned into a mummy. The red shadows before Su Ming and Tianlin disappeared. Jing Nanzi, who was dressed in red armor, walked out of the air before Sun Kuan and grabbed the long spear. He pulled it out slowly from Other's head, then looked at Su Ming and Tianlin. One of you is a rat I didn't kill in the past because I was merciful, and one of you is an unforgivable person who dared to kill my clone. How do you want to die? I'll let the 2 of you choose yourselves, Jing Nanzi said in a ghastly voice while holding onto the long red spear. There were red threads spinning around his weapon, and they were crawling into his arm. Those red threads were bloodlines that had originally been Sun Kuan's flesh, blood, and essence. Once they entered Jing Nanzi's body, his presence increased at a shocking pace. The few injuries he had suffered just now recovered completely. When his gaze swept past Su Ming's statue of the god of berserkers, his pupils shrank, though it was barely noticeable. Clearly, this was something he had never seen before. However, there were far too many criminals in the barren lands of divine essence, and there were endless divine abilities, which was why he only looked at it for a short moment. Su Ming's expression was grim. He leaped up to stand on his statue's shoulder, staring down at Jing Nanzi. His grip on the killing sword tightened. Suddenly, a weak voice spoke up, its words reaching Su Ming's ears. Fellow ally from the Sacred Abyss Builders, do you remember the 5th Abyss Pact? I am the Duke of Crimson Flame of the Surging Indulgers. I am willing to comply to the 5th Abyss Pact. I just hope that you will resurrect the millions of my people who died in battle, leaving behind their Abyss soul flags. That voice reverberated in the air, but Tianlin and Jing Nanzi did not notice it, a telling sign that the words were spoken solely for Su Ming. Chapter 780, The Illusion Shattered. Su Ming was momentarily stunned. That voice was faint, but it had managed to enter his mind. The voice claiming himself to be the Duke of Crimson Flame shocked Su Ming. Fellow ally from the Sacred Abyss Builders, don't panic. You are the only one who can hear my voice. We can talk about the 5th Abyss Pact later. Now, I will help you through this difficulty. The power of the seal still remains, and I don't have an ounce of power in my body, neither can I move. Come to me. Come to my side. Only then will I be able to ensure your safety. The faint voice continued to echo in Su Ming's ears. A barely noticeable glint appeared in his eyes. He did not turn his head back to look at the skeleton in the purplish-black magma. Tianlin wiped away the blood at the corners of his lips and began to laugh loudly. As he laughed, a hint of madness and grief revealed themselves in his voice. It sounded as if he had suppressed the grief in his heart for thousands of years, and right then, it exploded from his heart. You're asking me to choose how I want to die? Then I choose to die with you. Tianlin lifted his right hand, pushed against his chest. Su Ming saw Tianlin's physical body, which was inside his nascent divinity, instantly turn to pieces. This meant that he had completely abandoned his physical body. At that moment, he only had his nascent divinity left. However, he could not last in this state. This body made purely from his nascent divinity was not what he had obtained by refining his body. Tianlin had instead obtained it by executing the art to have his nascent divinity change places with his physical body. He might have become much stronger because of it, but it was the same as burning his own potential to stimulate his soul so that he could make himself invigorated before his death. It would not last long, and due to his lack of a physical body as a support, Tianlin's nascent divinity would surely scatter away in no time. He had chosen to die. This was his choice. If he had to die, he would do it by setting himself on fire. If he had to die, he would die while battling against his mortal enemy, Jing Nanzi. Ancestors of the Tian family, your descendant, Tianlin, is an unfilial son. Today, I will use my death to take revenge. Please protect me, O ancestors in heaven, so that I can kill this person. An indomitable presence erupted forth from Tianlin's body. His nascent divinity's appearance swiftly turned brown, the shade of tree bark. In the blink of an eye, his body also looked as if it had turned into a human-shaped tree. A large number of branches crawled out of his index finger, and his body filled with the power of plants. He fused his nascent divinity together with his tree. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He could tell what had happened to Tianlin and the madness he had descended into. This was the strongest power he could muster in his life after he no longer cared about death, and after he had placed one of his feet into his own coffin. Jing Ninzi was in midair. As he held onto the long red spear, his pupils shrank slightly. A bloodthirsty fighting spirit appeared in his eyes, and a smile touched his lips under the helmet. I spared you in the past because I noticed that your blood was the thickest among the Tian family. You had practically reverted to your roots. Jing Nanzi swept the long spear in his right hand forward. Boom, boom, boom. The air before Jing Nanzi shattered. As the destruction spread, whatever was destroyed turned into an invisible storm. It caused the space to distort before it crashed straight into Tianlin. He let out a loud roar. His cultivation base started boiling as if it had been set on fire. His speed increased by several fold, and the pressure he exuded could even rival Jing Nanzi's. Bang, bang, bang. These two people exchanged blows several times in midair. Every single time they attacked each other, Tianlin's body would shake so much that rumbling sounds would resonate in the air, and a number of places on his body would be torn to pieces. However, those spots quickly recovered. After all, his nascent divinity had already fused with the tree. A tree was usually incredibly tenacious, and its life force was also extremely great. Because of it, even if Tianlin was injured, he was able to instantly return to his peak condition. With his strength of someone who had attained great completion in the initial stage of World Plane Realm, he could bring forth a terrifying might that was equivalent to those in the middle stage of that realm once he fused with the tree, and he actually managed to fight on equal grounds against Jing Nanzi. At the instant another round of violent tremors spread through the area, Jing Nanzi held the long spear in his hand and laughed loudly with his head thrown back. Very good, Tian family's child. Indeed, you didn't disappoint me. The Tian family has a great reputation in true Sacredine world. If your ancestors had not rebelled and failed, this branch of the Tian family which you belong to wouldn't have been imprisoned in the barren lands of divine essence, either. Brilliant light shone in Jing Nanzi's eyes. As he spoke in a ghastly voice, he turned into a long arc and appeared right in front of Tianlin. Boom. The space between them shattered. A powerful wave of impact swept through the area and stirred up a loud rumble that spread through all directions. Tianlin's face was dark. He did not say a single word. Clearly, what Jing Nanzi had said was not a secret to him. He rushed forward and fought against the true guard again. Su Ming stood on the statue of the god of berserkers, the wave of impact that swept backwards having blown his hair upwards. He had tightened his grip around the killing sword before, but now he loosened it as his eyes shone brightly. He did not rush into the battlefield, but he did not retreat to the Duke of Crimson Flame's side, like the skeleton had asked him to do. Unless he absolutely had to, Su Ming would not choose to use the method the Duke of Crimson Flame had offered to him. After all, people were vicious and malicious. If he was careless, he would be doomed eternally. Su Ming stood on the statue calmly, holding the killing sword in his hand. The image of the sun gradually appeared in his left eye, and in his right was a bright crescent moon, making his eyes appear cloudy. At the same time, a star appeared in Su Ming's heart. Illusion of star, sun, and moon. Right then, Su Ming cast this illusory art against Jing Nanzi as he was fighting fiercely against Tianlin. This illusion was something that others could not fend against, and the slightest carelessness would cause them to immediately sink into the illusion. Jing Nanzi's heart suddenly shuddered as he was fighting against Tianlin, as if his heart was giving him a warning that an incredible danger was about to descend upon his head. His eyes began to shine, but before he could check the source of this danger, Jing Nanzi, Su Ming let out a loud shout and jumped off his statue of the god of berserkers. His voice was like thunder, and it had even fused with his god of berserkers' roar, causing an unceasing amount of echoes to stir up in this karst cave, where the space was limited. Jing Nanzi, Jing Nanzi, Jing Nanzi. These echoes filled the air, and in the blink of an eye, they fused together, turning into a roar that sounded like the might of heavens. Jing Nanzi. That roar caused Tianlin's ears to ring and shook Jing Nanzi's heart so violently that his mind became empty for a split second due to his carelessness. It was as if his soul had been called, forcing him to instinctively look towards Su Ming, who had been the one to produce that sound. What he saw was not Su Ming's face, but the light from the sun and the moon. At the instant he saw them, he felt as if he had turned into a star. A bang immediately resounded in his head. When his vision cleared, he saw a brilliant smile, a gentle gaze, and a hand that was stretched towards him. The palm lines on that hand were coarse, but they gave the hand a feeling of warmth and solidness on which others could rely. Big brother. Jing Ninzi was stunned. He looked at the young man who seemed to be in his 20s and was strongly built. There was a great sword strapped to his back. At that moment, he had his right hand extended towards Jing Ninzi. Brother, why are you crying when your big brother is around? Train properly, and in the future, let's explore the galaxy together. Jing Ninzi saw himself as well. He was a boy of about 12 or 13 years of age. He had short hair and was thin. At that moment, he was crying. He remembered it. This was something from many years ago, and it was the most precious memory in his mind. The memory related to his older brother. However, it was also the memory he did not want to recall the most. Yet now, it had surfaced before his eyes, looking incredibly real. A man has to be straightforward and upstanding. Brother, you're very gloomy, and this is something I don't like. But I'm with you. One of these days, I'll have your personality fixed. Jing Nanzi's ears echoed with his older brother's voice. The scene before his eyes changed. He saw himself grown up, but the gloomy look on his face was even more prominent, and it was difficult for it to disappear. Only when he was before his brother would that gloomy expression turn into a bright smile. I'm his older brother. I will pay with my life for the mistake he made. When Jing Nanzi saw what event from his memory was, the smile on his face froze, then turned into grief and rage. This was the turning point in his life. It was the memory that had changed his life and was something he would never forget even if he died. Because at that time, he had lost his older brother. He saw himself kneeling on the ground while trembling. He saw his older brother standing before him with the great sword in hand. He saw an old man in front of them. That old man was looking at his older brother with an aloof expression on his face. Behind that old man was a girl with an even more aloof face. She was looking at Jing Nanzi in disgust. I, Chen Jing, am his older brother. He's still young. I'll die for him. Jing Nanzi saw his older brother turn his head back and flashing a gentle smile at him. As he smiled, Jing Nanzi saw his older brother lift the sword in his head and stab his neck. As blood poured out, Jing Nanzi roared madly. Since your older brother has died for your crimes, I'll overlook this. Jing Nanzi shuddered. He let out a shrill roar, unable to control himself. This was the most painful memory in his head. He did not want to remember it. He wanted to bury this in the deep recesses of his mind, but now, it had surfaced, forcing him to watch it again. He saw himself kneeling beside his older brother's corpse long after the old man and the girl had left. After remaining silent for a few days, his hair turned red, and a heinous aura of murderousness filled his body. His eyes became void of emotions, the only thing remaining in them being bloodlust with a touch of madness to it. He saw himself holding his older brother's corpse and eating him. He had even crushed his older brother's bones in his mouth. As his mouth filled with blood, he devoured his older brother. Big brother, I'll be with you. I am you. From now on, I am no longer Chen Nan. My name will be Jing Nan. As Jing Nanzi laughed brokenly, endless pain traversed through his body. That pain came from both his physical body and his soul. The intenseness of it all shattered the memory before him. When everything cleared up, he found himself still in the karst cave, and right before him was Tianlin attacking him continuously with all his strength. By the looks of it, the bloody taste in his mouth earlier had been due to Tianlin's attacks. Chapter 781. Thought contained in the seal of the divine source. Su Ming's pupils shrank. He had only cast the illusion of star, sun, and moon on 2 people in total. One of them was Tianlin, and the other was Jing Nanzi, who was before him now. When these 2 people were under the illusion, they had the same reaction. Their most precious. No. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that it was the memory they did not want to recall the most that would be dug out and appear before them, forcing them to go through the pain it reminded them of once more. While they were in that illusion, they would lose the defense over their hearts, because the one who attacked their minds would not be anyone else but themselves. As the caster, Su Ming could see everything in the memory the one who had fallen under the illusion did not want others to know. He would even feel as if he was experiencing it himself, like that scene just now. Su Ming's heart had shuddered as he saw Jing Nanzi devour his own brother's corpse. The injuries in the physical body can be healed using medicinal cores or by circulating one's cultivation bases, but the injuries of our hearts are wounds of the soul. Unless we forget about them, the only other way for them to be cured is to let time take its toll. This illusion of star, sun, and moon of mind does not injure a person's physical body. It cannot even be considered as an offensive ability. It only draws out the most tender memory in a person's heart and turns it into a traumatizing brand, making the person's soul ache as if a scar that had been sealed off for a long time had been torn apart again. As understanding appeared in Su Ming's eyes, he saw Jing Nanzi letting out a shrill roar with his head thrown back. He yanked off his helmet, revealing his long blood-red hair and that strangely enchanting face of his. However, his face was pale right then. Red filled his eyes, and he even coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. He staggered backwards. Tian Lin's crazed attacks were part of why he had coughed up blood, but the greater reason behind it was the memory he had just recalled. It seemed like it had only happened yesterday, and sharp pain stabbed his heart again and again. Big brother. Jing Nanzi continued moving backwards. Pain appeared in his eyes. His body trembled. Tian Lin's face was filled with crazed killing intent at that moment, and he was recklessly executing all his divine abilities, throwing all the most lethal arts and enchanted treasures he possessed against Jing Nanzi at the fastest speed he could muster. Boom, 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 boom. Jing Nanzi continued moving backwards. Blood trickled out of the corners of his mouth, and there was bemusement, pain, and confusion in his eyes. Tian Lin brought forth all his power with a crazed look on his face, and as the booming sounds echoed in the air, he threw fist after fist against Jing Nanzi's body. Did you think I didn't know why you didn't kill me in the past? It's only because the Tian family's inborn divine ability is incredibly rare among cultivators. We can fuse perfectly with the plants, and there's even a chance a rare growth armor can be conglomerate. You didn't kill me because you lusted after the Tian family's growth armor. You sought after its might, but you could not obtain it from the Tian family residing in true Sacredine world. That's why you placed your attention on my family, who was banished to the barren lands of divine essence. You didn't kill me because the thickness of my blood surpassed that of my ancestors, because I was the person who had the highest possibility of gathering together the growth armor in the Tian family here. This Sao tree was the one you gifted to one of my ancestors of the first generation, and it has been passed down to the descendants of the Tian family since then. What you need is the growth armor from the Sao tree. Even though I know of your plans, I still fused with it to kill you. Only by doing so would I be able to bring forth my strongest power. Tian Lin roared. The branches before him danced madly, and booming sounds echoed in the air. They shot towards Jing Nanzi as he retreated, and in the blink of an eye, they crashed into the stone wall by the side. Boom. Shattered stones flew into the air. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath from the distance. The sun and moon disappeared from his eyes, and he tightened his grip around the killing sword in his hand. His eyes burned brilliantly. Just as he was about to attack, his pupils suddenly shrank. Are you done fighting? Jing Nanzi, who was half sunk into the stone wall, lifted his head at that moment. There was still blood at the corners of his mouth, but the bemusement and confusion in his eyes had already disappeared, replaced by a ghastly chill. Almost at the instant Jing Nanzi said those words, he lifted his right hand and seized Tian Lin's arm, who had thrown his fist forward. He yanked it closer before flinging Tian Ling into the air, and with it, his body started shuddering, and a large amount of crystalline light erupted. That crystalline light was the essence of his nascent divinity. At that moment, half of it had scattered away. When Jing Nanzi had flung Tian Lin, the other crashed to the ground with a bang. He struggled to his feet with a bitter, despairing look on his face. He had already activated all his power, but he was still not an opponent to Jing Nanzi. I've underestimated you again. Jing Nanzi cracked his neck as he walked out of the sunken wall. He did not look at Tian Lin, but cast a gloomy gaze at Su Ming, looking like a poisonous snake fixating its stare on him. You have a poisonous wasp with a shocking poison, a mysterious gourd, and a divine ability that could make me sink into an illusion. You're very good. If you had become a lord of a world plane, then even if you were just at the initial stage of world plane realm, I wouldn't have been your opponent. But now you must die. Strong killing intent appeared in Jing Nanzi's eyes. It had been many years since he had wanted to kill a person as much as he did right then. Su Ming destroying his clone had angered him, but what he did just now surpassed him being just angered. The other had caused his rage to reach boiling point. Jing Nanzi moved and disappeared without a trace. When he vanished, Su Ming's expression changed. He warped as well, and when he reappeared, he was right before Tian Lin. Almost at the same moment Su Ming appeared, Jing Nanzi also walked out from the air before Tianlin. With a simple divine ability that contained no complex machinations, he hurled his fist at Su Ming. "You're young, but you're a cunning one. You actually managed to see that I wanted to kill this young member of the Tian family first." Su Ming could not allow Jing Nanzi to just kill Tianlin so easily. Between the two of them, Tianlin possessed the greater combat prowess. If Tianlin lived, then they still might not be able to win this battle, but if Tianlin died, then there would truly be no hope to gain victory. Su Ming stood between Tianlin and Jing Nanzi, blocking the other's way. He swung the killing sword in his hand upwards to crash into Jing Nanzi's fist. Su Ming might seem as if he was resisting his opponent's power, but in truth, he did not harbor any thoughts to fight back. All his strikes were for the purpose of blocking. Boom! Su Ming's right hand, which held onto the killing sword, was torn into a bloody mess. The screen of light from the five-direction seal manifested, and Han Mountain Bell appeared inside it. Once the bell chimed, the small snake's roars as well as its gaze of a candle dragon, which was filled with the power to capture souls, and the nine-headed dragon that was Han Mountain Bell manifested. All of them focused on resisting Jing Nanzi's blows, and a deafening resounded in the cave. Su Ming was still wearing the sacred constellation robe. He might find it difficult to bring out the robe's full power, but its defensive properties still remained. But even with the sacred constellation robe on him, Su Ming still coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. With a loud whooshing sound, his body flew backwards, and he grabbed Tianlin on his retreat. As Su Ming withdrew, he activated Destiny's power with his left hand and pointed at Jing Nanzi through the air. The poisonous wasp flew out from his sleeve in a flash and charged towards the enemy. Jing Nanzi let out a cold harumph, but his heart was in shock. After all, he was already in the middle stage of World Plane Realm, and the power Su Ming showed only belonged to those in Earth Cultivation Realm. Yet this cultivator in Earth Cultivation Realm was incredibly difficult to deal with. Jing Nanzi was about to chase after him when he noticed a change in a law around him. Time seemed to be taking hold of his body, wishing to drag him back. A sense of danger filled his heart. Jing Nanzi turned around and pointed at the air beside him. Layers of ripples appeared in the spot in the air. The poisonous wasp was forced to reveal its body, but just as Jing Nanzi was about to tap its body with his finger, the poisonous wasp disappeared with a whoosh. A glint appeared in Jing Nanzi's eyes. When he turned his head around to look at Su Ming, who was retreating, a strange light showed up in his eyes. Jing Nanzi lifted his right hand and seized the air with his fingers. A dark light shone in his eyes, and he said in a low voice, "The laws in this place are those of fire. The rules in this place are those of blood. With my seal of divine essence, I will now verify my path to my world plane. Within 100,000 feet, I will now seal speed, regeneration, physical power, the might of enchanted treasures, and the circulation of cultivation bases." As he spoke, it was as if each of his words contained a supreme will. It was as if his words were law, and it could decide the alterations and operations of the world in a certain area. It was especially so for his words that declared to seal speed, regeneration, physical power, the might of enchanted treasures, and the circulation of cultivation bases. Right at the instant he declared the sealing of these 5 things, Su Ming's speed as he retreated vanished. He had lost all of his speed. At the same time, Tianlin's wounds also stopped healing. His injuries started tearing up and deteriorating, and he could no longer heal them. Soon after, Su Ming felt himself losing all his physical strength. He also lost all his connections to his enchanted treasures, as if he could no longer control them. In fact, he also lost his touch with his cultivation base at that instant. He could no longer circulate it. The complete power of the world plane would allow divine essence, 1, to conglomerate. With the seal of divine essence, one can forcefully interfere with the operations in a certain part of the world, then replace the will in that part of the world with their own, thereby reaching a state where their words become law at the moment they leave their mouth, making all the laws in that place become their will, and the rules to become their thought. There aren't many lords of world planes who can do this. To think that he has such thought contained in his seal of divine essence that he is able to form laws by speaking. He was just toying with us with everything he did before, Tianlin said bitterly. Jing Nanzi pulled back his right hand and looked at Su Ming coldly. As he moved forward, he closed in on them in an instant, and a life-threatening sense of danger swiftly filled every fiber of Su Ming's being. His pupils shrank. A sharp glare flashed in his eyes. This person had sealed everything about him, but he did not manage to seal his soul. If he had to, he could just abandon his physical body and have his soul flee from this place. Yet at that moment, Brother Su, I'm grateful for your help. If the growth armor is formed after I die, you can take it. That is my gift to you, Tianlin suddenly said. He changed spots with Su Ming, and with a bang, his nascent divinity was set on fire. The shadow of the big tree was also set on fire. Jing Nanzi, even if I die, I will self-destruct and make you pay the price. Madness appeared in Tianlin's eyes, and he chose to self-destruct. Once he pushed Su Ming away, his entire body turned into a blinding sun. That light illuminated every part in the karst cave and submerged Jing Nanzi, whose gloomy expression had changed slightly, in its light. Boom. Deafening booms stirred up an endless amount of echoes in the air. They swept up the presence of death within Tianlin along with his torn body, sending Su Ming backwards, beside the Duke of Crimson Flame skeleton, half of whose body was inside the purplish-black magma. You're finally here, fellow ally from the Sacred Abyss Builders. I bear no ill will. We come from the same homeland, after all. *****. Translator's notes. 1. Divine Essence. This is only for those who didn't quite understand what Tianlin was saying. Now let's see if I can make more sense. If you remember what the Candle Dragon mentioned, the power of world planes needs to be taken from the world, right? So what Tianlin is saying is that if you absorb the power of a single world fully, you produce a divine essence. In this context, think of it as a seriously powerful will, and you replace the will of any world, thereby changing the rules in a certain place. Take the Candle Dragon's undying and imperishable world as an example. The Candle Dragon absorbed a lot of worlds, right? So after she absorbed so many worlds, she must have surely formed the divine essence. Then she formed the undying and imperishable world, and she fused this divine essence into her world, allowing her to make all the souls in there go through cycles of life and death repeatedly. The law there. Now look at Jing Nanzi. He has the complete power of a world plane. Because of that, he formed a divine essence. His will is now strong. He can replace the will in a certain area in a world. By the way, this thing once appeared in ISSDH as well as Essence of Divine, but here it's shortened to Divine Essence because there'd be one too many ofs if I went for barren lands of Essence of Divine. Chapter 782, Stall for Time. Booming sounds echoed in the karst cave. Tianlin's body shattered into pieces, and the destructive power that was formed fused with the vast life force he had gained after he fused with the Sao tree. It sent a loud bang in all directions. Tianlin passed away. The karst cave trembled. Numerous stones fell off the walls. The entire area visibly shook. Half of Su Ming's body was within the purplish-black magma. His face was pale as he watched the entire thing unfold. Sun Quan died. Tianlin died. And since Jing Nanzi could come here, then it would only mean that Yi Shuntong's clone had also died. Jing Nanzi's level of cultivation is high. Sun Quan and Tianlin both died in succession. Do I really have to give up on this physical body and flee with my soul? When a sparkle appeared in Su Ming's eyes because of that thought, the weak and feeble voice spoke to him once again. I bear no ill will. We don't have time to talk much, fellow ally from the Sacred Abyss Builders. Please help me stall for time. As long as I can force out the first sealing sword, then I will be able to help you. Once I force out the first sword, it'll be easy for me to kill this person, and I'll also be able to grant you a serendipitous event. After all, we come from the same homeland. Time. Help me stall for some time. And so that you will be able to stall for a sufficient amount of time, I will first give you a shred of my physical power. At the instant that feeble voice echoed in Su Ming's mind, he felt two waves of heat seeping into his feet from the purplish-black magma and surging into his body. That wave of heat was filled with a mighty feeling. Once it surged into his body, it fused with his flesh, blood, and bones. This did not affect his cultivation base, but was swiftly changing the structure of his physical body. This was the same as what happened when Su Ming had been absorbing the physical power contained in the stones during the past few years. However, this time, he was not taking the initiative to absorb the power. The dense physical power was surging into his body on its own. As Su Ming's physical body was continuously becoming stronger, the echoes of the loud bangs lingered in the karst cave. A large amount of dust tumbled about in the form of fog, and Jing Nanzi's gloomy voice spread in all directions once he spoke up. The final member of the Tian family in the barren lands of divine essence died, freeing himself from his never-ending pain. This can also be considered an act of mercy from me. Jing Nanzi slowly walked out of the dust. When he was only 1,000 feet away from where Su Ming was, he looked over. Now it's your turn. Jing Nanzi's red hair fluttered in the air. There might be many parts on his armor that had been damaged, and there was even fresh blood trickling out of the corners of his mouth, but there was still a brilliant light shining in his eyes. If anyone would find that gaze fixed upon them, they would immediately feel as if that gaze had corporeal form, stabbing their bodies with needle-like pain. While speaking, Jing Nanzi lifted his right hand and seized the air. The long red spear immediately came to him. Once he held it, he lifted his foot without any hurry and walked at a moderate pace towards Su Ming. You seem to hate the Tian family very much, Su Ming suddenly said. His physical body was becoming increasingly stronger, and he was absorbing the physical power from the magma even faster than that. Yet strangely, the other didn't manage to discover even a hint of this. When Su Ming thought about it, he figured that it was related to the Duke of Crimson Flame. He had no idea what method the skeleton had used, but it had managed to make it difficult for Jing Nanzi to notice Su Ming's current condition. Hate? You have incredible curiosity. An aloof look appeared in Jing Nanzi's eyes. He charged towards Su Ming like a bolt of lightning with the long spear in hand. Yet just as he leaped into the air and was about to close in, a glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and he said coldly, Your older brother died for you because you offended the Tian family in true Sacredine world. Am I right? What's the name of the girl beside the old man? At the instant Su Ming asked these questions, Jing Nanzi's body froze in midair. An incredibly powerful killing intent appeared in his eyes as he stared over coldly. He might seem to be behaving normally, but Su Ming noticed that Jing Nanzi's breathing had clearly become harsh. The main branch of Tianlin's family is the Tian family of true Sacredine world, which is also the family of the girl you offended. Since you offended her, your older brother died for you, allowing you to be pardoned from death. From then on, Tian family became your target for revenge. When some of its members failed in a rebellion and a branch was banished to the barren lands of divine essence, they became your prey. You enslaved them and continuously slaughtered them brutally. In the end, you even spared Tianlin so that he would be tormented by a desire for revenge and pain. If my guess is correct, then the girl you offended has some connection with Tianlin's family. In fact, Tianlin's family might even be the direct descendants of her lineage. That's why this so-called failed rebellion was really just the other branches of the family succeeding in snatching over the position of head of the family. Su Ming would normally not say so much, but with each breath he managed to stall, his body would become slightly stronger, and the Duke of Crimson Flame skeleton would also have a greater chance of breaking the seal. As Su Ming's physical body became stronger, the bald crane also woke up in his storage bag. It flew out and crashed head first into the purplish-black magma. It was first stunned, then stuck its head carefully out of the magma not too far in the distance. It looked at Su Ming, who was mostly submerged in magma, then at Jing Nanzi, who was standing in the air with a dark expression on his face and a cold sneer on his lips. The bald crane then quickly retracted its head, but when it did so, it suddenly saw the Duke of Crimson Flame by its side. When it saw him, its eyes immediately went wide. In fact, the Duke of Crimson Flame's empty eye sockets seemed to flash at that instant, as if it was looking at the bald crane. You're speaking so slowly and voicing all these words that cause pain to my heart, because you're waiting for that long person to take the world stone and break open the seal, right? Jing Nanzi stated flatly while looking at Su Ming. Did you actually think the seal would be so easily broken? And even if it breaks, so what? Even if that companion of yours, Longley, was it? Even if he manages to retrieve the world stone, what could he possibly do? Jing Nanzi smiled coldly. He took a step forward while speaking languidly, but his words crashed into Su Ming's heart like a thunderbolt. These seals are just a diversion to confuse other people's eyes. If the true seal is not broken, then this mighty cultivator from the alien race will not be able to bring out even a shred of its power. Did you think that you could use his power to kill me? Derision appeared in Jing Nanzi's eyes. With one move, he appeared in the air 200 feet away from Su Ming, then swung his spear in his direction. The tip of the spear appeared before Su Ming in an instant. An incredibly fierce, chilling air froze his entire body, and the purplish-black magma around him also seemed to have turned into frozen mud during that instant. Su Ming's pupils shrank. He did not try stopping the long spear from approaching him. His body abruptly sank into the purplish-black magma, and he disappeared within an instant. The moment he did so, the long spear touched the purplish-black magma. Boom, boom, boom. 3 booms rang out in succession. The purplish-black magma erupted 3 times. The destructive power from the long spear crawled into the magma in a frenzy, causing the thick liquid to be blown backwards before splattering all over the place. As the magma flew into the air, the Duke of Crimson Flame skeleton was drowned by it and could no longer be seen. Once the bald crane transformed, it was also difficult to be found. Su Ming, however, turned into a long arc and rushed out as the magma filled the air. Jing Nanzi let out a cold harumph. With the long spear in hand, he turned around, but the instant he looked at Su Ming, the karst cave in the sealed region started trembling violently. Muffled booms rang through the tunnels in the beehive. It was as if everything in the depths of the ground were about to collapse. Cracking sounds came from the walls. It was as if the entire rune had lost its support and was shattering. When Su Ming saw this, his pupils constricted. There was only one explanation to this. Long Li had succeeded. He succeeded in retrieving the world stone, making the rune lose its balance. However, Long Li would definitely not return to help. At this moment, he was probably fleeing into the world outside, intending to leave the seal, which was about to collapse and be buried under debris. Very good. You finally managed to break open all the outer seals. Only now will I be considered to have performed a real meritorious deed once I kill all of you and prevent the mighty cultivator from the alien race from awakening. A smile appeared on Jing Nanzi's face, and a red shadow walked out of his body. Once it turned into his clone, it grinned and charged into the tunnel in the distance, clearly to chase down Long Li and kill him. In truth, I was also stalling for time, waiting for you to succeed. Now, the game has ended. As Jing Nanzi continued grinning, he took a step towards Su Ming. When he took that one step forward, a loud bang went off in Su Ming's head. The first reaction his mind sent to his body was not to retreat, but to lift his left hand and have Destiny's power fuse with it. At the same time he changed the law, he pushed forward. With it, his hand immediately looked as if it had touched the surface of water. A palm manifested out of nowhere before his body. That palm drew out an arc that seemed to contain some sort of trajectory before it pressed against Su Ming's chest. Right then, Su Ming's power of destiny was activated, causing the palm to freeze for a moment when it touched it. It was also at this instant that allowed Su Ming to fully activate the sacred constellation robe. At the same time, Su Ming's arms, legs, and even a large portion of his body withered away. Only the spot where the palm touched his chest remained normal in appearance, but in truth, it contained all the defensive powers in Su Ming's body. Boom. The sacred constellation robe fluttered violently. Once it neutralized part of the power from the palm, Su Ming's body fell backwards, and he coughed up blood nonstop. His body recovered swiftly and returned to normal from its previously withered state, but his face was ashen pale. If those in the middle stage of World Plane Realm attack at full force, it's difficult for me to stand up against them. Su Ming retreated swiftly. His breathing was quick. The organs in his body were damaged to the point where they were close to breaking down. He was incredibly badly wounded. If he had not received a boost to his physical power just then, it would have been difficult for him to withstand this attack. Jing Nanzi's body manifested at the spot where the palm had pushed down just then. He pulled back his palm and said arrogantly, "It'll be a pity to kill you. Become my slave, and I will spare you." Chapter 783, The Domineering Bald Crane. Your level of cultivation is Earth Cultivation Realm, and you have a physical body that is near Heaven Cultivation Realm. You also have many skills and divine abilities. Your illusions are terrifying, and you have an outstanding mind. A normal powerful warrior in the initial stage of World Plane Realm couldn't hope to be your opponent unless they did not hesitate to use the power of World Plane. Only by using brute strength to suppress you would they be able to win against you. Jing Nanzi stated flatly while looking at Su Ming. Become my slave for 10,000 years, and I will fight for you to have freedom. If you refuse, then you'll die. A cold glare flashed in Jing Nanzi's eyes. As he spoke, he took one step towards Su Ming. A great, mighty pressure spread out from Jing Nanzi's body. As it charged over to envelop Su Ming, he staggered a few steps back once again. Su Ming's expression was incredibly dark. He still had the poisonous wasp in his sleeve, but Jing Nanzi must surely be on guard against it. Fellow ally from the Sacred Abyss Builders, come to my side. I haven't managed to completely force out the sealing sword, but with half of it out, I can already ensure your safety if you're within 30 feet of me. When that feeble voice reached Su Ming's ears, he swiftly moved backwards. Jing Nanzi let out a cold harumph, but he did not chase after. Instead, he lifted his right hand and threw the long spear in his hand forward. With a loud hum, the long spear turned into a blood-long red arc that charged towards Su Ming. On his retreat, Su Ming brought out the gourd. Treasured gourd, please kill him. Su Ming's voice was hoarse, for he was caught in a life-threatening crisis. At the moment he said those words, green fog instantly rose from within the gourd. The palm-sized human doll manifested. Then, as he swept up the fog, he charged towards the long spear with the small sword in hand. Boom! A wave of impact swept through the air, and Su Ming used that force to increase his speed of retreat, but before he could move far away, the air before him distorted. Once Jing Nanzi walked out with that bizarre method of his, he tried to grab the top of Su Ming's head with his right hand. Red filled Su Ming's eyes. During that instant, he could clearly feel that the space around him had been sealed. The hand that looked to be coming towards him from the front felt as if it was rushing towards him from all directions, giving him a feeling that there was no hope for him to dodge it. Even more shocked was the fact that the dimension around him had completely frozen up. Su Ming threw his head back and let out a shrill howl. During that moment of crisis, he lifted his left hand and pushed upwards with his palm facing up, while the palm of his right hand was turned downwards to press against the ground through the air. That which exists between the past and the future is destiny. The shadows of a purple-haired man and a white-haired infant appeared before Su Ming. As they overlapped, they covered Su Ming's body. All of this might seem to have happened over a long period of time, but it only lasted for how long it takes for a person to blink. When Jing Nanzi's right hand was less than 5 feet away from the top of Su Ming's skull, Su Ming's body transformed, and what appeared before Jing Nanzi was a boy that seemed to be around 14-15 years old. The boy had a head full of gray hair, and it was so long that it reached his waist. This kid was naturally Su Ming after he had transformed into destiny. Once he changed, the space around him distorted. He moved. At the instant Jing Nanzi's palm almost seized Su Ming, he broke free of the seal in the dimension around him and moved 100 feet backwards. A glint appeared in Jing Nanzi's eyes as he looked at Su Ming after he had transformed. Su Ming's gray hair fluttered in the air. When he lifted his head, his eyes held a callous and emotionless look. Even now, Su Ming still had many cards that he had not yet revealed, such as the 7 Abyssal Death Seal and the almost shattered Welcoming of Deities. But he did not choose to attack again. He knew of the difference of power between the two of them. Even if he had turned into destiny, he could still not close the distance between them. Once Su Ming broke free of the seal around him, he started retreating without any hesitation. With his current state of destiny, he had control over the flow of time, and if he wanted to flee, then even if a powerful warrior in the middle stage of World Plane Realm wanted to chase after him, he would be hard-pressed to do so. At the instant Jing Nanzi's pupils shrank slightly, Su Ming had already traveled several thousands of feet to stand on a purplish-black molten rock. At the instant he landed there, the Duke of Crimson Flame's skeleton floated to the surface of the purplish-black magma beside him. The act of the skeleton floating up to the surface on his own accord made Jing Nanzi freeze in his tracks for a moment, just as he was about to give chase. When he focused his attention on the skeleton, he saw right away that half of the red short sword on the Duke of Crimson Flame's skull had been forced out. At the instant Jing Nanzi saw this scene, his eyes went wide. Shock appeared in his eyes, and all thoughts of toying around with Su Ming were placed aside. A grave look that had never appeared on his face before showed up, and he charged over like a bolt of lightning. Won the way, he seized the air with his right hand. The red spear appeared in his palm, and once he closed in with an indescribable speed, he thrust the spear forward, stirring up loud booming sounds. Boom, boom. The tip of the spear stopped 30 feet in the air away from the skeleton. In the end, it pierced another 5 feet before it could no longer move any farther. Jing Nanzi's expression turned even darker, and there was even a hint of panic in his eyes. He saw Su Ming still standing 30 feet away from him as the short red sword on the skeleton's skull was coming more loose at a slow pace. By the looks of it, The sword would be completely forced out of the skeleton's body before long. Damn it, how could this happen? The cultivator from the alien race should be in deep sleep, and it should be impossible for him to wake up. But even if he's about to wake up, it's fine. He has been sealed up for years, and there's not a single bit of power left in his body. Even if he wants to recover, he'll need to spend a lot of time to do so in the barren lands of divine essence. Jing Nanzi let out a cold harumph, then pulled back the long spear. He took a few steps back before lifting his left hand and breaking the skin on the tips of his fingers. Then, he flung the blood in the air before him. When they laid the runes to seal the mighty cultivators from the alien races in the past, they left behind a subsidiary seal. This subsidiary seal is something all true guards must learn when they come to the barren lands of divine essence. I thought I would not have the chance to use it while on duty, but it seems that I'll get to execute the seal today. As Jing Nanzi's lips curled up into a cold sneer, he quickly waved his left hand before him. In the blink of an eye, a circular, blood-red rune appeared. He bit the tip of his tongue and coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. That blood spilled on the blood-red rune, causing a piercing, blood-red light to spread out. Once the rune appeared, a rune that was the size of Crimson Flame Planet beyond the sealed region, located in the galaxy away, manifested in the mid of endless distorted ripples. The rune was crimson in color, and it was exactly the same as the rune Jing Nanzi had laid down. This was a divine ability that all the people sent from the 4 great true worlds had to learn when they came to keep a lookout over the barren lands of divine essence. There was only one function for this art, and it was to activate the great divine essence rune that was laid out by the 4 great true worlds. That rune covered every corner within the barren lands of divine essence and reached even to the depths of the galaxy. There were only a few spots that were not covered by this rune. All the other places were within its area of effect. This rune had plenty of wondrous effects, and according to the status of each true guard, they could obtain different types of access to control this divine essence rune. Jing Nanzi did not have a lot of access. He could only use the most basic function in the rune to strengthen the seal. At that moment, as the red rune appeared beyond Crimson Flame Planet, Jing Nanzi laughed ferociously within the sealed region and pushed his left hand against the smaller red rune before him. It immediately charged towards Su Ming, and at the instant it touched the air 30 feet away from Su Ming, a loud bang resounded. As it echoed in the air, the Duke of Crimson Flame's skeleton started trembling viciously. The short red sword that looked as if it was about to be forced out of his skull started letting out a piercing red light, as if its strength had been replenished. It no longer went outwards, but started seeping into the skull once again. At the same time, the 30 feet wide area of protection around Su Ming became weaker and smaller as the short red sword plunged deeper into the skull. The area was now only 20 feet wide. Jing Nanzi smiled in a frightful manner. To him, this trip outside posed no danger. At most, he had lost a clone, but even then, it was nothing compared to the meritorious deed he was about to be credited. Besides, it was not as if he would not gain any rewards from this, either. When he saw all the treasures on Su Ming's body, he was incredibly tempted, and he already treated them as his own items. Su Ming looked at the defense around him shrinking rapidly, certain it would disappear completely before long. He was prepared to flee the danger looming over his head when he suddenly spoke up. Can you help him break the seal? If you can, then hurry up and do so. If you can't, then come back and run away with me. His words were spoken very abruptly. Jing Nanzi was caught off guard by them. Then the layer of purplish-black magma turned into a bald crane beside Su Ming. The bald crane was drenched in sweat, a telling sign that it was just about to suffocate in the magma due to the heat. Once it returned to its original self, it immediately flapped its wings, spotting an incredibly pathetic look. Darn, too hot. I was almost smothered. The bald crane's appearance made Jing Nanzi frown. He lifted his left hand and pointed at the red rune. It shone once again, and as it strengthened the seal, it caused the area of defense around Su Ming to shrink till there was only 10 feet left. The bald crane let out a shrill cry and swiftly moved back while glaring at the red rune. When a hate-filled expression appeared on its face, it whipped its head around. Then, as Jing Nanzi stared with his mouth hanging open and his expression changing drastically to reveal shock, the bald crane grabbed the short red sword on the Duke of Crimson Flame's skeleton. The bird was mumbling something that no one could hear clearly while its wings turned into hands around the handle of the sword. The bald crane then transformed its feet into human-like ones and fiercely stomped on the Duke of Crimson Flame's head. A loud bang shot into the air, and the Duke of Crimson Flame's eye sockets were lit with a black light. The short sword in his skull had been yanked out. Not only was Jing Nanzi taken aback by this scene, even Su Ming sucked in a sharp breath. He had not expected the bald crane to be able to do this, either. Even the Duke of Crimson Flame was momentarily stunned. Then the dark light in his eye sockets flashed, and a terrifying presence erupted from his body with a bang. As his presence burst forth, the Duke of Crimson Flame slowly lifted his skeletal right hand, stretched out his index finger, and pointed at Jing Nanzi. At the instant he did so, Jing Nanzi's expression changed. Fear and disbelief appeared on his face, and without any hesitation, he swiftly retreated. How can this be? That's a sealing sword. It's the sword that would cause the souls of all the people besides the person who inserted it to disperse. It's the sealing sword that the mighty cultivators in Hollow Culpa realm from the 4 great true realms had laid personally in the bodies of the mighty cultivators of the alien races. Chapter 784. Jing Nanzi died. This is impossible. Jing Nanzi's expression changed in a manner so drastic it had never happened to him before. As he retreated, his pupils shrank violently to reveal shock and disbelief. What he just saw surpassed all his understanding towards the many seals in the barren lands of divine essence, which he had obtained as a true guard. Based on it, the seals in the barren lands of divine essence could not be easily broken. If any outsider touched them, their bodies and spirits would be destroyed. Even if the person who laid the seal wanted to break open the seal forcefully, they would need to pay an incredibly devastating price for it. Even if they managed to break through, they would be reduced to an incredibly weakened state, and even a cultivator in human cultivation realm would be able to injure them gravely. This was how brutal the barren lands of divine essence were to the mighty cultivators from the alien races. It was also the reason why Jing Nanzi had dared to come alone. The anomaly in Black Ink Planet was an accident that had occurred in an ancient age before Jing Nanzi's time, and it was only an accident. However, the scene before him overturned everything he knew, especially when the 2 arms and legs the bald crane had manifested made it look like a human bird. There was also an incredibly smug look on its face at that moment. As it held onto the short sword in its hand, Jing Nanzi could only subconsciously look as if he had just seen the most terrifying ghost in the world. It's an illusion. This is definitely an illusion-type divine ability. It's the illusion that Su Ming cast just now. As Jing Nanzi retreated, dark light glinted in his eyes. He did not believe that the bald crane would be able to break open the seal so easily. If that was the case, Jing Nanzi knew clearly just how terrifying and disastrous the catastrophe that would land on the entire barren lands of divine essence would be. He would rather believe that this was an illusion. Even if it's not an illusion, the mighty cultivator from the alien race has just been released from his seal, and it's just the first of the 3 seals. He must definitely be incredibly weak now. That powerful presence right now is just the sediment that accumulated over the years. With his current power, it'll be impossible for him to kill me with just a finger. Jing Nanzi's intelligence was definitely nothing to scoff at, since he could become a true guard and reach such a level of cultivation over the years in true Sacredine world while he was just a nobody. At that moment, a glint appeared in his eyes, and he resolutely stopped retreating. Whether it's real or fake, whether he's strong or weak, I'll know if I test it. If it's real, then I won't be able to escape. If he's strong, then I'll definitely die. If that's the case, since I can't escape, then I'll try to fight and see whether this is true and whether he's strong. Jing Nanzi roared. The armor on his body shone with a crimson light. Once he wrapped his fingers around the long spear in his hand, he stopped moving backwards and went forward instead, charging swiftly towards the finger the Duke of Crimson Flame's finger had pointed forward. Even Su Ming felt his heart sink during that instant. This Jing Nanzi might be arrogant, but the resolve within him was not common. If the same thing had happened to Tian Lin, Long Li, Sun Kuan, or Yi Shintong, they would have reacted differently, but when it came to Jing Nanzi, he had chosen to turn back after a short moment of hesitation. Almost at the instant Jing Nanzi turned around and came back, a hint of mockery appeared in the dark light within the Duke of Crimson Flame's eye sockets. The moment it happened, Su Ming immediately felt his pupils shrink. He could clearly see an invisible vortex forming in the air before the Duke of Crimson Flame's right index finger. That vortex could absorb all the light from around the area. It could also absorb people's gazes and all the materials in the world. It was as if there was no power contained within that one point itself, but the power of the law contained in it seemed to be able to turn all matter that was rotting away into something amazing, causing that simple point to become the will of the world. At the moment this happened, the Duke of Crimson Flame's feeble but awe-inspiring voice suddenly reached Su Ming's ears. Fellow ally from the Sacred Abyss Builders, judging by the age of your soul, you should be a toddler among your people. Look closely at my finger. This is the ultimate secret art among the surging indulgers, indulgence. This art does not contain any law in it, and only uses pure physical power to break open a black hole in space to devour all aura and material. Once it does that, break the black hole. At the instant it shatters, the power of the ultimate art will erupt forth. The Sacred Abyss Builders have many clones lying about. Since you chose to use my people's art to refine your clone, then I will let you know the true power of the surging indulgers. Look carefully. As the Duke of Crimson Flame spoke, Su Ming immediately felt a wave of impact from all directions around him rush into his body. At the same time, he felt his soul expanding out of his physical body, swiftly starting to move outwards. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming felt that his soul had filled every spot in the collapsing sealed region. It was as if a clear projection had appeared before his eyes. He saw every corner in the sealed region, saw all the shattered stones falling down along with the shattered places, and he also saw a shadow rushing forward swiftly through one of the tunnels. A dense aura of a divine sense was spreading out from that shadow. It was Jing, Nanzi's clone. At the same time, Su Ming also saw Long Li, who was running before the clone, being chased by him. The slightly hunchbacked Long Li was pale as he fled desperately. By the looks of it, he was already at the borders of the sealed region, not far from the exit. Yet at that moment, just like an outsider, Su Ming saw the clone that was chasing after Long Li suddenly tremble violently. At the instant the invisible black hole from the Duke of Crimson Flame's finger appeared. Then, his body started twisting about in an incredibly bizarre fashion, as if he was being sucked into something. In the blink of an eye, he disintegrated as he shivered. What disappeared along with him were the collapsing walls around the area. Some sort of aura seemed to have been sucked out of them, and once it was gone, the walls were reduced to dust. In the distance, Long Li's eyes went wide. As he let out a shrill roar, Su Ming saw the flesh and blood on his body squirming about before being torn away. First, it was his flesh and blood, then it was his bones, and finally, his nascent divinity. This mighty warrior in the initial stage of World Plane Realm had his body and soul destroyed in the span of a breath. His storage bag also crumbled, and a large number of personal items scattered on the ground. Su Ming's breathing became rapid. This might have seemed to have happened over a long period of time, but in truth, this lasted only while the Duke of Crimson Flame lifted his right hand and pointed forward. Su Ming could see clearly that the space at the tip of the finger shattered. A black hole formed there, and it was this black hole that devoured everything around itself. It caused Long Li to crumble, shattered Jing, Nanzi's clone, and turned all the people and items that it shattered into power that it could devour. They were all absorbed into the whole in an invisible manner. I don't have any power of my own. I had simply found a faint weakness that exists everywhere within space, and I opened it. That's how this absorbing and devouring act formed. Now, I will crush it, which is how the collapse and explosion will come into being. When the Duke of Crimson Flame's voice reverberated in the air, Su Ming saw his finger piercing through the black hole before him. This action seemed to have been slowed down several-fold before Su Ming's eyes, allowing him to see the entire process clearly. It was as if a sharp needle had just stabbed a water sack filled with water. As the water sack burst open, everything in it exploded forth. Bang! The instant it exploded was also the instant Jing, Nanzi turned around. However, what waited for him was not what he believed was false or what he guessed was real. It was not a scene that proved the Duke to be truly strong or how weak Jing, Nanzi thought of him to be. It was death, a fate he could not run away from. With a loud clang, the long spear in Jing, Nanzi's hand fell to the ground. He stood there, stunned. Then he lowered his head. At the same time he looked over, Su Ming also saw a bloody hole at the center of his brows. There was blood gushing out of that hole. The armor on his chest shattered, revealing another bloody hole at the spot where his heart was. Blood flowed out from that place, which was also what remained of Jing, Nanzi's life force. Do you understand now? At the instant the Duke of Crimson Flame's voice spoke up once again, Another bloody hole appeared on Jing Nenzi's nose, right under the center of his brows. At the same time, the fourth bloody hole appeared in his throat, and when Su Ming continued looking downwards, he found 9 bleeding holes from the line between the center of his brows to his heart. They went right through his body, and from the front, Su Ming could see what was behind Jing Nenzi. This is a way to use power. You might not understand it now, but when you know why 9 holes had appeared on his body, you will understand. As the Duke of Crimson Flame's voice echoed in the air, he pulled back his right hand. His body was still immersed in the purplish-black magma. When he looked at Su Ming with that dark light shining in his eye sockets, he turned his gaze away to look at the bald crane. When he looked at it, a myriad of emotions flashed through Duke of Crimson Flame's eyes. There was uncertainty, shock, and also bewilderment. In the vast galaxy beyond Crimson Flame Planet was the region where the 4 great true realms suppressed the barren lands of divine essence. In that region was a strange cultivation planet. More accurately speaking, it was not a cultivation planet, but 98 cultivation planets. This place had a very bizarre appearance, as if 3 squares had been stacked right on top of each other. It looked like a twisted staircase, and in each spot in that strange structure was a cultivation planet. These cultivation planets were not still and unmoving, but were circling about as if there was some law contained between them. Because of that, when anyone looked towards the strange picture formed by the 98 cultivation planets, they would feel as if their hearts were shaking, as if a form of supreme will of a world was contained in the picture. The picture formed by the 98 cultivation planets was known as Radix, in the galaxy where the 4 great true realms suppressed the barren lands of divine essence. It was just one word, and it was said to have been derived from a name from one of the 4 great true progenitors. No one else knew the meaning behind it. There were 19 of these pictures that were named Radix, within the area in the barren lands of divine essence that belonged to the 4 great true worlds. At that moment, a ray of brilliant light suddenly started shining on its own accord in one of the planets in this Radix, illuminating the entire galaxy in an instant. It also attracted the attention of all people from the 4 great true worlds who were stationed there to fend against the barren lands of divine essence. At the same time, as light spread out from the Radix planets, an endless amount of faces appeared above it like a projection. These faces flashed too quickly and could not be seen clearly. This lasted for only a dozen-something breaths before the projection froze on a face and no longer moved. That face naturally belonged to Jing Nenzi. Jing Nenzi, 4th tier, True Guard. Cultivator from True, Sacred Een World. The treasured bronze tomb, 1, was bestowed upon him 700 years ago. He died 20 breaths ago in Crimson Flame Planet's sealed region. He died due to indulgence, the art that belongs to the surging indulgers, who are one of the alien races. An aloof and emotionless voice explained languidly, its voice reaching all the Radix planets. Once the message was over, an uproar immediately broke out in the 4 great true worlds region of Suppression. While it had been some time since a true guard had died, that was not the reason why the shouts rung in the air. It was all due to where he died, from what divine ability, and that member of the alien race had killed him. The surging indulgers. The alien race. Indulgence. The race's inborn art. *****. Translator's note. 1. Treasured bronze tomb. The coffin used by Jing Nenzi to travel to Crimson Flame Planet. Chapter 785, Leaving Crimson Flame Planet. You keep saying that I am an abyss builder, but not even I know my own origins, Su Ming said in a low tone, after having remained silent for a time. At that moment, the rate of the sealed region's collapse had reached its most extreme state. Dust rose in clouds, filling the entire area. Shattered stones fell off the walls. The entire sealed region was rumbling, and most of it had already collapsed. All the people who had come to this place with Su Ming had already died. At that moment, besides the sealed region crumbling and collapsing around him, there was no longer anything else that posed a danger to him. Su Ming looked at the Duke of Crimson Flame, at the mighty cultivator that had lived for an unknown amount of years. He still remembered how the Duke had called him, still recalled that he had said they came from the same homeland. I came from the 5th true world. There is no way I would misjudge your soul. That is the pure presence of the sacred abyss builders. You are an abyss builder, and also what all the races under the Abyss Pact formed in the 5th true world have acknowledged, the royal race. Under the Abyss Pact, all the races obey the sacred abyss builders. They will burn their abyss soul flags into their souls, form the indestructible, crazed rebirth. Each abyss builder has his own abyssal world. They will arrange the cycles of reincarnation in that world, and they are the one and only that can resurrect the dead in the entire universe. A long time ago, I already don't remember how long it has been, but the fifth true world, which is the home of our races, was invaded by the four true worlds at the same time. It was a war aiming to destroy us all. This galaxy we are now was one of the battlefields in the past. In the end, we lost the war. The fifth true world collapsed, and the people of all the races either died or were sealed. However, the four true worlds paid a devastating price for this as well. It was the first time they came to realize just how powerful the fifth true world was. None of the four great true worlds were the fifth true world's opponent alone. Even if two of the true worlds worked together, it would still be difficult for them to rock the fifth true world. But if the four of them working together, then were able to gain a power that the fifth true world could no longer suppress. It was a war that lasted for tens of thousands of years. During that time, the fifth true world was torn to pieces, and the people from all the tens of thousands of races suffered a grave number of casualties. I know that you don't feel any hint of belonging to the place I've just described. After all, you aren't an abyss builder that lived during that era, but I do know that abyss builders were the main targets of extermination for the four great true worlds during the war. I don't know where you came from, but I'm certain that your father, mother, and your ancestors died during the war. The Duke of Crimson Flame's voice reverberated in the air with an ancient air and a solemn tone. Su Ming remained silent. He did not speak. This was the first time he heard of these things. However, it was just as the Duke had spoken. Those words could not strike a chord within him. Su Ming was Su Ming. The fifth true world was merely the fifth true world. After some time, Su Ming asked, "Where is the entrance to the fifth true world?" The fifth true world is no longer around. So how could there still be an entrance leading to it? Even if it exists, I was sealed by the four great true worlds before the war ended, so I wouldn't be known about it. The Duke of Crimson Flame shook his head, then looked at Su Ming. It had been just a while since the sealing sword had disappeared from the top of his skull, but a large amount of flesh had already gathered on his face. Let's not talk about the fifth true world anymore. It doesn't matter whether you are an abyss builder or not, and whether you acknowledge your status or not. Let's make a personal deal. The dark light in the Duke of Crimson Flame's eyes began to shine brighter. I want to restore my cultivation base. I want to gather together my lunar Kalpa once again, but it's impossible to do so in the barren lands of divine essence. There's practically no plain Kalpa aura here. But even so, with my control over laws, mastery over my physical body, and understanding over rules, it would not be difficult for me to kill all those who are not in the later stage of world plane realm or higher. You are just in earth cultivation realm. Even if you are capable of killing a person in world plane realm using all your skills, you can only fight against those in the initial stage of it. If you run into those in the middle stage of world plane realm, you will surely die. I could provide you protection and even attack for you. The Duke of Crimson Flame's eyes shone as he spoke slowly. So, not only will I attack for you, I will also grant you a great serendipitous event. This sealed region might be collapsing, but it contains my physical power which has been stripped from me over the years. I have no use for this power, but it'll be incredibly useful to you. At the very least, it can make your physical body so strong that it'll reach the pinnacle of heaven cultivation realm. In fact, it won't be impossible for your physical body to reach the state of a lord of a world plane. This will be a trade. I will give you all these, and what you'll need to do is something really simple. I just need a promise. When you form your abyssal world and lay out the cycles of reincarnation in it, please retrieve the abyss soul flags that belong to surging indulgers and resurrect the millions of my people who died during the war. As long as you promise me this, then I, the Duke of Crimson Flame, will willingly comply to the Abyss Pact and do my best to support you. The Duke of Crimson Flame's voice hummed in the air. As it echoed in all directions, Su Ming's heart shook. Don't tell me the answer just yet. After all, you are the first native I met after I woke up. It doesn't matter whether we end up sealing the deal, I will still give you the serendipity. This place is filled with my physical power, but it's useless to me. My lunar Kalpa is no longer around, and as long as I don't gather it together, I can train neither my physical body nor my cultivation base. I will give all of them to you. Absorb as much as you can. While speaking, the Duke of Crimson Flame lifted his right hand. A whirlpool immediately appeared on the purplish-black magma beneath him. As it rotated with loud rumbling sounds, the vast physical power in the place surged towards Su Ming. An endless amount of thin threads also charged over from all directions, filling the space around Su Ming. A focused glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He sucked in a breath, and all his pores opened up. A thick, boundless wave of physical power surged into his body and began to strengthen his blood, flesh, bones, and everything else that forms a powerful physical body. A strong sense of strength that Su Ming longed for gathered together as he sucked in that breath. He could clearly feel his physical body getting stronger, little by little, with each breath he took. This form of increase in physical power caused Su Ming to have a clear sense of his growing strength. His heart raced against his chest. Each beat was powerful, pushing his blood to circulate through his body and fuse with the incoming physical power. After one circulation, it was as if his cultivation base had completed a circuit in his body. He felt much stronger than before. Su Ming longed to get stronger. He desired the power to control his own fate, or else he would never have agreed to come to the sealed region with Tianlin. A bang went off in Su Ming's head. While he was covered entirely by that endless physical power, the Duke of Crimson Flame's voice reached his ears. The people sent by the four great true worlds to fend against this place might have already noticed that a true guard died. We can't stay here for long. Right then, the Duke of Crimson Flame formed a seal with his right hand and pushed against the purplish-black magma. With it, the collapsing sealed region started shaking. As layers upon layers of the land hardened, the ground and walls looked as if they had been sealed and no longer continued collapsing. Instead, they turned into a gigantic piece of rock. This rock was the entire sealed region. At that moment, under the influence of the Duke of Crimson Flame's divine ability, a shudder wrecked through the rock that was the sealed region. With it, 9 layers of ripples immediately appeared at the surrounding the place. The 9 layers of ripples turned into 9 layers of distortions. Those distortions moved together with the ripples, and in the blink of an eye, covered the entire rock. Once they filled up every single part on the rock, a loud rumble shook the entire Crimson Flame planet, reverberating through the night sky outside. The hearts of a countless number of cultivators shook, and the ferocious beasts begun to roar. At that moment, the rock that was the sealed region in Crimson Flame Planet vanished with a hum. It disappeared. The inner part of Crimson Flame Planet became empty. The disappearance was due to a warp. It was the Duke of Crimson Flame using the last shred of his power in plain Kalpa realm to execute a large-scale warp so that he could shift the entire sealed region and leave. Crimson Flame Planet. In the boundless galaxy, there were many meteors rushing about. At that moment, 9 layers of ripples took shape within one of the meteors. In the blink of an eye, the rock that was the sealed region appeared inside. The Duke of Crimson Flame's eyes became dull, but he did not immediately enter rest to recover. Instead, he turned his head to stare at the bald crane not too far in the distance, which had been toying around with the sealed sword previously, but was now flapping its wings in a slight panic once the entire sealed region had been shifted. "Sir, just who are you? Darn it. Why didn't you tell me beforehand that you were going to shift? Damn it all, you scared the crap out of me. My heart is still thumping hard here. You scared me. I hate being moved abruptly the most. I have a trauma about it. I definitely have some sort of trauma about it." The bald crane's face was stark pale. When it heard the Duke of Crimson Flame's words, it immediately glared at him. Not too far from the purplish-black magma where the man and crane were located was Su Ming, who had his eyes closed at the moment. He was continuously absorbing the physical power around him. His physical body was becoming increasingly stronger, and his heart was letting out loud thumps. He was immersed in this state of continuously getting more powerful, like a caterpillar that had turned into a cocoon and was in the process of forming its new life to become a butterfly. Not long after the sealed region shifted away and hid itself in the meteor, a mighty pressure that shook the sky and Earth appeared with a bang beyond the galaxy in which Crimson Flame Planet resided. A large amount of distortion spread out, and after a moment, 1, 2, 3 ships. A total of 37 gigantic ships of several hundreds of thousands of feet shot through space and manifested in the area beyond Crimson Flame Planet. Electrical arcs spread out from these ships, and the oppressive force coming from them made the entire Crimson Flame Planet tremble. There were nearly 1,000 people standing on each ship. Numerous presences in world plane realms spread out from the bow of the ships. In fact, in the middle of these ships was a longship, and there was a presence bursting forth from it that overshadowed all the other presences. It even formed half a sun from gigantic bolts of lightning in the galaxy. Since it was half a sun, it looked like a moon. That was the power of those who had taken half a step into solar Culpa realm, and that stage was known as lunar Culpa realm. Chapter 786, 100 years. No light could be seen in the dark galaxy, and neither could any sound be heard. There was only silence that seemed like it would exist only in nirvana. Occasionally, a ray of light would appear. That ray of light was born after two unknown substances crashed against each other in the dark galaxy. The lifespan of these rays of light was short, and they would be gone in the blink of an eye. Cold, silence, and darkness became the eternal contus in this galaxy. 100 years ago, there was once a meteor shower that drew out long arcs in the galaxy as it went past the area, heading into an unknown area located in the distance. 100 years ago, there was another meteor shower that charged past the same spot the previous group of meteors had visited. After flying in some sort of ring-shaped trajectory for 100 years, the group of meteors passed by this place once again. However, compared to 100 years ago, the number of meteors had went down, and the remaining ones had become much smaller. No one would know that there was a rock that was a sealed region contained in one of the gigantic meteors in the group of meteors. Within that rock was purplish-black magma, and there was a person sitting in the magma. That person was a young man with gray hair. He looked as if he was in deep sleep. There was a light shining on his body that would occasionally be bright, but sometimes dark. Waves of cold air were spreading out from the purplish-black magma around him. There was also a large amount of rotten red threads gathered nearby. If someone cast their gaze into the distance, they would find that there was no end to the magma. During these 100 years, Su Ming had been immersed in absorbing the Duke of Crimson Flame's physical power. As he continued absorbing and repairing his body, the strength in his physical body increased, and he became stronger and stronger with each day. Within 40 years, his physical body had surpassed that of Earth Cultivation Realm, and he arrived at the starting point of Heaven Cultivation Realm. Su Ming, who had refined his physical power to the point that he had reached this state, had arrived at a level where his body could resist those in Heaven Cultivation Realm. In fact, his punches could even cause the core of a Heaven Cultivation Realm cultivator's life force to shake. That effect would be from him just using the power in his physical body, not his cultivation base. If Su Ming added his cultivation base and all his divine abilities into the mix, then even if he ran into a powerful world Paragon, he would definitely win, as long as he or she did not use the power of world planes. After all, world planes was the strongest power to world Paragons. If someone cast an ordinary divine ability with the power of world planes, they would be able to overturn the world just by raising their hand. Su Ming knew about this clearly. When he ran into those Dao slaves while he was in the land of berserkers, they had been incredibly powerful even though they had not even used the power of world planes. Now that he thought about it, it was not that they did not want to use it, but the laws in the land of berserkers had limited the Dao slaves' power. It might not have affected their levels of cultivation by much, but the suppression towards their use of the power of world planes had been incredibly deep. If the current Su Ming had been there in the land of berserkers at that time, then he would have been able to forcefully subdue those Dao slaves whose power of world planes had been suppressed, and he would not have needed to borrow anyone else's power to do so. He would have been able to resolve that disaster that had nearly pushed him into despair by himself. A lord of a world plane. I wonder when my physical body and my cultivation base will be able to move into that state. Only at that time will I be truly considered a powerful warrior in this galaxy. While Su Ming continued meditating in his seated position, his eyes flew open, and a brilliant light flashed briefly through them. Before he became a lord of a world plane, he could use the poisonous wasp and the treasured gourd against enemies who executed the power of world planes. He was confident that he wasn't unable to fight back at all. Popping sounds came from Su Ming's body continuously. It was the noise of his bones and flesh scraping against each other. If anyone else besides the Duke of Crimson Flame was here, they would definitely be shocked by it. Each sound contained the feeling as if something had been crushed. When it reached someone's ears, it would feel as if their own body was about to shatter as well. This was a feeling that was very difficult to describe with words, but it was one that people could feel deeply in their hearts. A lord of a world plane. Su Ming's eyes shone with great longing. If you want to become a lord of a world plane, then you must possess an essence of a world, and the essence of a world is the fixed power contained in each world, a hoarse voice explained, coming from not too far from a bald man. That man was incredibly tall and well-built. He was nearly 20 feet tall and was sitting cross-legged on the magma like an iron tower. There was no hair on his head, only the totem of a ferocious beast that had the body of a snake and 6 pairs of wings growing on it. It was carved onto the top of his head like a brand. If anyone took a closer look, they would find faint marks of fire around the ferocious beast's totem, making it seem as if the beast was a ferocious creature of flames. The man with this totem was naturally the Duke of Crimson Flame. During the 100 years after leaving the seal, flesh and blood had grown on his body once again, and he had returned to how he originally looked in the past. There was a wide robe covering his body, giving him a unique temperament. There are plenty of cultivation planets in the galaxy. You can call each of these cultivation planets a world. As long as there is a world, there will be an essence of a world, which is also the power of a world plane. If you want to become the lord of a world plane and absorb the power of a world plane to make yourself perfect, then you must obtain the world source's acknowledgement. Only when the world source in one world acknowledges you can you absorb its power and become a lord of a world plane. The greater a world is, the greater the essence of a world it contains, and the greater the number of lords of world planes in it would be, and vice versa. The deciding factor for the number of lords of world planes in a world is not just based on the cultivators themselves. The world source plays an even greater role in deciding how many people it can accommodate to absorb it. If the number the world source in a world can accommodate has reached its full capacity, then no matter how great your potential is, you will still be unable to become a world paragon. After all, there are only that many spots. If you still want to become a world paragon, then unless you leave the place and search for another world, you will only obtain your chance if a world paragon dies and his spot becomes empty. The galaxy is huge, and there are plenty of cultivation planets. It also means that there are far too many worlds. However, from what I know, almost all the worlds that have been discovered have all their spots for world paragons filled. Su Ming lifted his head and looked at the Duke of Crimson Flame. He did not speak. Several lords of world planes have died on Crimson Flame planet, but besides that true guard, the others cannot really be considered true world paragons. It's not that they lack potential, but the worlds from which they sought acknowledgement are damaged. The world source contained within these worlds is practically dry, which is why their accomplishments stopped the moment they became world paragons. In fact, they cannot even continue understanding rules and laws. So how could they even be called world paragons? Only that true guard could be considered a real world paragon. After all, the world where he became a world paragon is not located in this galaxy, which had turned into a battlefield. It's in the galaxy beyond this place. After his death, a spot had been emptied in the world where he became a world paragon, but by now, someone might have already snatched it a long time ago. Su Ming remained silent for a moment, then said slowly, "If that's the case, then it's practically impossible to become a lord of a world plane in the barren lands of divine source." A glint appeared in the Duke of Crimson Flame's eyes before he spoke in a low voice. "It's not up to me to say whether you have a chance or not. It depends on your choice. First, you must understand why those after Heaven Cultivation Realm are known as Lords of World Planes and World Paragons. One is a Lord, and the other a Paragon. If you think about this, you will be able to obtain many answers with these two words. A true Lord of a World Plane is the supreme Paragon within his or her own world plane, just like a Master. In fact, in his own world plane, he can even bring out power that exceeds his level of cultivation, and he can fight against those who have higher levels of cultivation but who are not lords of world planes in that world. That is why they are known as lords and paragons. Once they leave their world planes, they will be like fish out of water. They might still be able to survive and still be powerful, but once they use up too much of their energy, it'll be very difficult for them to restore their power of their world planes. That's why those who have become world paragons will rarely leave their world planes. Even if they leave, they will usually return soon. If they cannot return, then they will bring with them the world stones that belong to their world to maintain their strength, just like that true guard. His storage bag is just around. Ahem, I might not have opened it, but I'm certain that there's a world stone in there." When the Duke of Crimson Flame said those words, his expression became slightly strange. He remembered that the storage bag had not been too far from him before the last time he closed his eyes to recover, but it was gone now. There's also another method for a lord of a world plane to remain at his peak condition wherever he is. This method is simple, and many people use it, and it is also the foundation of a lord of a world plane's training. They will continuously aim to gain the acknowledgement of different worlds, one after another, and snatch the spots of world paragons that belong to other people. Once they obtain 5,000 spots of world paragons, they will reach the middle stage of world plane realm. If they gain 10,000 spots, then they will reach the later stage of world plane realm. They will then merge the power of those 10,000 worlds together and fuse them into one. After that, all their defects will be completely mended, and they will be able to attain great completion in world plane realm. If they are to take a step further after attaining great completion, they will be able to give birth to a wisp of presence that belongs to Kalpa, which will then allow them to reach lunar Kalpa realm. If they take one more step further, they will reach the pinnacle, which is solar Kalpa realm. No matter how many worlds there will still be more cultivators. The spots are limited. Is that why there are wars and why the 4 great true worlds invaded the 5th true world? Su Ming suddenly asked. This is what I have come to understand as someone in lunar Kalpa realm, but since our positions are different, the answers we obtain will be different. Yet no matter what, if you want to become a world paragon, then you must kill, seize, and snatch. The Duke of Crimson Flames spoke with a light tone, but the meaning behind his words gave off a hint of brutality that could not be concealed. What is cultivation? Cultivation is killing, seizing, snatching. If you can kill, if you can seize before others, if you can snatch what originally did not belong to you, then you will be able to head to the peak. If you can continue on with your path, then you will naturally be the peak. There are 4 great Kalpa lords in the 4 great true worlds. Dao Chun from True Morning Dao world and the Sacred Sovereign from True Sacredine world are Kalpa lords. They are powerful because they have an entire true world's resources under their wing, providing them with power, allowing their power to reach a state where they can even create their own world. After the 4 great Kalpa lords are the 4 great true progenitors. They are old monsters who are even more terrifying than Kalpa lords. But even so, the galaxy is too big, and there are too many powerful warriors. Even if you've reached the state of the 4 great true progenitors, you might still have yet to reach the peak. So what if they can control fate, lives, and deaths? Your ancestor, who is an abyss builder and also the sovereign of the 5th true world, died because the madness that was the Ro Leonis disaster. His people were exterminated. I don't know how you managed to survive, but your abyss builder ancestors must have paid a huge price in exchange for a small handful of your people to continue living. Su Ming's breathing instantly became rapid. The Duke of Crimson Flame's words caused a bang to go off in his head. He remembered what his second senior brother had said. In an age-long past, in True Morning Dao world, there had once been a couple attacked by the entire True Morning Dao world. Abyss builder. Su Ming mumbled. If you ever have the chance to return to the 5th true world, head to your homeland. It's very easy to search for that place. There is a Milky Way formed by an array of stars in the galaxy there. In that Milky Way is a faint blue cultivation planet. If it's still around, not having been destroyed along with your people, then you should be able to find it. Chapter 787. I'll give it all to you. You said just now that an ancestor of my people reached a state where he could control fate, lives, and death. Su Ming closed his eyes. After some time, when he opened them, they were already calm. This sight fell into the Duke of Crimson Flame's eyes, and praise appeared on his face. One of the keys to becoming a powerful warrior was to be able to calm oneself down within a short amount of time. It wasn't that a person who could control his own emotions would definitely become a powerful warrior that could reach the peak, but almost every single powerful warrior at the peak could do this. The ancestor of your people, the sovereign of all races in the 5th true world, had indeed reached a state where he could control fate, lives, and deaths, and we believe that if this war had not occurred, the sovereign would have definitely surpassed that realm and reached a pinnacle that remains a mystery to all of us. When the Duke of Crimson Flame spoke about the sovereign of the 5th true world, fanaticism appeared in his eyes. Cultivation is killing, seizing, snatching. Su Ming remained silent for a short while. When he spoke, the banging sounds in his body became even louder. He also stood up slowly from his seated position. At the moment he straightened up, a powerful presence erupted from his body. That presence turned into a vortex that swept outwards from where Su Ming was. The bald crane, which was snoring by the side, shivered at that moment and opened its eyes. When it saw the vortex around Su Ming's body, it yawned, mumbled a few words under its breath, then returned to sleeping. Since you told me so much, you must have a way for me to absorb a sufficient amount of power of world planes in the barren lands of divine source. Tell me, I'll agree to the trade. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath. He lifted his right hand and furled his fingers slowly into a fist, experiencing the might traveling through his palm. 40 years ago, his physical body had reached a state where he could resist those in the initial stage of Heaven Cultivation realm. On this day, 40 years later, while he still had yet to reach the pinnacle of Heaven Cultivation realm, his physical body was so strong that he was no longer too far from that state. You are an Abyss Builder, but in my memories, the Abyss Builder's cultivation system is different from yours. You took the wrong path. First of all, this physical body isn't your true body. The Abyss Builder's true body is incredibly important. It is their foundation. Your true body is. The Duke of Crimson Flame hesitated for a moment before he looked at Su Ming. My true body has been sealed away. Right now, I don't have enough power to retrieve it, Su Ming stated flatly. Sealed away? Then we can also say that it is in a perfectly safe state. If it is sealed, then it means that someone either cannot or does not want to destroy it. If that is the case, it also means, then it is safe. We don't have to worry too much about it, the Duke of Crimson Flame said, after a monet of pensive silence. His thought process seemed to be very strange. Let's not talk about your true body. The Abyss Builders are skilled in building clones. The way they mend their defects is simple and straightforward. With their true bodies, they will mend their souls, and with their clones, they will mend their bodies, laws, potential. Whatever it is that they're lacking, they will possess a clone with the ability to mend those defects. The body you possess now has a hint of a law that can disassemble and destroy things. Those who possess this power are the Indomitable Fighters and the Crimson Python Phoenixes. Judging by your presence, you should have possessed a Crimson Python Phoenix's body and formed a clone from it. You practice the Surging Indulger's divine abilities. But I have 2 questions that you'll have to answer first. A glint appeared in the Duke of Crimson Flame's eyes. As he looked at Su Ming, he asked the questions that had been plaguing his mind for a long time. First, how did you learn the method we Surging Indulgers use to refine our bodies? Second, besides the presence of an Abyss Builder, I can also sense the hint of heavenly phantoms on your soul. Heavenly phantoms are one of the 4 races that are chiefs in the 5th true world. Their seal is on your soul. The Duke of Crimson Flame's eyes shone brightly as he spoke slowly. I come from a place called Death region. There is a remnant of a few races in that place. I obtained the Surging Indulger's cultivation method there, and sometime later was forcefully sent to the barren lands of Divine Source by an ancient existence in Death region. Its goal is to make me search for their king. As for the seal you speak of, it does indeed exist, Su Ming said calmly. The Duke of Crimson Flame frowned, as if he was thinking about something. After a long time, he furrowed his brows even more. If I was at the peak of my condition, I could break the seal for you. But now, I am powerless to do so. Still, I've looked at the seal carefully. It won't do much harm to you. In fact, it'll bring a certain amount of benefits. Let's not talk about that, either for now. I do indeed have a way for you to obtain the power of world plane in this galaxy, but that is strictly limited for your physical body. Yet this method will cause this physical body of yours to no longer be able to use any sort of divine ability. You will only be able to train your chi. That's why you'll need to possess another body to train your cultivation base. If you agree to it, then I will teach you the great art of world indulgence, swallowing hollow shadows whole. If you practice your cultivation with this art, you will be able to devour all manner of people and objects that possess the power of world planes. You will devour the power of plane worlds from world paragons and devour the world source contained in all things in the universe, cultivation planets, and even a world. This art can make you stronger for a short amount of time and let you possess an incredibly powerful physical body. It is the strongest racial art of us, Surging Indulgers. But if you practice this art, you will need to go through 9 disasters as punishment. If you manage to make it through, then you will become stronger. If you don't, you will die. But this is your clone. Even if you die, it'll be fine. It won't affect your true soul, the Duke of Crimson Flame explained in a low voice. Su Ming remained silent for a moment, then looked at the Duke of Crimson Flame and nodded. At the instant he did so, the Duke of Crimson Flame lifted his right hand and pointed at Su Ming. A vortex immediately appeared at the center of his brows, and a cultivation method that caused his heart to shake from shock instantly emerged in his head as the vortex started spinning. After some time, when the vortex at the center of Su Ming's brows disappeared, a bright light appeared in his eyes. Once he clenched his right hand into a fist, a faint vortex grew on his palm. The Crimson Python Phoenix's power to destroy all things, The Surging Indulger's art of explosion fixation and the art of swallowing hollow shadows will allow your clone to live through several disasters, serving as punishments. If you gain a comprehensive knowledge of those arts, then your strength will be limitless in the future. The Duke of Crimson Flame sucked in a deep breath, expectation shining in his eyes. But before you practice this art, you will need to choose another clone. You must be careful in choosing one. I suggest that you pick one of those ferocious spirits that have been sealed away. Not only do they have inborn divine abilities, their blood has also fused thoroughly with the laws of their world. It will make the speed of your absorption of the power of world planes become even faster. Su Ming nodded. With a sparkle in his eyes, he spread his Atman outwards and covered the entire area. A crease suddenly appeared between his brows. He remembered that before he went into isolation, the storage bags that belonged to Long Li, Sun Kuan, and Jing Nanzi were left behind. In fact, Jing Nanzi even had a treasured spear that was now without an owner. When Tian Lin had chosen to self-destruct earlier, he had said that if he managed to form the growth armor, Su Ming could take it. Su Ming did not immediately take away all these spoils of war in the past, because he had been absorbing the physical power in the area. Since the Duke of Crimson Flame had shifted the entire sealed region, those items should naturally still be around. However, when Su Ming sent his Atman sweeping through the area, he discovered nothing. After a moment of pensive silence, he recalled the Duke of Crimson Flame's momentary pause and gaze when he spoke about Jing Nanzi's storage bag earlier, and he came to a swift understanding. Without batting an eyelid, he cast a glance at the bald crane, which was sleeping not too far in the distance. He had no idea whether it was a coincidence, but the bald crane turned its body around, as if it had noticed Su Ming's presence, pointing its butt his way before continuing to snore away. Su Ming flipped his right hand over, and a crystal immediately appeared in his hand. He threw it on the ground casually. The crystal fell on a frozen purplish-black molten rock and let out a clear sound. Almost at the moment that sound appeared, there was a whooshing sound, and the bald crane was beside Su Ming's feet. It seized the crystal with its claws. Its eyes sparkled, and it looked pleasantly surprised. Huh? I picked up a crystal. Give me Long Li and the others' storage bags, Su Ming said in a low voice while looking at the bald crane. What? What did you say? I don't have it. I don't have anything. The bald crane blinked, putting on a puzzled face. All the crystals in the storage bags belong to you, and all the items in there belong to me. Su Ming's expression was as calm as usual as he continued speaking flatly. The bald crane was stunned for a moment. Then it scratched its bald head. The next moment, as if it had just registered the meaning behind Su Ming's words, it immediately put on an enraged expression, and there was even a hint of hurt on its face. I really didn't take it. I didn't take the storage bags. There's another person here. He might have taken it. I didn't take it. I did not. The bald crane flapped its wings and turned its head around to glare at the Duke of Crimson Flame, looking as if it was absolutely certain that he was the one who had taken the storage bags. The Duke of Crimson Flame frowned, then smiled wryly. He did not try to explain himself. Long Li's World Stone, Jing Nanzi's Enchanted Treasure and his World Stone, and Tian Lin's Growth Armor. I just want these 4 items. You can have the rest, Su Ming said, frowning. But the bald crane continued to look in great distress, as if Su Ming's words had just badly humiliated it. As it became flustered and exasperated, it flapped its wings non-stop, and its body even turned red due to its agitation. Su Ming cast the bald crane a profound look, then brought out the gourd from his bosom at a relaxed pace. He caressed it a few times with his left hand, and rays of green light immediately shone from within. The eyes of the bald crane immediately went wide, and fear appeared on its face. It retreated with a whoosh, even instinctively transforming into a large mutt. This was clearly the strongest form in its mind. Give it, Su Ming said flatly. But I really didn't take it. I really didn't. The bald crane looked as if it was about to cry. Su Ming cast the bald crane another look. This time, when he lifted his left hand, a few soft feathers appeared on his palm. Those feathers were very soft, and when they appeared on Su Ming's palm, the bald crane was taken aback. It found those feathers to be rather familiar, but before it could think of anything, it saw Su Ming tying a few knots on the feathers. When the bald crane saw this sight, it shuddered violently under the Duke of Crimson Flame's puzzled gaze. It understood very well just what Su Ming was doing at that moment, and it also remembered just who those feathers belonged to. When the bald crane thought of the consequences, It immediately forced out a smile and touched a few parts on its body while shivering. Then, it threw out a long crimson spear, 2 world stones with the power to capture souls spreading out from within them, and a green seed that was the size of a palm. Hey, Sir Su, don't be angry. Put down the feathers, please. Don't make the doll now. I was just joking with you, you know. I'll give it to you. I'll give it all to you. Chapter 788, Blood Identification Pearl. The green seed was the growth armor that was formed after Tianlin self-destructed. It was also one of the reasons why Jing Nanzi had spared Tianlin in the past. The growth armor was the size of a palm, and there was a faint bloody stench spreading out from it. There were also some faint and indistinct Venus paths shining in either a bright or dark light. As he held the growth armor, Su Ming sent his Atman into it. After some time, the growth armor in his hand suddenly let out a brilliant ray of light. That light illuminated the entire area within an instant. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. At the same time he took a step backwards. He threw the growth armor swiftly on the ground. Bang! The sealed region started shaking in a manner it felt as if could cause the ground to tremble. The meteor around the sealed region also started shivering because of it. A big tree that would require several people to encircle appeared before Su Ming. A large amount of roots spread out and crawled swiftly into the ground, as if it was taking root there. At the same time, an endless amount of branches grew densely on the tree. Within the blink of an eye, it turned into a big tree that was 100-something feet tall. The Duke of Crimson Flame's eyes sparkled brightly as he stood by the side. He cast a few scrutinizing glances at the tree, but he did not speak. The bald crane widened its eyes and suddenly began regretting in its heart, because it had not expected that this thing, which did not taste good when it bit down on it, could turn into a big tree. Su Ming lifted his right hand and pressed his palm flat on the tree trunk. At the instant his right hand touched it, Su Ming's Atman increased exponentially, like he had fused together with the tree. It was as if the tree's divine sense had become Su Ming's perception. Su Ming saw the meteor, the black and boundless galaxy beyond the meteor, the occasional short bursts of light, and the silence that seemed to last for an eternity. After some time, when Su Ming pulled his mind back to his own body, he looked at the tree and exhaled deeply. It can allow my Atman to cover an incredibly large area for a short span of time. If I can utilize this well, it would definitely have mysterious effects, and there should plenty of other effects on this thing, since Jing Nanzi placed such importance on it, and since this growth armor could only appear after Tianlin offered up his life. When Su Ming lifted his right hand, that tree swiftly withered away. Within the blink of an eye, it turned into that palm-sized seed once again, but its color was slightly duller now. Once he put away the growth armor, Su Ming's gaze fell on the 2 world stones that were filled with the power to capture souls. As he looked at the 2 stones, Su Ming could sense the power of world planes contained within them. Once I become a world paragon, I will need to absorb the source of 10,000 worlds to slowly increase my power. If I am to go back and forth in worlds where the source of the worlds have not acknowledged me, then I would need these sort of world stones created by my own world to replenish my use of the power of world planes. This means that this item isn't rare in the galaxy beyond, but in the barren lands of divine source. This will become a supreme treasure that will make all the unlawful world paragons go crazy over. Su Ming touched the surface of the world stone and sensed a prickling feel on his hand, but it did not hurt. It just felt as if the item he touched was filled with sharp needles. It'll be a pity to use it to activate the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole. Su Ming remained silent for a moment before he flung his right hand, then put away the 2 world stones into his storage bag. These sort of items that were incredibly rare in the barren lands of divine sense would have even greater uses. Once he finished doing all these, a hint of nostalgia appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He lifted his right hand and seized the air. The red long spear Jing Nanzi left behind after he died flew towards him, and Su Ming grabbed it. I once had a long spear just like this, Su Ming mumbled. He remembered the Undertaker of Evil's spear. That Undertake of Evil's spear might just be an imitation the first god of Berserkers created, and that the true Undertaker of Evil's spear laid in the depths of Great Yu Imperial Palace. But that copy of the Undertaker of Evil's spear had accompanied Su Ming for many years, and it had even gone on a campaign with him as he conquered the lands in all directions to gather up an endless amount of battle souls to refine itself. It was a pity that it had exploded in the air and turned into ashes. The red long spear let out buzzing sounds in Su Ming's hands. and there was a thick, bloody stench spreading out from it, as if it was not willing to be held by Su Ming. Su Ming remained silent for a moment before he pushed his right hand forward. He wrapped his fingers tightly around the spear, and the vast chi in his body instantly exploded forth to cover the entire long spear through his hands. Even if you refuse to give in and submit to me, you still have to be used by me, Su Ming said flatly. He no longer bothered about the long spear's will. With his right hand holding the spear, he swung it in the air before him. A sharp whistle instantly appeared in the air around him. The virtual images of the long spear immediately appeared all around him, and there were about thousands of them, causing no one to be able to discern which was the real one when they looked at these spears. Su Ming's right arm eventually stopped before his body. The tip of the spear pierced into the ground with a bang, and at the same time, a strange light sparkled in his eyes. This item isn't merely a long spear. Su Ming loosened his grip over the spear, but lifted his fingertips and flicked the body of the spear that had pierced the ground. At the instant a clear sound echoed swiftly in the air. The spear was immediately disassembled before Su Ming as it shivered. It turned into an endless amount of red liquid that flowed up Su Ming's fingertips. Within the blink of an eye, it covered his entire right arm and turned into a vambrace as well as a rear brace. There was a strange, bright light flowing on the red vambrace and rear brace, especially on the spot where the bicep laid. There was even an endless amount of tiny runic symbols carved there, which formed a single word. Guard. That word was guard. The Duke of Crimson Flame was watching Su Ming's actions all this while. When it saw the vambrace and rear brace appearing on Su Ming's right arm, a glint appeared in his eyes. As for the bald crane, it currently had an agonized expression on its face and was feeling incredibly regretful. The more it looked at the spear, the more it could see the outstanding parts in that long spear, and the more its heart ached. He's a bully. He's a real bully. He snatched away the gourd, even snatched away the seed, and took away the two pretty-looking stones as well. Even that intimidating long spear couldn't escape his hands. Damn it, I'll endure this. I'll endure it. Endure. Endure. The bald crane gritted its teeth, feeling as if its flesh had just been stripped off its body. Your foundation has set. I suggest that you go to the other cultivation planets and expand your horizons. You might even find a clone that will suit you. Also, you have to be careful of the true guards from the 4 great true worlds. This short span of 100 years isn't enough for them to forget the change in Crimson Flame Planet. We left in time in the past, but we were also cut off from all news regarding the outside world. I wonder what sort of effect has been brought to the barren lands of Divine Source due to the accident in Crimson Flame Planet. The bald Duke of Crimson Flame spoke with a low tone. Once he cast a glance at Su Ming, he closed his eyes and began meditating. He had already showed his stand clearly just now. He would stay by Su Ming's side to protect him. No matter what Su Ming chose, he would follow him. With one move, Su Ming disappeared from the sealed region. When he reappeared, he was already standing on the meteor. All he could see was a dark galaxy. There was a sense of authenticity within the darkness in the galaxy, which Su Ming saw. This was the first time he truly stood in a real galaxy. The few times he had wandered into the galaxy with his soul in Death region could not compare to what he felt now. Su Ming liked this darkness and this sense of authenticity. He looked at it for some time before he sat down quietly on the surface of the meteor for some time. He lifted his right hand, then struck the meteor under him that was nearly 10,000 lis big. Bang! As the meteor trembled, it started not moving in sync with the other meteors around it, and gradually changed its direction. After a moment, with one loud whoosh, it left the trajectory where the meteors were roaming about and flew out alone into the dark galaxy. It had no goal, no place that it must go to. Su Ming sat on the meteor and let the meteor charge forward. At that moment, Su Ming's gray hair spilled over his shoulders. He was dressed in a white robe, which was really what appeared after the sacred constellation robe hid itself, and the true guard's vambrace and rear brace on his right arm. His expression was indifferent, and his eyes were cold. He looked at the galaxy quietly and simply allowed time to pass. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. This solitary meteor charged through the galaxy and turned into a long arc that traveled in a straight line in this vast galaxy. Su Ming sat on the meteor, as if he had forgotten about the flow of time. When the meteor had flown for 7 years, a damaged ship appeared before the meteor. There was a sail on the ship, and it looked as if it was treating the galaxy as a sea while sailing on it. There were dozens of thin cultivators on the ship located in each corner of the ship. They were using their cultivation bases to keep the ship flying. Most of these thin cultivators were in Earth Cultivation realm, and only 2 of them were in Heaven Cultivation realm. These 2 people sat cross-legged at the bow of the ship, as if they were controlling the ship's direction. Behind them was a huge bed. There was an incredibly plump person lying on the bed. At that moment, that plump person had his eyes narrowed, and there was a short, thin, and haggard female cultivator that was still rather good-looking. This damaged ship floating in the galaxy and the meteor where Su Ming was sitting upon were directly opposite each other, and both were getting closer to each other. This attracted the attention of the people on the ship, especially the 2 people in Heaven Cultivation realm. They stood up cautiously and cast their gazes into the distance. With just one glance, they saw Su Ming sitting cross-legged on the meteor. Su Ming, who was dressed in white and had a head full of gray hair, was an incredibly eye-catching sight to them. Su Ming also had his eyes closed and was meditating at that moment. The ripples of power he spread out also made him seem as if he was just in Earth Cultivation realm. Because of that, he gave off a strange feeling to those who saw him. There's something off about this person. Ignore him. We have to hurry. This time, our great Paragon of the Western Ring Nebula has got himself a son during his 10,000-year-old birthday. We can't be late. When the 2 cultivators in Heaven Cultivation realm looked over, a sharp voice rang out from behind them. That voice naturally came from the huge, plump person on the giant bed. The plump person narrowed his eyes and cast Su Ming a glance while he was still in the distance. Soon, the meteor and the ship drew closer to each other, stirring waves of ripples that crashed into each other. They were about to pass each other by. Su Ming continued sitting on the meteor with his eyes closed and ignored everything around him. Yet at the instant the meteor beneath him was about to pass the ship, 2 piercing rays of red light suddenly spread out from the chests of the 2 cultivators from Heaven Cultivation realm on the ship. At the same time, red light also spread out from the plump person's clothes. The appearance of these 3 rays of light was incredibly abrupt, causing the 3 people to be taken aback. The plump person's expression suddenly changed drastically. He immediately brought out the object that was shining in red light from his bosom. That was a pearl that was the size of a baby's fist. That pearl was currently shining in a light that was akin to blood and would cause hearts to tremble in apprehension. At the same time, the plump person looked swiftly towards Su Ming, who was sitting on the meteor that had not left too far into the distance. The blood identification pearl that the True Guards widely distributed to most of those in the barren lands of Divine Source 100 years ago has lit up. Could it be? Could it be him? The plump person stood up swiftly, and an intense wave of excitement appeared in his eyes. He's indeed in Heaven Cultivation realm. Stop him. Do not let him escape. Chapter 789, One Battle. Haha, the barren lands of Divine Essence are big, but I, Shantai, managed to meet this person. This is my fortune, and also my chance. It is the serendipitous chance that will only arrive once in an eternity. The 4 Great True Worlds has put a bounty on his head, promising a world stone containing the power of a world plane to the person who manages to kill the person who lit up the blood identification pearl and absorb his soul into the pearl. The plump person trembled in excitement as he kept shouting. The ship beneath him swiftly changed direction and charged towards the meteor Su Ming was sitting on. At the same time, the 2 cultivators in Heaven Cultivation realm sported excited looks on their faces. Even if it would be difficult for them to obtain the world stone since Shantai was around, there would definitely be plenty of other rewards. They were especially excited since the person that the 4 Great True Worlds had placed a bounty over was truly just in Earth Cultivation realm. There was no possible way for him to have sealed up his cultivation base to hide his level of cultivation, because the 4 Great True Worlds had clearly stated when they offered the bounty that this person was just in Earth Cultivation realm. Whoosh! The 2 cultivators charged into the air. Their speed increased so quickly that in the blink of an eye, they had already closed in on the meteor Su Ming was sitting on. They turned into 2 long arcs with one traveling on the left of the meteor and the other on the right. As the power that belonged to Heaven Cultivation realm exploded from within them, a powerful suppressive force was formed, and it charged towards Su Ming. Haha, die. I'd like to see just how strong is the criminal wanted by the 4 Great True Worlds. Su Ming opened his eyes slowly and cast a cold glance at the people who were charging towards him from his left and right. At the instant he looked over, he swung his arm. A shrill scream of pain rang out to his right. When the cultivator in Heaven Cultivation realm there was less than 300 feet away from Su Ming, a black dot immediately appeared at the center of his brows. It looked as if he'd been stung. He could not even see what had happened clearly before intense pain traveled through his entire body. His screams of pain were still echoing in space when his body melted, turning into a puddle of blood that spilled on the meteor. You're just asking for death. Su Ming stood up. The cultivator in Heaven Cultivation realm that was coming on his left immediately spotted a drastic change in expression. Disbelief and shock appeared in his eyes. Everything just now had happened too quickly. He had not even managed to see anything. He only heard his companion letting out a shrill scream of pain, and in the blink of an eye, he had turned into a puddle of blood, dead. This scene immediately made the cultivator in Heaven Cultivation realm shudder. He retreated without any hesitation, his heart swiftly filling with terror. He suddenly thought of a terrifying question. Why was this person wanted by the four great true worlds? The four great true worlds had not mentioned a reason when they offered the bounty. They just wanted him. Only now did this cultivator realize that there was no way that a person wanted by the four great true worlds would be a weakling. The cultivator in Heaven Cultivation realm's face turned stark pale, but before he could retreat 100 feet away, an afterimage appeared before him. He saw it clearly. It was a poisonous wasp. This was the final thing the cultivator in Heaven Cultivation realm saw in his life, his final memory. Screams of pain echoed in space and blood spilled all over the place, even if everything had happened in the span of a few breaths. In fact, the people on the ship only saw Su Ming doing was opening his eyes and flinging his arms sideways. With these simple actions, he had taken the lives of 2 cultivators in Heaven Cultivation realm. Sir, you blocked my path for no reason. Will you explain yourself? Su Ming asked flatly. With a calm gaze, he looked towards the large, plump man that was uncertain whether he should retreat or move forward at the moment. When Su Ming said those words, the meteor beneath him gradually slowed down before it stopped and floated in the galaxy, positioned directly opposite the plump person's ship. Haha, it's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. I recognized the wrong person. I was wrong in this matter. Sir, please don't be angry with me. I'll leave right away. The plump person narrowed his eyes and forced out a cordial smile, moving back slowly. He could not quite grasp the depths of this wanted criminal's power. He looked like he was in Earth Cultivation realm, but he had managed to kill 2 cultivators in Heaven Cultivation realm with such ease that it seemed killing them was no more taxing than breathing. This scene was enough to shock him and start to take this matter seriously. Compared to a world stone, his life was more important. Besides, in his eyes, he might have to search for a few more companions before he could have the confidence to kill this person. While trying to get past this situation by deceiving Su Ming, the plump Shan Tai moved back. Just as he was about to leave, Su Ming let out a cold harumph. Right then, he looked as if he was still sitting cross-legged on the meteor, but the next moment, he appeared in front of Shan Tai. Only when his form was on the ship did the body on the meteor slowly disperse. It had clearly just been an afterimage. Since you've already attacked, then don't be in such a hurry to leave. Su Ming took a step forward, and the instant he closed in on Shan Tai, he lifted his right hand, clenched his fist, and hurled a punch forward. He did not use the gourd or the long spear, neither did he use the poisonous wasp or any other divine ability. He only used the power of chi contained in his physical body. It was a rare occasion for him to run into a powerful warrior in the initial stage of World Plane realm. Su Ming wanted to see the extent of the combat capabilities contained in his current physical body. You're just asking for death. Shan Tai's flesh quivered. When he saw that this person actually dared to attack him, his heart let out a thump, but no matter what, the other still looked and felt like he was just in Earth Cultivation realm. Shan Tai began forming seals with his hands before growling and flinging his hands forward. The space before him tore open, and a huge net manifested and charged towards Su Ming to envelope him. Boom, boom, boom. Su Ming took large strides forward. With each step, he threw a punch forward. The huge net exploded after it suffered 3 strikes, and the torrent that was formed swept outwards. Shan Tai's expression changed. With a roar, all his flesh started quivering, and during that instant, he shrank into a ball. As he rapidly chanted something, a brilliant greasy light erupted. He turned into a huge ball of flesh and charged towards Su Ming to crash into him. You want to compare physical strength with me? You're just in Earth Cultivation realm. I originally wanted to let you leave, but since you decided to seek death, then die. You're noisy. As Su Ming took a step forward, he threw another punch. Bang, bang, bang. These two people exchanged nearly 100 blows within an incredibly short amount of time. Shantai's body continuously became thinner, and eventually, with a bang, the both of them fell back. A focused glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and he gasped in his heart. His physical power had only reached the peak in Heaven Cultivation realm, so he had not reached the state where his entire body had the power akin to that of a divine ability that was equivalent to the might of those lords of world planes. He could not kill a world paragon, and it would also be difficult for him to suppress them by brute strength, but similarly, if they did not use the power of world planes, it would be difficult for them to injure him. After all, most of world paragons chose to practice arts. Very few of them would purely train their physical bodies. While Su Ming was considering this, Shantai looked as if he had just seen a malicious spirit. His heart was in incredible shock, and there was even a faint hint of amazement in him. He knew clearly that even if he did not use the power of world planes, the near 100 punches he threw just now were enough to kill all the cultivators beneath the level of a world paragon. In fact, even if he was facing off against a world paragon of the same level, he would still have an upper hand in terms of physical body alone. However, he had delivered nearly 100 punches, but this person was almost completely unharmed. On the other hand, the shock from the punches had caused Shantai to feel pain himself. His mind was even a little muddled because of it. As expected of the person wanted by the four great true worlds who are keeping an eye over this place. But since you had the courage to stand before me, then I will let you know just where the difference lies between a lord of world planes and those in heaven, earth, and man cultivation realms. I will kill you. Even if I have to use the power of world planes, it'll be worth it. A fiendish look appeared in Shantai's eyes. Then, despite the fact that they were in space, he opened his mouth and sucked in a deep breath of some unknown air. Bang! Shantai's hair began fluttering, and his body also started withering rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a tall, thin person with waves of ripples spreading out from his body. At the same time, a vast amount of aura erupted from his body. A wave of presence that belonged to the power of world planes forced its way out and spread along with his aura. This was the true strength of a lord of world planes, and only those who had used the power of world planes could be called a world paragon. The galaxy around them turned into a huge ocean at that moment. As layers of ripples surged forward, the power of world planes swept outwards. A focused glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He retreated in the mid of those ripples. Do you want me to attack? The Duke of Crimson Flame's voice reached his ears. If I use the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole with my full power, can I kill this person? While staring at Shantai, Su Ming sent his question to the Duke in the form of a thought. It depends on how much you've understood. If you understood a third of it, you can injure him. If you understood a 6/10 of it, you can injure him gravely. If you understood 8/10 of it, you can kill him. When Su Ming heard those words, a sparkle appeared in his eyes. I will use one move, and I will take your life. Shantai's voice had a ghastly quality to it as he lifted his right hand to form a seal before pointing forward. Immediately, the power of world planes around him surged forward to gather into a transparent board of light. It flashed, multiplying, and about 10 of those boards surrounded Su Ming from all directions. World plane slaughter. Shantai swung his arm forward, and some sort of law instantly filled those boards of light formed by the power of world planes. They charged towards Su Ming with a bang. But before they even closed in on him, he already sensed a mighty pressure that was incredibly difficult for him to withstand. The art of swallowing hollow shadows whole. Su Ming swiftly closed his eyes. He lifted his hands and struck a few parts on his body in succession. His right arm instantly withered away, with his left arm following suit. Then, his legs, his torso, and even his head mummified. Only Su Ming's eyes shone with a dark light at that instant. After flashing several times, the moment the boards of light squeezed down on him, Su Ming's body exploded into an endless amount of shards as if he was a person in a mirror shattering along with the mirror. These shards rushed outward with a loud noise. Bang, bang, bang. The boards of light crumbled upon touching the shards. Once the power of world planes contained within was absorbed by the shards, they appeared right before Shantai with an indescribable speed and pierced into his body. In the blink of an eye, all the shards entered Shantai's body. They then melted, and an incredibly shrill scream of pain left Shantai's lips. His memory was being rapidly devoured. His flesh and body were swiftly disappearing, and the power of world planes in his body was completely sucked away in the blink of an eye. Bang! Shantai's body fell apart. An endless amount of shards flew out from his body and gathered together nearby. Then, like a broken mirror being repaired, Su Ming regained his form. His body was originally in a withered state. At that moment, it swiftly swelled up, and once he returned to his original state, a wisp of presence that belonged to world planes came from his body. The art of swallowing hollow shadows whole. How powerful! Su Ming closed his eyes and allowed himself to feel the vast amount of qi in his body. The clear sensation of having grown even stronger felt addicting. Chapter 790. Being chased in the Western Ring. On Shantai's broken ship, there was a dozen-something cultivators in Earth Cultivation realm. Their faces were stark pale as they looked with a dumbfounded expressions on their faces. They had just witnessed Shantai's death. That unusual manner of death, and Su Ming, who had his eyes closed at the moment, became the most terrifying existences in their eyes. They did not dare move, let alone attempt to escape. Fate had turned her back on them, and they could no longer control their own fates. After a long while, Su Ming opened his eyes, and a brilliant light shone briefly within them. I also obtained this person's memories. Shantai. Su Ming remained in pensive silence for a moment before he lifted his right hand and seized the air. Immediately, a storage bag flew out from the area beneath him. Once he held it, he swept his other hand across it and brought out a blood-red pearl which he held between two of his fingers. That pearl shone with a piercing red light between Su Ming's fingers, as if it wanted to tell all those who could see it that Su Ming was the person wanted by the four great true worlds. The four great true worlds placed a bounty on my head, but they did not mention the reason they wanted me dead. With a world stone as a reward, they want me either dead or alive. Su Ming frowned while looking at the meteor. Two rays of red light immediately flew out, coming to float before Su Ming. They were the two other red pearls from the two deceased cultivators in Heaven Cultivation realm. Blood Identification Pearl. In Shantai's memories, almost all the cultivators in Heaven Cultivation realm and world paragons in most of the barren lands of divine essence have been given these pearls 100 years ago. They can use them to find me. By the looks of it, the four great true worlds placed a gigantic net over the entire barren lands of divine essence just to find me. Once I show up, I will be immediately discovered, even if I change my appearance. Su Ming lowered his head to look at the pearls in his hand, and a freezing light as well as killing intent appeared in his eyes. How did the four great true worlds create these pearls? They can actually locate me, but it's within expectations that they placed a bounty over my head. After all, the anomaly in Crimson Flame Planet was enough to make them look at this seriously. A cold sneer appeared at the corners of Su Ming's lips. Perhaps I can let you know how they managed to locate you. The Duke of Crimson Flame said. He appeared on the meteor, then arrived next to him with a single step. The bald man was incredibly big and tall. The wide and loose long robe on his body made him look like he possessed an incredibly curious temperament, while the totem on his bald head made him look daunting. He stood beside Su Ming and lifted his right hand to take one blood-red pearl. A dark light shone in his eyes. With a gentle squeeze, the blood pearl shattered. A layer of blood fog appeared. Several indistinct pictures slowly formed within it. Those pictures appeared in a fleeting manner, reflected in Su Ming's eyes. The first picture was a gigantic pit in Crimson Flame Planet, which was filled with blood. The second picture was an old man dressed in long gray robes. The sign of a crescent moon could be seen at the center of his brows like a third eye. There were several dozens of people exuding the presence of World Plane Realm standing behind him. Further back was a huge army that numbered to tens of thousands, and their numbers were so great that they connected the sky and earth. There was an old woman kneeling before the old man. It was Meilon. In the third picture, the old man in gray stood on a mountain. That mountain was the 9th summit Su Ming had created. Wind, sand, and stones moved about, as if time was flowing in reverse there. An endless number of afterimages were fleeting about. In the end, a single one became clear, and it was of Su Ming, who was sitting at the top of the mountain. In the fourth picture, the old man had his right palm pressed flat against the top of Mei Lan's head. The air behind her distorted, and Su Ming's body gradually took shape. The four pictures disappeared in the blink of an eye. The blood fog before Su Ming thinned out and scattered away. By searching through other people's memories about your appearance, determining your presence from the memories in the mountain, earth, and rivers, then gathering these two together, they were able to locate you. Besides, They also used a unique method to gather blood before they fused your presence and appearance within it, thereby creating these pearls. As long as you are within their area of perception, then no matter what appearance you take, you will be discovered. This is a method used by a person in Lunar Culpa realm. The anomaly in Crimson Flame Planet actually managed to make a person in Lunar Culpa realm take action. This must have shocked the four great true worlds. Haha, they aren't shocked by me escaping the seal, but by how I escaped it. It's especially frightening to them since you managed to break the seals of all the ferocious beasts in Crimson Flame Planet. Because of that, it is only natural that they will take you seriously. They aren't afraid of me, but of you breaking another seal in another cultivation planet. I moved the sealed region and left the planet all those years ago, and you hid yourself for 100 years, never coming out. That's why they hadn't managed to find any clues about you. But since you're out now, then with my understanding towards Lunar Culpa realm, this pearl is definitely not as simple as it might seem, just being able to identify someone. If my guess is correct, at this moment, in the galaxy where the four great true worlds keep watch, your presence has already been taken note of, and all the cultivators with these pearls in the area nearby should now know your location. The Duke of Crimson Flame said in a low voice. Su Ming stared at the pearl in his hand. After remaining silent for a moment, he let out a cold snort as killing intent filled his eyes. Don't take any chances. The four great true worlds don't care whether they get you alive or dead. They only want one answer. Even with just your corpse alone, they'll be able to determine your origins. The Duke of Crimson Flame said slowly. If they want to kill me, then they will have to pay a price. Su Ming turned around, and the vambrace as well as the rear brace instantly melted from his right arm to cover his entire body. At the same time, the bald crane flew out from the meteor, a clear sign that it had been summoned by Su Ming. Once it flew over, it crawled into his storage bag. At that moment, Su Ming's entire body was filled with flowing streams of crimson light, which gradually turned into a red coffin. There was a large amount of shining bumps on the coffin that were runic symbols. They let out an ancient presence. Let's go, Su Ming stated from the coffin. The Duke of Crimson Flame took a step forward before his body vanished. He turned into the totem on his head and etched himself on the coffin, filled it with a bizarre air. With a whoosh, the coffin changed its direction and charged into the galaxy in the distance. Su Ming, let me control the direction. We'll head into the depths of the barren lands of divine essence. There are plenty of primeval cultivation planets there, and also plenty of living creatures which you can choose for your clone. The Duke of Crimson Flame's voice reverberated in space before gradually dispersing. At that moment, when the dozen-something people on Shan Tai's ship saw Su Ming leaving into the distance, they all breathed sighs of relief. Their hearts trembled, and all of them felt that they had just survived a disaster. They were just about to cautiously control the ship and leave when a powerful presence suddenly descended this part of the galaxy. Rip! A crack was torn through the galaxy, and a person walked out from it instantly. That person was dressed like a savage. His hair was incredibly long, and his clothes were shabby, but there was an extremely powerful presence about the person. It's here. That person wanted by the four great true worlds sure runs fast. There was a blood-red pearl in the man's hands, and it was shining with a brilliant light. The instant Su Ming's presence had appeared upon him encountering Shan Tai, all the pearls held by the cultivators in Heaven Cultivation Realm or above started flashing with a brilliant blood-red light, no matter what their owners were doing and where they were, be it in the galaxy or on some cultivation planet. Right then, a clear will came from each of these pearls. This will was like a guide that could allow the people holding the blood identification pearls to sense Su Ming's location. Kill this person and put his soul into the blood identification pearl. You will be rewarded with 3 world stones. There was an ancient voice contained in that will. With the help of the blood-red pearl, it could be said that the voice echoed in the ears of all the cultivators within that small portion of the galaxy. They offered a world stone 100 years ago, and now, it's 3 of them. We can now kill this person. 3 world stones will be enough for me to use the power of world planes as I please several times, and I won't have to worry about the problem of restoring my cultivation base. This is a good deal. Being wanted by the forces of power that are suppressing the 4 great true worlds isn't rare, but this is the first time a bounty was offered over the past 10,000 years. I should join in the fun. The people on numerous cultivation planets began to burn with excitement due to the will in the blood-red pearls. Long arcs flew up and out to charge towards the spot where Su Ming was according to their senses. At the same time, One of the 19 radix planets floating in the galaxy were the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds keeping watch over the barren lands of divine essence started shining with a brilliant light. The light flickered, and in between varying degrees of brightness, it illuminated all directions. The ripples spreading out were sensed by all people from the 4 great true worlds keeping watch over. The person wanted by the 4 great true worlds, the source of the anomaly in Crimson Flame Planet, the person who has a high suspicion of being a member of the alien race, and who seems to possess a power that can break seals has appeared in the southeast region of Western Ring Nebula. With this sort of criminal, you should first try to capture him alive. If you can't, then kill him. A cold and emotionless voice reverberated in the galaxy, where the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds keeping watch over the barren lands of divine essence were. After a moment, a layer of ripples sliced through the galaxy. An ancient bronze sword about 100,000 feet long manifested in the air. There were thousands of armored warriors standing on it, while 3 people were sitting and meditating at the tip. At the same time this ancient bronze sword left into the distance, 7 other ancient bronze swords that were the same as the previous one appeared faintly and indistinctly. With loud whistles, they sliced through the barren galaxy in the direction Su Ming's presence was coming from. At that moment, long arcs filled the galaxy of Western Ring Nebula. Those long arcs were all heading in the same direction at full speed. There was even numerous transportation enchanted vessels filling the area. Not one of them was moving in a different direction than others. The red coffin Su Ming was using traveled forth in the galaxy. The runic symbols on the coffin shone, and a chilling killing intent was spreading out from within before circling around the area. Su Ming, there are 6 world Paragon presences around us, and 30-something of those that belong to cultivators in Heaven Cultivation realm chasing after us. These people are the closest to us. There are plenty more behind. The Duke of Crimson Flame said to Su Ming, passing the words into his mind. Su Ming remained silent for a moment, then asked coldly, "Where is the closest cultivation planet?" "It's about 6 hours away, going straight ahead." Chapter 791, Heavenly Treasure Planet. Heavenly Treasure Planet was a dull and lifeless cultivation planet in the southern east region of Western Ring Nebula within the barren lands of divine essence. Perhaps it had been a splendid planet in the past, and perhaps it had a glorious history, but it was now a barren place. Its surface was covered in uneven bumps caused by deep pits on the ground and desolate mountains. Anyone who saw that planet in the galaxy would be unable to help but feel like all things had gone still and silent in that planet. It was not round, either. Numerous shattered stones had come off of one half. These stones had been crumbling for ages, and it was still ongoing. All the cultivators who were not too far away from the planet would be able to see the shattered stones slowly falling apart until they became a part of the galaxy. This was a planet that was moving towards death, but even so, there were plenty of cultivators living on it. Most of these people came from families that had been living on the planet for generations, and they had become a part of this place. There were plenty of sealed regions in Heavenly Treasure Planet that locked away a large number of ferocious beasts. There was also a member of an alien race sealed deep in the depths of the planet. There was only one continent on the entire Heavenly Treasure Planet. The rest of the land were in pieces, islands scattered in various parts of the planet. Aside from those would be the star-shattering wind ocean that even an ordinary Lord of World Planes would be slightly wary of in the planet. It was an ocean that was formed by wind. It spread to all parts of the planet besides the continent and the islands. The biting feeling on skin as it blew past, and the sharp whistles as it moved turned into shrill moaning that could easily tear apart the body of a cultivator in Earth Cultivation realm, crushing them completely. This wind was unique to Heavenly Treasure Planet. It formed an ocean, and it also isolated that part of the planet. The people living on the land masses rarely got close to it. On this day, the sky was dark. Neither the sun nor the moon could be seen, but there was a hazy ray of light that shone on the ground. Around noon, when all the cultivators on Heavenly Treasure Planet were still immersed in their usual routine of meditating, a loud bang that sounded like thunder during spring suddenly shot up in the sky and reverberated in all directions. There was more than just one loud boom. They rang continuously, getting louder with each passing moment. The people were unable to ignore it, to not listen to it. They couldn't help themselves and lifted their heads up to look. A blood-red shooting star charged through the sky, heading straight for the ground. The cultivators on the planet could vaguely see that there was a gigantic red coffin in the shooting star. Runic symbols shone on its surface, a clear sign that it came from the galaxy by passing through the layer of wind at the highest point in the planet. And since it was traveling too quickly, as it descended, it scraped against the air, stirring up flames due to the friction. To anyone looking from the distance, it then looked like the coffin was on fire. Whoosh! The red coffin sliced through the air. A heinous aura of murderousness spread out from it, and its flames, its rapid speed, and its shade of crimson shocked all the cultivators in Heavenly Treasure Planet. But it did not land on the ground. Instead, it landed within the star-shattering wind ocean beyond the continent. What is that thing? It was too fast, and it came from the galaxy. Could it be some sort of treasure? What shocking speed, and the murderous aura about it is so thick. Even being far from it, I feel apprehensive just by looking at it. That's definitely an incredibly strong warrior. That thing came with great force. It's a pity that it landed in star-shattering wind ocean, or else I'd definitely go and check it out. The cultivators within Heavenly Treasure Planet buzzed with discussion. Something like this was not something they normally saw, and their hearts filled with shock. Boom! A muffled booming sound came from the distance, the star-shattering wind ocean, and swept through like a violent gust of wind. As it echoed in the air, a wave of air tumbled past. If anyone from the sky looked at the ground at that moment, they would be able to see a ring-shaped ripple sweeping outwards from the area where the red coffin had descended within star-shattering wind ocean. Wherever those ripples passed through, booming sounds would ring without stop. It was at this moment that the blood identification pearls, which were given by the forces of power from the four great true worlds keeping a lookout over the place to all the cultivators within Heavenly Treasure Planet who had reached Heaven Cultivation Realm or above, started flickering with an intense blood-red light. All of these pearls were guiding them towards the star-shattering wind ocean. The Lords of World Planes staying in Heavenly Treasure Planet spotted changes in their expressions, and they looked simultaneously towards star-shattering wind ocean. The blood identification pearl has started shining. This is the sign that the person wanted by the four great true worlds has appeared. Superior grade world stones? With my power, perhaps it'll be difficult for me to succeed in killing this person, but if I take advantage of the confusion when everyone tries to kill him, I might have a chance. This is a chance that only appears once in a blue moon. As the blood identification pearls shone, all the cultivators who knew about this matter in Heavenly Treasure Planet became excited. Long arcs from all parts of the continent and islands rose from into the air and flew towards the spot where the booming sounds were coming from in star-shattering wind ocean. At the center of the ring-shaped ripple that was spreading in all directions was a red coffin, a small half of it buried in the ground at the bottom of the boundless wind ocean. There was a layer of cracks on the land, and they spanned the area of tens of thousands of feet. An endless amount of violent gusts blew in the area, like sharp blades that were continuously slicing the coffin. It felt like the booming would never end. There are 4 world paragons and 17 cultivators in Heaven Cultivation Realm in this planet. If we add together those who are rushing here from the galaxy, Su Ming, you will only have more opponents, and you will be swathed in quite the considerable amount of trouble. What are you planning? The Duke of Crimson Flames said, his voice sounding within the red coffin that was surrounded by an endless amount of wind blades. I'll kill them, Su Ming answered flatly. His voice was calm, but the murderous tone in that calm voice made the Duke secretly apprehensive. I'll kill until no one dares to chase after me. I'll kill until the sky and earth become dark with blood. I'll kill until rivers of blood flow. I will dye the sky in autumn, and this will be the beginning of me creating the color of autumn. While Su Ming spoke, the red coffin began visibly melting. After a moment, Su Ming walked out, dressed in his white robe. The wind blades surrounded him immediately. An endless amount of them crashed into his body, but they let out a sound as if they had rammed into steel. Su Ming took a few steps backwards, completely uninjured. This place is incredibly suited to refine my physical body. The wind is already so sharp at the periphery. If I get close to the center of this ocean of wind, then the wind blades will become even more swift and fierce. Su Ming lifted his right hand and pushed his palm flat against the red coffin by his side. It immediately melted and turned into red liquid that covered Su Ming's right arm and turned into the vambrace as well as the rear brace. The part where the word guard was carved upon on the rear brace was now covered by the Duke of Crimson Flame's totem. When Su Ming lifted his head to look at the sky, his white robe gradually changed color. When it turned red, The gray-haired Su Ming looked as if he was filled with a heinous aura of murderousness. It was at this moment that the long arcs from the continent arrived. They totaled to 9, and one of them was a world paragon. All the others were cultivators in Heaven Cultivation realm. Their cave abodes were nearby, which was why they had managed to get here before anyone else. The cultivation bases of these 9 people exploded forth, and without any hesitation, they stepped off the edge of the continent and entered the star-shattering wind ocean. Those in Earth Cultivation realm would be unable to handle the wind blades for long, but a short while was not a problem. Almost at the instant these 9 people arrived, dark light covered the red-robed and gray-haired Su Ming's face, and a black mask emerged from his flesh, as if it grew on him. When the mask appeared, it was as if warmth would no longer exist in Su Ming's body. He felt as if he was an eternal block of ice. He no longer had any ability to love and knew no pain. There was only a calm, harsh, biting presence to him. The color of autumn, he muttered under his breath. Whoosh. In the ocean of wind several thousands of feet before Su Ming, a cultivator at the peak of Heaven Cultivation realm appeared. He had a screen of light that blocked the wind blades from crashing into him. He saw Su Ming at first glance, and wild delight immediately appeared in his eyes. I found him. He's here. That cultivator was a middle-aged man. His eyes sparkled. He did not move forward as he shouted, but instead retreated slightly. Clearly, he was waiting for the others to arrive so that they could attack together. After all, even though Su Ming looked like he was just in Earth Cultivation realm, but the way he descended into Heavenly Treasure Planet just now was shocking and terrifying. The man was ecstatic that he found Su Ming, but at the same time, he was also wary. Yet when he thought that they had greater numbers of their side, that wariness became so faint that it was barely noticeable. Almost at the instant the man in Heaven Cultivation realm said his piece, 3 long arcs charged forth from the direction behind him. They turned into 3 people who were also in Heaven Cultivation realm. Once they appeared, they instantly saw Su Ming, who was standing in the ocean of wind thousands of feet away from them. There was also the presence of a Lord of World planes coming swiftly from behind them. By the looks of it, its owner would be able to arrive in a few breaths' time. Let's attack, all 4 of us, together. No matter how strong he is, it's impossible for him to kill all 4 of us instantly. The World Paragon is almost here as well. The 4 of them cast a glance at each other. Then, as their cultivation bases erupted from their bodies, they turned into 4 long arcs that charged towards Su Ming. To these 4 people, the distance of thousands of feet was nothing. They could close it in a blink of an eye. Once the 4 were less than a few hundred feet away from Su Ming, he lifted his head and stomped on the ground with his right foot. Boom. The area hundreds of thousands of feet around the red coffin had suffered large-scale damage when it descended. At that moment, when Su Ming stomped on the ground, the hundreds of thousands of feet of land instantly collapsed to turn into an endless amount of dirt and shattered stone that erupted in the sky. Su Ming vanished at that instant. He's gone. What speed? No good. The expressions of the 4 people suddenly changed drastically. The wind blades were blowing about in the area. Dirt and shattered stones filled the air, and Su Ming, which they had locked onto, had disappeared. This made the 4 people's hearts let out a thump, and at that instant, shrill screams of pain reverberated in the air. They came from the middle-aged man who was the first to discover Su Ming. At that moment, his head and body were separated. Su Ming swept his right hand across his body at that moment, and with his physical power, he crushed the man's defenses straight away. Then the power in his right hand sliced through the man's neck like a blade. Blood gushed into the air, and the other 3 people's expressions changed. Su Ming moved in an aloof manner and turned into a long arc that crashed into another person. As he was closing in, his target let out an enraged howl. His divine ability turned into a ray of light on his hands, and he attacked Su Ming after throwing all caution to the wind. However, his attacks could not stop Su Ming for even a single moment. Once Su Ming rammed into his body, the man's flesh and blood splattered everywhere with a bang. The other 2 people were filled with shock. They retreated without any hesitation. Right then, the World Paragon's presence closed in, and a low shout traveled forth. If I kill you, I'll be able to get 3 world stones. This deal is worth it. Remember this, the person who will kill you is Mo Ong. Chapter 792. The person who killed you is Mo Su. At the instant that low and dark voice spoke, the 2 retreating cultivators in Heaven Cultivation realm let out a huge sigh of relief. They continued to retreat, though. When they looked at Su Ming, their hearts were still pounding in fear. After all, in the short span of 2 breaths, 2 of the 4 of them had died. This filled them with trepidation, and a great wave of terror and wariness towards Su Ming rose within them. His speed as well as his physical strength especially left a deep impression in their minds. Boom. Once that dark voice spoke and the ocean of wind blew past, a crack appeared in the air, and a short old man stepped out. He was dressed in a long navy blue robe, and his skin was wrinkled with age. His pupils were not like those of an average person, but were vertical, giving him a bizarre and ghastly air. At the instant he walked out, he swung his arm forward, and a layer of green mist instantly spread out with a bang. When it charged towards Su Ming, it turned into a gigantic green arm that tried to seize him. At the same time, several figures swiftly appeared in the ocean of wind around them. There were 4 of them, and they were men and women in Heaven Cultivation realm, including the previous 2 who had died and the old man. This group of people were the first batch of locals to arrive here. This person is wanted by the forces of the 4 great true worlds keeping a lookout over this place. He must have escaped all the way here and must have a lot of pursuers on his tail. Let's attack together and kill him swiftly. That's right. If we drag this out, there might be trouble. Once others arrive, the rewards that Sir Moong should get will be divided. Attack and kill him. When the 6 cultivators in Heaven Cultivation realm saw the World Paragon taking action, they swiftly rushed towards Su Ming. The 2 who had retreated because they had been intimidated had regained their confidence during that moment as well and closed in on Su Ming. You're not worthy of the family name, Mo. Su Ming's gaze was icy cold. The instant the huge green hand that was the fog approached him, he lifted his right hand, and the vambrace as well as the rear brace immediately melted. A red long spear manifested in his hand, and once Su Ming grabbed it, he threw it at the incoming hand. Boom! The huge green hand crumbled. As the long spear let out a buzzing sound, it seeped through the fog like a blood-red dragon, then swiftly dissolved on its own in front of the old man's face, turning into a blood rain that went charging at his face. The short old man's face darkened, and with a cold harumph, he took a few steps backwards, then spun twice on the balls of his feet. A whirlwind instantly swirled around him, turning into a typhoon that was thousands of feet big. It went swept outwards. Bang! 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 The ocean of wind trembled, and the air shivered. The blood rain crashed into the typhoon, and it swirled around in the air, swept up by wind. From the distance, the typhoon looked as if it had been dyed in red. Then, a sudden shrill scream of pain came from close by. One of the 6 cultivators in Heaven Cultivation realm sported a hole at the center of his brows at that moment. Su Ming turned around in front of him, then pulled his finger back before he disappeared. Fourth, he only left behind an aloof voice that spread through the area. An enraged roar came from the typhoon, and the short old man shot out like a bolt of lightning. He might have blocked the blood-red spear's attack, but just that single moment of delay had been enough for one of the Heaven Cultivation realm cultivators who followed him to this place to die. This enraged the old man. Once he charged out, he sped towards Su Ming at full speed. However, Su Ming didn't want to fight against him. A lord of world planes that could execute the power of world planes at any time he liked was naturally much harder to kill compared to cultivators in Heaven Cultivation realm. The latter might be powerful, but for Su Ming, who could resist all divine abilities cast by those in Heaven Cultivation realm with his physical body, as long as he utilized his arts, they posed little trouble. Even though he was not unbeatable for those who were in Heaven Cultivation realm, there were very few of them who would be on equal footing with him. Fifth, booming sounds shook the sky. When Su Ming spoke flatly, another Heaven Cultivation realm cultivator collapsed, with confusion in his eyes. Before he died, he had thrown all his divine abilities at Su Ming's body, but that hadn't stopped this person in the slightest. Sixth, seventh, banging sounds continued ringing without stop, fusing with the old man's furious roars and the shrill cries of the Heaven Cultivation realm cultivators before they died. The 2 remaining cultivators in that realm were a man and a woman. At that moment, their faces were stark pale, and there was great terror in their eyes. They had just seen their companions die one after another, and that person, the wanted criminal in a long red robe and a black mask, was aloof and emotionless. All the divine abilities that had struck him had been unable to damage him even a single bit. It was as if he did not know pain, as if his body could withstand all forms of power trying to destroy him. They might not break down because of this, but they were in such a state of shock that they no longer had any will to fight. Instead, they dashed backwards, intending to leave, but before they could move far, a gust of wind filled with a bloody stench crashed into their faces. A bloody hole appeared at the center of each of their brows, as if something had stung them. Ninth. Soon after, when Su Ming's voice reverberated in the air, the two people turned into puddles of blood. The first was Shantai. You are the 10th. Su Ming turned around and looked at the old Moong, who was incredibly livid but could not do anything about it. He simply could not catch up. The old Moong might look angered, but in truth, he was incredibly calm in his heart. When Su Ming killed the 5th cultivator in Heaven Cultivation realm, he had already made the decision to no longer try and obtain the reward of the world stones alone. Shantai? That is a world paragon that moves about in the area not too far from this place, and he travels without other world paragons. Judging by this person's words, could it be that Shantai died at his hands? This person is a wanted criminal by the 4 great true worlds, so it's only natural that he is strong in certain areas. He has a physical body that can resist the power of those in Heaven Cultivation realm, and he's obviously still holding back. When he noticed me, he did not panic or try to flee. Clearly, in his mind, even a world paragon is not enough to pose much of a threat to him. If I want to kill this person, I'll have to wait for others to arrive before trying anything. It'll be much safer to kill him with the others. After all, even though world stones are priceless treasures, they're still not worth my life. The old Moang's face was dark and livid. He stared at Su Ming, then lifted his right hand, and green fog slowly gathered, surrounding his right hand. During that instant, whistling sounds suddenly came from the distance. A dozen-something figures could be seen rushing over. The two people in the lead were clearly world paragons. When they sliced through the air, they stirred up a large amount of distorted ripples, causing the wind in the outer layer of the ocean of wind to tumble backwards. 3 world paragons and 10 cultivators in Heaven Cultivation realm. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Almost the moment these people came closer, he took a step back. When he lifted his right hand, blood rain gathered close by and turned into the long blood-red spear in his hand. Once Su Ming held it, he charged towards the depths of the ocean of wind. Leaving already? Killing intent shone in old Moang's eyes. The green fog in his right hand exploded with a bang, sweeping outwards before turning into a 9-headed giant turtle. It had 9 heads, and its body was tens of thousands of feet in size. Once it manifested, it charged towards Su Ming. Brother Mo, stop him. We'll reach you immediately. If we kill this person, we'll discuss how we'll divine the rewards. After all, we all belong to Heavenly Treasure Planet. Since this person appeared here, then it must be heavens granting us a serendipity. Use your full power. Don't worry about using up your power of world planes. I've received news that there are a large number of cultivators from Western Ring Nebula heading swiftly to this place. We have to get the reward before them. When Moong attacked, the 2 world paragons from Heavenly Treasure Planet charging to this place from the distance immediately let out mighty booming voices. These might look calm, but their hearts were filled with excitement. In their eyes, if 3 world paragons attacked at the same time, it was impossible for them to not succeed in killing their target. Besides, they still had another world paragon in Heavenly Treasure Planet. Since he was in isolation, he could not immediately come to this place, but before long, he would definitely notice the change and come over using his senses as a guide. At that time, once the 4 world paragons in Heavenly Treasure Planet killed the wanted criminal by the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds keeping a lookout over this place, they could also intimidate the powerful warriors that came from the world beyond. It was a great plan, but they had to kill Su Ming first. Booms echoed in the air. The moment the giant 9-headed turtle charged forward with a furious howl, it froze in a bizarre manner. Then, its gigantic body started moving backwards, as if time started flowing backwards for it. In no time, the turtle turned back into wisps of green smoke and dissipated in the air. At the instant this bizarre sight appeared, Moang's eyes went wide, and he sucked in a sharp breath. Time control. Moang's heart trembled, and he immediately retreated. He could feel his skin crawl. Unbidden, an ancient memory surfaced in his head. He had once seen a person who could control time as well. When he had executed that divine ability, he could make all the people in his area of effect instantly become old and turn into ashes. Almost at the instant he moved back, Su Ming's right arm withered, along with his left arm, legs, and the rest of his body. All of them shriveled up, and his body shattered into a countless number of shards like a mirror. With a whooshing sound, those shards charged towards Moong. At that moment, the crowd in the distant sky was already less than 10,000 feet away from the battleground. They would be able to reach it in the span of a breath, especially the two world paragons. With a single step, their bodies would charge towards this place so quickly that they would look as if they had just warped. If this place was not star-shattering wind ocean where they could not warp, then the two would have already arrived. Moong's pupils shrank as he saw Su Ming's body bizarrely turning into shards. This scene filled his heart with apprehension, and a strong sense of danger rose up. No, something's not right. At the instant he retreated, the power of world planes in his body burst forth with a bang. The power of world planes was like a gelatinous substance. Once it spread outwards from his body, a large amount of runic symbols immediately formed in front of him. Shatter! Moong roared. The runic symbols around him spun in circles. A wave of power that belonged to a law descended on the world, and booming sounds spread out towards the shards that were Su Ming. The person who killed you is Mo Su, an aloof voice stated, reverberating in the air. At the instant the two world paragons from Heavenly Treasure Planet arrived, and Moong roared. The shards that were Su Ming phased through the power of world planes and the crumbling runic symbol, shooting straight into Moong's body. Those shards pierced his skin and swiftly melted and seeped into him. Moong let out a shrill scream of pain. His memories were being swiftly devoured, and his flesh as well as his blood were rapidly disappearing. All the power of world planes in his body was completely sucked away. Boom! Moong's body exploded, and a large amount of shards flew out to gather together in the sky in the shape of Su Ming's withered body. In an instant, he recovered, and an even more distinct presence of world plane realms spread out from his body. Chapter 793, Eye of the Typhoon. Moong died. The instant old Moong's body exploded, the two world paragons from Heavenly Treasure Planet reached the place and were shocked by their companion's bizarre death. To them, the scene just now was incredibly shocking and terrifying. Moong was at the same level of cultivation as they. His bizarre manner of death caused their hearts to let out a thump, and the two people could not help but slow down. Su Ming turned around and looked at the two world paragons. His black mask and cold gaze might not usually bring about too much intimidation to others, but if he killed a lord of world planes, then he would immediately give off a chilling and bloodthirsty feeling. Su Ming looked at the incoming world paragons, then waved his arm. He turned into a long arc and gradually faded away into the ocean of wind, disappearing. The two incoming world paragons from Heavenly Treasure Planet looked at each other, and they saw the grave look in the other's eyes. The two did not immediately stop Su Ming from leaving. His gaze before he left might have looked calm, but in truth, there was a cold, killing intent contained within it, and the meaning behind that gaze was very clear. Whoever comes after me, dies. This was incredibly clear. Not only did the two sense it, the cultivators in Heaven Cultivation realm who were rushing to the place at that moment also sported changes in their expressions. Clearly, Moong's death and Su Ming's gaze before he left brought an incredible amount of pressure to them. Moong and 8 cultivators in Heaven Cultivation realm died. We might not have arrived in time, but even if it was me, while I might have been able to kill 8 cultivators in Heaven Cultivation realm during the span of time in a little more time than what it takes for an incense stick to burn, but I couldn't have killed Moong in a short while. The ocean of wind around them blew fiercely, but it could not blow away the grave atmosphere. The two world paragons from Heavenly Treasure Planet fell silent. This person has a lot of tricks up his sleeve, but there must be a limit to them, or else he would not have chosen to leave. That's right. If he truly possessed power that could suppress us, then he would have chosen to attack us just now. He's at the end of his tether. That action just now was intentional. His goal was to intimidate us so that we would not dare to chase him down and attack. The more he tries to intimidate us, the more likely it is that he doesn't want us to attack him, and the more it shows that he is just putting up a strong front. A glint appeared in the eyes of the two world paragons from Heavenly Treasure Planet as they remained in the ocean of wind. Let's chase him. When we catch up, we won't let him have any chance to attack. We'll immediately activate the divine abilities of World Plane Realm, and we'll definitely be able to gravely injure him or kill him. Whoosh! The two world paragons from Heavenly Treasure Planet turned into 2 long arcs and rushed swiftly in the direction Su Ming had left. The Heaven Cultivation Realm cultivators behind had obtained their instructions when the two sent their thoughts to them. After a moment of hesitation, a grim look appeared in their eyes. With their bodies producing loud whistling sounds as they moved through the air, they followed behind the two world paragons and rushed deeper into the ocean of wind. As the people chased after Su Ming, he moved like a bolt of lightning through the ocean of wind. Banging sounds rang out when wind hit his body, and the deeper he flew into the ocean, the sharper the wind blades became. Su Ming remained calm as his eyes sparkled. He grew faster. He was indeed unable to fight against the two world paragons at the same time, but if he made use of the environment in this place, it wouldn't be impossible for him to fight against them. The pursuers from outside should be here soon. As Su Ming charged forward, he lifted his head and cast a glance at the sky above his head. It might look as if the darkness stretched endlessly and he could see no stars, but if he made his judgments based on the time that had passed, the pursuers should be here soon. Su Ming, not only are those pursuers from the galaxy about to be here, the forces of power from the four great true worlds are about to arrive as well. Just what are you planning? If you don't leave soon but stay here for a prolonged period of time, it'll be incredibly dangerous for you. The Duke of Crimson Flame's voice reverberated in Su Ming's mind at that moment. I had thought to use this place to build my reputation and even break the seal to free the Great Paragon, which would attract the people's attention and allow me to avoid being chased down. Su Ming answered the Duke of Crimson Flame's question while charging forward. Oh, then what about now? Now, I've discovered some very interesting things in Moang's memories. I've changed my plans. Once I've verified the truth of that matter, then I'll try to absorb enough power of world planes here to have my physical body possess enough strength to become a lord of world planes. Since they came here to kill me, then I might as well take a huge risk. A freezing glare appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and he spoke slowly. The Duke of Crimson Flame remained silent for a moment before he suddenly said, I don't know what you've discovered, but your actions are incredibly risky. You will die at the slightest mistake. But since you've decided to do something extremely absurd, then I'll help you. I've checked just now. The consciousness of the cultivator at the same realm as I was has already disappeared. He lost himself during the endless years that have passed and has died. But even though he died, some of his Kalpa essence has gathered together. Give me enough time, and if you can loosen the seal, I'll be able to detonate his Kalpa essence and make this planet explode. How confident are you in doing this? Su Ming immediately asked. More than 5/10. The Duke of Crimson Flame answered flatly. A freezing glare shone fleetingly in Su Ming's eyes. He did not speak, but as he charged through the depths of the ocean of wind, his speed increased. While the wind crashed into his body, the two world paragons from Heavenly Treasure Planet kept on chasing after him. Something's off. Judging by the direction he's going, he wants to rush into the depths of star-shattering wind ocean. Even for us, it'll be difficult to resist the wind there, and we'll become slower. Just what does he want to do? I'm not worried about this, but about the eye of the Typhoon in the depths of star-shattering wind ocean is different. We as the world paragons here know about its existence. It's a natural relocation hole, and once anyone steps in there, they'll be moved instantaneously into a random spot in Western Ring Nebula. If he steps into the relocation hole, it's impossible for him to know about this. The mystery of the eye of the Typhoon is something that the four of us discovered together 1,000-something years ago. Those cultivators in Heaven Cultivation Realm know nothing about it, much less an outsider. Let's hope that's the case. As they continued chasing after Su Ming while speaking to each other via thoughts, the gusts of wind Su Ming had to face became stronger. The wind blades cut through his body as they charged by, and sharp stabs of pain traveled down him. However, not only did Su Ming have a strong physical body, he also had the sacred constellation robe, Han Mountain Bell, as well as the 5-direction seal protecting him. That was why while the gusts of wind caused him pain, his speed did not reduce even in the slightest. Besides this, there was also an important reason as to why Su Ming could travel so freely. He was the Wind Berserker. I am the Wind Berserker. I obtained the Wind Berserker's legacy. I could not see through the Wind Berserker's level of cultivation in the past based on the virtual image he left behind. Now that I think back on it, he was clearly at the pinnacle of the Lord of World Planes, and what he had come to understand was wind. I obtained the wind's legacy and understood the change in wind, so it's much easier for me to move about in the ocean of wind compared to other people. It's a pity that I'm in a hurry, because if I could train for a long period of time here, then my understanding towards wind would definitely increase. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He looked into the depths of the ocean of wind, and Mo Ang's memories appeared in his mind. There is an eye of a typhoon in the depths, and that place is a natural relocation hole. As long as I can resist the power of the ocean of wind and step into the eye of the typhoon, then I would be sent into a random spot within Western Ring Nebula. If this is true, then I will be able to play big against all of the people here in Heavenly Treasure Planet. Su Ming laughed coldly. After charging forward for a little while longer, he headed into the core of the ocean of wind. The wind's howls were deafening here. He could only hear an endless amount of booming sounds reverberating ceaselessly. It was difficult for Su Ming to maintain his speed in this place, and he could not help but slow down. However, he still had to continue circulating all his cultivation throughout his body. If he relaxed for even a single moment, then he would be swept away by the wind in this place. What powerful wind! Even with my physical body and all my skills, it's still so difficult for me to move forward. If I could use the power of wind here for a divine ability, then that divine ability would become incredibly strong. Su Ming stopped moving for a moment and did not continue onward. Instead, he spread his Atman outwards and covered the entire area. His Atman instantly showed signs of shattering in the wind. However, since Su Ming was not too far away from it to begin with, that was why, several breaths before his Atman disappeared, he noticed a gigantic typhoon that was invisible to the naked eye floating 10,000 feet in the endless ocean of wind before him. The typhoon was several hundreds of feet in size. Wind was continuously blowing out of its center, and when it blew out, the ripples of relocation could even be felt in the wind that blew out. Is this the mysterious place you mentioned just now? It's an eye of a typhoon that serves as a natural relocation hole. This place is incredibly averse to divine senses. This close, people can somewhat sense it, but if they were far away, then it would be very difficult to discover such a thing. I didn't look into this place, but if you had told me earlier, then I would have been able to find some hints about it if looking for it intentionally. You then wouldn't have needed to spend so much effort in investigating it yourself. You still don't trust me completely, the Duke of Crimson Flame said in Su Ming's mind. Su Ming did not answer. When it came to things that concerned his life, he preferred to personally make certain of things. Only then would he be completely at ease. He did not want to rely on others in this sort of matter. At that moment, once Su Ming was certain that there was indeed a relocation hole in this place, killing intent shone in his eyes. Without any hesitation, he retreated swiftly, and as he moved along with the wind, his body moved faster than before when he charged towards the group of Heaven Treasure Planet residents that had been on his tail. The Will of Autumn starts now. Su Ming was practically moving like a flash of light. He charged forward like a sword that was about to be drawn out of its scabbard. Before long, the two world paragons from Heavenly Treasure Planet became the first to appear in the ocean of wind before Su Ming. He's here. How dare he turn back and fight against the two of us? He's just asking for death. We don't have much time. Attack at full force. Execute the arts of World Plane Realm and kill this person. The eyes of the two world paragons from Heavenly Treasure Planet shone. Right then, they had the presence of World Plane Realm erupt forth from their bodies without any hesitation. That presence turned into a windstorm that swept through the ground. It crashed into the ocean of wind, and the mighty power of world planes forced the ocean of wind to tumble backwards with a bang. Chapter 794, Eradication. Bang. The windstorm formed by the power of world planes swept outwards in all directions and instantly covered the area around the spot where the two world paragons had located Su Ming. The two of them were confident that as long as they worked together and used the power of world planes, then no matter how fast their opponent was, once the windstorm reached him, he would be enveloped by their power. This was only them activating their power of world planes in its initial stage. As long as they could sweep Su Ming in it, then the only thing that would await him would be a destructive force formed by series of laws using the power of world planes. The ocean of wind around the area trembled because of that power and spread in all directions. But at the instant the wind spread out, Su Ming, who had been located by the world paragons from Heavenly Treasure Planet, disappeared. As the power of world planes spread out, Su Ming looked as if he had disappeared from within the area of those thousands of feet. The two world paragons had no idea where he had left. At the instant they were momentarily stunned by it. A shrill scream of pain came from the distance. Not good. The world paragons' faces instantly changed. They were familiar with the person who had screamed. He was one of the cultivators in Heaven Cultivation realm who had followed behind them. Su Ming released his grip from the neck of a young man in blue robes some 200,000 feet behind the two world paragons. That young man's originally handsome face was twisted at that moment, and he was no longer in human shape. He was as thin as a skeleton, as all his blood, flesh, essence, and even his life force had been sucked away by Su Ming. I can't use my powers to shift often, since I can't recover that power. I'll be using my origin essence to relocate you, and I'll use up even more of it if it's long distance. The Duke of Crimson Flame's calm voice traveled into Su Ming's mind. During the instant the two world paragons from Heavenly Treasure Planet had used their power of world planes just then, Su Ming had borrowed the Duke of Crimson Flame's divine ability and moved away from that place. He had leaped past tens of thousands of feet and landed where he was now. He could not warp in the ocean of wind, but there was no problem for the execution of the art to shift, which was only available for those in plain Kalpa realm. Su Ming did not speak. He only moved. As killing intent filled his eyes, he charged forward and closed in on another cultivator in Heaven Cultivation realm. Shrill screams of pain continued ringing the air. The expressions of the two world paragons in Heavenly Treasure Planet turned dark. They retreated swiftly and charged towards in the direction from which the screams of pain were coming. However, before they could fly even 10,000 feet outwards, two screams of pain that seemed to have rang out at the same time came from their left and right. If they made their judgment based on the voices coming from the two directions, the two people should be 10,000-something feet away from each other. Damn it, he has a clone, or else he wouldn't be able to do this, killing two people that are 10,000-something feet away from each other at the same time. Even if he knows how to shift, he wouldn't be able to do this. Two directions, one with his clone, and the other with his real self. We have to part ways. I won't believe that he can kill two people who are 10,000-something feet away from each other with us being incapable of saving them. We'll be able to tell which is the clone when we use the power of world planes. If you find his real self, immediately send word, and I will rush over swiftly, and vice versa. The two world paragons from Heavenly Treasure Planet split ways once they sent their thoughts to each other. One of them went to the left, and the other to the right, and both headed to spots from which the screams of pain had come from. The one who flew to the left was an old man. There was anger on his face, but he was incredibly cautious. Mo Aang's bizarre manner of death still remained in his mind. As he charged forward, he saw Su Ming in the ocean of wind within the span of a few breaths. At the instant the old man saw him, his power of world planes erupted with a bang from his entire body. It formed a windstorm that swept through the area. Right then, the other world paragon suddenly sent a low shout from 10,000-something feet away. This is where his real self is. Make haste here. When the old man heard that shout, his pupils shrank, because when his power of world planes erupted from his body, it swiftly enveloped Su Ming, who was just about to leave. The old man sensed the clear feeling of chi and blood leaving Su Ming's body the moment he was enveloped by the power of world planes. That feeling and presence meant that this person was definitely not a clone, but his real self. What a sly person. I don't know what method he used to make people think that the 10,000-something feet away is the real self, but in truth, this is the one that is real. The ocean of wind filled the area, and the old man's field of vision was blocked. Even his divine sense was weakened. However, with his power of world planes, he was certain that his senses would not be wrong. This is his real self. Make haste here, the old man shouted out lightly. He charged forward, and killing intent shone in his eyes. At the instant he was about to chase after Su Ming, a shrill scream of pain suddenly came from 10,000-something feet away. There was an indescribable terror in that scream, as if that person had seen something unbelievable before his death. That voice even made the old man shudder violently. Shock appeared on his face, because that voice did not belong to anyone else but his companion, the other world paragon from Heavenly Treasure Planet. This is... A bang rang out in the old man's heart. That scream of pain was abruptly silenced. A ripple signifying death came from 10,000-something feet away, and it could only mean that his companion had died. Could it be that the person there was his real self? At the instant a wave of terror born from the heart rose in the old man's body. The Su Ming in the area which he could sense with the power of his world plane stopped moving and no longer fled. Instead, he turned around and looked at the old man coldly. At the instant the two people's gazes met, the old man immediately saw Su Ming's body turn into an endless amount of shards, and they let out a sharp, shrill whistle as they charged towards him through the area of perception of his power of world planes. Just what is going on? Which one is his real self? Damn it, break. The old man took a few steps backwards. At that instant, as terror filled his entire body, he no longer thought about the expenditure of his power of world planes. A blue wave of impact erupted from his body and tumbled outwards. An innumerable amount of shadows manifested within that blue wave. Those shadows let out enraged roars. From the distance, they looked like an army of millions, and their presence was so great that they could shock even the heavens. Yet at the moment the old man's mind was in shock due to his companion's death, his heart was filled with terror because he could not discern just which Su Ming was the real one, and he activated his divine ability which he obtained in World Plane Realm. He felt a sharp stab of pain at the center of his brows. That feeling of pain went into his heart and soul, and a black spot appeared at the center of his brows, as if he had been stung. That pain surged into his mind and turned into an endless amount of booming sounds. It made the old man shudder and let out a scream of pain. Right then, his body started visibly melting at a rapid pace. His nascent divinity flew out due to this sudden turn of events, but before he could see his surroundings clearly, the innumerable shards that were Su Ming crashed into the wave of impact from the old man's power of world planes. Amid the booming sounds, several shards shot through, and with a speed akin to a bolt of lightning, they stabbed the old man's nascent divinity. As those shards melted, the old man's nascent divinity shattered and turned into a countless glittering lights that scattered all over the place before they gathered into shards. Then, those shards gathered together. As they shone, Su Ming's body manifested in the air. His face was pale, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. However, the power of world planes was incredibly thick in his body at that moment, and he gave others the feeling of a lord of world planes at first glance. The wave of impact from world planes. I still face a considerable amount of difficulty in killing a world paragon who executes the power of world planes. Su Ming wiped off the blood at the corners of his lips. He had been injured upon his attempt to kill the other, and this had been after he had made this setup. Otherwise, it would have been even more difficult for him to confront him. However, the more power of world planes I absorb, the stronger my art of swallowing hollow shadows will become. When Su Ming lifted his head, a person walked out from the ocean of wind before him. That person's appearance was the exact same as Su Ming's. However, when he approached, his body began changing swiftly. By the time he came to stop in front of Su Ming, that person had already turned into the Duke of Crimson Flame. The bald crane was standing smugly on his shoulder. There are 2 cultivators from Heaven Cultivation Realm remaining. Since they dared chase after me, then they must be prepared to give up their lives. Su Ming stepped into the ocean of wind. The Duke of Crimson Flame and the bald crane turned into 2 flowing streams of light and disappeared into Su Ming's body. After a moment, an incredibly wretched scream came from within the ocean of wind. Located 10,000 feet away was the only cultivator of Heaven Cultivation Realm that had come for this venture. The middle-aged man's face was stark pale, and his heart was filled with terror. Demon, evil spirit, he's not a human. The heart of the middle-aged cultivator in Heaven Cultivation Realm trembled. He gritted his teeth and fled in a frenzy. He had witnessed with his own eyes his companions dying one by one, and the scream of pain from the world paragons had brought his terror to its peak. At that moment, he no longer had any other thoughts in his mind besides fleeing. As he fled as if he had gone mad, loud booming came from the dark sky over Heavenly Treasure Planet. Along with those booms, a shrill whistle sliced through the sky. Soon after, 1, 2, 3, several dozens, several hundreds of long arcs appeared high above. Even the weakest among those hundreds of long arcs was at the initial stage of Heaven Cultivation Realm. There were even several dozens of those that exuded a powerful presence of World Plane Realm. They were naturally the first batch of pursuers that had sensed Su Ming from the galaxy and had chased after him. For the rewards offered by the 4 great true worlds, they could slaughter everything. As for the cultivators in Heaven Cultivation Realm, in their eyes, even though their chances were slim because there were world paragons around, their numbers were many. Clearly, they were not in too much danger, and that wanted criminal would definitely die. There was no possible way that he could survive. If that was the case, they would be in no danger, which was why they had naturally chased after Su Ming. Perhaps one of them would be lucky enough to have a sliver of a chance to run into the enemy, and from that, they would be able to obtain a serendipity. The reaction from the pearl is incredibly powerful. He's in the ocean of wind. He's in that place filled with wind. He's right there. I can sense the wanted criminal's existence. Haha. Don't any of you try to snatch him from my hands. His life is mine. Humph. There's no certainty as to who will obtain that reward. Hundreds of long arcs charged into star-shattering wind ocean. Slicing through the air, they swiftly reached the place. The middle-aged heaven cultivation realm cultivator that was rapidly fleeing through the ocean of wind was immediately filled with ecstatic joy once he saw this scene. However, right when this joy rose within him, he felt his speed suddenly increasingly by a fold, and as he became faster, he felt as if he was floating. Then came the intense pain. When he turned his head around, he saw a headless corpse falling to the ground while blood gushed out from that corpse's neck. He saw a figure by his own side that had appeared at some unknown point of time, and he was flying with that figure, as if he was being carried. That corpse was his, and his head was flying through the air because it was being carried by Su Ming. At the moment, before the middle-aged cultivator in Heaven Cultivator Realm's vision turned dark, the final thing he saw were the hundreds of long arcs in the sky elbowing each other to rush to the fore. Come, all of you will also feel my terror. I will wait for you. Chapter 795. I will become famous through this battle. Among the people coming to this place, you will have to pay special attention to one person. The Duke of Crimson Flames said. If you coordinate your combat abilities with the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole I taught you, you will be able to kill world paragons, but only those in the initial stage of World Plane Realm. If you meet those in the middle stage of World Plane Realm, like Jing Nanzi, you will be able to put a fight against them with your divine abilities, albeit with much difficulty. Even so, it'll be difficult for you to win. If you run into those who are in the later stage of World Plane Realm, you will definitely die. There are 37 world paragons among those people. 36 of them are in the initial stage of World Plane Realm, but one of them is in the middle stage of World Plane Realm. You have to be careful of that person. He has the power to trap you, and if you are trapped, you will lose your mobility. When these hundreds of people come down on your head, you will not survive. Su Ming stood in the ocean of wind and let go of the head in his hand. He looked up at the long arcs charging towards him from the sky. There was calmness in his eyes, but it was soon changing into murderousness. The rewards offered by the forces of power from the four great true worlds are incredibly tempting to those in Heaven Cultivation Realm and those in the initial stage of World Plane Realm, because they greatly desire world stones. However, to the powerful warriors in the middle stage of World Plane Realm, there will be a force rejecting them if they use those world stones that are not from their source of the world, and there are only a few of them to boot, as well. Those in the initial stage of World Plane Realm won't be bothered about this repulsion, because it's like comparing the light of fireflies to the bright light from a moon when world paragons from the initial stage use their power of world planes compared to those in the middle stage. That's why they can choose not to be bothered by it. Those in the middle stage of World Plane Realm are different. It would be fine for them if they had a lot of world stones. However, the number of the world stones in the reward is too few for them, and it would bring no effect to them. That is why there is only one person in the middle stage of World Plane Realm. He must have his own reasons to come to this place. The Duke of Crimson Flame explained calmly. Are you saying that as time passes, there is a possibility that the four great true worlds will increase the rewards? Su Ming retreated to the ocean of wind and sent those words to the Duke in his heart. The possibility is great. Su Ming did not continue speaking. His body disappeared into the ocean of wind. After a moment, long arcs stirred up endless ripples as they sliced through the air and rushed in. Since too many people came to this place, the ocean of wind began to tremble. The numerous people could sense where Su Ming was. At that moment, once they rushed into the ocean of wind, they dashed to the region where Su Ming was from all directions while booming sounds echoed in the air. Su Ming stood in the ocean of wind. He lifted his right hand and seized the air. The blood-red long spear immediately took shape. Once he grabbed it, a biting cold presence immediately spread out from his body. He lifted his left hand and seized the air once again. A blood-red sword manifested in his hand. Once Su Ming held it in his hand, the biting cold presence from his body became even thicker. With the sword in his left hand and the spear in his right, the crimson red of his robes and his long gray hair fluttering in the wind, Su Ming sneered coldly. When the hundreds of long arcs rushed into the ocean of wind, he did not move. As he looked at the incoming hundreds of long arcs, he felt wisps of presences locking down on his person. He's over there. He's standing there and not moving. Could he be scared silly? He wants to borrow the power from the ocean of wind here, but he should not have thought about how that ocean of wind would weaken him at the same time it weakens us. There's no difference compared to the world outside. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The long arcs charged forward and got closer, but right at the moment they locked down on Su Ming, ripples suddenly spread out from his body. That was due to the Duke of Crimson Flame shifting once again under Su Ming's request. With a loud whoosh, Su Ming vanished into the ripples. Once he disappeared, the hundreds of people who had locked down on him lost all trace of his presence. He's gone. We can't warp in the ocean of wind, but his action just now clearly indicated a warp. Could it be that he has some treasure on him that allows him to warp? That's definitely the case. It's a bit troublesome, but he's alone here while there are hundreds of us chasing after him. Even if he warps, he can't escape. Besides, the sky has already been locked down. He can't escape. That's right. It all depends on who's the lucky one to meet him in the ocean of wind. Haha, this is also a good thing. At least it means that we cultivators in Heaven Cultivation Realm have a possibility of running into him and killing him. Once the hundreds of pursuers sent their thoughts to each other, they rapidly spread out and began a strict and careful search throughout the ocean of wind. To them, this was a hunt that held no possibility of failure and whose the level of danger was not high, and the rewards of which were very tempting. Right then, Su Ming appeared in the ocean of wind. There were invisible flames burning around him. Those flames came from the Duke of Crimson Flame. I've enveloped your body with my divine sense. It can allow your presence to disappear from the blood identification pearl's perception for 6 hours. Are you sure you won't use these 6 hours to flee but to kill in this place? The Duke of Crimson Flame's voice asked, his voice echoing in Su Ming's head. Su Ming did not speak. The ocean of wind obstructed vision and blocked all divine senses trying to cover the area, turning this place into a dark world. In this dark ocean of wind, Su Ming was like a hunter, and the hundreds of cultivators were his prey. There will be more pursuers. The only method for me to intimidate all those who will come after my life in the future is to use this battle and deliver a huge blow to all who come after me. I will kill until I become famous, kill until the world turns red. I must win this battle, and I must win spectacularly. This battle will be the battle that will make me rise into power and fame in the barren lands of divine source. I will become famous through this battle. Su Ming's eyes shone. Since the blood identification pearls were unable to locate his presence during this short period of time, he appeared in the distance like a ghost. There was a long arc charging through the air and closing in on the area. Within that long arc was a middle-aged woman. She was thin, and her strength was at the peak of Heaven Cultivation Realm. When she came forward, black fog tumbled around her body. As it surrounded her, she looked incredibly ferocious. She saw Su Ming rapidly approaching her from the dark ocean of wind right away, and ecstatic joy instantly appeared in her eyes. It is him. The blood identification pearl in her bosom instantly shone with a red light. The Duke of Crimson Flame's divine ability might be able to make it so that it would be difficult for those blood-red pearls to locate Su Ming, but if he came close to them, it would be impossible for the divine ability to completely hide his presence. He's not running away. I can't believe I'm able to run into such a chance. If I kill him, I'll be able to obtain the rewards. Pleasantly surprised, the middle-aged woman lifted her right hand. Black fog tumbled about around her and turned into a tiger made of that same black fog. With a roar, it charged towards Su Ming. Die! You're the one who's dying. Su Ming let out a cold harumph. His speed increased by several fold, and he crashed into the tiger of black fog. Bang! Impossible. A cultivator in mere earth cultivation realm can't possibly have this sort of speed. The middle-aged woman's pupils shrank. As shock surfaced in them, she retreated swiftly, because she could clearly feel the black tiger that was formed from her divine ability shattering from its core due to the crash just then. Yet before she could retreat even 100 feet backwards, a booming rang in the air once again. Su Ming appeared right in front of her at an indefinable speed. As she let out a fierce, ear-piercing roar, Su Ming flashed past her body. A trail of blood was left by the blood-red sword in his left hand as he took away with him the middle-aged woman's head. She didn't scream before she died. It's not enough to intimidate the others in the area. Su Ming's expression was cold. He did not turn his head back, and neither did he stop. He charged into the distance. After a moment, a shrill scream of pain reverberated in the air. That sound traveled in all directions, and there was a wretched and disbelieving tone to that voice. Two died. It's just two people. They should be in the initial stage of Heaven Cultivation realm. That wanted criminal has a treasure that will allow him to warp. He must have run into two weaklings while fleeing. It's normal for people to die, but if I run into him, then the one who dies will be him. The hundreds of people in the ocean of wind were completely unbothered. Instead, they charged towards the direction from which the screams of pain had come. It was especially so for the 37 world paragons. Their expressions remained as calm as ever. They traveled the fastest, and at that moment, they were closing in rapidly from all directions. After a moment, another shrill scream of pain rang in the air. Soon after, another 3 screams shot up in succession, echoing ceaselessly in the air. In fact, after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, more than 30 screams of pain had rang out in the ocean of wind. Those shrill screams of pain contained terror and shock before their owners' deaths, along with a deep wave of regret. It finally shocked all the pursuers in the ocean of wind. 31. Over 30 people actually died. Only a little more than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn has passed. How could over 30 people have already been killed? And every single time we reached the spot, we only saw corpses. We could never find that wanted criminal. That person isn't in Earth Cultivation realm. But all those he killed are in the initial stage of Heaven Cultivation realm. It's clear that his level of cultivation isn't really that high. After an hour, as shrill screams of pain continued ringing without stop, Su Ming took a spin in the ocean of wind, and the long red spear rushed into the chest of a cultivator at the peak of Heaven Cultivation realm while roaring like a crimson red, crazed dragon. Bang! The old cultivator in Heaven Cultivation realm was ripped into pieces as his face filled with disbelief. His nascent divinity was also completely destroyed. The long blood-red spear flew out from his shattered body and traveled several thousands of feet farther through the air. Once Su Ming appeared in a flash and grabbed it, he disappeared into the ocean of wind along with the spear. Soon after he left, there were whooshing sounds, and several dozens of people arrived. They saw the mangled corpse on the ground, and their expressions grew dark. Their hearts were also filled with apprehension. 83 people. He managed to kill 83 people within 2 hours. He didn't run because he's treating himself as a hunter while looking at all of us as prey. After remaining silent for a moment, the dozens of people swiftly spread out and left. At the same time, amid the slaughter that lasted for 2 hours and the screams of pain echoing in the air, a heavy and bloody atmosphere pressed down on the ocean of wind. No one said anything anymore towards the people who died. Once 80-something people had died within 2 hours, the derision and confidence of those still alive was shaken. 90th. Su Ming's robes were drenched in blood. A cold glare shone in his eyes as he moved around in the ocean of wind. He might seem calm, but in truth, he had already descended into a murderous frenzy. In this battle, I will make all my pursuers know that they must pay a price if they want to kill me. Chapter 796. A name colored in blood. Bang! There was a spot in the ocean of wind with incredibly powerful wind blades. As a body was shredded to pieces, many shards flew out from the corpse. Those shards rapidly gathered together in midair before they turned into Su Ming. He took a few staggering steps forward. With a slightly pale face, he turned his head around and cast a glance at the shattered body behind him. You are the 7th world paragon I killed after I left Crimson Flame Planet. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. The power of world planes in his body was full of vitality. This power continued spreading through his body. Originally, with his level of cultivation, it would have been impossible for him to contain the power of world planes within himself, and it would have just vanished on its own. However, the Duke of Crimson Flame's art of swallowing hollow shadows whole was incredibly powerful. It could actually turn his body into a cage and lock the power of world planes within, preventing it from dispersing, and he would be able to accumulate more and more of it as time went by. If you practice the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole, 9 states of repletion will appear. Each time you reach a state of repletion, it will mean that you will have to face a disaster. If you make it through that disaster, you will be able to break through. I've been observing your power of world planes. You will need to devour 10 more world paragons before you reach the first state of repletion. At that time, your physical body will reach the boundaries of Heaven Cultivation realm. and you will be able to touch the walls of Heaven Cultivation Realm, separating you from World Plane Realm. If you can break through, then your physical body will move into World Plane Realm. The Duke of Crimson Flame's voice reverberated in Su Ming's heart. Su Ming moved and disappeared into the ocean of wind to head towards his next target. Where are you? Just where are you? Come out. You only know how to hide in the ocean of wind and ambush us. Don't you dare to come out and fight openly. Come out. Low roars echoed in the ocean of wind. When nearly 100 people had died, quite a number of cultivators had wanted to leave as their hearts filled with shock. However, almost every single one of them who wanted to leave could not escape death. It was as if that wanted criminal was a cruel, venomous snake staring at each of them from the shadows. The moment they lowered their guard the smallest bit, he would immediately attack and kill. The screams of pain ringing in the air without stop filled most of the cultivators with terror. Too many of their people had died. In fact, there were even world paragons who had died, so all the cultivators in the ocean of wind begun to waver in their desire to chase down and kill Su Ming. It's almost 4 hours now, but I've never once met him. Not only does he have an enchanted treasure that allows him to warp, he also has a method to search and locate those around him. An old man in purple robes moved forward with a frown on his face. With each step he took, he would cover nearly 100,000 feet. With that sort of speed, it was impossible that he would be unable to even see Su Ming once in 4 hours. The only explanation for that was that the other knew about his location beforehand. Interesting. I'd like to see just how long you will be able to hide. The old man was naturally the one the Duke of Crimson Flame had warned Su Ming to be careful of, the only cultivator in the middle stage of World Plane Realm among the pursuers. Some hints of the old man's strength could be guessed based on Jing Nanzi's show in the past. After all, Jing Nanzi was also a cultivator in the middle stage of World Plane Realm. As Su Ming continued killing, more than 100 people who had rushed into the ocean of wind 4 hours ago had died. At the instant the thought of fleeing appeared in the remaining people's hearts, booming sounds suddenly echoed in the sky. Once they rang out, long arcs appeared high above and charged towards the ocean of wind while stirring up loud whistles in the air. That was the second batch of people who had come for Su Ming's life in Western Ring Nebula. There were around 500 long arcs, and among them were 40-odd people in the initial stage of World Plane Realm. The sounds of air being ripped apart spread through the entire heavenly cultivation planet. The arrival of those 500-something people caused the ocean of wind to tremble viciously, as if it was about to collapse. Haha, we came on time. That wanted criminal hasn't been killed yet. The reward is mine. If he could last until now, then he is definitely not in Earth Cultivation Realm. But there's no way he'll be able to survive. It'll just depend on under whose hands he'll die. As those 500-something long arcs charged forward, and the people shouted among each themselves, they rushed into the ocean of wind. Bang! The sound shook the air in all directions, causing the wind in the ocean of wind to freeze for a moment. Clearly, it was barely hanging on under the mighty pressure caused by the 500-something people. The people who had been previously filled with fear due to Su Ming's slaughter no longer fled. Instead, as their eyes sparkled, they changed direction and joined the fray of the people trying to hunt and kill him once again. The Duke of Crimson Flame's divine sense will hide my presence for 2 more hours. Since another batch arrived, then I will kill to my heart's content. A red glow appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He disappeared once again into the ocean of wind. Soon after, screams of pain began to echo once again. Those screams rose and fell, and all the cultivators who ran into Su Ming could not escape death. He did not even bother about those world paragons. His targets were mostly those in Heaven Cultivation Realm. 113th, 114th, 115th. Bang, bang, bang. The wind in the ocean of wind tumbled back, and a part of the ocean started showing signs of falling apart. Su Ming fell back. Blood trickled out of the corners of his mouth. Not far from him were 3 people swiftly rushing over. The presence of World Plane Realm erupted from their entire bodies, for all of these people were world paragons. Yet the moment their divine abilities closed in and they locked down the area to attack Su Ming together, he laughed coldly. Ripples spread out from his body, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. The 3 world paragons' faces were incredibly dark. Without exchanging a single word, they swiftly parted ways and started searching for Su Ming once again. About 10,000 feet away from that spot, Su Ming appeared in a flash. Killing intent shone in his eyes, and he headed off into another direction. 152nd, 157th, 163rd. Heads flew into the air, and it did not matter whether it was men or women. All of the people Su Ming killed shared two traits. 1. Before they died, they would scream in an incredibly shrill manner. 2. Even if their heads were torn into shreds, they would remain in the air, and they were scattered in various parts of the ocean of wind. The wind could sweep up their corpses but could not move the heads. Su Ming had left his power in those heads to keep them in place. He had already descended into a killing frenzy. His killing sword hummed, and other people's blood was dripping off his long spear. His robes were dyed completely in crimson red. Su Ming lifted his head and shouted out, "I will let you know the price of chasing after me in this battle. I will definitely win this." Once his voice spread through the entire ocean of wind, they delivered his declaration of war to all the cultivators in the land. His roar was heard by all the 700 cultivators in the ocean of wind at that moment. They also sensed the will to fight in his cries. That will to fight shook the sky and earth, and it made the howling of the wind seem as if it was echoing him and roaring alongside. The sky was dark, but in the mid of that darkness, as Su Ming shouted, the 163 heads of the people he had killed flew higher up. All the faces were different, but they all had expressions of shock. At that moment, waves of thick aura of death erupted violently from within them. Those human heads danced in midair. Under the control of Su Ming's power, they were swept together in the air above the ocean of wind and turned into a whirlwind of human heads. The whirlwind rotated as it howled. There was no shocking impetus coming from it, and neither was there any awe-inspiring presence that could cause the weather to change. However, that whirlwind formed as those 163 human heads continued rotating about was filled with a bloody, intimidating might that filled the hearts of all those who saw it with shock and stilled their breathing for a moment. That was intimidation, pure, plain intimidation. It was a blow Su Ming struck to the hearts and minds of all his pursuers. He was telling everyone that he had already killed 163 of them, and these people were just the beginning. He would continue killing, as long as they continued trying to hunt him down. This is nearly 200 heads. He actually managed to kill this many people. That is Sir Chin Fu. He's a world paragon, and he was killed. 163 human heads, and 3 of them are world paragons. Just what level of cultivation does this person have? An uproar rose in the ocean of wind. The 700 people were filled with shock when they saw the human head's whirlwind in the sky, and at the same time, reverence rose within them towards Su Ming, who had done all of this. Their killer is Mo Su. A low roar echoed in the world. That was Su Ming's voice. It spread in all directions and fused together with the booming sounds from the human head whirlwind. When those sounds spread out, it gave those who heard it a false impression that their bodies were sticky, as if they had been covered in blood. Mo Su. His name is Mo Su. The criminal wanted by the 4 great true worlds is known as Mo Su. This person is definitely a world paragon, or else he would have been unable to do this. World paragon Mo Su. If he manages to escape this battle, then his name will definitely spread through Western Ring Nebula. The hundreds of people's voices fused together into buzzing sounds that echoed through the ocean of wind. In a corner of the ocean was the old man in purple robes who was already in the middle stage of World Plane Realm. He lifted his head and looked at the human head whirlwind in the sky. A grave expression appeared on his face for the first time. He had been angry before, but now, his heart was in shock. The world paragons who had already moved into World Plane Realm all sported dark expressions on their faces. They did not care about how many cultivators in Heaven Cultivation Realm had died, but once they saw the 3 heads that belonged to world paragons in the human head whirlwind, all of them fell silent. They were forced to accept the fact that the person wanted by the 4 great true worlds was very strong, incredibly strong. So what if he's very strong? He's still just one person. That's right. We've already fought against him to this extent. There's no possibility for us to retreat anymore. It's rare that the 4 great true worlds offer a reward. If we miss this chance, who knows how many tens of thousands of years we'll have to wait for it to happen again. Besides, he might have killed many people, but he only killed 3 world paragons. From this, we can tell that even if he wants to kill world paragons, it's not easy for him. Find him, kill him, and get the reward. Kill him. Most of the near 70 world paragons spread around the ocean of wind chose to continue. They charged towards the direction from which Su Ming's voice had come at their full speed. However, The cultivators in Heaven Cultivation realm were shaken by Su Ming's crazed slaughter. The 100-something bloody heads in the whirlwind made most of them choose to retreat. This was not a battle they could participate in, and that Mo Su was also not someone they could use to obtain a serendipity. Before they came, they were ignorant due to their delight. Now, the terror of reality filled their hearts with trepidation. The price for that change was heavy. It was enough for them to remember it for life, as well as the name written in blood that came attached to it, Mo Su. Chapter 797, 9 Swords. However, not all cultivators in Heaven Cultivation realm chose to leave. There were still some that did not choose to retreat. Instead, they followed behind the world paragons and watched from the distance. They were still a little unwilling to admit defeat. Even if they knew that they were weak, their greed made them ignore their rationale. They were like leopards watching a tiger and a lion fight, but were still lingering around in the area because waiting for a chance that might appear, a chance where both would be heavily wounded. This was the path of cultivation, to kill, to seize, and to snatch. They were cultivating their lives in this path of cultivation. Humans will live through their lives in many different manners and different stages. There were all sorts of people, and among these 600-700 people were nearly 100 people who had this sort of thought to lurk around and watch. However, it did not matter whether it was these cultivators or the world paragons. None of them knew that this slaughterfest had not even reached its halfway point based on Su Ming's plan. His plan was still far from its peak. As of then, he had just cast his net. The time had not come for him to pull the net back. "I need you to shift," Su Ming said flatly in the depths of the ocean of wind. At the instant he spoke, ripples appeared around him, and he vanished abruptly. "You have an hour left. An hour later, I will be unable to hide you from being located by the blood identification pearls. You will have to do your best and survive." As the Duke of Crimson Flame's voice reverberated in the air, Su Ming appeared tens of thousands of feet away. Almost the moment he appeared, his body started withering away rapidly. His arms, legs, torso, and head were reduced to mere skin and bones within an instant. Soon after, with a bang, Su Ming's body was torn into shreds and turned into endless shards that blended into the wind, swallowing hollow shadows whole. Only when he turned into shards and left into the distance that Su Ming's faint murmur spread faintly through the area. Bang! Who is it? Who's the one who ambushed me? Get out here! A roar rang in the air, and an old world paragon was seen covered in blood. All his power of world planes spread out from his body, causing wind to stir and clouds to surge in the area around him. A layer of lightning bolts sliced through the sky with loud, thunderous booms, and the people could hear it even in the distance. However, not even a second passed after the lightning had appeared. A shrill roar that was filled with unwillingness to admit defeat echoed in the ocean of wind. Mo Su. The voice was cut off before it could say anything else. This caused the faces of all world paragons in the ocean of wind to turn incredibly grave. In fact, some of them even stopped moving. Progenitor Lei Shan. That was Progenitor Lei Shan's voice just now. He has power that is close to the peak of the initial stage of World Plane Realm, and once he activates the power of World Planes, he is incredibly strong. Progenitor Lei Shan has been killed. In the mid of the people's shock, the many shards that were Su Ming swam in the ocean of wind. Those shards were incredibly damaged. Their color was slightly dull, but their speed was even faster than before. The spot where the shards had been previously was a wreck. There were flesh and blood splattered all over the place, as well as a shard that was the size of a palm. It stood erect on the ground, unmoving. This was not the only place where such a shard could be found. In truth, whenever Su Ming killed a world paragon, he would leave behind a shard like this. That shard was formed by his art of swallowing hollow shadows whole. That last hour was rapidly flowing away. The world paragons charged forward and continuously searched for Su Ming in the ocean of wind. In fact, there were even a few world paragons that were not searching alone, but were hunting in groups. Their speed as they tried searching for Su Ming might be much slower, but if they ran into him, their chances of winning would be much greater. After a moment, another furious roar came from all directions, and a loud bang soon shook the sky and earth. That loud bang surpassed all sounds from before, even causing the sky to tremble before it. The ocean of wind on the ground tumbled backwards to reveal a vast and spacious region. In that spacious region was a man's body in the mid of exploding. The resulting destructive power swept out in all directions, and fear creeped into the hearts of all who saw it. Self-destruction. He was actually forced to self-destruct. Just what skills does this Emosu have? Damn it. I can't sense his presence at all. How can we search for him? How can we even kill him? Self-destruction. Thousands of feet away from that area where the explosion occurred was a large amount of invisible shards tumbling backwards, blown nearly 1,000 feet away. Only after traveling this far did they slow down. Those shards immediately gathered together to turn into Su Ming. He coughed up a large amount of blood, then lifted his head and wiped away the blood from the corners of his mouth while looking at the region where the explosion had occurred. He would rather self-destruct than be devoured. This person's reaction time was the fastest among all that I've seen. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. Then with one move, he withered away once again and turned into numerous shards that charged into the ocean of wind. Another, and yet another. In a short span of a few moments, 3 roars echoed in the air, and 3 heads rushed into the human head whirlwind in midair. This meant that 3 world paragons had died in this short amount of time. These were world paragons, not cultivators in heaven cultivation realm. They were lords of world planes, and they were people who stood at that peak of any cultivation planet. They were incredibly hard to kill, but now, in the ocean of wind within Heavenly Treasure Planet, nearly 10 of them had died. There were even 3 that self-destructed. This sort of slaughter caused the hearts of the world paragons in the ocean of wind to tremble violently. In fact, as they moved forward, they began to slow down. This dark ocean of wind was no longer a serendipity they could obtain without lifting a finger, but was instead an ancient, ferocious beast that had its mouth open wide to devour them. They could not see Emosu, could not sense his presence. Only when they were close could they sense him, but every single person who noticed him would either self-destruct or die. This filled their hearts with fear and shock, and it was difficult for them to continue. Yet at the instant the thought of retreating rose within all the world paragons, the cover the Duke had on Su Ming that was supposed to last for 6 hours vanished. It disappeared earlier, when there was still the time it takes for an incense stick to burn left. I can't continue maintaining the cover. There's an external force interfering with my abilities. Su Ming, the 4 great true worlds have come. When the Duke of Crimson Flames' sigh reached Su Ming's heart, the shards gathered together, and Su Ming's body was revealed. His face was pale, and there was blood at the corners of his mouth. However, the power of world planes that spread out from his body was incredibly thick. This was the presence Su Ming possessed after he had devoured 10 or so lords of world planes. More accurately speaking, this was his physical body's presence. I can sense it. I'm already touching that wall of the heaven cultivation realm, separating me from world plane realm that you spoke of, albeit only lightly. If I devour one more person, I'll be able to touch that wall clearly. Su Ming shook his head. At the instant his body showed up, he swiftly retreated to the area where the eye of the Typhoon was in the depths of the ocean of wind. Almost at the instant the Duke of Crimson Flames' art disappeared from Su Ming's body, all the blood identification pearls the world paragons in the ocean of wind held erupted with a powerful red light. At the same time, Su Ming's presence became incredibly distinct within all the world paragons' hearts. They could easily lock onto his location. This feeling was akin to a blind man closing his eyes and opening them to find that, suddenly, he had regained his sight. I can see Emosu's location. This is the heavens helping me. Emosu, I'd like to see how you'll counterattack now. That Emosu used some sort of art to hide his presence just then. Now that the art has clearly lost its effect, his presence is incredibly clear. This time, he has nowhere to hide. Revealing himself is the same as him having both his legs broken. As long as I'm careful of that strange art of his and not get close to him, that Emosu will not be dangerous. When the others fight against him, I will have my chance. The reveal of Su Ming's presence caused all the world paragons who had wanted to retreat to instantly become pleasantly surprised. They started charging towards the spot where Su Ming was at full speed from all directions with incredible precision. They had been oppressed for too long. That previous feeling of being blind caused almost all of them to use their full strength once they were able to locate him. However, no one noticed that there were 13 dull, negligible shards on the ground in 13 regions within the ocean of wind, each of which had been left behind by Su Ming. Each of the spots where Su Ming had left behind a shard was a spot where he had killed a world paragon. Within each of the shards was a hint of Su Ming's presence of life. Almost at the same time, the world paragons in the area started charging towards the spot where Su Ming was, shocking booms rang out from high above. Those sounds continued without stop, making it look like huge waves had been stirred up in the dark sky. This strange sight immediately caught many people's attention. At that moment, a mighty pressure descended from the sky. As ripples spread out in the galaxy beyond Heavenly Treasure Planet, large bronze ancient swords manifested from them, as if the swords had torn through the galaxy itself. The first to appear were the tips of the ancient swords. Black bolts of lightning were swimming by their edges. In the span of a few breaths, sword after sword appeared in their complete form, and a vast, mighty pressure instantly covered the entire Heavenly Treasure Planet. There were 9 gigantic ancient bronze swords in total. They floated in the galaxy and surrounded Heavenly Treasure Planet. On each of those swords were thousands of people who came to suppress the barren lands of divine essence from the forces of power within the 4 great true worlds. Many of those who stood at the tip of the swords revealed themselves to be in the middle stage of world plane realm once their power spread out. The 4 great true worlds had arrived. At the instant the 9 ancient swords appeared, one person flew out from the tip of each of the ancient swords. There were 9 people in total. As they stood in midair, golden light shone about their bodies, and there was an endless amount of golden hoops surrounding them before turning into 9 miniature versions of the ancient swords that were several hundreds of feet long. Just like how Jing Nanzi possessed the blood-red coffin as a true guard, the true guards that flew out of the ancient bronze sword also possessed similar enchanted treasures. The 9 swords sliced through the galaxy, stirring up piercing howls. With a whoosh, they charged towards Heavenly Treasure Planet. In the span of a breath, they shot through the layer of wind at the highest point of the planet before reaching the sky and causing Heavenly Treasure Planet to tremble violently. As the planet shook, the 9 long arcs that were the swords closed in on the ocean of wind. This might have seemed to have occurred slowly, but in truth, it happened in the blink of an eye. At the same time the people in the ocean of wind noticed the mighty pressure spreading out in the sky, they saw the 9 long arcs arriving. Boom, boom, boom. 9 consecutive booms shook the ground. The 9 ancient swords shot into the ocean of wind, embedding themselves into the ground. Chapter 798, Earthen Script. Those who practice the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole will go through 9 states of repletion and 9 disasters before they can ascend to the state of hollow, 1, and enter sainthood. You will also gain 9 divine abilities that you will be able to execute with this art. The first style of these 9 divine abilities is known as Earthen Script. You will write your script underground, and this is known as grave. When you reach your first state of repletion, you will be able to use this art to attack. Once you get through your disaster, you can turn the earth into dirt and write a script that will form a grave. Su Ming stood at the core of the ocean of wind. Several thousands of feet behind him was the eye of the Typhoon. While he stood there, he lifted his head to look at the 9 long arcs that were descending from the sky. At that moment, the divine ability the Duke of Crimson Flame had told him he could use when he gave him the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole appeared in his head. Right now, I can somewhat be considered to have reached my first state of repletion. I should be able to use the art of Earthen Script. A freezing glare appeared in Su Ming's eyes. In truth, he had been making detailed preparations to cast this art of Earthen Script since much earlier. All he was waiting for was to reach his first state of repletion, and he would be able to cast it. At that moment, violent tremors came from the ground beneath the ocean of wind. When the 9 swords hit the ground, it shattered with a bang. Even the rotating gusts of violent wind fell backwards in all directions. As for the human head whirlwind Su Ming had made, it fell apart and scattered once one of those swords shot through it. Once the ground trembled 9 times. Besides the wind in the core of the ocean of wind, all the other wind crashed into each other and disappeared without a trace under the great tremors and impact. When the ocean of wind disappeared, a wide and spacious region revealed itself, besides the core in the depths where the wind still howled loudly. No one's field of vision was blocked any longer. They could also spread out their divine senses. But what caused the hearts of all the cultivators in the place to tremble? What forced them to stop moving one after another? And what brought expressions of respect and submission to their faces were the 9 ancient swords that had stabbed the ground around the core of the ocean of wind. The 9 ancient swords seemed to have surrounded the core of the ocean of wind, forming a hoop. True guards. The cultivators around the area fell silent, mixed feelings hidden in their eyes. Bang! 9 bangs rang out at the same time, and large cracks appeared on the 9 ancient swords. Once they shattered into countless shards, 9 people were revealed sitting cross-legged within them. Those 9 people stood up at the same time. As they did so, the sword shards that fell around them gathered together swiftly. As cracking sounds reverberated in the air, 9 sets of armor formed on their bodies. The bronze armor shone with an enchanting light on their bodies. There was also a lot of bumps that were runic symbols on that armor, filling it with a mysterious air. There were men and women among the 9 people. The oldest was an old man, and the youngest was a young man. They were all similar, though, due to their aloof expressions and hint of disgust in their eyes. The true guards will now capture the criminal. All of you wait here. You are not allowed to leave, a red-haired old man said, and the mighty pressure that belonged to those in the middle stage of World Plane Realm spread out from one of the 9 people. As his voice echoed in the air, it formed a mighty pressure, and along with the group's status as true guard, it caused the world paragons in the area to lower their heads in silence. In the face of the powerful forces from the true worlds keeping a lookout over the barren lands of divine essence, these felons did not dare resist. The old true guard seemed to be used to the submissive attitude from the people around him. He turned around and instantly rushed into the core of the ocean of wind. The other 8 people also took a step forward and disappeared into the ocean of wind. Based on Reverend Yin Sheng's will, we can ignore the Radix planet's orders since this person appeared first in Western Ring Nebula, and since Crimson Flame Planet belongs to Western Ring Nebula, which is coincidentally where the true guards from True Sacredine World are on the lookout. If we can catch this person alive, it will be the best. He has secrets that the Reverend needs to obtain. However, if we can't capture him alive, then since the Reverend won't be able to obtain his secrets, then we are not to let the other people from the other 3 true worlds obtain it, either. We will have to kill him. If the Reverend had not put a chokehold on the rewards, then perhaps the lure would have been more than a few world stones, and someone stronger from the criminals than those in the initial stage of World Plane Realm would have been tempted. All of this is because the Reverend is worried that the person will be killed beforehand, and as a result, this chance has been created for us. We will prioritize catching him alive in this fight. At the instant the 9 moved into the ocean of wind, they immediately sent word to each other. They might be true guards, but they were residents of True Sacredine World before they were guards. That was why they would first obey True Sacredine World's commands. At the instant the 9 true guards rushed into the ocean of wind, killing intent flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he stood at the core of the place. He sucked in a deep breath, and once he sat down cross-legged, he formed a seal with both his hands, then placed his hands on his knees before closing his eyes. It's time to draw the net in. True guards in the middle stage of World Plane Realm. Duke of Crimson Flame. If I can devour a person, can I rush through the first state of repletion and have my physical body head into World Plane Realm? If you can execute the complete art of Earthen script, you will have a chance to kill a powerful warrior in the middle stage of World Plane Realm. But now, you are just in a state of repletion and have not gone through the disaster. You can only execute the hand seal for Earthen script. You can't devour them. I want to try. If I succeed, it will be for the best. But if I fail, then detonate the essence that was formed after the death of the mighty cultivator that was sealed in this planet and shift me to the eye of the Typhoon to leave. Turn this place into a warning for all those who pursue me. Very well. I've already made all the preparations. I'm now able to detonate the sealed essence in this planet at any time I want. As the Duke of Crimson Flame's calm voice echoed in Su Ming's mind, he lifted his hands slowly. At the instant he did so, the area beyond the core of the ocean of wind was immediately deprived of wind. 9 of the 13 shards Su Ming had left behind in that vast and spacious land instantly shone with a piercing light. Besides these 9 spots, there were 9 other spots with shards in the dark core of the ocean of wind. Bright light was also shining on those shards at that moment. While seated, Su Ming lifted his right hand and moved it high over his left hand. Then, when he formed a seal with his hand, he pushed it swiftly against the ground. Immediately, the ground in the ocean of wind let out a bang. The 9 shards outside let out a shrill buzzing and turned into 9 long arcs that charged to the core of the ocean of wind. The buzzing instantly attracted the attention of the cultivators beyond the core. When they looked over, they saw 9 shards in the form of long arcs charging forth. In the blink of an eye, they went into the ocean of wind. Each of those places were the spots in which the world paragons had died. Could it be that Mo Su has prepared this beforehand? This must definitely be some divine ability. None of them alerted the true guards. Once they noticed it, They looked towards the ocean of wind with bright eyes that shone with attentiveness. At the instant those 9 shards rushed into the ocean of wind, the 4 shards inside the ocean also flew up at the same time. Because of that, all 13 shards charged towards the spot where Su Ming was from all directions. At that moment, the 9 true guards were traveling at an incredibly fast pace towards Su Ming. In the blink of an eye, they were already not too far away from him. 9 waves of mighty pressure spread out at the same time, turning into an art that was akin to a cage before that pressed down on Su Ming with loud booming sounds. The true guards could see Su Ming sitting cross-legged. Right then, he opened his eyes. He sensed the 9 people closing in, and upon lifting his left hand, he pressed his palm against the center of his brows. At that moment, Su Ming had his right palm pressed flat against the ground and his left hand at the center of his brows. The light in his eyes was rapidly turning dark, and even the ripples of his life seemed to have come to a state where they had almost stopped. It was as if he was rapidly dying. As Su Ming performed this action, the 13 shards that were charging forth through the ocean of wind became even faster and shone even brighter. Yet the 9 true guards had already closed in on Su Ming. As all of them formed a seal with their hands, 9 rays of different colored light erupted from their bodies. The 9 rays of light intertwined with each other in midair, as if they were weaving something. They turned into a 9-colored net that swiftly closed in on Su Ming. By the looks of it, the true guards seemed to want to catch him with that net. You can't escape. A cold harumph came from one of the 9 people. The net was already less than 200 feet away from Su Ming, destroying all the wind that came in contact with it. In fact, cracks would appear in the air wherever the net went through, as if it had been forcefully pushed apart. When Su Ming saw that the net was about to fall on him, veins popped up on his face, and he swiftly lifted his head. Earthen script. At the instant Su Ming shouted those 2 words, his body shattered, but he did not turn into shards. Instead, he was like the fine grains of sand on the ground. He looked as if he was a stone statue that had shattered. The dirt on the ground swept up his body and rushed towards the old man that was the closest to Su Ming of the 9 people. At the same time, the 13 shards charging over with a loud whistle rushed towards the old man at an extreme speed as well. You're overestimating yourself. I'll hold him back. All of you control the sealing net and catch him alive. The old man let out a cold harumph, and the power of world planes erupted with a bang from his body. A faint golden wave of impact swept outwards in all directions from the old man as his power of world planes erupted. In the blink of an eye, that wave of impact covered an area of 10,000 feet. Within that 10,000 feet, everything was colored by a faint sheen of gold, both living things and everything else. This form of control over the power of world planes was the hallmark of those who had moved into the middle stage of world plane realm. All laws in the world and all the origin essence was forcefully expelled in that area. The only thing remaining was the laws that would be formed once the old man spoke. Within my void space, if I say you will be injured, then you will be injured. The old man swung his arm, then lifted his right hand and pointed at Su Ming, who had turned into earth and was charging towards him. Get hurt, get hurt, get hurt. A large part of the earth that was Su Ming shattered. In the blink of an eye, half of it disintegrated, while the remaining half turned into a face in midair. That face belonged to Su Ming. A weakened look showed up on his face, but madness soon covered it. Earthen script. With that one roar, Su Ming's speed instantly increased by several fold. The 13 shards that were swiftly coming from outside shot through the region covered by the golden light, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared right behind the old man. This sudden scene caused the old man's pupils to shrink, because it was difficult for his power of world planes to stop this change within Su Ming. However, before he could execute his divine ability again, bang, 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 several banging sounds reverberated in the sky and earth. The earth that was Su Ming covered the old man's entire body and turned into a hump on the ground that looked like a grave. The 13 shards closed in and entered the grave. As they gathered rapidly, they grouped together to form a tombstone. A picture swiftly drew itself on that tombstone. There was a person in that picture, and it was the old true guard. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator's notes. 1. State of hollow. Kong, a concept in Taoism/Taoism. It comes before the state of emptiness, Wu. You have to reach the state of hollow to get to the state of emptiness, a psychological state of mind characterized by simplicity, quietness, patience, frugality, restraint, and lack of worldly desires. Chapter 799, famous through one battle. However, that face was slightly incomplete and faint. It was not very clear. Anyone who looked at it could only vaguely see the old man's face rife with disbelief and shock, but it was difficult for this hump on the ground to gain corporeal form. It remained in a state where it continued shifting between illusion and reality. Bang! The tombstone shattered, and the hump crumbled. Once Su Ming's body gathered together, he coughed up a huge mouthful of blood with a pale face. An expression of pity that the art did not work appeared on his face. As the hump fell apart, the body of the old true guard inside was revealed. In just those short few breaths, the old man had become much thinner, and his eyes had sank into his face deeply. In fact, even his power of world planes had been reduced by a third. At the same time shock appeared in his eyes, there was also anger and lingering fear. What is this divine ability? It's clearly incomplete. If this art was completed, then its might would have been incredibly terrifying. This person cannot be captured alive. He must be killed. The sight of Su Ming executing Earthen script where he covered the old man and turned himself into a grave not only shocked the old man, but also made the pupils of the other 8 people shrink. To them, this strange art definitely did not belong to any of the divine abilities from the 4 great true worlds. The alien race's art. This is the alien race's art. Just as someone from among the 8 said these words, the 9-colored net expanded endlessly before shrinking swiftly towards Su Ming so that it could trap him within. At that moment, ripples immediately spread out from Su Ming's retreating body. Those ripples instantly covered him. So he disappeared from the 9 people's eyes with a hum, right at the instant he was to be trapped by the net. Shifting. As the 9 people's expressions changed, they immediately noticed that Su Ming had appeared right at the core of the ocean of wind, which was thousands of feet away from them, and also where the eye of the typhoon was. After him, the 9 people moved and turned into 9 long arcs that charged towards Su Ming, who was at the eye of the typhoon thousands of feet away. These people could close the distance of several thousands of feet within a single breath. Yet almost at the instant they begun to charge over, Su Ming, who had appeared beside the eye of the typhoon, took a step in while withstanding the powerful gusts of wind in the area. Once he walked in, he turned his head around and cast a glance at the 9 incoming people. There was still blood at the corners of his lips, which he had not wiped off because he did not have time. When he turned his head around to look, a freezing glare shone in his eyes. Relocation hole? Damn it. Why is there a relocation hole here? Absolutely do not let him escape. We can't capture him alive. We must kill him. The 9 people were true guards and also powerful warriors in the middle stage of World Plane realm. Their knowledge of the world was naturally extraordinary. At that moment, once they saw Su Ming's action, they immediately saw the strange properties of the eye of the typhoon. I've prepared a huge gift for all of you. As Su Ming laughed coldly, he moved his body completely into the eye of the typhoon. As his body became obscure, the ground of the entire heavenly treasure planet suddenly started trembling violently. Bang! A pillar of air about tens of thousands of feet thick shot up from a spot in the ground. When the entire heavenly treasure planet trembled once more, the second pillar of air that was tens of thousands of feet thick rose up from the ground. The wave of impact and the destructive presence that was formed by these pillars of air swept through all the world, causing the 9 true guards' expressions to change abruptly. The ground collapsed beyond the spot where Su Ming was rapidly disappearing into the eye of the typhoon, and a pillar of light that brought with it a destructive presence erupted swiftly. At the instant the pillar of light shot into the air, the 9 true guards retreated without any hesitation. One of them had slowed down a little, and he was enveloped by that pillar of light. He did not even have a chance to struggle before his entire body and armor were reduced to ashes. His body and soul were destroyed. The essence of the member of the alien race. This is the essence left behind after the member of the alien race sealed in Heavenly Treasure Planet disappeared. He's indeed the source of the change in Crimson Flame Planet. He actually released the seal in Heavenly Treasure Planet as well. As the 8 people retreated in shock, booming sounds rang continuously from various locations in Heavenly Treasure Planet. Pillars that shook the sky and earth rushed into the air. The ripples they formed destroyed the earth and sky wherever they went. Thankfully, there were no mortals in Heavenly Treasure Planet. There were only cultivators there, or else their lives would have definitely been destroyed if such a change happened in a cultivation planet that was filled with spiritual aura. As for the cultivators, they would always either survive or be weeded out by the universe itself. From the moment they stepped into the path of cultivation, they had to be ready to either kill or be killed. The booming continued without stop. Su Ming was within the Pillar of Air at that moment. Due to the existence of the Eye of the Typhoon and the Duke of Crimson Flame's control over the Pillar of Air, he did not suffer any impact. His body was swiftly fading out, and at the moment he was about to be relocated, the tips of 9 ancient bronze swords that stopped beyond Heavenly Treasure Planet suddenly shone with a brilliant light. The flowing streams of light swimming at the edges of the swords shone especially brilliantly. This was the true guards on the ancient bronze swords receiving the divine thoughts from the 8 true guards in Heavenly Treasure Planet. They were to no longer thinking about catching Su Ming alive, but were to changing the plan to executing him. If they destroyed the entire Heavenly Treasure Planet, then it would be the same as them destroying all the lives in the planet, and naturally, they would also be able to kill Su Ming. Boom, boom, boom. 9 swords. 9 waves of sword aura that were several hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands of least long shot out from the ancient bronze swords at the same time and charged into Heavenly Treasure Planet. Their target was the Eye of the Typhoon where Su Ming was in the ocean of wind. As a wave of sword aura shot through Heavenly Treasure Planet, it crashed into the essence the Duke of Crimson Flame had stirred up. A loud bang that could destroy the world erupted forth, and then, a part of Heavenly Treasure Planet shattered right before everyone's eyes. Booming sounds continued echoing in the galaxy without end, while Heavenly Treasure Planet continued crumbling. Waves of sword aura rammed into the Eye of the Typhoon. They crushed the pillars of air, crushed the Eye of the Typhoon, and instantly blasted a huge hole in the region where the Eye of the Typhoon was. That hole went through the entire Heavenly Treasure Planet. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, when a loud bang that shook a small part of Western Ring reverberated in the galaxy, numerous ripples spread out without stopping, and an endless amount of shattered stones tumbled backwards. Heavenly Treasure Planet collapsed. The waves of impact that were stirred up could destroy all lives. Besides that one true guard who had been caught and died, the other 8 had their own methods to survive. They turned into 8 long arcs and returned to the ancient bronze sword. From all the people who had went after Su Ming's life, only the purple-robed old man in the middle stage of World Plane Realm managed to flee while sustaining grievous injuries. None of the others survived. It could not be said clearly as to whether Su Ming or the true guards were the ones who destroyed the planet. In truth, the essence Su Ming had asked the Duke of Crimson Flame to detonate might have looked vast, but 9/10 of its explosion were gathered within the ocean of wind. This would not have affected the land too much, and would not have caused Heavenly Treasure Planet to experience such complete destruction. The true reason behind its downfall were those 9 incredibly terrifying waves of sword aura. This was the first time Su Ming had had a direct confrontation against the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds. Since the true guards from True Sacred Een World wanted to capture him alive, they had not attacked him with the aim to kill right away, or else, Su Ming would not have had any possibility of fighting back. He would have died along with Heavenly Treasure Planet. However, after the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds watching over this place experienced this turn of events, they would no longer think about capturing Su Ming alive the next time they found him. Instead, they would kill him swiftly and cleanly. The waves of impact and booming sounds stirred up by Heavenly Treasure Planet's collapse lasted for several months. It shocked all the powerful warriors in Western Ring Nebula, and their shock became even greater when they found out that besides the Heaven Cultivation Realm cultivators who had left early in the battle due to Su Ming's intimidation, almost everyone else had died. Besides the deaths that were related to the true guards, all the clues of the others' deaths pointed towards another person. That person's name spread through the entire Western Ring Nebula, courtesy of the word of mouth by the cultivators in Heaven Cultivation Realm who had left in fear. Mo-Su. The wanted criminal's name was Mo-Su. With his own power alone, he had killed countless powerful warriors. He also caused the 4 great true worlds to destroy a planet. This tremendous act, and this way of shocking all the people caused Mo-Su's name to ring through all of Western Ring Nebula. All those who wanted to continue going after Su Ming's life would have to first think about the change in Heavenly Treasure Planet and about their own abilities. Gradually, almost all of the people gave up on their thoughts to hunt Mo-Su down because this was no longer them going after someone's life. They would be blatantly walking towards their own deaths. Su Ming had managed to do it, becoming famous through one battle. By killing all those people, he had managed to intimidate everyone else. There was another important reason behind why Mo Su's name spread through the entire Western Ring Nebula besides the intimidating awe caused by his killing frenzy and Heavenly Treasure Planet's collapse. 10 days after the tent, the four great true worlds sent out another order of arrest to all of barren lands of divine essence. They also added the rewards. From the few world stones that could only cause those in the initial stage of world plane realm to be interested, they raised the rewards, offering enough for most of the cultivators in Western Ring Nebula to go mad. 100 world stones. It did not matter whether Su Ming was alive or dead. Those who caught or killed him would be offered 100 world stones. It was not as if this sort of reward had never appeared before. Last time, during the change in Black Ink Planet, one of the rewards offered was 1,000 world stones for the capture or killing of the mighty cultivator of the alien race that had escaped from Black Ink Planet. However, the mighty cultivator who could escape from the seal was definitely not a weakling. That was why such a tempting bounty was offered. It was also this sort of bounty that could make the true powerful warriors in the barren lands of divine essence to temporarily suppress their hate for the four great true worlds and allow themselves to be used by them. Su Ming might be strong, but when compared to the mighty cultivator from the alien race, he wasn't much. The difference between them was akin to one between heaven and earth. That was why the reward of 100 world stones could tempt others just as much. As the bounty increased, all the cultivators who believed that they could obtain this reward in Western Ring Nebula placed their attention on Mo Su. A storm of searches were being carried out with a vicious intensity. A month after Heavenly Treasure Planet crumbled, a gigantic crack suddenly appeared out of thin air at the center of Western Ring Nebula in the vast galaxy. There was dark light shining within the crack, and a person walked out from it. That person had gray hair and was dressed in red robes, and it was naturally Su Ming. Once he walked out, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His blood instantly fell apart in the galaxy to turn into a layer of blood mist that spread out. In fact, there was even an indistinct presence of a sword aura within that blood aura. It was also this sword aura that caused Su Ming's blood to turn into mist after he coughed it out. Those 9 waves of sword aura could destroy a cultivation planet. Even if I was relocated before I descended, I was still affected by them. I remained unconscious for an entire month in that still and silent void, and my body was also heavily wounded by the shock. Su Ming's face was pale. He lowered his head and looked at his chest, then lifted his right hand to pull open the sacred constellation robe. He saw a bruise on his chest. That bruise looked like a sword, and the tip of the sword was located right above Su Ming's heart. I was just affected by the shock, but there was such a mighty power contained within it alone, no wonder it could destroy Heavenly Treasure Planet. 4 great true worlds. Since you were the ones to provoke me first, then I will definitely not let this end until I die. Su Ming's expression turned dark. He was a stubborn and intolerant person, but after he was forced into the barren lands of divine essence, he had mostly suppressed his thoughts. Right then, after he had been chased down and injured, the madness of his personality erupted forth. Murderous aura filled his entire person, and once he swept his gaze around the area, he turned into a long arc that left into the distance. Chapter 800, Old Acquaintance. The galaxy was like an ocean. However, the color of this ocean was black. It did not have ferocious, surging waves or shocking billows. However, it did have an endless to it. Occasionally, cultivation planets in it would shine with a brilliant light. From the distance, it looked as if the sparkling spots in a sea of fog and the endless land formed the galaxy. More accurately speaking, the barren lands of divine essence were formed of 3 parts. In the deepest region was divine essence star ocean. The middle part was the sinful barren lands, and the outermost part was the galaxy where the 4 great true worlds kept a lookout over the place. If anyone compared the barren lands of divine essence to a gourd, then divine essence star ocean would be the bottom third of the gourd. The sinful barren lands would occupy middle the space, while the topmost third would be occupied by the 4 great true worlds keeping a lookout over the place. That third was also the galaxy that controlled the entrances and exits of the gourd. Western Ring Nebula, where Su Ming currently resided, was part of sinful barren lands. The forces of power from the 4 great true worlds keeping a lookout over the place could intimidate the 4 regions in sinful barren lands. However, including Western Ring Nebula, these 4 regions did not exist in the north, south, east, and west. They were side by side, next to each other. The internal structure of the galaxy where the four great true worlds kept a lookout over the barren lands of divine essence was the same. The entrance near the gourd were their main camp. The parts that were near sinful barren lands were spread out into four regions that were placed right next to each other. They were each keeping a lookout over their corresponding region in sinful barren lands, and among those four regions was Western Ring Nebula. True Sacredine World was in control of monitoring Western Ring Nebula. Black Ink Planet, which many cultivators spoke about, was in truth a boundary line, a transition point. It was located in the middle of the two parts of the gourd, in the spot of the gourd where it would cave in. Once someone moved past Black Ink Planet, it would mean that they stepped into Divine Essence Star Ocean. The four great true worlds seldom came there. They were incredibly wary of it. In fact, there were even rumors that the four great true worlds were not keeping a lookout over the cultivators in sinful barren lands, but the alien races that might still exist in Divine Essence Star Ocean. When Su Ming was fleeing in Western Ring Nebula because he was a wanted criminal in sinful barren lands, the galaxy that belonged to the four great true worlds in the barren lands of Divine Essence was organizing a shift change that would only occur once every 100 of years. Each shift change would mean that there was a certain group of true guards that had completed their length of service and could leave the barren lands of Divine Essence to return to their true worlds. Similarly, there would be newcomers from the four great true worlds who would be sent here to become new true guards. It did not matter whether they were leaving or coming to the place. The cultivators who would be swapping places would be doing so in the main camp of the galaxy that belonged to the four great true worlds. The old-timers would leave, and newcomers would be taken away by the people from their true worlds in the main camp to head towards the galaxy, which they were supposed to keep under guard. 3 ancient bronze swords of 100,000 feet long were used by the true guards from True Sacredine World who brought the newcomers back to the galaxy that belonged to their true world in the barren lands of Divine Essence. These 3 ancient swords were flying quietly in the galaxy at that moment. 2 of the swords were protecting the one in the middle on either side. The sword in the middle was the most important one. All of them were heading back to the region where they were stationed from the direction of the main camp. This time, True Sacredine World sent nearly 100 people over. Each of these people were already lords of world planes. On that 100,000 feet sword in the middle were 100 people sitting down cross-legged in meditation. Standing in front of them was a middle-aged man in armor. That middle-aged man had white hair and an awe-inspiring expression. Once he swept his gaze past the 100 people, he focused his attention on 3. The first person he paid attention to was an ancient man. He was incredibly tall and built. As he sat there, he towered over the others. In fact, the area around him was empty. Besides his 2 companions, no one else dared to get close to him. When the middle-aged man in armor looked towards him, the old man lifted his head and met his gaze coldly. I've heard of the progenitor of the spirits of 9-1, returning to the true world many years ago, and he was regarded with high importance by Lord Sheng. He even personally recovered all the forces of power that belonged to that race in the past from the galaxy, and after he modified those forces of power, he returned them to the spirits of 9. In fact, he even used the treasure of the true world to create physical bodies for the spirits of 9, so their souls could gather up within them, which would result in a state similar to being reborn. They became living beings that are half dead. A barely noticeable glint appeared in the eyes of the middle-aged man in armor. He looked at the old man and suddenly asked, "Sir, you have extraordinary power. How may I address you?" "Spirit of 9, Zhe Long Shun too," the old man replied flatly. "Zhe Long Shun, what about you two?" The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and looked at the only 2 people by the old man's side. One of them was a big, sturdy man whose physique was only second to the old man's. His expression was calm, but there was a freezing glare that occasionally shone in his eyes. It was as if there was an endless amount of murderous aura contained within him. He looked at the middle-aged man and grinned. "Spirit of 9, Li Hua 3. The final person was dressed in a wide black robe. There were black patterns covering the skin that was exposed in the air, and they were even on his face. He did not have hair. In fact, his eyes were dull and lifeless. However, the hint of murderous aura hidden in his lifeless eyes made the pupils of the middle-aged man shrink once he saw them. Ji Yunhai 4. The man in black robes spoke hoarsely. His voice was incredibly piercing to the ears. It sounded as if bones were grating against each other, and there was also a thick wave of aura of death within his body. causing people to be apprehensive when they saw him. All right, I didn't expect that 3 spirits of 9 would come here. Your people had disappeared from the true world for a long time. After your return, this should be the first time you came to the barren lands of divine essence. True Sacred World monitors and keeps a lookout over Western Ring Nebula, one of the 4 great regions of sinful barren lands. There are some powerful warriors in that region, but they aren't our main cause for concern. True Sacred World's true cause and enemies are the alien races from Divine Essence Star Ocean. We are to prevent them from rushing out and just keep them intimidated. The middle-aged man swung his arm, and the 3 ancient bronze swords charged forward through the galaxy. As they gradually left into the distance, the man's voice could be heard faintly traveling through space. Recently, something quite interesting happened in Western Ring Nebula. A person called Mo Su became a wanted criminal for the 4 great true worlds. You've just become true guards. If any of you manage to kill this person, then you will be considered to have committed a great meritorious deed. As the people from True Sacred World headed off to their stations, 2 huge dragons of 100,000 feet long roared and came forward into the area that belonged to the forces of power from True Morning Dao World. These 2 dragons had monstrous appearances. Every single one of their scales was covered in shining runic symbols. There were quite a large number of cultivators on them as they flew forward. On one of the large dragons' heads stood a person. That person looked to be in his 30s. His face was cold and aloof, and he was wearing a sacred constellation robe. The stars on his robe were rotating slowly. Behind him were numerous cultivators, and all of their faces were filled with respect. Young Lord, this is the barren lands of divine essence. Once we get out of the area where True Morning Dao World is stationed, we will reach sinful barren lands. That place is filled with malicious people. It can become the best training grounds for you. The young man in that sacred constellation robe nodded lightly. He turned his head around to look at the other dragon not too far away from them. Over there, he saw a young man who was dressed in white and had a calm expression on his face as he too stood at the head of the dragon. That young man had a handsome face, along with an air of a loner. He was like sharp sword that was about to be drawn out from its scabbard, so all the people who saw him were unable to help themselves and fix their eyes on him. It was as if that person had an indescribable temperament that could make him to instantly become the most eye-catching person no matter where he was. He did not wear a constellation robe, but that calm presence of his that showed the pride within his heart dominated all manner of status. There were plenty of cultivators behind him, all of whom were dressed in different clothing. Clearly, they were from different factions. Yi Wang, 5. The young man in the sacred constellation robe mumbled under his breath as a freezing glare shone in his eyes. The person who has the greatest amount of potential among all the immortals in True Morning Dao World in the latest years. He even managed to catch the attention of those old monsters in Morning Dao sect. He's said to be the person who has the highest chance of heading into plain Kalpa realm among the cultivators of his generation. He is also the successor disciple of Hong Kong Zi, one of the 3 grand sect elders in Morning Dao sect. Yi Wang, if I can make you my servant, then my power will become greater than anyone else's in my family, and I will reach the top 5 of those in ascendance. The young man in that sacred constellation robe narrowed his eyes. At the same time, in the area of Emperor of Abyss True World were 4 world-traversing abyss dragons charging forward. There were 100 people on each of the dragons meditating with closed eyes. None of them were speaking. The 4 abyss dragons looked similar, but there was one whose color was dull, and there were gigantic metal chains that pierced its body to keep it chained. In this form, it no longer looked like a noble abyss dragon, but a common livestock. This was not the case for the other 3 abyss dragons. They had no chains on their bodies, and when they occasionally looked at the one that was bound, there would be grief on their faces. The chained abyss dragon would always have a nostalgic look in its dull eyes, as if it was thinking back on the things that had happened in the past. It was remembering that there was a time where a young woman would laugh joyfully while sitting on his back. The Lord of Abyss has declared his order. This abyss dragon has committed a great sin. Its power to traverse worlds has been disabled, and it will be delivered here to be transported to the barren lands of divine essence. From now on, it will no longer belong to the Emperor of Abyss True World. Its survival will now depend on its own fate. As a cold and aloof voice echoed in the area, the chained abyss dragon's eyes turned duller. As that voice spread out, a booming sound rang out. A gigantic vortex manifested before the chained abyss dragon. That vortex was like a ghastly, gaping mouth that devoured the abyss dragon straight away, and it vanished without a trace. The grief within the other 3 abyss dragons increased. As they looked at the spot where their companion had disappeared, they let out sorrowful cries. They knew that they would no longer be able to see their companion in this life, and that their companion would become the embarrassment of all abyss dragons. It would be burdened with despair and face eternal damnation in this place. There were only 2 outcomes for this dragon. It would either lose itself or die. If Su Ming had been there, he would definitely be able to recognize with just one glance that this abyss dragon was the one that had always been by Yu Xian's side, and was also the big yellow dog that the bald crane idolized. Perhaps fate truly existed in this universe, and it played with people's lives. Perhaps there was a fine thread that connected each life in the universe, so Yi Wang, the abyss dragon, Zhe Longshun, and Li Huo would appear in the barren lands of divine essence, and Ji Yunhai too. He was the clone that Su Ming had been unable to find when he was in the world of Nine Yin, and it had then been taken away by the ancient bronze sword. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator's notes. 1. Spirits of Nine Yin. The people Su Ming ran into in the world of Nine Yin whom he could rent. Later on they were also the reason why he could leave. 2. Zhe Longshun. The old spirit of Nine Yin that Su Ming had rented out, the powerful old man. Also the one that conned Nengong Hen. 3. Li Hua. One of the spirits of Nine Yin that Su Ming had rented out in the past, the weaker of the 2. Also the one who refused to attack when Su Ming went to retrieve the Crimson Dragon. 4. Ji Yunhai. One of the 2 clones Su Ming had in the past. It had disappeared in the world of Nine Yin. He was Madame Ji's husband and the one who taught her the curse. 5. Yi Wang. The one who fought toe-to-toe with Su Ming during the stair-climbing competition back in Windstream Mountain. Later mentioned multiple times by the immortal doppelgangers that he's the best among them. Also the only one who doesn't have an alternate name, unlike all the others. Chapter 801. Great Divinity Incarceration Rune. In the sinful barren lands of divine essence, there was an abandoned cultivation planet. More accurately speaking, this was not a complete cultivation planet, but one of its fragmented pieces after that planet had collapsed at some point in time. It might have shattered 10,000 years ago, or it could have shattered a much longer time ago, when the 4 great true worlds fought against the 5th true world. Whenever this had happened, a fragmented piece had come to be after the planet collapsed. It was larger than a common meteor. Perhaps sometime later, it would fall apart and join the meteors that floated by their lonesome in the galaxy. However, right then, this was yet to happen. Su Ming sat on the fragmented piece from the planet that had shattered an unknown number of years ago. There were no signs of life on it, and neither were there any cultivators. It was like a broken world where all manner of living had become still and silent. Su Ming had been meditating there for 3 days. He knew that time was precious. He knew that the possibility of him being discovered at any moment lurked around due to the 4 great true worlds chasing after him and the greed of the cultivators in the barren lands. That was why every single time he chose a place to heal his wounds, he would only stay in that spot for at most 3 days before he immediately changed his location. Su Ming opened his eyes after a moment, and a hint of fatigue lay in his eyes. He lowered his head and unrobed himself. He looked at the slightly fainter mark of the sword on his chest. In silence, he averted his gaze and lifted his head to look at the sky. 100 world stones, huh? His lips curled up into a cold smirk. There were 2 corpses lying in front of him. Both were thin and dry. These were the 2 cultivators that Su Ming had run into 3 days ago in this place. He had originally decided to leave and avoid them, but those 2 cultivators had discovered his identity and chosen to try and obtain the rewards. One of them then tried to hold him back, while the other swiftly retreated in an attempt to call for backup. Su Ming stood up. He lifted his right hand and swung his arm. Immediately, those 2 corpses turned into ashes and disappeared. He took a step towards the galaxy. When he was in space, red immediately shone, and red threads surrounded his body. Once they turned into a red coffin, it charged away with a loud whoosh. Almost at the moment Su Ming left the broken, fragmented piece and flew away, his eyes shone while he was in the coffin. This time, it was 5 days. Su Ming could sense a wisp of his presence he had left 5 days ago on a meteor. This meant that the meteor was destroyed, and it meant that someone had found that meteor while searching for him. Something's not right. Last time, they needed 7 days to discover the presence I left behind. Su Ming frowned. Duke of Crimson Flame. Is the secret art you cast on me still around? Su Ming sent that question with his mind. It's still around. As long as your enemies aren't too close to you, it'll be difficult for them to discover you. Your presence will remain in a single spot for 7 days. And it also means that when they discover you, what they see will be the spot where you were 7 days ago. This secret art is almost akin to twisting time and space. If I cast it on someone else, it would not bring about too much effect. But since you're an abyss builder and your inborn talent is controlling time and space itself, that's why such an effect was brought about. The Duke of Crimson Flame said calmly. Su Ming fell silent. As he pondered over this quietly, he kept this problem in his heart. The red coffin charged through the galaxy and disappeared without a trace. 3 days later, the coffin suddenly stopped, and a freezing glare appeared in Su Ming's eyes. As I thought, the presence I left behind on that fragmented piece has also disappeared. It's only been 3 days since then. Su Ming's face was dark, the coffin where he was immediately melted. He walked out from the coffin and stood in the galaxy. He looked in the direction of the fragmented piece with brightly shining eyes. They should have other methods to locate me besides that blood identification pearl. The secret art worked previously because they had yet to execute this new method of locating me. Now, the time taken to find me is being rapidly cut short. Before long, they'll be able to avoid that span of 7 days where time and space is distorted and be able to locate me instantly. A chilling glare appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He knew that if he was constantly in a state of being locked on, he would forever be in a state of being pursued. I'm also slightly curious. The secret art hasn't lost its effect. By right, nothing should go wrong. But why do they have a method to cut down the time where time and space is distorted? The Duke of Crimson Flame's puzzled voice echoed in Su Ming's ears. What is the distance between us and Black Ink Planet? Su Ming asked after being silent for a short while. Over the course of the journey, he had been hurrying forward whenever he was not curing his injuries. His destination was Black Ink Planet. Only by leaving this place and stepping into Divine Essence Star Ocean could he shake off the 4 great true worlds coverage of the galaxy and no longer be constantly on the run like right now. I can still shift you twice, but only twice. You will have to wait for 100 years before I'll be able to gather enough power to shift you again. However, even if we shift, there is still a limit. It'll be difficult for us to reach Black Ink Planet within a short period of time. Based on my calculations, after I shift twice, you will still need 70-something years of flight before you could reach that planet, the Duke of Crimson Flame said in a low voice. Su Ming frowned and swept his gaze across the area. I must find what method they're using to locate me besides that blood identification pearl. At that moment, there were 9 ancient bronze swords charging through the galaxy from a spot a considerable amount of distance away from Su Ming. At the tip of the ancient swords was an illusory projection. There was a blood-red circle in that projection. It looked like a rune, but if someone enlarged it several millions-fold, then they would be able to see clearly that the lines that constructed this circular rune were countless runic symbols packed densely together. That circular rune shone once every 7 breaths. Each time it shone, numerous white spots would appear on it. Those white spots would either be scattered or gathered closely to each other. They concentrated in different spots of the rune. Besides them, there was a crimson-red spot that was incredibly eye-catching. That glowing spot had been moving swiftly, but it had stopped at that moment. Just to kill this person, the 4 great true worlds actually agreed to use the great Divinity Incarceration rune. All the people who are within this rune will have no place to hide. But this Mo Su is pretty good. He's actually skilled in a rune that can distort time and space, causing us to always be late by 7 days while we've been chased after him these past few months. If we didn't activate this great Divinity Incarceration rune, it would have been slightly more difficult for us to know where he is. There were many true guards standing on the huge swords. Their gazes were on the red spot on that illusory projection. With just 1 more day, we'll be able to break that method he uses to distort time and space. By then, this Mo Su will have nowhere to hide. Judging by the direction he's going, he should be heading towards Black Ink Planet. But it's located incredibly far away from this place. He'll need some 200 years to get there, and he won't survive for that long. As those true guards sent their thoughts to each other, the 9 ancient bronze swords sliced through the air, charging swiftly into the distance. Just what method are they using? A long arc charged through the galaxy. It was a red coffin. Su Ming was sitting cross-legged on it. His face was dark. A myriad of thoughts fleeted through his mind as he continued analyzing the situation and deducing what was going on with his thoughts forming together as if they were raw silk, and he was spinning them together into a cocoon. It's a pity that I lost my consciousness and was sealed near the end of the battle. I don't know what the 4 great true worlds had placed in this galaxy over the years. Even after I absorbed Jing Nanzi's memories, I only know the general outline of things, not the details. After all, even with Jing Nanzi's status, it was difficult for him to know the secrets that lay at the core of the 4 great true worlds. The Duke of Crimson Flame was also thinking about this. After a moment, he sighed. Oh well, I'll keep one shift on standby. I'll use it when you're close to Black Ink Planet. After all, they should be able to guess where you're going. They will definitely lock down the area around. I'll need to shift you to pass through that lock and step into Black Ink Planet. Besides keeping the amount of power needed for one shift, you still have one more shift left. I can use it to help you temporarily shake off your pursuers, the Duke of Crimson Flame said in a low voice. It's useless. Even if I manage to shift farther away, if I don't find the method they're using to locate me besides that blood identification pearl, then even if I buy some time, I'll still be chased down eventually. Su Ming shook his head. Time was trickling by, and a sense of danger was rapidly rising in his heart. If this continued, then Su Ming was certain that in a few days, he would once again face off a large-scale pursuit. When he thought of the sword aura that destroyed Heavenly Treasure Planet, his pupils shrank. That power was definitely not something that he could withstand. If he took that blow head-on, then even if his physical body was powerful, his body and soul would definitely be destroyed. Just what is it? As Su Ming mumbled, he lifted his head and looked at the endless galaxy above his head. Every single time he looked at it, he would feel that the universe was boundless, and he was an incredibly weak existence. After a long while, Su Ming sighed. Just as he was about to lower his head, a shudder suddenly ran through his body. He stood up and stared at the galaxy up ahead. Could there be an eye in the galaxy that can look at all regions attentively, as if it was monitoring them, and no one can escape from its gaze? Su Ming mumbled. I don't know whether there would be this sort of eye, but when you said that, I remember something now. There are certain gigantic runes that can cover a galaxy and do what you said. All manner of lives under that rune would be monitored. The bald Duke of Crimson Flame manifested beside Su Ming's body and lifted his head to look at the sky with a grim expression. I remember now. Jing Nanzi once executed a method to seal something. At that time, his presence was incredibly great. I could even feel a wave of power descending from the galaxy and sealing off the region based on Jing Nanzi's thoughts. Su Ming's eyes shone, and a brilliant light was revealed within them. The Duke of Crimson Flame's heart shuddered, and he immediately said, "A rune. There is an incredibly gigantic rune in the galaxy. This rune is monitoring the galaxy, and it can see everything that is happening in all of the corners. Then the reason must definitely be this rune. Only by using this method can they avoid the power that distorts time and space and also dodge those misleading presences that last for 7 days, because this rune can instantly find me and locate me immediately." Su Ming glared at the sky above him, and madness gradually appeared in his eyes. Bald crane. Su Ming swung his arm, and the bald crane immediately flew out from his storage bag. Once it manifested beside him, it immediately glared at the Duke of Crimson Flame. It did not dare provoke Su Ming, but somewhere in the depths of its heart, it thought that it could bully this bald man. Su Ming looked at the bald crane and immediately asked, "Can you break this rune that monitors the galaxy?" The bald crane was momentarily stunned. After it looked at the area, it lifted its head to look at the galaxy. Then, without any hesitation, it shook its head vigorously. "No can do, this rune." Before it finished speaking, Su Ming threw out a bag. Once the bald crane caught and opened it, its eyes immediately started shining brilliantly. "Break the rune, and I'll give all of it to you," Su Ming said decisively. The bald crane shuddered and screamed in excitement. "I'll do it. I can do it. Damn it all. Even if I use up every last ounce of my strength, I'll deal with this stupid rune. I'll do whatever it takes." Chapter 802, Breaking the Rune. As the bald crane screamed in excitement, it seized that bag in a tight grip. There were numerous crystals in there, and many of them were not inferior ones. They were instead stone coins with incredibly high quality, which Su Ming had obtained in Death region. These sparkling things were the bald crane's life. In fact, they were even more important than its life. This was the source that could make it fight and descend into madness. When Su Ming brought out another storage bag and tossed it to the bald crane in a decisive manner, The bald crane's originally excited heart instantly exploded with a myriad of emotions. I'll do whatever it takes. I'll do it. I'll do it. The bald crane's eyes even turned red as it roared. Darn it all. I'll give it my all for these crystals. If an animal can die for food, then I will die for money. That little boy Sue has never been so generous before. He's even more miserly than I am, and he's being so generous now. I definitely can't miss this chance. The bald crane roared and leapt up to charge towards the galaxy up ahead. I'll give it my all. A loud bang erupted from the bald crane's body, and it increased several times in size, turning several hundreds of feet big. An endless amount of ripples appeared around it. Those ripples spread out swiftly, as if they were about to fuse into the galaxy. Su Ming looked at the bald crane. He had never seen a rune that the bald crane could not break. He had only seen this sort of talent in Huzi before, and when he looked at the bald crane, he felt a stab of pain. This was not physical pain. Perhaps more accurately speaking, this was not pain, but a sort of numbness that was born as he recalled past events. Su Ming knew that he was remembering Huzi, but this sort of remembrance was not allowed for him, who no longer had any emotions, and neither did he have any pain. By the side, the Duke of Crimson Flame looked at the bald crane, entering a frenzy with a dumbfounded look. He had seen avaricious people, but he had never seen anyone so avaricious that they would explode forth with such great life force just for 2 bags of crystals. Judging by the looks of it, the bald crane was clearly in an extreme state of excitement. It can't be. It can't that legendary being, right? I remember that lord didn't seem to be so greedy for money. Besides, with its status, these crystals. The Duke of Crimson Flame had always been uncertain about the bald crane. This was his secret, and he had not even asked Su Ming about it. Ah! The bald crane shouted loudly. It swelled up once again and became nearly 1,000 feet big. The ripples around it became even finer. As it continued expanding, it filled the entire galaxy with ripples. They did not spread too far, but instead swept through the area. It was as if the bald crane wanted to use this method to fuse with the galaxy. However, it was as if there were no cracks here, so the ripples could only swirl about, but never be able to fuse with the galaxy. Almost at the moment the bald crane demonstrated its power in an attempt to break the rune that had existed for an unknown number of years, having been placed by the powerful warriors from the 4 true great worlds working together to cover the entire galaxy in the barren lands of divine essence except for the depths. For of the 19 radix planets in the galaxy used by the 4 great true worlds as their stations instantly erupted with a powerful light. A cold and emotionless voice came from the 4 radix planets. There is a 3rd-tier power attempting to fuse with the great Divinity Incarceration rune in Western Ring Nebula, Sinful Barren Lands. This power will require 970 million years to succeed in fusing with the rune. That aloof voice spread through all areas of the 4 great true worlds, keeping a lookout over the barren lands. It was immediately heard by the true guards on the cultivation planets and the powerful warriors from the 4 great true worlds. However, no one paid any attention to it. Only some would occasionally lift their heads to look at the sky. This sort of act to break the rune was not common, but not rare either. Over the years, no one had ever successfully fused with it and broken the great Divinity Incarceration rune. In the eyes of true guards, this sort of action was an act of someone overestimating their own abilities. Yet at that moment, the aloof voice suddenly came from the 4 shining radix planets once again. There is a 4th-tier power attempting to fuse with the great Divinity Incarceration rune in Western Ring Nebula, Sinful Barren Lands. This power will require 720 million years to succeed in fusing into the rune. That 4th-tier power appeared so soon, but it's completely impossible to break this rune. I wonder which overconfident idiot is trying it. Is Western Ring Nebula where that wanted criminal Mo-Su is? Within the endless cultivation planets in the vast galaxy, where the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds kept a lookout over the barren lands, were some true guards who were training. Their training was interrupted by the voice that spread through the entire galaxy, but most of them did not pay any attention to it. Su Ming looked at the bald crane in the galaxy as he stood in Western Ring Nebula. At that moment, the bald crane's body swelled up to several thousands of feet. Roars tumbled out from its mouth, and a large amount of ripples reverberated without stop in that circular area of 10,000 lis. Damn it, what is this rune? How could it be so powerful? Darn it all, why is a stupid rune so powerful? Isn't this just cheating? The bald crane started cursing loudly. Yet soon, the bald crane's curses fell silent, and it was replaced by heavy breathing. It might be in the galaxy, but the bald crane's breathing still quickened, because when Su Ming lifted his hand, he threw out 2 more storage bags. The bald crane's eyes turned red, and it descended into madness. As it roared at the sky, its body swelled up once again, and this time, it reached 10,000 feet. As it roared, ripples that looked like surging waves spread out from its body and swept through the area. When the Duke of Crimson Flame saw this scene, his pupils constricted. Darn it all, I'm going to duke it out against you. I'll do it for real this time. I'll seriously duke it out. As the bald crane howled, it blinked, then lowered its head to swiftly sweep a glance at Su Ming. When it saw Su Ming taking out another storage bag, the bald crane went mad. Su Ming might not have much of everything else, but as he killed, he never let any storage bag slip through his hands. There might be some that only had few items, but when their numbers accumulated, he still obtained quite the fortune. When the bald crane had an outburst, there was no longer just 4 radix planets shining in the galaxy, where the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds kept a lookout over the barren lands. Instead, brilliant light now shone from 5 of those radix planets that formed that distorted-looking staircase, which was part of the celestial body that was formed by many cultivation planets. There is a 5th-tier power attempting to fuse with the great Divinity Incarceration Rune in Western Ring Nebula, sinful barren lands. Before that voice could finish its speech, it suddenly stopped talking. Soon after, when it reverberated in the air once again, its words had already changed. There is a 6th-tier power attempting to fuse with the great Divinity Incarceration Rune in Western Ring Nebula, sinful. The voice stopped once again. After a moment, when it echoed in space once more, nearly half of the true guards in all the cultivation planets within the galaxy, where the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds kept a lookout over the barren lands, spotted changes in their expressions. There is a 7th-tier power attempting to fuse with the great Divinity Incarceration Rune in Western Ring Nebula, sinful barren lands. This power will require 95 million years to succeed in fusing with the rune. The bald crane's body grew to be several tens of thousands of feet big. The ripples spreading out from its body covered several hundreds of thousands of lis. Its entire body trembled, and its eyes were crimson red. Damn it! Damn it all! This is the most insane rune I've ever seen in my life. It has 900,000 something layers. Darn it! How am I supposed to break this? As the bald crane spoke, it quickly lowered its head to look at Su Ming before quickly putting on a facade that it was panting harshly. Su Ming let out a harumph. When he lifted his right hand, 5 storage bags were immediately brought out. He shook them before the bald crane, and the mouths of the bags fell open. Once the sounds of crystals knocking into each other came from within, he tossed them aside to a spot where there were already 20-something storage bags. The bald crane's heart was filled with ecstatic glee. In its excitement, it looked as if it was motivated once again. Its body increased in size with a bang and grew straight to 10,000 feet. The galaxy was filled with ripples spreading out from its body. These ripples quickly swam around, and for the first time, they showed signs that they were about to fuse with the galaxy. Oh no, I've really done my best, but this rune is just too powerful, too insane. When Su Ming was not paying attention, the bald crane licked its beak and immediately cried out. Without saying another word, Su Ming brought out another 10 storage bags. Once he revealed the crystals inside, he tossed them aside. The bald crane shuddered and let out a roar towards the sky. It became nearly 200,000 feet tall. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He brought out another few storage bags and tossed them aside. A brilliant light shone in the bald crane's eyes, and it started crying out in excitement in its heart. I'm rich. I'm rich. Haha. Little boy Su, aren't you supposed to be miserly? Haha. I just need to use some tricks, and you'll still end up bringing them all out in the end. He might still have some. Yup, I'll continue squeezing his money out of him. As the bald crane cried out, its body swelled up once again. This time, it reached nearly 300,000 feet. Wherever those ripples passed by, the galaxy would shine intensely. The Duke of Crimson Flame's mouth had already fallen open in complete shock. He looked at the bald crane with a dumbfounded expression, the shock in his heart having turned into amazement. It's fighting against the rune that seals an entire galaxy head-on. This crane, is it truly that legendary lord? Once its body grew to 300,000 feet, The bald crane started wailing again. Oh, I can't do it anymore. I've already done my best, but this thing is just too hard to break. I need motivation. I need to be filled with passion. I need stimulation. As it spoke, it lowered its head and looked at Su Ming with excitement and anticipation. If you need stimulation, then I'll give you stimulation. Su Ming let out a cold harumph, then lifted his right hand and seized the air. Immediately, 3 of the 30-something storage bags flew out, and Su Ming seized them. I will give you the span of 10 breaths. With each breath that passes, I will take back 3 of those storage bags. If you really can't break it, then don't force yourself. As Su Ming spoke flatly, he put away those 3 bags. A piercing scream of pain tumbled out from the bald crane's beak. This time, its eyes were truly bloodshot. All the previous times its eyes turned red was because it intentionally made it so. Its heart was bleeding, and that extreme pain now caused it to truly descend into madness. When it saw Su Ming lifting his hand once again to take back another 3 storage bags, there was pure madness within the bald crane's shrieks. Get bigger, bigger, bigger. Darn it all, get bigger. With a bang, the bald crane's body exploded in size, and it grew to 400,000 feet, 500,000 feet, until it reached 1,000,000 feet. Break, break, break. As it cried out, the ripples around it started spreading out viciously. Wherever they passed by, the galaxy looked as if it was about to shatter. As a shocking boom rang out, layers upon layers of the galaxy were pulled back. A gigantic crimson-red rune that exuded an ancient presence replaced the galaxy, and it appeared before Su Ming's eyes with no end in sight. At that moment, all the ripples fused into the crimson rune. A shocking bang that shook the galaxy came from the rune, and the bald crane, completely fused with this great Divinity Incarceration rune that the 4 great true worlds had set up in the past. Chapter 803, Divine Space World. Within the galaxy where the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds kept a lookout over the barren lands were 6 radix planets with distorted forms that made them look like staircases. At the instant they started shining with a brilliant light, and that light illuminated everything around. 6 aloof voices speaking in unison came from the 6 radix planets. There is an 8th-tier power attempting to fuse with the great Divinity Incarceration rune in Western Ring Nebula, within. There is a 9th-tier power attempting to fuse with the great Divinity Incarceration rune in Western Ring Nebula. There is a 10th-tier power attempting to fuse with the great Divinity Incarceration rune in Western Ring. There is an 11th-tier power attempting to fuse with the great Divinity Incarceration rune in. Those voices echoed in many cultivation planets, causing all the true guards within the area that belong to the forces of power within the 4 great true worlds to find their expressions changing. Multiple presences exploded forth, and long arcs flew up from these cultivation planets. Yet at that moment, 9 of the 19 radix planets that filled the galaxy used by the 4 great true worlds erupted forth with a powerful light. Once that light appeared, the aloof voice changed its words. The great Divinity Incarceration rune is in danger. Based on the divine essence law made by the 4 great true worlds, all guards from the true worlds are to immediately head to the place where the cause of the danger lies. You are to destroy all living beings that are attempting to break the rune. The danger of this power is 13th tier, which will need 23,000 years to break the rune. Loud buzzing sounds came from the galaxy, which the 4 great true worlds used as a lookout over the barren lands once that aloof voice spread out. Long arcs charged into the air. Ancient bronze swords appeared in the region where true sacred Een world were stationed. Anyone who looked would see that there were several hundreds of them, nearing 1,000. There were even a few presences in plain Kalpa realm. Their powerful divine senses caused the galaxy to tremble. Abyss dragons roared in the galaxy where the Emperor of Abyss True World was stationed. Figures in black armor appeared on all the Abyss dragons as black smoke spread out from their bodies. A similar sight appeared in the galaxy where True Morning Dao World was stationed as well. All the galaxies where the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds were stationed trembled due to the aloof voice. Are the alien races invading us? If not, what sort of power could possibly make 9 radix planets light up at the same time? Could it be that the alien races are really invading us in mass? Or else how could they possibly be able to shake the great Divinity Incarceration rune? Is war coming? Multiple questions rose in the hearts of the true guards from the 4 great true worlds, and it became a heavy burden on them. Almost at the moment, the area where the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds trembled violently, 15 of the 19 radix planets began to shine brilliantly. This meant that a shocking change had appeared in the barren lands of divine essence. The power endangering the rune is at the 15th tier. It will require 6,200 years to break the rune. The power endangering the rune is at the 16th tier. It will require 1,500 years to break the rune. The power endangering the rune is at the 17th tier. It will require 300 years to break the rune. The power endangering the rune is at the 18th tier. It will require 5 years to break the rune. The power endangering the rune is at the 19th tier. It will require 10 breaths to break the rune. The aloof voice coming from the 15 radix planets swiftly spread through space, echoing all around. However, before the true guards from the 4 great true worlds could even relocate, the aloof voice fell silent. Several breaths later, when it spoke up once again, the words it uttered caused the minds of all people in the galaxy to rumble. The great Divinity Incarceration rune has been broken. 2/10 of the perception from the rune have been lost. As that voice spoke, the area where the 4 great true worlds were stationed instantly fell into dead silence. In Western Ring Nebula, which was located in sinful barren lands, the bald crane's crazed laughter traveled all around, and there was an endless amount of prideful arrogance contained within that laughter. Well, darn it all. How was that? Weren't you still defeated by me? Haha, your grandpa Crane is invincible. No matter what rune it is still just crystals before me. It can't escape. Loud booming sounds echoed in the galaxy, spreading in all directions to cover the crimson rune. The bald crane's body manifested in space. It looked as if it had fused together with the rune, and they could no longer be distinguished from each other. The Duke of Crimson Flame looked at that sight with a dumbfounded expression. After some time, his heart started trembling violently. At that moment, he was certain by 8/10 that the bald crane was that lord spoken in the legends in the past. A smile appeared on Su Ming's face. He swung his arm, and all the storage bags in front of him flew up together to charge up. A suction force immediately came from the crimson rune, and those storage bags disappeared without a trace once they were all swept up. The bald crane's excited and smug laughter rang all around once again. Little boy Su, so? Aren't I just great? Haha, this stupid rune is too weak. I've broken runes that are 10 times stronger than this one. When have I broken a rune that is 10 times stronger than this one? Light shone within the crimson rune. The bald crane's body manifested, and it came to stand before Su Ming with a smug expression on its face. It no longer thought about the thing it could not remember from the past. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and he said calmly, "Control this rune and cover up its gaze on me. Make it so that no one else can use this rune to find out where I am." "No problem. I've already fused with this stupid rune. If it doesn't listen to me, then I'll get rid of it." The bald crane struck its chest with an incredibly arrogant look on its face. "Ahem, little boy Su. You know, we could actually make a few more deals. Hey, about that, I saw that you took away some storage bags just now. How about this? Give me the crystals in the storage bags, and I'll use the power in the rune and help you perform a short-distance warp." The bald crane licked its beak, and an expectant light shone in its eyes as it looked at Su Ming. "What is this rune?" A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes as he asked flatly. "This rune is known as the Great Divinity Incarceration and Sealing Rune. It covers the entire galaxy where the 4 great true worlds are stationed, as well as sinful barren lands. It also has a part called Great Space Sealing and Planet Shrinking Rune, Space Sealing Rune for short. It's the protective gate guarding the region where the 4 great true worlds are stationed. It'll be difficult for all those who are not protected by this rune to step into the region where the 4 great true worlds are stationed to a lookout over the barren lands. When these 2 runes are grouped together, they will form Divine Space's first rune in the barren lands of divine essence." The bald crane quickly explained, afraid that Su Ming would not agree to the trait. To it, runes were not important. What was important were crystals. It's actually the Divine Space rune. The Duke of Crimson Flame was shocked when he heard it by the side, and in his shock, he had cried out in surprise. When Su Ming looked towards him, a grim expression appeared on the Duke of Crimson Flame's face. A hint of nostalgia entered his eyes, and at the same time, there was also a hint of terror there. "Before I was sealed, I experienced the might of the Divine Space rune set up by the 4 great true worlds. This rune has infinite power. It possesses a law. Calling it a rune might not be too appropriate. It's more like a galaxy, the Duke of Crimson Flame said in a low voice. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. He waited quietly for the Duke of Crimson Flame to continue speaking. Wherever it is, it can replace the existing galaxy and envelop it in the rune that belongs to it, turning it into Divine Space World. This rune killed many of the people from the fifth true world in the past. Up to the moment I was sealed, I didn't hear of it being destroyed. Within its Divine Space World, it will form its own galaxy with rules and laws. It doesn't need any cultivator to control it either, because a rune spirit has already been born in the rune. However, all those who are acknowledged by the rune spirit can use the power of the rune to kill their enemies in Divine Space World. I didn't expect that the rune would still be around, and it actually executed the Divine Space Rune to cover half of the barren lands of Divine Essence. All the regions besides Divine Essence Star Ocean might belong to the area of Divine Space World. The Duke of Crimson Flame looked at the boundless blood-red rune in the galaxy. There was a solemn tone to his words, along with a deep wave of wariness. In fact, he even instinctively cast a glance at the bald crane as he remembered those rumors from the past. There's a rune spirit? No, I don't see any rune spirit. The bald crane was momentarily stunned. It closed its eyes and sensed the area of the rune carefully before it shook its head. But this rune isn't complete. It seems like it was destroyed in the past, and then it was separated into two parts, one that seals divinities and the other that seals spaces. Still, this Divinity Incarceration rune that I've fused with does possess the divine ability you speak of. It formed a galaxy, but the power doesn't feel as terrifying as you said. Besides, most of it can't be brought out. The bald crane scratched its bald head, then cast its gaze at Su Ming once again with eyes filled with expectation. Its power might be much weaker, but performing short-distance warps is incredibly easy for it. So, little boy Su, you want to have a deal? As the bald crane spoke, the Duke of Crimson Flame was stunned for an instant. After a moment of pensive silence, he seemed to have come to understand the situation. No wonder the four great true worlds couldn't use the power of the rune to chase us down. They also needed a large amount of cultivators as true guards, because this rune no longer has a rune spirit. It's difficult for everyone to obtain the rune's acknowledgement, and even then they can't execute its full power. They can only use its basic functions while using the rune to monitor and investigate the area. But why didn't the old monsters who set up the rune in the past mend it? As the Duke of Crimson Flame mumbled under his breath, Su Ming's eyes shone brilliantly. We can make the deal, but besides warping, I want to obtain the rune's acknowledgement. I want to use the power of law controlling this galaxy in the rune. Su Ming looked at the bald crane. He knew that the crane would definitely put on a troubled face and then ask for more crystals, which was why he brought out a few more storage bags and tossed them into space. The bald crane seized the storage bags and checked them with excitement. Once it did so, it instinctively put on a troubled face, but when it saw the dark expression on Su Ming's face, it weighed the pros and cons of the situation in its heart and nodded with a vulgar expression. I'm going to say this first. Warping isn't a problem, but if you want to use the rune's power, then you will only be able to use a small part of it, since I've only fused with 2/10 of the rune. But don't worry, once I fuse with it even more, then I can lend you even more of the rune's power. In fact, I can even help you train, but the key is, I will need stimulation. Only when I have powerful stimulation will the greatest force of my life erupt forth, and only then would I be able to fuse with the rune even more, the bald crane quickly said. Bring out the picture of the galaxy here. I want to see just how many people are after my life in this area. Killing intent shone in Su Ming's eyes. The bald crane immediately let out a cry, and an illusory projection that only true guards possessed appeared instantaneously before Su Ming. This illusory projection was like a map. Once it spread out, the area shown within it was incredibly large. All the regions in the barren lands of Divine Essence besides Divine Star Ocean appeared on the map. Even the galaxy, which the four great true worlds used as a lookout over the barren lands. If the true guards from the four great true worlds saw this, they would definitely be in great shock. Because if it was them, when they used the Divinity Incarceration rune, they could only see a part of a region. It was difficult for them to see the whole thing. In fact, even the powerful warriors in plain Kalpa realm could not make this sort of projection appear from the Divinity Incarceration rune. At most, they could only summon a fourth of it. Chapter 804, Foreign Land. The illusory projection that appeared before Su Ming was incredibly large. It clearly showed half the shape of the gourd. In fact, Su Ming only needed to cast his gaze on a single spot, and all the people and the objects in that place would immediately emerge in his head. This sort of feeling was as if he was in control of this portion of the galaxy. Every life and every existence in the galaxy could not hide from him, appearing clearly before his eyes. Even with Su Ming's indifference, once he noticed this, his heart trembled, and he showed disbelief. He suddenly came to understand the source of the true guard's might. Besides their level of cultivation, the most critical factor to their strength was the ability to monitor the entire galaxy. Anyone with this projection could basically be undefeatable. He saw an endless number of white spots, countless stars, the 4 regions within sinful barren lands, the 4 forces of power from the 4 great true worlds that were stationed in the galaxies directly corresponding to the 4 regions. At the same time, he saw the space-sealing rune the bald crane spoke of just now. That rune was like a long river that existed between the 4 regions of sinful barren lands and the 4 forces of power from the true world stationed on the other side. He also saw Black Ink Planet. This planet that was at the edge of sinful barren lands was marked as a purplish-red spot, and it was incredibly far away from this place. Once Su Ming swept his gaze past the illusory projection, he noticed several strange places. These places were as red as blood on the projection. When a person looked at it, they would be startled, unable to help but feel a strong sense of danger coming from them. Besides, the rune could only cover these spots, not see into them clearly. When Su Ming cast his gaze at those places, the sense of danger turned into a loud bang in his mind, and a vague, powerful suction force appeared, wanting to devour him. There were 4 such places. They were like seas of blood that filled those spots, and one of them was located in each of the 4 galaxies of sinful barren lands. The closest spot was not that far away from Su Ming. There's a region like this in each of the 4 galaxies. Su Ming forced down the powerful sense of danger in his heart. Once he averted his gaze, that sense of danger naturally disappeared. Those are the foreign lands. The Duke of Crimson Flame said softly after looking at the 4 crimson regions. Su Ming did not immediately reply. Instead, he closed his eyes and searched through the memories of the powerful world paragons he had absorbed through the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole. After a moment, his eyes flew open, and his pupils shrank. The 4 foreign lands. All those who step will almost definitely die. Over the years, the number of people who entered them and returned alive is incredibly low. Even the true guards from the 4 great true worlds avoid those 4 regions and regard them as places that end everything. Including Divine Essence Star Ocean, these places are regarded as the 5 forbidden regions in the barren lands of Divine Essence. This was the answer Su Ming obtained from the memories he absorbed. What are the foreign lands? Su Ming looked towards the Duke of Crimson Flame. Before the 4 great true worlds fought against the 5th true world, this galaxy was known as Divine Essence. It did not belong to either the 4 great true worlds or the 5th true world. It was a boundary, a sort of mysterious region. There were plenty of rumors circulating this galaxy. During that time, several of these foreign lands were already in existence. Plenty of people went to investigate them, but very few came back. All those who came back were unwilling to talk about their experiences in those foreign lands. As time passed, the dangers and mysteries of those places turned into an enigma. This lasted till your abyss builder Ancestor, who is the 5th true world sovereign, went to investigate a foreign land and came back alive. He might not have talked much about it either, but from then on, the speed at which he increased his level of cultivation was so quick it was terrifying. When he eventually reached the realm where he could control fate, lives, and deaths, he said one sentence. The foreign lands are the beginning of Divine Essence. Very few know just what are those foreign lands. Even when the 5th true world was at war, the flames of war could not shake their existences. As time had continuously flowed to this day and age, it changed nothing. They still exist. The Duke of Crimson Flame mumbled. He looked at the foreign lands, and his voice seemed to contain an ancient air. It sounded like an old gust of wind blowing forth from the passage of time. Su Ming cast a deep look at the closest foreign land. After some time, he averted his gaze and looked at the other spots on the illusory projection. He saw the main camp of the 4 great true worlds. Over there, the things he saw the most clearly were 19 blue planets, which were scattered in different locations within the 4 great true worlds' main camp. There were numerous cultivation planets there, and an innumerable amount of glowing spots that signified the true worlds. There was also a rotating vortex at the peripheral of the four great true worlds main camp. That was the exit from the barren lands of divine essence. It led to the four great true worlds, to true morning Tao world, to Een Death region. Master, eldest senior brother, second senior brother, Huzi, Berserkers, home. Su Ming looked at the vortex that signified the exit, and as he mumbled, sharp pain stabbed his heart once again. He might have lost his sense of pain, but that force that sealed off his senses only had control over his physical pain. It could not destroy the pain in his heart, which was not physical. After a long while, Su Ming closed his eyes. When he reopened them, the aloof look had returned. When he swept his gaze past the area where the four great true worlds were stationed to a look over the barren lands, a familiar ripple entered his heart. He was stunned for a moment. His gaze fell on one of the true guard's glowing spots, and a picture immediately emerged in his head. Within that picture was a big man with an endless amount of black patterns on his exposed skin. He was dressed in a black robe and was sitting cross-legged on a cultivation planet that was filled with black earth. As he meditated, wisps of black smoke spread out from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Venom was contained within that black smoke, causing not only the earth around him to turn black, but also all the plants around to wither and die. Su Ming looked at the picture that emerged in his head and gradually narrowed his eyes. Ji Yunhai, Su Ming mumbled after a moment. He recognized that person. That man was Ji Yunhai, the clone he had refined in the past. Madame Ji's appearance in the past had caused Hong Luo to awaken in Su Ming's body. He had brought Su Ming a series of troubles, and at the same time, given him an incredibly huge serendipity. Ji Yunhai's corpse had then also been refined by Su Ming into a clone. The black beetles in his body allowed that clone to possess incredibly great combat abilities. It was a pity that he had lost his it when he went on his trip to the world of Nine Een, and up to the moment he left, he hadn't managed to find his missing clone. Yet now, he saw Ji Yunhai in the barren lands of divine essence, and Su Ming could not help but be stunned by it. Ji Yunhai is only a clone, the real person having died a long time ago in the past. He was killed by Madame Ji, but judging by his current appearance, it's clear that this clone already possesses intelligence. Yet why does he have such dense venom on his person? Su Ming looked at the picture in his head, and the sights from the world of Nine Een flashed before his eyes. Su Ming had found the poisoned corpse in the past. Once he brought it out of the world of Nine Een, he gave it to the fated kin. It became the fated kin's protector, and because of that, Su Ming had a burden lifted off his shoulders. Ji Yunhai, I couldn't find him in the world of Nine Een in the past. I thought someone took his away and brought him out of the world of Nine Een beforehand. But even after I became the god of Berserkers and had my Atman sweep through the land of Berserkers, I didn't manage to sense his presence. If that is the case, then he wasn't taken away by someone else in the past, but was in the world of Nine Een, and he left with the ancient bronze sword to head to true, sacred Een world. Su Ming's eyes sparkled brilliantly as he analyzed the situation. He's become much stronger. He actually reached the level of a Lord of World Plane, or else he wouldn't have been able to become a true guard. Interesting. Su Ming swept his gaze past the projection and instantly found his pupils constricting once again. He could clearly see two other glowing spots on the cultivation planet where Ji Yunhai was. Zai Long Shun. Li Hua, they're still alive. Su Ming stood up swiftly, and a myriad of emotions flashed past his face. After some time, he started looking through each of the galaxies where the forces of power from the four great true worlds were stationed, and he did so in a large scale. Several hours later, Su Ming's gaze focused on a glowing spot, and his expression was a little complicated. Yuong. Su Ming closed his eyes. When he opened them a moment later, he averted his gaze away from the galaxy where the four great true worlds were stationed. Once he found the spot where he was located, he looked at the area around him. Through that illusory projection, Su Ming saw several dozens of glowing spots flying about blindly around him. It was as if they could find his general location and were now just looking for the specific spot. Besides, these people were 9 ancient bronze swords that were located in the distance. They were charging forward, but in a manner as if they had lost the location of where Su Ming was. They can't use the rune to locate me from a long distance, so it'll be difficult for them to use the blood identification pearl to notify the others of my position. Because of that, the Duke of Crimson Flame's art that distorts time and space for 7 days will become effective once more, making it so the others will be unable to find precisely where I am. Now, I will use the power of the rune to know where you are. Since you came after my life, then you will have to pay a price for it." Murderous aura spread out from Su Ming's body. When he lifted his right hand, the crimson coffin under his feet melted into a long spear. Once he held it in his hand, the bald crane let out a cry, and ripples immediately spread out from Su Ming's body. A small crimson rune appeared under his feet, and in a flash, Su Ming disappeared. Several dozens of long arcs were exploring the area all around Western Ring Nebula. These people were all stimulated by the 4 great true worlds rewards and were desperate cultivators that came to kill Su Ming so that they could obtain the rewards. They cared nothing for death. After all, they no longer had any hope within the barren lands of divine essence. The only desire they had was to make themselves stronger and increase their level of cultivation. That was why it could be said that they eyed these rewards like hungry wolves. However, while the blood identification pearls on their bodies shone, they were leading them to an incredibly far-off place, yet not too long ago, the blood identification pearls had led them to this region. What's going on? Could it be that this Mo Su used that enchanted treasure of his and shifted into the distance? There was an old man dressed in a blue robe in the galaxy, and he had a dark expression on his face. At that moment, as he moved forward in the form of a long arc, his heart was filled with puzzlement. Just as he was flying forward, his heart suddenly lurched in his chest. When he whipped his head around, he immediately saw a crimson rune appearing in the galaxy not far behind him. There was an indistinct figure in the rune, as if it was covered by ripples on the surface of water. Once it walked out, those ripples vanished to reveal a gray-haired Su Ming. The old man was momentarily stunned, but then his pupils constricted. Killing intent rose in his eyes, along with surprise and bewilderment. He released the presence of World Plane Realm from his entire body without any hesitation. Bang! A blue sea of fog spread out towards the region around him, covering a circular area of several hundreds of thousands of feet. Yet at the instant the sea of fog spread out, Su Ming lifted his right hand and pointed at the old man. "Power of the rune, suppress this person," he ordered coldly. Chapter 805, Suppression. As the old man in blue robes spread out his power of world planes, a thought flashed through his mind. Since he warped before me and there is no fear on his face, then he must be confident in killing me, or else he would have definitely not done this. Judging by rumors about how cunning and ruthless he's been when he slaughtered those people in Heavenly Treasure Planet. At the same time, once he spread out the power of world planes, he lifted his hands, bent his back, and pushed down on the galaxy without any hesitation. The moment he pushed down, a muffled roar came from many different spots within the blue sea of fog that had spread out over hundreds of thousands of feet. A bow from all directions. That voice sounded as if there were tens of thousands of people roaring at the same time. At the instant it echoed in the area, obscure figures instantly appeared within the sea of fog that stretched to several hundreds of thousands of feet. Those figures occupied the area all around, and there were hundreds of thousands of them. There were men and women, the elderly and the young among these people. Their expressions were apathetic, but their eyes were filled with fanatical zeal. Their bodies were illusory, not real, but when they appeared, they lifted their hands, bent their backs, and bowed all together, doing the same posture as the old man in blue robes. Bang! A vast and mighty pressure shook the galaxy. Su Ming immediately sensed a power that was like the might of heaven. It descended on him in an invisible manner, and once it locked down all the spots around him, it turned into a power that tried to flatten him. It was as if a huge hand had appeared around him and wanted to crush him alive. Su Ming let out a cold harumph. As his words of calling the power of the rune echoed in space, a circular crimson rune appeared under his feet. That rune shone brilliantly. It was only about 100 feet in size at the moment it appeared. Yet right away, it started expanding rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it grew to several tens of thousands of feet. It resisted head on the pressure which was trying to flatten Su Ming from all directions due to that one bow formed from the blue sea of fog by the old man's power of world planes. Bang! 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 Cracks appeared in the galaxy. A furious wave of impact erupted from the void. The blood-red rune under Su Ming's feet swelled up immediately to 300,000 feet, crashing continuously into the sea of fog that was formed from the old man's power of world planes. Boom, boom, boom. The old man's expression changed. His sea of fog fell apart when it crashed into Su Ming's crimson rune. As the fog fell back, it pushed the old man backwards. Once he was forced 10,000 feet away from where he originally was, a grim expression appeared on his face. Su Ming also moved back due to the wave of impact, but he only moved 1,000 feet. The Crimson Rune was under his feet. He might not be a lord of world planes, but he had the power of the rune. As long as he was in the area of this Divinity Incarceration rune, which covered the entire galaxy, then he could endlessly borrow the rune's power. With this power in his hands, Su Ming could bring out a power that was similar to world planes. The rune under his feet began flashing rapidly. Red light surged into the area up ahead. Su Ming lifted his head swiftly, formed a seal with his right hand, then swung his arm in the direction before him. The galaxy above his head immediately shuddered, and a circular blood-red rune appeared again. This rune was positioned vertically, like a wall, and with an extreme speed, it charged towards the old man in blue, who was 10,000 feet away from it. As it swiftly closed in, the vertical, circular, crimson rune began expanding non-stop. In the blink of an eye, it grew to 100,000 feet. If anyone looked over there from the distance, it would not be shocking, but if they looked from a close-up, then that 100,000 feet rune would be incredibly huge, and its speed would also be so quick that it could not be described with words. Right away, it closed in on its target. Disbelief appeared in the old man's eyes. He might not have reached the middle stage of World Plane Realm, but he was already at the peak of the initial stage. He had seen and experienced many things. When he first saw the Crimson Rune under Su Ming's feet, he had found it somewhat familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen it before. Now that he saw the rune coming straight towards him, a bang erupted in his head, and he remembered. This is impossible. This is the Divinity Incarceration rune. It's the rune that only the true guards from the 4 great true worlds can mobilize. You are a true guard. This discovery terrified the old man so much that his soul almost left his body. After a myriad of thoughts fleeted through his head, this incredibly absurd notion appeared in his mind. Could it be that this so-called bounty is actually a plot? A plot where the 4 great true worlds want to slaughter us all. But this is... The old man's eyes were bloodshot. He roared loudly, and his clothes puffed up. As the sea of fog that was formed by his power of world planes tumbled behind him, the illusions of the tens of thousands of people manifested behind him, then bowed after wrapping their fists in their palms. Those at the very end started bowing first, and soon, the ones at the front bowed, too. As they bowed in sequence, they looked like waves that eventually surged towards the old man. He wrapped his fist in his palm, then bowed towards the incoming Crimson Rune. Boom! The space before the old man shuddered, and a shadow that was several hundreds of thousands of big tall appeared. That shadow was not a person, but a pair of hands wrapped together. Those hands belonged to the old man and all the hundreds of thousands of people behind him. Once the shadow appeared, the instant the old man bowed in the direction before him, it immediately crashed into the incoming rune. Bang! 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 The illusory hands shattered inch by inch. As they tumbled backwards, the old man's hair danced wildly, making it seem as if there was a huge gust of wind crashing into his face. The illusions of the tens of thousands of people shattered and dispersed, and the Crimson Rune swiftly rushed over. Once it closed in, it crashed into the old man, and during that instant, the Crimson Rune turned into a huge red net that wrapped itself around the old man to suppress him. At the same time, Su Ming's body began rapidly withering away. In the blink of an eye, he turned into countless shards that charged forward, shooting through the net that was the Crimson Rune. Those shards rushed straight into the old man's body and began absorbing his memories, devouring his power of world planes, and sucking away his physical power. After a moment, once the old man's body disappeared, an endless amount of shards rushed out into the galaxy and gathered there to turn into Su Ming. In the blink of an eye, his body recovered from its withered state. A thick presence of world planes spread out from him, and a brilliant light shone in his eyes. If I absorb one more person's power of world planes, then I will touch the wall separating me from world plane realm. Once the disaster falls on my head and I break through it, my physical body will turn into that of a world paragon. At the same time desire appeared in Su Ming's eyes, he sensed the might of borrowing the power of the rune. It was an overwhelming suppression that did not allow anyone to put up even the slightest bit of resistance. After all, Su Ming could no longer be considered to be the one who attacked during this fight. The one who fought against the old man in blue was not Su Ming, but the Divinity Incarceration rune that covered the entire galaxy. He might have only used 2/10 of the rune's power, but suppressing a cultivator in the initial stage of World Plane Realm was a piece of cake for the rune. Su Ming slowly clenched his fist, and a feeling of power he had never felt before filled his heart. This might not be his own power, but at this moment, it belonged to him. After Su Ming slowly unfurled his fist and looked at his palm, a bloody battle began in the galaxy. That battle did not last for long, and Su Ming only killed 3 people before he warped and left the place. This was because he had already touched the wall in Heaven Cultivation Realm, separating him from World Plane Realm. The art of swallowing shadows whole had reached a complete state of repletion and could no longer absorb the power of world planes. More importantly, Su Ming could feel that the first disaster from the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole would arrive several days later. He had fought a swift and clean battle against the 3 people. He had a short-distance warping ability by his side which would allow him to arrive at any spot he wanted to be. Even if someone also used a warp to escape, with the illusory projection locating them, Su Ming would still be able to catch up to them. The power of the rune allowed Su Ming to possess a blood-red grid that was akin to the power of world planes, so his weakest attribute when he faced off against lords of world planes was mended completely. He borrowed the might of the Divinity Incarceration rune for the Suppression art and had it sweep through the galaxy. This series of fights were not really fair, since the powerful warriors did not die in Su Ming's hands. They died because of the Divinity Incarceration rune. Once Su Ming killed those 3 people, he left. He did not appear before the 9 ancient bronze swords. Unless he could borrow more of the rune's power, he would not easily come into contact with the sword aura that could destroy Heavenly Treasure Planet. Several days later, Su Ming was seated on one of the meteors charging through the galaxy in a group. The Duke of Crimson Flame was not too far away. With a solemn expression, he protected Su Ming. The bald crane was lying by the side, occasionally grinning foolishly. Clearly, it was thinking about how its crystal count was going to increase, and was feeling incredibly happy. Su Ming had been sitting there for 3 days. He had chosen a meteor as his isolation grounds because a meteor was constantly on the move, and it was not slow, either. Because of that, his location would be harder to discover with the blood identification pearls. If he was in a single spot that did not move, then the art that distorted time and space for 7 days would no longer be of any use. At that moment, his body was squirming about. Veins popped up on his skin, and runic symbols could be seen flashing faintly, as if they existed within his blood. As his blood circulated through his body, it looked as if there was an endless amount of runic symbols that were shining and swimming about his body. The first disaster in the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole is the disaster of burning flames. Once you get through this disaster, your physical power will experience a great change. You will fuse with the power of world planes, and your physical body will become that of a world paragon. However, you will need to search for another clone soon, or else when the second state of repletion comes and the second disaster falls on you, then no matter whether you succeed or fail, your soul will fuse completely with this body of yours, and from then onwards, you will not be able to create another clone. Do remember this, and keep it firmly in your mind. This was the Duke of Crimson Flame's solemn advice before Su Ming isolated himself for the first disaster. Time trickled by. The runic symbols swam faster and faster in Su Ming's body. Faint wisps of flames spread out from all his pores, covering his entire body and burning it. More flames spread out, and gradually, Su Ming's entire body was enveloped in a sea of flames. At the same time, Su Ming isolated himself on the meteor to get through the disaster. A notice spread out from through the galaxy from which the 4 great true worlds kept a lookout over the barren lands. This notice shook almost all the cultivators, and it was even forcefully sent into the isolation grounds of the old monsters who isolated themselves all year long. Those who kill Mo Su will be given 1,000 world stones and a cultivation planet that has not been laid to waste and still contains a complete source of the world. Once this notice shook Western Ring Nebula, not only did it make the cultivators in Western Ring Nebula move out, all the other cultivators from the other 3 galaxies rushed to the place as well. The forces of power from the 4 great true worlds keeping a lookout over the barren lands added the number of true guards from True Sacredine World that were sent to chase down Su Ming, too. Newcomers such as Zhe Longshun, Li Hua, and Ji Yunhai were sent out to search for Mo Su around Western Ring Nebula. True Morning Dao World and the Emperor of Abyss True World also sent out true guards to join in the chase. Besides the always mysterious 4th True World, 3 of the 4 true worlds moved out. A long arc was heading towards the main camp from the galaxy, where true Sacredine world was stationed. There was a young man in that long arc, and he had a dark expression on his face. There was the mark of a peach blossom at the center of his brows. He had received an order and was heading to the main camp to tell the 4 great true generals about this matter. He was also to check all the ancient scrolls of the past tens of thousands of years to search for Mosu's origins and how he was sent to the barren lands of divine source, as well as which true world he came from, and what heinous crime he had committed. Chapter 806. His physical body becomes that of a paragon. The barren lands of divine essence were in the shape of a gourd. The mouth of the gourd was where the main camp of the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds that were keeping a lookout over the barren lands were located. This place was filled with a stern atmosphere and was usually shrouded in a deathly silence. Even the true guards from the 4 great true worlds were not allowed to take even a single step into this place unless they were summoned, and it was during the shift changes between the old and new true guards. All those who went against this rule would be considered to have committed a great crime and would be banished to sinful barren lands. Within the area of the main camp was a gigantic vortex. That vortex was constantly rotating, but it never made a sound. From the distance, the brilliant lights from the vortex would make it seem like an ocean of stars. However, if anyone looked from a close-up, then they would see that the things that formed this ocean of stars were planets. It was a gigantic vortex formed by countless stars. All those who saw this would not be able to help but be shocked by it. At that moment, there was a long arc charging towards the main arc from beyond the vortex. Once that long arc closed in, it turned into a young man with the mark of a peach blossom at the center of his brows. He had a respectful expression on his face once he stopped beyond the vortex and wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed. He remained in that position for a long time and did not straighten his back. Compared to this gigantic vortex, his existence was like that of an ant. He was completely insignificant. Time passed. Soon, several hours went by, but that young man still remained in that bowing position and did not move, nor did he say a word. He simply waited there quietly. Suddenly, the vortex started rotating a little faster before the speed of its rotation increased exponentially. A cultivation planet left its trajectory in the vortex and rushed to the periphery. A presence that could destroy the world charged towards the young man. Once that presence stopped before him, a cold and flat voice came languidly from that cultivator planet. Come. That voice might have only said one word, but it contained a supreme majesty, as if no one in the world could resist it. The young man with the mark of the peach blossom at the center of his brows straightened his back at that moment, then turned into a long arc to charge into the cultivation planet before him. After a moment, he stepped on that cultivation planet, and before him was a vast desert. He could vaguely see a towering hall in the distance. It was brownish-yellow in color and stood alone in the desert. There were whirlwinds roaring and moving around it, sweeping up the sand to form a windstorm. Nearly 100 figures could be seen standing in front of the hall in the desert. These figures were all cultivators. They were men and women, elderly and young. They were lying with their faces against the sand of the desert, slowly crawling forward. These people were dressed in rags, many parts of their clothes tattered, but their expressions were filled with a strange fanatical zeal as they slowly crawled towards the hall. The young man with the mark of the peach blossom at the center of his brows looked at the hall in the distance, then slowly crouched down until his body laid on the sand. Then, he began crawling forward, just like all the other people. It was silent all around him. Besides the moaning of the wind, there was no other sound. All the people on the ground crawling forward were filled with a strange air. However, even if the cultivator crawling right before all the others looked as if he had already gotten close to the hall, he still continued onward, as if he could not see it. It was as if the distance to the hall seemed different for each one of them. The young man with the mark of the peach blossom at the center of his brows continued crawling forward, and as he did so, his robes were torn, and they began showing signs of being burnt. His hair dried up, but there was a determined look in his eyes. After spending 2 hours, he finally crawled towards the hall he saw in his eyes while looking completely disheveled. Over there, he sucked in a deep breath. Once he stood up from the ground, he walked into the hall. It was empty. There was only a table there with an oil lamp. The flame on the wick was swaying slightly. A countless number of faces with bizarre smiles could be seen swapping places with each other in the flame. None of the faces would show up again, as if over the countless years in this endless passage of time, none of them had ever been the same. The crackling from the flames echoed in the hall. Besides the oil lamp on the table, there was also a bamboo book by its side. Half of it was laid open, and an ancient presence spread out from it as it lay under the light from the lamp. I, Rune, 9th tier true guard of true, sacred world, greet Lord, true, General Huazhu. The young man knelt down on the ground and placed a hand on the asbestos on the floor before he lowered his head and spoke respectfully. Speak. An ancient and cold voice came from the flames on the wick of the oil lamp. At that moment, the faces on the oil lamp stopped changing, freezing on a woman's face with the ghost of a smile on her lips. We first discovered this person in Crimson Flame Planet. The young man did not dare lift his head. He had it bent down as he told everything that he knew about Imosu without holding anything back. This humble guard would like to search through the ancient scrolls of reincarnation and find this person's origins, then formulate a plan that would lure him out so that he would show himself before us on his own. His voice echoed in the hall. When the young man finished speaking, his voice still echoed in the area and lingered around for a long time. After some time, the woman's face in the flame on the wick opened her mouth, and her ancient and cold voice tumbled out from her lips. This person is not in the cycles of reincarnation. The young man was momentarily stunned, then his expression immediately changed. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and said in voice, "This humble guard is certain that this person is still in Western Ring Nebula, and is also certain that he has already fused with the Divinity Incarceration Rune with some unknown method. He can borrow the power of the rune, and he uses its power to warp himself and suppress others. This humble guard would like to request that you would lock down all the borders that would lead to the other galaxies in Western Ring Nebula and shut down the Divinity Incarceration Rune. I will bestow upon you a wisp of the flame from the candle. You will burn your life to keep the flame burning. Fate will lead you to find this person. I will allow you to shut down the Divinity Incarceration Rune once, but the downtime cannot exceed 3 months." Once the ancient and cold voice finished speaking, the flames on the wick of the oil lamp swayed. At the same time, the young man with the mark of a peach blossom at the center of his brows started trembling violently. Flames immediately burned his body, and these flames started moving over him like flowing water, eventually gathering in his hair, making it dance and look as if it was flames flickering in the air. The mark of the peach blossom at the center of his brows also instantly vanished and turned into flames. Your body will be a candle, and your life will be its flames. You may leave now. The young man's body immediately began moving back against his will. He instantly turned into a ball of flames that swept out of the hall, out of the desert, and out of the planet. When he reappeared, he was already in the galaxy. Right before him was the rotating vortex. As for that cultivation planet, it was slowly moving backwards at that moment, until it disappeared into the vortex and became one of the many planets within it. He's not in the cycles of reincarnation, and he is a variable that was sent here using a special method. Wait, why can I sense this presence in the story? That accursed crane that should sink to the depths of the sea of misery for all eternity. That hateful crane that all people cannot help but want to kill millions of times until it is eternally damned. That damnable crane. Once the young man was swept out of the hall, a low roar that was no longer ancient and cold, but filled with hate and madness rang out. As that roar echoed in the air, the oil lamp on the table in the hall let out a violent crackle. An endless amount of faces appeared instantly in the flames, and they swiftly spread out, filling the entire hall before going outwards. The flames filled the entire cultivation planet, beginning to burn it right away. Achoo! The bald crane was on a meteor charging forward through Western Ring Nebula. The bird was lying lazily with sparkling eyes. There was crystal in its claws and a pleased look on its face when it sneezed 3 times in a row. Well, damn it all. Someone must be talking about me. As a crane and as a bird, I have to keep a low profile. I must keep a low profile. I can't have anyone keeping me in their minds. Achoo! Before the bald crane could finish mumbling, it sneezed again. This time it got angry. It stood up, and a fierce look appeared in its eyes as it looked around itself continuously. Damn you all, who's talking bad about me? I'll make you pay. As the bald crane was enraged, the Duke of Crimson Flame instinctively casted a glance before quickly lowering his head and no longer bothering with it. The more he believed that the crane was the legendary crane, the more he did not dare associate with it. He remembered the series of rumors regarding that creature, and all the people that were associated with it did not end up well. The meteor sliced through the galaxy. As the Duke of Crimson Flame protected Su Ming and the bald crane raged, the fury of the flames on Su Ming's body reached its peak. The flames burned every single inch of his flesh and blood. It did not matter whether it was his skin or the organs within his body. Everything about him was being burned down. His body had already withered up. He looked like a dried-up piece of wood. Another half a month went by. Su Ming did not move. All his skin had become chapped. However, it looked as if there were no longer any flames on him. 7 days ago, the sea of fire on his body had all tumbled back and crawled into him. The presence of death became even thicker on Su Ming's body. One day, his chapped skin let out popping sounds. At this moment, the Duke of Crimson Flame looked towards him with a grave look. Even the bald crane's gaze landed on Su Ming. The chapped skin cracked once again, piece by piece. At the same time, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes. When he did so, faint golden light spread out from his pupils, making them look sharp and threatening. They were filled with an awe-inspiring air. When Su Ming opened his eyes, the popping sounds became even stronger. The chapped skin fell off piece by piece to eventually reveal a faintly golden skin. In fact, once all the chapped skin fell off, the faint golden light spreading out from Su Ming's body enveloped his entire person, making him somewhat hazy. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath. The galaxy around him immediately started trembling, and a sea of fire appeared around the meteor. The sea of flames burned with a loud whistle and spread out with a loud bang. In the blink of an eye, it covered a circular area of 50,000 feet. The presence of World Plane Realm erupted within those 50,000 feet. This time, Su Ming did not borrow the rune's power, but with his physical body alone, he had executed the power of World Planes. World Planes. Su Ming stood up on the meteor. Loud banging sounds came from his body. As Su Ming clenched his fist, the sea of flames of 50,000 feet instantly fell backwards. At the moment he clenched his fist, it was as if the sea of flames within those 50,000 feet was absorbed and gathered onto his palm. This is my own power. My physical body has become that of a paragon. Su Ming closed his eyes. After a long while, when he opened them again, his lips curled up into a smile. However, that smile was a little bitter and sad. If he'd had this sort of power when he'd been in the land of berserkers, then everything would be different now. Chapter 807. Shutting down Divinity, Incarceration Rune. You have to search for another clone soon. It does not matter whether it is from the 4 great true worlds or the 5th true world. There might not be many whose physical bodies can become those of paragons, but it isn't rare either. More accurately speaking, no one talks about anyone's physical bodies having reached the level of world paragons. In truth, you have not become a lord of world planes. It's only that your physical body can now resist the divine abilities from the initial stage of world plane realms without being injured. You can also use the power of world planes to make your chi be as powerful as the divine abilities of world paragons. You have to continue to use the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole to devour other people's power of world planes. In fact, once you become slightly stronger, you can devour the source of a world from a planet. But this isn't a long-term plan. A real-world paragon is someone who can obtain the acknowledgement of a source of the world. When he obtains the acknowledgement from 10,000 worlds, a wisp of plain Kalpa's source would be born within him. This is the true Great Tao. Only when your cultivation base also reaches the level of world paragons will you be able to head towards this great path. Your physical body is what will help you to walk even further down this road. When your cultivation base is also refined to the state of a world paragon, then with the aid of your powerful physical body, you will be truly strong. It can be said that at that time, your foundation would become solid. As you accumulate your strength and let this power explode forth, you can become an incredibly strong warrior within whatever realm you reach. The Duke of Crimson Flame said in a low voice as he looked at Su Ming. I suggest that you possess a cultivator with great talent as your clone. If you do that, you will not need another identity. You can also speed up your training by using the potential of the person you possessed. Abyss builders rely on their clones to train and grow stronger. The number of clones that each Abyss builder can form is different. When the day comes that you reach the limit for the number of clones you can create and find your real body, you will be able to execute one of the strongest divine abilities among Abyss builders, the change of Abyss builders. With this art, all of your clones will fuse with your real body, and you will be able to bring forth your strongest combat prowess. In my memories, There weren't many who could execute the change of Abyss Builders among the Abyss Builders in the fifth true world, and there were also distinctions of strength between each caster. I'm not entirely certain of the details, since I'm not of their race. But I've heard of a rumor that the sovereign of the fifth true world, who is also your people's ancestor, could fight against one of the four true progenitors from the four great true worlds that could already control fate, lives, and deaths and not be at a disadvantage once he gathered all his clones together and executed the change of Abyss Builders. That was before he reached the realm where he could control fate, lives, and deaths. When our sovereign reached that realm himself, he executed the change of Abyss Builders once again and could win against the four great true progenitors alone while fighting against all of them. When the Duke of Crimson Flame said those words, his tone was full of excitement. As a person of the fifth true world, he was clearly proud of the glory that his land had had in the past. Su Ming looked at his own fist. As he slowly relaxed his fingers, he listened to the Duke of Crimson Flame's excited voice and cast his gaze into the distant galaxy. The powerful sovereign of the fifth true world and the ancestor of the Abyss Builders couldn't protect his own home as well, so his people were nearly wiped out. Could there be a realm that surpasses the state of controlling fate, lives, and deaths in this vast galaxy and can determine the lives of all the living? Can that power kill those who can control fate, lives, and deaths? Su Ming looked at the galaxy, and for some unknown reason, this thought appeared in his head. Compared to those people, I am still as weak as an ant. Su Ming fell silent. After a moment, he asked in a low voice, "How many clones did my ancestor have?" He had 6 great clones, and all of them were incredibly powerful. The Duke of Crimson Flame immediately answered. Su Ming did not speak anymore. He looked at the galaxy, and a powerful light gradually begun to shine in his eyes. An invisible, mighty pressure spread out from his body. The ripples coming from it meant that Su Ming's heart was trembling violently at that moment. Even my powerful ancestor could not protect his people and his home, and there is a possibility that he has already died. The fifth true world has been reduced to a broken world, and countless of its people are suppressed and sealed. Just what reason could have caused the four great true worlds to work together and fight against the fifth true world? What reason could have to push them to completely destroy the fifth true world? And by the looks of it, their main targets were the Abyss Builders. I've already had enough of being Fate's puppet. Tion controlled me in the past. That wolf from Death region is controlling me now, and perhaps in the future, there will be other people who will control my fate until I die. I don't want to be controlled anymore. I want to control my own fate. I want my will to not be affected by anything. I want the people I want to protect to forever be safe. I want to be strong. I have to become powerful. Only by making myself stronger endlessly and surpassing the level of my ancestor can I truly protect the people and the home I want kept safe. Only then will I be able to be myself. The brilliant light in Su Ming's eyes grew even brighter. Only after a long while did it gradually disappear, hidden in the depths of his heart, having become his desire. Let's go. We'll head to Black Ink Planet. Su Ming averted his gaze from the galaxy above his head and sat down cross-legged. The meteor hummed and charged towards the depths of the galaxy. Several days later, Su Ming suddenly opened his eyes from his meditation. The Duke of Crimson Flame's voice also reached his mind at that moment. Su Ming, there is someone who is coming towards us from up ahead. Judging by the looks of it, he doesn't know where we are, but is just heading our way by pure coincidence. Su Ming did not speak. He cast a glance at the galaxy above him and closed his eyes once again. He was not a person who loved killing, and his personality was that if no one provoked him, he would not attack. However, if someone provoked him, then his callous personality would turn him into a cold-hearted person. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a long arc charged forward. It closed in on the meteor where Su Ming was within an instant, but did not stop. Instead, that long arc moved straight past his side. Within that long arc was a young man with long hair. He was dressed in a long purple robe. There was a picture of a dragon sewn on his robe with golden threads. That picture of the dragon looked like a word, Zhao. Su Ming ignored that person. He continued meditating with his eyes closed, but soon, an incredibly arrogant divine sense swept past the area. Su Ming frowned, and the young man that was about to pass by the meteor swarm suddenly let out a light gasp and turned back. When he was moving at the same speed as the meteor, he looked towards Su Ming. When he looked over, confusion appeared on his face. He then shook his head and swiftly left. He turned into a long arc and left the meteor's side to charge into the distance. There was a hidden hint of excitement and wariness in his eyes. As he charged forward, he immediately brought out a jade slip. I actually ran into him. He recognized you, and he's about to crush a voice-transferring jade slip so that others will know where you are. The Duke of Crimson Flame's voice traveled into Su Ming's ears as he sat on the meteor. I know. Su Ming opened his eyes. If the person had pretended to not recognize him but did not crush the jade slip, then Su Ming would have let it be, but since the other had decided to send word, it meant that he was seeking death. Earthen script, become a grave. When Su Ming spoke lightly, his body faded away and he disappeared without a trace. In the distance, at the instant the young man in purple robes was about to crush the jade slip, a sudden powerful sense of danger rose in his heart. His expression changed, and just as he was about to throw caution to the wind and crush that jade slip, bang! A ball of muddled fog appeared around him. That fog instantly froze up, burying the young man within in itself. If anyone saw it from the above, they would clearly see that a tumulus that looked like earth had appeared on the spot where the young man was. There were torn pieces of skin manifesting on that tumulus, and they gathered together to form a tombstone. The buried young man's face was being drawn swiftly on that tombstone. Die, a flat voice stated, echoing in the galaxy. Su Ming's body reappeared on the meteor. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another month went by. A bloody presence surrounded a certain meteor, and it was covered in specks of blood. During the past half a month, Su Ming had run into 4 pursuers. The first time, there had been 2 people. The second time, there were 3 people. The third time, there were 6 people. The fourth time, there were 10 people. Besides attacking the first 2 times, Su Ming avoided the other 2 battles. As he continuously pressed towards Black Ink Planet, he sensed an increasingly greater threat from the illusory projection. He noticed that there were more glowing spots that were heading towards him from all directions. Duke of Crimson Flame, someone should have broken your art that distorts time and space for 7 days, Su Ming stated calmly. The Duke of Crimson Flame fell silent. He could also vaguely guess this, or else he could not explain why the number of people chasing after their lives kept increasing during the past month. If I was someone of the 4 great true worlds, then the first step I would do is to break this 7 days art. The second step would be, since they can activate this rune, then it is only natural that they can shut it down as well. Since the enemy is using the rune, I would shut it down and make it so that the enemy cannot continue using it. Su Ming sat on the meteor and looked at the faint ripples on the projection before him. An increasing amount of glowing spots flashed about, as if the rune was no longer stable. He then said in a cold voice, after that, when the 7 days art was broken and the rune was shut down, the true guards from the 4 great true worlds will appear in mass. And if I were the true guards, I would use the shortest amount of time possible to lock down the area and destroy the target. Right when Su Ming finished saying these words, the projection before him started shining even more brilliantly, then became dark and disappeared right away. But not a single hint of surprise could be seen on Su Ming's face. Damn it! Damn you all, you despicable rascals! The bald crane was momentarily stunned before it immediately roared in rage. Little boy Su, it's over. It's all because of that mouth of yours. You jinxed it. Everything good you say never happens, and everything bad you say always happens. I can't sense that Divinity Incarceration Rune anymore. It's been shut down. Damn it all. These people cut off my path to riches. How despicable. I'll remember this. I'll remember it. I'm a crane that holds grudges. Sooner or later, I'll duke it out against all of you. The bald crane was filled with deep hatred and resentment. It was not experiencing heartache because of the rune, but because after the rune was shut down, it could no longer extort Su Ming. It could no longer make deals with him. After all, when that rune was around, it was practically a golden goose. Every single time Su Ming used it, he had to pay with crystals. 1,000 world stones, a cultivation planet that has been modified and possesses a complete source of a world. This will no longer tempt cultivators alone, but entire families. Su Ming looked at the disappeared projection, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. He remembered the word Zhao that was sewn on the purple robes on that young man whom he had killed a few days ago. Due to the unique conditions in the barren lands of divine source, the criminals from the 4 great true worlds live and give birth to their offspring here. Over the years, forces of power that are formed from familial connections will naturally appear. To these families, The temptation of a cultivation planet that has been modified will surpass a world stone. The four great true worlds and the pursuers, since all of you insist on killing me, then don't blame me for stepping up and playing big. A cold smirk appeared on Su Ming's lips, and a freezing glare shone in his eyes as he stood up. Bald Crane, do you want to take revenge on the four great true worlds? Su Ming asked as he looked at the bird. The bald crane was livid with rage, and its heart was aching at that moment. When it heard Su Ming's question, it immediately nodded fiercely, gnashing its teeth in hatred. Chapter 808, Zhao Family's Ancestor. I'm completely surrounded from all fronts. It doesn't matter whether it's these pursuers or the true guards from the four great true worlds. All of them want to kill me. Su Ming leaped up from one of the meteors. Crimson threads appeared out of thin air and surrounded him before they turned into a coffin that instantly charged into the distance. Su Ming put the bald crane away, and the Duke of Crimson Flame turned into a totem on the coffin. All of them swiftly left into the distance. The crimson coffin traveled incredibly quickly, but right at the instant it left, the galaxy they were in suddenly let out a loud bang, and deep blue ripples suddenly appeared, rapidly spreading out. In the blink of an eye, they covered a circular area of 100,000 feet and caught up to the crimson coffin that was Su Ming. The deep blue ripples turned into fog, leaving the area in a hazy state. At the same time, at the edge of the 100,000 feet area, Su Ming's crimson coffin looked like it had sunk into mud in a river, and his speed was reduced by half. Peak of the middle stage of World Plane Realm. He only has one step left before he moves into the later stage. What speed? You aren't his opponent. The gap between your strengths is too great. If it wasn't because there isn't enough power of world planes in the barren lands of Divine Source, this sort of powerful warrior would have arrived at the later stage of World Plane Realm by now. No matter where he goes, he will be considered the overlord of that area. The Duke of Crimson Flame swiftly told Su Ming. There was an anxious tone to his voice. Almost at the same time he spoke up, a cold harumph echoed from the deep blue fog within that area of 100,000 feet. That harumph alone caused the galaxy to rumble and cracks to appear. It also caused the red coffin to tremble so much that it shattered. Bang! The coffin shattered, and its pieces fell backwards to reveal Su Ming, who was charging forward. Those shards swiftly gathered together into a long red spear, and with a flash, it disappeared into Su Ming's body. Blood trickled out of the corners of Su Ming's mouth. That invisible strike just now had not only shattered the coffin, but also caused a great force to appear all around and within him. As that force exploded along with the coffin, it wounded Su Ming. It was as if that cold harumph could form some sort of resonance so that it would be difficult for one to defend themselves, and the body was instantly heavily wounded. Su Ming could sense clearly that if his physical body had not become like that of a world paragon, in other words much stronger than before, then he would have crumbled into pieces from that cold harumph, just like the coffin. The stranger was powerful. His strength surpassed that of Jing Nanzi and the 9 true guards Su Ming had met in Heavenly Treasure Planet. This was the strongest person Su Ming had run into during his escape. I've run into some people in the middle stage of World Plane Realm, but I've never met anyone who could gravely wound me with just one harumph. Is this the power of those who have reached the pinnacle of the middle stage of World Plane Realm? They can completely suppress all the cultivators who are below World Plane Realm, and all the cultivators in Heaven, Earth, and Man Cultivation Realm have absolutely no chance of fighting back. It's like the difference between a baby and a grown man. Even if it's those who have reached World Plane Realm, those who are just in the initial stage will find themselves with a slim chances of survival even if they were fleeing, much less fighting against him. Su Ming did not even have time to wipe away the blood at the corners of his mouth. He was not too surprised by this person's appearance, though. He had already made a guess that the moment the Divinity Incarceration rune disappeared, the true guards and other pursuers would appear right away. It did not matter who came. There was no difference. Besides, after the barren lands of Divine Source experienced those things before, the person who appeared to kill Su Ming was much stronger. If the Divinity Incarceration rune was still around, perhaps I could use the power of the rune to fight against this person for a while, but now, I'm not his opponent. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He lifted his right hand and stomped on space. Immediately, faint golden ripples appeared and spread out with a bang. They covered a circular area of 50,000 feet in the span of a breath, and the presence of World Plane Realm erupted from his entire body. You are just a candle flame. How dare you try to outshine a moon? When the cold voice echoed in space, the fog that spread out to 100,000 feet gathered together into a face that was 100,000 feet in size. The face was ancient and belonged to an old man, and it took up the entirety of the deep blue fog. From the distance, that face that spread across the galaxy was an incredibly terrifying sight, and this was the power of those who had reached the pinnacle of the middle stage of World Plane Realm. His voice rumbled in the galaxy, while Su Ming was swiftly rushing away from the spot near the center of the face's brows. If I kill you, then my family will be able to possess a cultivation planet with a source of a world. I, Zhao Tiangang, might not be willing to be used by the four great true worlds, but for the sake of my family, I can only attack you. If you want to blame someone for your death, then blame yourself for not being strong enough. At the instant that rumbling voice shook the galaxy, a sparkle appeared in the eyes of that gigantic face of 100,000 feet. I'm impressed that you're wanted by the four great true worlds. I'll let you die under my second strongest divine ability. Then, at least, you will be able to die a worthy death. 3. The moment Zhao Tiangang said these words, Su Ming's heart trembled, and the area 50,000 feet away from him began shattering. Let me perform a shift. You're not his opponent. If we don't shift, you'll definitely die. The Duke of Crimson Flame's anxious voice traveled into Su Ming's mind. Wait a little longer. I want to see just how great is the disparity between me and a person who has reached the peak of the middle stage in World Plane Realm. Su Ming's eyes sparkled, and he immediately delivered these words in his heart to the Duke. You? Are you mad? I can tell you this. The difference between the two of you is like heaven and earth. Before him, you are just an ant. Not only is this person a world paragon in the pinnacle of the middle stage in World Plane Realm, judging by his words, he is also the progenitor of a family. This kind of person is definitely someone with a great reputation and fame. Even the ordinary true guards from the four great true worlds might not want to provoke him. The Duke of Crimson Flame roared in anger. For the first time, he did not listen to Su Ming's words and was ready to shift to leave the place with Su Ming. The faint golden area began shattering 50,000 feet away from Su Ming. In the blink of an eye, only several thousands of feet were left. The other parts had been torn to pieces in a bizarre manner when Zhao Tiangang had said that one word. Even if there is the distance of heaven and earth between us, even if I am an ant, I will still have the courage to glare at the universe. Even if I am an ant, I cannot flee because I cannot fight back. As long as the difference isn't so great that he can kill me in an instant, then I will definitely attack. Even if I am weak, I must draw my sword. Even if I am not his opponent, I cannot surrender. If I don't fight, my thoughts will not be clear. If I don't fight, I will not reach my goals. If I don't fight, then with what spirit should I reach Solar Culpa Realm? The presence of World Plane, which was that faint golden light that was previously thousands of feet away, had come to only several hundreds of feet. However, Su Ming's voice reverberated in the Duke of Crimson Flame's heart. It made him stop, just as he was about to perform a shift. It was as if this was the first time he came to know Su Ming. Those words echoed in the Duke of Crimson Flame's heart, and every single word and sentence possessed a determination that could cause hearts to tremble. If I don't fight, then with what spirit should I reach Solar Culpa Realm? Su Ming roared towards the sky, and a 10,000 feet illusion manifested behind him. That was his statue of the God of Berserkers. God of Berserkers' three barren arts of heaven, earth, and man-barrenness. A brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes. He swung his arm, and the statue of the God of Berserkers behind him immediately lifted its hands. Once it pushed them together in the shape of a cross, it pulled its hands apart, with both of them heading towards the galaxy up above. Earth barrenness. The faint golden area that was only hundreds of feet away from Su Ming shattered completely at that moment. At that moment, the statue behind Su Ming lifted its right leg and stomped fiercely downwards. Heaven barrenness. Bang! During that instant, Su Ming's statue of the God of Berserkers shone with an endless faint golden light. Once it covered its body, the statue's right leg completed its act of stomping on the ground, and its body swelled up once more. In the span of a breath, it grew to several hundreds of thousands of feet, and its body fell face forward. With his current level of cultivation and the addition of his power of world planes, Su Ming cast the God of Berserkers' art. Man-barrenness was to worship the heavens. Earth-barrenness was to step on nothingness. Heaven-barrenness was to collapse the sky and destroy the land. The statue's body was the sky. At that moment, when its body fell, a loud bang surged into the sky, and this was the sky's collapse. Boom, boom, boom. A violent sound reverberated in all directions in the galaxy. At the instant Su Ming's statue of the god of berserkers fell, Zhao Tiangang's cold voice spoke up again. Flowers. The booming sounds from the statue disappeared. It was as if there was a power that could destroy the sky right as it collapsed down to the earth, forcing the sky to fall apart before it even fell. The statue crumbled, and Su Ming coughed up blood. As he was forced back, he threw his head back and roared. He lifted his hands and began forming seals before he flung his arms backwards. 7 shadows immediately appeared behind him. Those 7 shadows were dressed in long black robes. The faces of those people could not be seen clearly. However, there was an incredibly thick aura of death that swiftly spread through the galaxy. 7 Abyssal Death Seal. Earthen script, become a grave. At the same time those shadows in black robes bowed simultaneously towards the galaxy, Su Ming's body instantly became indistinct. A lone grave appeared, and Zhao Tiangang's face was being swiftly drawn out on the tombstone. Destroy, came Zhao Tiangang's voice from the face that was 100,000 feet big. Bang! The 7 abyssal shadows shattered completely. The lone grave that was Su Ming also crumbled apart instantaneously. The tombstone on it could not even manage to draw out Zhao Tiangang's face. Rumbling sounds came from Su Ming's entire body. His flesh and blood shattered inch by inch, and as he coughed up blood, his body was gravely wounded. However, there was no regret in his eyes. Only extreme brightness could be found. He lost. This was a fight he was bound to lose, but he fought. He dared to fight. He had the courage to still attack and draw his sword, even though he knew he would definitely lose. This was a form of determination. It was the most important requirement for a powerful warrior, and the value of this requirement even surpassed potential and serendipities. Duke of Crimson Flame, shift. Let's go. Su Ming licked the blood at the corners of his lips and sent these words to the Duke. The world. These were the 2 final words Zhao Tiangang said. It also marked the completion for his divine ability, 3 flowers, destroy the world. Right at the instant he finished saying these words, the Duke of Crimson Flame's body appeared next Su Ming, who was at that moment falling back, while blood gushed out from his entire body. The bald Duke of Crimson Flame swung his arm. While loud booming sounds were surging into space and ripples viciously spreading out, the totem of a flying dragon manifested in space. As those booms continued resounding, that totem shattered. However, by then, the Duke of Crimson Flame had already used the power of his life and shifted. Almost the instant he did so, the area in that part of the galaxy collapsed, stirring up booming sounds that spread in all directions. When it started gradually calming down, the face that was 100,000 feet vanished, and an old man in purple robes appeared in the galaxy. The old man had a dark expression on his face. He looked at the spot from which the Duke of Crimson Flame had taken Su Ming and vanished. He knew that he was definitely going to lose, but he still had the courage to fight against me. This child is a determined person and also a madman. But no matter what, fighting against a powerful person is the best way for your level of cultivation to rise quickly, and also the best way to obtain an epiphany. The difference of power between the 2 of us would be like the difference between me and those in the later stage of World Plane Realm. If I ran into a person like that, would I dare to fight against them? Zhao Tiangang fell silent. If he doesn't die in 10,000 years, he will definitely become a big problem. Chapter 809, Revenge. Zhao family's progenitor. It's Zhao Tiangang from the Zhao family, which is one of the 3 big families in Western Ring Nebula. It is rumored that this person has reached the pinnacle of the middle stage of World Plane Realm 2,000 years ago. He is only a step away from reaching the later stage of World Plane Realm. Humph. The distance of that one step is 10,000 lis. World Paragons don't really have that much difference between each other in the beginning, and there is not much difference in power between those in the initial stage of World Plane Realm and those in Heaven Cultivation Realm. In fact, there are several powerful cultivators in Heaven Cultivation Realm who could fight toe-to-toe against those in the initial stage of World Plane Realm if they had some unique methods and enchanted treasures. However, once one's level of cultivation reaches the middle stage of World Plane Realm, their combat prowess will increase exponentially. A powerful warrior in the middle stage of World Plane Realm can easily kill a person in the initial stage of World Plane Realm. Even if those in Heaven Cultivation realm have extremely powerful enchanted treasures, and they can kill those in the initial stage of World Plane realm, in the face of those in the middle stage, they cannot hope to compete. That's right. I understand this logic as well. Besides, there are differences among those in the middle stage of World Plane realm as well. Those in the peak of the middle stage can suppress the others in the middle stage with ease, or else Zhao Tiangang wouldn't have been able to make that Zhao family of his become so distinguished with his own hands. Whooshing sounds mixed with howls were traveling swiftly from all directions before they turned into several dozens of people who were scattered around the area where Su Ming and Zhao family's progenitor had fought against each other. These people had all come after Mo Su's life due to the waves of power that came from this place. Once they rushed to the area, they immediately saw Zhao family's progenitor looking into the distance in silence, but they did not see Mo Su. It's a pity that Zhao family's progenitor was ahead of us. That Mo Su has probably been killed or captured already. A cultivation planet with a complete source of a world. Zhao family will become even stronger in the future. In fact, there's even a possibility that Zhao family's progenitor will be able to take that step forward and become a monster in the later stage of World Plane realm. However, he is still only at the peak of the middle stage in World Plane realm. If he ran into those in the later stage, even those who had just reached it, he would be completely suppressed. Unless he had a method to escape, he would definitely die. It's a pity that there are only 3 monsters in the later stage of World Plane realm in Western Ring Nebula. Besides Li family's progenitor, who is in isolation all year around and doesn't ever come out, the other 2 are also training somewhere and hiding. It's been a long time since they showed themselves. An increasing number of people arrived to the area. After a moment, there were nearly 100 people there. The eyes of those people in the area shone brilliantly. Once they swept their gazes past Zhao Tiangang's body, they began sending their thoughts to each other to discuss the matter among themselves. After a moment, a layer of ripples spread out from the galaxy in the distance. 9 huge, ancient bronze swords appeared slowly, and a powerful and mighty pressure spread out, causing the people in the area to swiftly retreat. As they did so, the 9 big swords gradually stopped moving. Zhao family's progenitor, how did the battle go? A person walked out of the sword positioned right in front of the other swords. That person was dressed in armor, and he was the old man who had escaped after he fought against Su Ming in Heavenly Treasure Planet. The old man's level of cultivation was also in the middle stage of World Plane realm, but based on his tone, it could be heard that he was rather courteous towards the old man from the Zhao family. He did not have that high and mighty attitude he showed when talking to other people in sinful barren lands. After all, while the situation they found themselves in and their positions were important, the thing that truly mattered to cultivators were the levels of cultivation. Those who were weaker would respect those who were stronger. This was the foundation that formed the system of the universe, no matter the era and no matter what sort of world the people were in. If the true guard did not execute the power from the ancient bronze swords and Zhao family's progenitor went berserk, he could kill almost all of those on the swords. This sort of power was the source for the respect shown him. He escaped. Zhao Tiangang sighed. He was the person with the highest level of cultivation among those who went after Su Ming's life. His hate towards the 4 great true worlds ran incredibly deep due to his status and his level of cultivation, but as time passed and his family grew, he gradually hid that hate in his heart. For his family, he would squash down his enmity towards the 4 great true worlds and listen to their orders temporarily to chase after Su Ming. The moment he finished speaking, the people around him immediately burst into an uproar. Almost every single person was shocked by Zhao Tiangang's words, because they knew full well the significance behind the act of being able to escape from the hands of Zhao family's progenitor. Zhao Tiangang was not willing to say much. He swung his arm, and an illusion immediately appeared before him. There were endless pictures that shone within that illusion, and they showed his battle against Su Ming. The entire process from start to finish was shown before the group. Then, without a single word, Zhao family's progenitor turned around and left. He had been waiting in this place because he had wanted to explain himself to the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds keeping a lookout over this place. Once he did that, he was unwilling to continue lingering around the place. As the people in the region watched the pictures in the illusion attentively, a layer of ripples appeared out of the blue in a spot that was very far away from where the battle was held in the galaxy. As it spread out, Su Ming walked out from space with a single step. At the instant he walked out, he coughed up blood. Was it worth it? You attacked despite knowing that you would definitely lose, and you were gravely injured in return. Was it worth it? The Duke of Crimson Flame manifested beside Su Ming, and as he looked at him, there was a slightly complicated look on his face. It was. Su Ming wiped away the blood with brightly shining eyes. To me, the path of cultivation is filled with mountains. There are plenty of towering mountains ahead of me, and once I move over one mountain, it will mean that my level of cultivation has increased by a level. My enemies are these mountains. I can have my path blocked by these mountains, and I don't mind running into a mountain that I'll never be able to cross in my life. But if I run into this sort of mountain and do not even have the courage to try climbing it simply because the mountain is too tall, then I will start to feel that I am an insignificant ant. Because of that, I will no longer be able to take even a single step forward. By then, what will I even be practicing cultivation for? Su Ming said as he looked at the Duke of Crimson Flame. His calm words were filled with determination that made the other's heart tremble. After some time, the Duke of Crimson Flame suddenly asked, "If I wasn't by your side and you couldn't shift, what would you have done?" "I would still have done the same thing," Su Ming answered firmly, without any hesitation. "Since I would have definitely died there. Then between not resisting but waiting for death with my eyes closed and fighting to the death in a grand battle, I would naturally choose the latter." A resolute expression appeared on Su Ming's face. His voice might not be loud, but when it reached the Duke of Crimson Flame's ears, it silenced him. 10 breaths later, the Duke of Crimson Flame asked, "What will you do next?" "I've already used up one of my 2 shifts. The last one is for when you get close to Black Ink Planet, so I can get you straight in." Su Ming brought out some medicinal cores. Once he swallowed them, a freezing glare appeared in his eyes, along with a hint of madness. He coldly said, "Since they intend to make my life miserable, then I will also make theirs a living hell." 3 days later, a shocking bang came from the cultivation planet closest to the spot to where Su Ming had shifted. As the loud booms reverberated in the air, roars from ferocious beasts rang in the air. The presences of those ferocious beasts were incredibly powerful, and there were even some who flew out of the cultivation planet to roar at the galaxy. In fact, once the seals on these ferocious beasts were broken and they tasted freedom, an excited roar came from the depths of the planet before echoing faintly in the air. There was madness and hatred contained in that roar, and it came from the mighty cultivator of the alien race that was sealed in this planet. As the ferocious beast's seals were broken, the same sight as the one in Crimson Flame Planet was reenacted. The sealing rune collapsed, giving the mighty cultivator a chance to break free. As for whether he would manage to escape in the end would depend entirely on him. 7 days later, the same booming sounds rang in another cultivation planet that was close by. At the same time, they shook the galaxy. Numerous roars from various ferocious beasts traveled into all directions. Several days later, a drastic change appeared on the 3rd cultivation planet. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 months went by. During this time, a change that caused the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds keeping a lookout over the place to be ignited with rage appeared in more than 10 cultivation planets. An endless amount of ferocious beasts appeared in the galaxy, for the seals within cultivation planets were torn apart. The members of the alien races that were sealed also began showing signs that they were about to escape. Based on how things were going, several years later a force from the alien races that could overturn everything would burst forth in Western Ring Nebula. This was Su Ming's madness, and it was also the big gift he prepared for the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds suppressing the barren lands. He was using this act to take revenge against them for going after his life. The bald crane's excitement was even greater than Su Ming's. Its anger and hatred towards the 4 great true worlds closing down the Divinity Incarceration rune could be said to burn the skies. It completely approved of Su Ming's plan, and it did not even need him to pay any crystals but helped on its own accord, which was a rare sight to be seen. Bang! Another bang rang out in another cultivation planet. A large portion of the sealing rune on it shattered, and ferocious beasts flew out. As they roared in the galaxy, the crimson coffin swiftly flew up and headed into the distance. The coffin might have shattered because of Zhao family's progenitor in the past, but its core was not damaged, which was why it could still turn into a coffin and fly in the galaxy. Damn you all. Curse you all. How dare you people from the true worlds provoke me? I'll fight it out against all of you. I'll break your seals. Break all of them. Break them. I'll break all of your seals. I'll let you know the consequences of provoking your Grandpa Crane. You crooks from the 4 great true worlds. Haha, I'm not that easy to bully. In the past, Luya, 1, was forced to his wits' end by yours truly. 4 great true progenitors, what are you? You're still just puny little birds before me. Am I that powerful? The bald crane's excited cries gradually faded away as the coffin left into the distance. Kill him. Kill that person called Mo Su. I don't care how he came to the barren lands of divine source, but that's the last straw. He must die. An enraged voice shouted out from the place where true Sacred Eon world was stationed in the galaxy among the other forces of power from the 4 great true worlds. It would have been fine if he had just gone to the other galaxies, but he broke the seals in over 13 cultivation planets within the region that true Sacred Eon world monitors. He is provoking us. This is revenge for us placing a bounty on his head. The main camp is already displeased and has sent a sealed order. If we cannot solve this problem within a month, then the true guards in true Sacred Eon world will have to pay the price for this matter. The Kalpa Lord has already sent his orders. He will reward those who kill Mo Su with a treasure. This time, all the true guards from true Sacred Eon world are to attack, and we are allowed to use the power of our essence to shift. The 2 world elders in Lunar Kalpa realm will also attack. We must resolve this within a month. Huge ancient bronze swords shot through the great space sealing Rune from the galaxy, where true Sacred Eon world was stationed, and appeared in Western Ring Nebula. Anyone who swept their gazes across them would find that no end to them could be seen. Each of the huge swords were 100,000 feet long, and there were hundreds of them. The galaxy rumbled. The notice of an additional reward was sent through the entire Western Ring Nebula, stirring up the attention and greed of cultivators in the other galaxies, including the true guards from the other true worlds. Those who kill Mo Su will not only receive the rewards originally offered, but also gain an additional reward from true Sacred Eon world, a Kalpa treasure that possessed the presence of Solar Kalpa realm. Chapter 8:10. The crowd is mobilized. Kalpa treasure. This sort of treasure was rare even among the 4 great true worlds. Most of them were controlled by the old monsters who possessed the power of plain Kalpa, and the value of such a treasure was difficult to describe with words. It could be said that to the powerful warriors in Lunar Kalpa realm, this sort of treasure was enough to fight each other to the death for it. Treasures the level of Kalpa treasures were rarely created by people. Most of them were naturally born in this vast universe. They were existences that were like the treasures of the world. That was why each Kalpa treasure was different, and the might of their divine abilities also had distinctions in strength. However, even the weakest Kalpa treasure was enough to make 2 old monsters in Lunar Kalpa realm to have great differences in power. Someone in Lunar Kalpa realm who did not have any Kalpa treasure in hand could not hope to win against someone at the same level with one. Only those in Lunar Kalpa realm who possessed a Kalpa treasure could be known as being half a step away from Solar Kalpa realm. Treasures of this level could stir up uproars even in the worlds outside, and it was much more so in the barren lands of divine essence. This was enough to even cause a calamity here. This kind of reward could tempt the old monsters in Lunar Kalpa realm who seldom ventured out in the barren lands of divine essence, could make the powerful warriors in the later stage of World Plane realm go crazy for them, and even true guards would descend into madness for such a treasure. If they killed Mo Su, they would be able to obtain that Kalpa treasure. The lure in this additional reward surpassed the world stones and the cultivation planet. It became the brightest light within the entire Western Ring Nebula, and countless people went wild for it. The other 3 galaxies were also excited because of this news. All those who believed they had a chance put aside whatever they were doing and walked out of their isolation grounds to rush towards Western Ring Nebula at full speed. There was a region in there that was filled with dust. Bright light would occasionally shine in that place, but not a single hint of sound could be heard. From the distance, it looked like a wasteland. An endless amount of shattered stones floated in the air. Not long after, a long arc charged towards the place from the distance and closed in after a moment. That long arc turned into an old man dressed in a long dark blue robe. His head was filled with white, but his eyes were bright. The presence of world plane realm spread out from his body, showing that he was a middle-stage world paragon. He stopped on one of the barren shattered stone, wrapped his fist in his palm, and bowed deeply. "Master, your disciple would like to meet you." The old man's voice was loud. Once it traveled through the area, the shattered stones before him suddenly moved and were sucked together to form a gigantic face consisting of an innumerable amount of shattered stones. It could be vaguely seen that this face belonged to a middle-aged man filled with a dignified air. His shut eyes gradually opened. "What is it?" A voice that sounded like thunderous booms spread out through the area and stirred up layers of ripples, because of which the galaxy trembled and all the power of law within the area vanished instantly. "Master, the 4 great true worlds have offered a Kalpa treasure as the bounty for one person." The old man lowered his head. His expression was incredibly respectful. He knew clearly just how powerful his master was. He was one of the 3 strongest people in the entire Western Ring Nebula, which was why even though he had reached the middle stage of World Plane Realm, he was still apprehensive when he faced his master. Kalpa treasure. The eyes on the face formed by shattered stones suddenly shone, and brilliant light appeared within them. At the same time, in a cultivation planet that looked quite ordinary within Western Ring Nebula was an old man who was dressed in rags and looked as pathetic as a beggar. He was lying sprawled in a forest whose plants had almost all withered. There were a few cultivators by his side. The strongest among these was only at Earth Cultivation Realm, and there were even some of them who were only at Man Cultivation Realm. At that moment, they were staring cautiously at a ferocious beast with the form of a tiger about thousands of feet away from them. Based on the ferocious beast's presence, it was equivalent to those at the peak of Earth Cultivation Realm. On the ground behind it was a 3-colored flower in blossom, and faint wisps of fragrance were spreading out from it. The creature continuously investigated the area around it with low roars and a grim face. Yet at that moment, when the petals from that 3-colored flower fell behind it, sharp whistling sounds came from all directions. About 40-something cultivators rushed out from the forest and charged towards the tiger. The old man was among them. He was also the one making the most noise. "Kill it. That little B***TCH. Kill that tiger, and the treasure will be ours." The old man's eyes shone, and he rushed out with a growl. The tiger let out a furious roar, and a chaotic battle stirred up, but before long, the old man let out a shrill scream of pain. A deep claw mark appeared on his body, and it looked as if his organs were about to be clawed out as well. When he fell to the ground, he did not forget to yell out a sentence. I'm dead." After a few breaths, the old man on the ground opened his eyes and blinked. When he saw that the tiger was roaring in madness continuously as it fought against the people, he crawled forward cautiously, getting closer to the 3-colored flower. He was incredibly quick and seemed to be incredibly familiar with this sort of thing as well, a telling sign that he had done this sort of thing quite a number of times before. But when he was right beside the 3-colored flower, someone in the sky suddenly roared. Just where did that old coot come from? He actually faked death to steal the tricolored flower. He's not from our side. Damn it, don't bother with that tiger. First get rid of that old thief. He's not from our side either. Furious shouts came from the sky. Some of the cultivators even moved past the tiger to charge towards the ground. Right then, the old man seized the 3-colored flower with an anxious look on his face and quickly got up. In desperation, he swiftly ran away. The rays of light from enchanted treasures charged towards him from the back. There were even divine abilities chasing after him. The old man's face was filled with excitement. As he ran, he suddenly frowned and brought out a jade slip from his bosom, then checked it while he ran. The moment he did so, a brilliant light suddenly appeared in his eyes, and he stopped. Almost at the instant he stopped, the many enchanted treasures and divine abilities closed in on him altogether. A loud bang reverberated in the air, but the old man continued standing his ground and did not budge an inch. All the enchanted treasures that crashed into him were reduced to ashes. As for the divine abilities, they fell apart completely. Kalpa treasure. The old man narrowed his eyes faintly. Once he put away the jade slip, he placed the 3-colored flower into his mouth and bit into it before throwing it on the ground. He then whipped his head around to glare at the cultivators who had been stunned by the sight just now. Tricolored flower, my foot. I'm one of the 3 great veterans in the later stage of World Plane Realm in Western Ring Nebula. So what if I snatched it from you? Bah, it's not tasty either. The old man spat a few times on the ground before he charged towards the sky and disappeared without a trace. There were 7 cultivation planets that were forcefully moved to a certain region within Western Ring Nebula. These 7 cultivation planets might have already been reduced to wastelands, but once they surrounded that region, the intimidating force they formed shook the entire Western Ring Nebula. All those with a bit of knowledge within them would immediately think of the strongest family within Western Ring Nebula when they saw the 7 cultivation planets. Li family. Li family's progenitor, Yuan Hua, was already in the later stage of World Plane Realm. His might intimidated everyone around, so the Li family gained a great reputation within Western Ring Nebula and were known as the overlords of the galaxy. It was rumored that Li family's progenitor had long hair that was 30 feet in length, and he had refined that hair into an enchanted treasure. The people who had died due to that hair were countless, and the progenitor had built the Li family's influence based on his bloody fame. Besides the Li family, all the others staying in the 7 cultivation planets were all their subordinates. They relied on the Li family's protection and obeyed its orders. There was a range of tall mountains and a lake on the 7th cultivation planet. The water in the lake was incredibly clear, which was an extremely rare sight within the barren lands of divine essence. There was a wooden house beside the lake, and at that moment, there was a middle-aged man standing outside the wooden house. He had his head lowered, and there was zealousness amid the respect on his face. That is how it happened. The 4 great true worlds have brought out a Kalpa treasure as a reward. I understand, you may leave now. After a moment, a gentle voice came from the wooden house. The zealous look on the middle-aged man's face became even greater, and he bowed once and left. Kalpa treasure. This sort of treasure will definitely attract Tian Huangzi's attention, who is always willing to mix around with the small cultivators and doesn't have an ounce of a powerful warrior's mannerisms. Even Shenzi will definitely go wild over this as well. But, Kalpa treasure, huh? Humph. If that young Mo-Su can cause the 4 great true worlds to bring out a Kalpa treasure, then I mustn't underestimate him. The gentle voice slowly spread out before it gradually calmed down. The entire Western Ring Nebula had gone mad for the reward of a Kalpa treasure. Endless long arcs were charging through the galaxy. Everyone was doing their best to search for Mo-Su. Occasionally, people would cross over the boundaries of Western Ring Nebula from other galaxies to join the chase as well. 3 dragons charged through the galaxy. Behind them were black longships. There were plenty of cultivators in black armor sitting on them. They all had their eyes closed in meditation as they remained still. A young man in a sacred constellation robe stood on the head of the dragon that was situated between the other 2. There was a person in white sitting cross-legged beside him. That person's face was as white as jade, but it held an incredibly cold and indifferent expression. The man looked like a sharp sword that had been drawn out of its scabbard, calm, but with an outstanding presence. Yi Wang, if you become my follower, then I will assist you with all my abilities in destroying Mo-Su and help you obtain that Kalpa treasure. In the future, I will definitely make your sect the strongest among the immortals. No need. The young man in white was naturally Yi Wang. Once he answered flatly, he closed his eyes, hiding the strange glare that appeared in his eyes when he heard of Mo-Su's name. Mo-Su, what a familiar name. Could it be you? If you aren't him, then fine, but if it's truly you, then I don't care how you came to this place. But our fight hasn't ended. Over the years, you were the only one who could fight me to a tie, the only opponent who I can remember up to this date. You cannot die, because the only one who has the right to kill you is me. Yi Wang muttered quietly in his heart with his eyes closed. Among the hundreds of ancient bronze swords in Western Ring Nebula was Zhe Longshan, who was sitting cross-legged and meditating among the crowd. He looked into the distant galaxy, and Mo-Su's name emerged in his head. He was not the only one. Li Hua looked calm by his side, but a figure had also surfaced in his heart. That figure, too, was of a young man named Mo-Su. Is it you? Li Hua shook his head. These 2 people did not notice Ji Yunhai, whose body was trembling lightly as he sat right beside them. The farther they went, the more he could feel a faint call affecting his body in an unseen manner. Mo-Su, Su Ming. In the past, you didn't have the capability to detect that I had a wisp of divine sense left in my body. You refined my body into your clone and became my master. Who could have expected that we would now run into each other here? Well then, it's time that we change our roles. A freezing glare shone in Ji Yunhai's eyes. Chapter 811, Eye of Solar Culpa. There were 3 ancient bronze swords in the lead of the other hundreds of ancient swords from true Sacredine world. They formed the 3 points of a perpendicular triangle. There was a person standing on the tip of each of those 3 swords. The person standing at the tip of the sword located in the middle had the mark of a ball of flame at the center of his brows. He was dressed in a long red robe, and he was naturally the 9th-tier true guard, Dao Run, who had been given a wisp of Huaizhu's power when he visited the main camp. His eyes burned brightly. There were no flames spreading out of his body, but the area where he stood was incredibly hot. In fact, the sword under his feet was melting slowly. Mosu. Daoren narrowed his eyes, and killing intent appeared within them. This Mosu was the one who had utterly humiliated true Sacredine world, and the main camp was also displeased. If they could not solve this problem within a month, then all of them would have to receive punishment. The other two people on the tips of the other two ancient bronze swords in the lead were sitting with their legs crossed and meditating. One of them was an old man, and the other was a short boy. Not a single ripple of power was spreading out from their bodies, but if anyone took a closer look, they would discover to their shock that there was not a single hint of the universe's law around them. It was as if the area around them was a void, as if even the galaxy wanted to avoid wherever they were. Daoren turned his head around and looked towards the boy on the sword to his right and asked calmly, "Senior Han Tongzi, how much longer will you need to locate Mosu?" Even though based on the presence Daoren was exuding, he was only at the peak of the middle stage of World Plane Realm, the same as Zhao family's progenitor, but there was not a hint of respect within his words when he spoke to the boy. Instead, he was addressing him as his equal. He would definitely not have done so in the past, but it was different now, since he was no longer just a true guard. He had a status that surpassed the true guards, Huaju's messenger. The boy opened his eyes. When his gaze landed on Daoren, he said calmly, "I will need 4 more hours before I can locate him." 4 hours? Mosu, with just 4 more hours, I will make it so that it will be impossible for you to escape anymore. Killing intent shone in Daoren's eyes. At that moment, Su Ming was sitting cross-legged on the crimson coffin within Western Ring Nebula, leaving a cultivation planet. The booms from behind him were still echoing in the air, and waves of violent, murderous presences burst out. Some of the ferocious beasts even flew out of the planet. "Oh yeah," the bald crane cried out in excitement by his side. During the past few days, it had been unusually excited. Every single time it broke open the seals in a cultivation planet, it would think that it had taken revenge on the 4 great true worlds, and this feeling made it fall in love with this action. "Su Ming, where should we go next? Let's break all the seals in the barren lands of divine essence and make the 4 great true worlds angry. The angrier they are, the more trouble they will be in, and the happier I will be." The bald crane was so excited that it began shuddering before it looked at Su Ming with expectant eyes. "A Culpa treasure as a reward for killing me, huh?" Su Ming ignored the bald crane. His expression was incredibly dark. When he left the cultivation planet just now, he had learned about the 4 great true worlds adding another reward for his head. "Su Ming, we can't continue anymore. We must leave immediately, and the further get away, the better. I didn't expect that the 4 great true worlds would bring out a Culpa treasure as a reward." The Duke of Crimson Flame was by Su Ming's side. He looked at Su Ming with an anxious expression on his face. "What is a Culpa treasure?" Su Ming asked. Once the Duke of Crimson Flame finished making his explanations, Su Ming's face turned even darker. He clenched his fists instinctively, and even the bald crane no longer made any more noise. Clearly, it had been scared by the 4 great true worlds' actions. "Aren't they thinking too highly of me? Culpa treasure, even I am tempted." Su Ming's eyes shone. His mind moved quickly, but he did not find any way for him to resolve this series of dangers. Right from the start, this was destined to be a disaster that would cost his life. If the 4 great true worlds wanted to kill him, then with their power, even an old monster in the later stage of World Plane Realm would not be able to escape death, much less him. The only method for him to escape was to head to Black Ink Planet. That place was where the 4 great true worlds had the weakest influence. Once he stepped into Divine Essence Star Ocean through Black Ink Planet, then the 4 great true worlds would be helpless to chase after him, and as time passed, this matter would be forgotten and resolved naturally. However, Black Ink Planet was too far away, and he would not be able to reach it in a short period of time. This sealed off his only method of survival. During the past few days, Su Ming had tried stepping into the dimension of the Black Stone Fragment, which had fused into his soul, but it wasn't much use. He could get in, but his body could not. Only his soul could do so, and if he was truly forced to this extent, then it would be the same as giving up on his physical body, and he would have to do everything from the beginning once more. This method was not a perfect solution for him to avoid this disaster that would cost him his life. He would still eventually need to show himself, and once he showed up and revealed any hint of himself, he would be absolutely powerless to fight back, since he would no longer have a physical body, just a soul. Besides, abandoning his physical body and his power was something Su Ming did not want to choose. In silence, the crimson coffin charged through the galaxy. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Su Ming's eyes flashed, determination shining there. Oh well, with my current level of cultivation, there's no way that I will be able to survive this disaster. Besides, I don't really need to hide in the dimension in the fragment for long. I won't believe that the 4 great true worlds will choose to seal off the Divinity Incarceration rune of the barren lands of divine essence forever. As long as the rune is activated and the Divinity Incarceration rune is in operation once more, I will be able to use the rune's power to warp, and no seal would work on me. At most, they will shut it down for a year, but it's likely to be even less, just a couple months or so, else. It's completely impossible for them to give up on the Divinity Incarceration rune of the barren lands of divine essence just for me. If that is the case, then I will only need to hide for a period of time. During this period of time, as long as my physical body is safe, I will not suffer any injuries. It's a pity that from the tests earlier, I can't bring anything into the dimension besides my soul. I can't even bring my storage bag into the dimension. It wasn't like this when I was in Death region. Perhaps this is the strangeness of the barren lands of divine essence. Huh. Su Ming shook his head, and a glint appeared in his eyes. The speed of the crimson coffin beneath him increased exponentially and changed direction, charging straight towards the cultivation planet he had just left. Most of the seals in this cultivation planet have been broken. They will only send someone to form the seals again, but there should be only few people who could manage to figure out that I haven't left and am still around. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. After a moment, the crimson coffin under his body rushed into the cultivation planet, broke the top layer of wind in the planet, and disappeared without a trace instead of descending. There were multiple barren hills on this cultivation planet, as well as quite a large number of swamps. At that moment, Su Ming was sitting near one of the swamps. He had thought about several locations carefully and eventually chosen this one. It wasn't entirely remote. Occasionally, some of the cultivators in the planet would pass by, because there was a strange spirit herb growing in this region. It contained a small wisp of spiritual energy. There might not be a lot of it, but it was enough to cause the cultivators in this planet to search for it. I have a treasure that can hide my presence. Once my presence disappears, Bald Crane, protect my physical body and don't come out. Hide in the swamp and wait for me. Duke of Crimson Flame, I'll have to rely on you here. I will only come out half a year later, and when my presence is no longer around. As Su Ming was speaking, his expression suddenly changed. Right at the instant this happened, the Duke of Crimson Flame lifted his head swiftly to look at the sky, and his expression instantly changed drastically. Don't enter the treasure that hides your soul. Damn it, this is the eye of Solar Culpa. The Duke of Crimson Flame immediately cried out anxiously. The sky was originally dark. The moment the Duke cried out, the darkness in the sky disappeared and turned into a dim sky with faint light. Black snow floated down, and the sky instantly turned white. Within that white sky, an illusory black sun appeared. It was a mere illusion, because this was not the real Solar Culpa. This was the illusory sun of Lunar Culpa realm. Perhaps more accurately speaking, it was a moon. This illusory black sun that looked like the moon but did not look like the moon at the same time caused the black snow to spread out once it appeared in the sky. During that instant, an eye appeared in the black sky. This was an eye that contained wisdom and age. Right when it appeared, eyes appeared in the endless black snow floating down from the sky. Each flake of snow was an eye. Lunar Culpa realm, and there's not just one. There are at least 2 people who are executing this at the same time. And this is the long-distance eye of Solar Culpa that can only be cast after people possess Culpa treasures of powerful might. They can locate everything within the area which they see. Su Ming, hurry up and give up on your physical body to hide. I don't know what method you have to hide your soul, but if you're confident, then use it. Hurry. Don't bother about us, your physical body and I can't escape from being located. You are my people's hope. You must remember your promise to me. You have to find my people's Abyss Soul Flag. When you have the powers of an Abyss Builder, revive my people. Don't be attached to your physical body anymore. Even if you can leave via shifting, it's useless. Under the eye of Solar Culpa, we can't escape anywhere. It will be able to instantly locate us again. I will use the remaining power I saved for that shift to detonate my divine sense, which will help to cover up the hiding of your soul. Su Ming, take care. The Duke of Crimson Flame was almost screaming. At that moment, booming sounds were echoing from the sky. Endless amount of eyes in the form of snow danced in the air. Powerful presences descended into the area. Cracking sounds came from all directions in the world. All the regions in the area had been frozen, as if they had been encased in ice at that instant. This scene was even clearer up above. The moment the sky was turned into a layer of ice, ancient bronze swords shifted into the area. As the shadows of people appeared in flashes, a loud booming sound reverberated in the galaxy where forces of power from true, sacred world were stationed. An endless amount of ripples spread out. Those ripples formed a wave of impact that circled in the air, and as it did so, a gigantic radix planet slowly flew out from the true, sacred world's region. This was the second time a radix planet was sent out during the endless passage of time. The first time was when the anomaly in Black Ink Planet had occurred. At the instant the radix planet came out, it immediately turned into an illusion and faded away, disappearing without a trace. At the same time, the galaxy in the area beyond the Cultivation planet where Su Ming was roared. When the entire area was encased in ice, the space within a certain part in the region was forcefully torn apart, and the radix planet descended. This huge celestial body that was formed by numerous celestial planets and looked like a distorted staircase was swiftly manifesting in the air. Half of it had already appeared. As it did so, a huge power that could seal space spread out. This was what the true guards from true sacred world had prepared to prevent Su Ming from shifting. Once the radix planet appeared in its complete form, the seal would be complete. All those below solar Kalpa realm would not be able to shift. They first found where he was. Then the radix planet descended to lock onto his movements so that he could not shift. Once that was done, there was no need to worry that he would escape. Su Ming, what are you still thinking about? Hurry. I can sense that the war radix celestial body from the four great true worlds has already appeared. The Duke of Crimson Flame roared. The sky twisted. The shadow of a huge sword appeared, and an endless amount of long arcs manifested in the air. Right at the instant the Duke was about to rush out, a hint of madness suddenly appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Duke of Crimson Flame, with your full power, shift. Su Ming's eyes were filled with madness, but his voice was so calm that it was terrifying. The Duke of Crimson Flame whipped his head around and cried out with an anxious look on his face. What? Shift to Western Ring Nebula's Foreign Land. Chapter 8:12. Forced into Foreign Land. Most of the radix planet had already descended. Hundreds of ancient bronze swords filled the entire galaxy. Cultivation planets charged through space in the form of long arcs. The huge net where no escape would be possible was about to be placed. All the true guards from true sacred world stationed within the barren lands of divine essence had moved out. They had also brought out the offerings needed to ask the two cultivators from Lunar Kalpa realm to help them, a telling sign that their desire to kill Su Ming had already become incredibly strong. You still have 10 breaths before the radix planet completely descends. 10 breaths later, even if you can shift, you won't be able to use it at all. An ancient bronze sword that was clearly much bigger than the rest appeared in the galaxy. Rune, who had the mark of the ball of flames at the center of his brows, stood at the tip of the sword. Invisible, burning flames spread out from his body as he stared at the cultivation planet not too far in the distance. Even if you shift now, you won't be able to change the outcome. No matter where you shift, we will be able to catch up to you in an instant, Rune said while laughing coldly. The galaxy was frozen. As cracking sounds viciously spread out, the Duke of Crimson Flame gritted his teeth as he stood on the cultivation planet and stopped speaking due to the determination in Su Ming's calm voice. Instead, as he let out a roar towards the sky, ripples madly spread out from his entire body. Those ripples swept out in all directions before they enveloped Su Ming and the bald crane within. At the instant those endless long arcs were about to arrive, the space around them let out violent, booming sounds. Right at the moment those booming sounds shook the sky and earth, and the radix planet completely descended to form the net which would allow no escape. The Duke of Crimson Flame disappeared along with Su Ming and the bald crane. In the blink of an eye, they fused with the ripples and shifted from the place. Su Ming's disappearance did not cause any change of expression on the faces of the true guards that had descended from the sky. It was as if they had expected this much from the start. Almost the instant Su Ming shifted, the radix planet appeared in its complete form in the sky. Waves of powerful light swept through the planet, and all the true guards along with the ancient bronze swords disappeared. There was not a single true guard left within or outside the cultivation planet. It was as if everything had just been an illusion. There was a unique place in Western Ring Nebula, and there was an endless amount of cracks in space there. Freezing wind always blew out from those cracks, and it would moan as it went around. Due to the large number of cracks, this place was surrounded by wind, distorting and turning blurry the sight of anyone who came here. The wind was not strong. In fact, if a cultivator in Earth Cultivation realm was a little more careful, they could be safe in this wind. However, in this harmless-looking region, there was one of the foreign lands where all the cultivators in the entire Western Ring region and even the entire barren lands of divine essence would freeze in their tracks, and where very few would dare enter. Western Ring Nebula's foreign land. There wasn't much danger from the wind because this place was just the entrance. There wasn't much danger within all the entrances to the foreign lands. However, if anyone entered one of those cracks, that would no longer be so. All of these cracks possessed the power of relocation. No matter what sort of life form stepped into the crack, it would instantly be sent to the foreign land. The true danger would begin after the person was sent in. That was where the nightmare began. At that moment, ripples appeared out of nowhere in this region. As they spread out, Su Ming's body manifested in space. He was alone. The bald crane was not with him, and neither was the Duke of Crimson Flame. The bald crane had been put away by Su Ming, and the Duke of Crimson Flame used up all his strength during that shift and fell into deep slumber. After all, this shift was not like any other. He had used it when the eyes of Solar Culpa were locked onto them, and the power he had to use far surpassed what he would usually need. The unconscious Duke of Crimson Flame turned into a totem on Su Ming's right arm. It was dull, but had a hint of life force within it. He would need time to recuperate before he could wake up. Right after Su Ming appeared, he took a step forward without any hesitation towards the foreign land. He moved so quickly that his body looked like a long arc that charged forward. Almost at the instant Su Ming appeared, the galaxy started roaring violently right where he had manifested moments before. As those roaring sounds reverberated in the air, a gigantic outline appeared in the galaxy, and it looked like a distorted flight of stairs. That was naturally the Radix planet. Once it locked onto Su Ming, no matter where he was, it would instantly shift and chase after him. Once the Radix planet appeared, huge ancient bronze swords manifested within an instant in the galaxy beyond the foreign land. There were hundreds of them, and during that moment, countless long arcs also appeared in the area. Foreign land. This is Western Ring Nebula's foreign land. Damn it, he shifted here? What does he want to do? Is he thinking about fighting for a slim chance of survival by entering the foreign land because he knows he'll definitely die facing us? Foreign land. The moment those ancient bronze swords appeared, the countless true guards on them stood up all together. Just as they were about to move out of the swords, they saw their surroundings clearly, and they also saw Su Ming charging into the distance. Zheilong Shun was also in the crowd. He was staring at Su Ming, who was before him, and a strange light appeared in his eyes. Complicated emotions also appeared in Li Hua's eyes, who was by his side. Ji and Hai's pupils shrank. The faint call had grown incredibly strong at that instant, causing him to almost be unable to control his own body and rush forward. As the true sacred Een world's true guards appeared, the ripples in the galaxy spread out viciously. A black sun also manifested high above. A glint appeared in that eye and focused on Su Ming. Su Ming's footsteps halted. He turned around swiftly and looked at the hundreds of gigantic ancient swords, the even bigger Radix planet, and the large number of true guards. At that moment, he had already rushed into the wind in the area. In fact, there was a crack in space less than 30 feet behind him. Weak waves of absorption force spread out, letting Su Ming know clearly that this crack was one of the entrances that would lead him into the foreign land. He finally saw the three people standing on the three swords that were located at forefront. He saw a boy and another person, both of whom did not let out any ripples of power, but were powerful warriors that made his eyes sting in pain when he looked at them. Su Ming had seen that invisible mighty pressure spreading out from those people before. The three souls that were sealed in his body when he was in Een Death region had also been at this realm. These were terrifying existences within Lunar Culpa realm. As the duo stood on the swords, the galaxy around them seemed to have stopped all manner of operation. This was a mighty power that caused Su Ming's heart to tremble in shock. Besides these two people, there was also a young man standing on the sword located in the middle. He had the mark of a flame at the center of his brows. That young man's gaze was filled with powerful killing intent. Su Ming only met that gaze for one moment, and an endless amount of heat immediately surrounded him. There were tens of thousands of true guards in the area, and these 3 people were the leaders. When Su Ming saw that there were so many people who were mobilized to kill him, a smile appeared on his lips, and it gradually became brighter and brighter, until Su Ming eventually began laughing loudly. He was laughing because he saw that not a single one of those true guards dared to step into the region where the entrance is laid, even though there was no danger whatsoever in this place. He was laughing because he saw that the 2 powerful warriors who made his heart tremble when he looked at them and his cultivation base to freeze, as well as the young man with the mark of the flame on the center of his brows were frowning. He had even sensed that all the people that came, including that trio at the front, not only did not dare step into the region, they also prevented the ripples of their power from getting close to the area of the foreign land to the best of their abilities. Those ripples only spread to the peripheral edges. He also saw Zhe Longshun and Li Hua, who had complicated expressions on their faces, along with Ji Yunhai, who was staring at him fixedly by their side. This sight let Su Ming know that he had made the right bet. Shifting to the foreign land was great bet, and he had to take it. Even if he had taken the option to hide in the dimension in the fragment when he was in the cultivation planet, not only would his physical body would have definitely been destroyed, the Duke of Crimson Flame would have also died certainly, and no matter how well the bald crane hid itself, it would also have found it difficult to escape from this disaster. Even if Su Ming no longer had any emotions, he still could not do something like let the companions by his side suffer such consequences for his survival. Besides, even if he had hidden his soul, it still would have been difficult for him to escape being suppressed and sealed. It might have been difficult for him to walk out of the dimension in the fragment at that time, and once he walked out, he would still die. If that was the case, then he might as well take a risk and head to the foreign land that would cause people to pale in fright when they talked about it. He would head there and fight for a chance at survival. That was his choice. As Su Ming laughed, all the true guards beyond the foreign land fell into silence. During the multiple times where I've been chased, the people I saw were all of you from true Sacredine world of the 4 great true worlds. If I don't die in the foreign land, then I will eventually return the favor. There was an endless chill to Su Ming's laughter. He took a few steps back, moving to the edge of the crack. If you have the courage, you can continue chasing me into the foreign land and continue coming after my life. Killing intent appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He put into memory all of the faces of the people there, especially the 3 strongest among them. At the instant he finished his speech, he took a step back and entered the crack completely. Entering the foreign land is the same as entering hell. Forget about you. It is rare even for those in Solar Culpa realm to survive. Since you don't want to die at our hands, you can commit suicide by heading into the foreign land. We can allow this, Dowrin stated flatly, being the one to speak at this moment. Su Ming heard his words, but he did not speak. Before his body disappeared as he was relocated, he cast Dowrin a deep glance, and that one glance caused the man's heart to tremble. He saw a resolve and determination that he had never seen before in anyone else within Su Ming's eyes. That gaze sent forth a message that Su Ming did not say with his mouth, and that message was sent to them incredibly clearly. I will definitely return. Su Ming's body swiftly disappeared in the crack that was like a gaping mouth. Once it devoured Su Ming, it looked as if it was laughing and mocking the people while looking at the same time as if it was waiting for others to enter it as well. Time passed. Dowrin clenched his fists, and a freezing glare appeared in his eyes. The child stepped into the foreign land. He will surely die. There is no need for us to keep the bounty on his head. There is no possibility that he will survive. No one managed to obtain the reward for his life, but we still managed to resolve this, and we can now answer to the main camp. Ripples spread out within the galaxy. Gradually, the hundreds of swords and the endless true guards faded away, slowly disappearing with the Radix planet while immersed in their emotions and silence. When they completely disappeared, many of the true guards who left still remembered Su Ming's gaze before he was relocated. That gaze remained in their heads and did not disappear for a long, long time. Chapter 8:13, Foreign Land. Several days later, True Sacredine World spread the news of the wanted criminal Mo. Su stepping into the foreign land. Once the numerous cultivators who were chasing after his life learned about it, their pursuits came to an end. It did not matter whether it were the cultivators from Western Ring Nebula or those who had come from other galaxies. Once they learned of this news, slightly mixed feelings rose in their hearts. Quite a large number of them went to the peripheral edges of Western Ring Nebula's foreign land, and as they looked at the region, they chose to leave in silence. It was precisely because they knew of the dangers of the foreign land that even if they had come after Su Ming's life for the rewards, a hint of respect grew in their hearts for that cultivator called Mo Su. He had caused true sacred world of the four great true worlds to raise arms against him and add an additional bounty over his head. He had also released numerous ferocious beasts in many cultivation planets, breaking open one seal after another, and even forced the four great true worlds to shut down the Divinity Incarceration Rune. All of the true guards of true sacred world were mobilized, and Eradication planet had even left its region where the four great true worlds stationed themselves to keep a lookout over sinful barren lands. All of these might sound simple, but in truth, over the endless amount of years, besides the change in Black Ink planet, only Mo Su alone was able to do this. In the endless pursuit, not only had this person managed to survive, he had also killed countless pursuers. The difference between a cultivator in the initial stage of World Plane realm might not be that great from a cultivator in Heaven Cultivation planet, but no matter what, they were in World Plane realm. Yet even so, even those in the initial stage of World Plane died when they ran into this Mo Su. Only those in the middle stage of World Plane realm could make this person avoid them. However, in the chase after his life, even Heavenly Treasure Planet had been shattered. Zhao family's progenitor could not detain him, and his achievements time and again had caused him to become famous. He became a subject that almost no one did not know about in Western Ring Nebula, and the things he did were known to almost all. This sort of person deserved respect. This was something all the pursuers that had come after him for the rewards and mostly chosen to remain silent beyond the foreign land though. Several days later, in the area beyond the foreign land, which had become quiet once again, a sigh could be heard. An old man in rags walked out of space with unstable footsteps. There was a pot of wine in his hand. Once he walked out, he drank a mouthful of wine. As he looked at the calm foreign land, a hint of admiration appeared on his face. No wonder he became a wanted criminal by the four great true worlds and could cause such a stir in Western Ring Nebula. What courage! He actually dared to enter the foreign land to fight for his survival. If this child doesn't die, then in the future, he will surely become a chosen. The old man drank quietly. After some time, he shook his head, turned around, and left. Mo Su, I'll remember your name. If you manage to come out someday, then I will invite you for a drink. Soon after the old man left, an innumerable amount of shattered stones appeared in space from another direction. Right when these shattered stones appeared, they gathered together to form a gigantic human made of stone. That stone human's eyes were cold as he stared at the foreign land. He did not say a word. After some time, he let out a cold harumph and disappeared into the galaxy. 7 days later, a young man in white arrived near the quiet foreign land. That young man's expression was icy cold, and there was a hint of loneliness in his gaze. He looked at the foreign land and remained silent for a very long time. Su Ming, you can't die here, because the only person who has the right to kill you is me. Only me, Yuang. If you die here, then I will no longer have any opponents. The young man was naturally Yuang. He stood there for several hours before he turned around and left, bringing with him a hint of loneliness. Time passed. Soon, a month went by. If the four great true worlds had not sent out a new notice, then the matter regarding Mo Su would have come to an end, and this matter would just remain in the hearts of all those who'd heard of it. Perhaps it would have remained there forever, or perhaps it would have disappeared several years later. However, the new notice caused an uproar that had never been seen before in Western Ring Nebula and the other 3 galaxies. Even the shock that had been stirred up when the reward of the Kalpa treasure was offered could not compare to what was happening at this moment. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. People began to hesitate. In fact, the people who had chosen to leave started shuddering because of this notice as well. Madness appeared in their eyes, along with an intense conflict. The old monsters who had taken action due to the Kalpa treasure previously were shocked as well by the four great true worlds notice. They were in disbelief. In fact, they could not imagine the reason why the four great true worlds would pay so much attention at this person called Mo Su. The level of attention they paid him even surpassed the amount of attention gained by Black Ink planet. The old monsters were not the only ones in disbelief. Even the true guards from the four great true worlds were shocked by the contents of the notice, and they were even dumbfounded. This was the 19th tier notice that was sent straight from the main camp. This notice's tier level meant that this was a decision made together by the 19 powerful true generals in the main camp. In fact, The orders of the 2 true divinities within the main camp were contained in the notice as well, else even the 19 true generals would not have been able to offer such a reward. It could be said that the notice represented the main camp's orders, the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds keeping a lookout over sinful barren lands, and could even be said to represent the will of the 4 great true progenitors from the 4 great true worlds, who were said to no longer care about the matters of the world. Those who enter Western Ring Nebula's foreign land and capture Emosu alive will be pardoned of all their crimes and will be free return to the 4 great true worlds. They will obtain their freedom. This was the content of the notice. There was no mention of world stones, cultivation planets, or Kalpa treasure. However, the word freedom was the greatest desire among all the cultivators within the barren lands of divine essence, and it did not matter what their level of cultivation was. For freedom, they were willing to give up on everything. Compared to freedom, all treasures were nothing. This was the first time the 4 great true worlds had offered freedom as a bounty for a person within the barren lands of divine essence. The shock caused by this notice was difficult to describe with words. Even the old monsters who usually isolated themselves to train and did not come out all year long within the 4 great galaxies were taken aback. In fact, some of the mighty cultivators who possessed the power of Lunar Kalpa realm were also shaken by this notice. Their desire for freedom was so great that they would even dream of it in their sleep. With such a reward, someone finally stepped into Western Ring Nebula's foreign land, becoming the second person to enter after Emosu. Gradually, more and more people entered with hearts that were ready to risk everything so that they could fight for their freedom with everything on the line. The moon in the sky shone with a gentle, luminous light. The light landed on the snow on the ground and reflected a silvery glow. The boundless snow floating down from the sky was like a beautiful song under the moonlight that echoed in the air. The ground was filled with thick layers of snow, and although the wind was not strong, it was very cold. There were some trees there as well. The cold season caused their branches to be empty of leaves, so the only things that remained were dead trees with lots of branches. There was a village in the distance. Under the moonlight were balls of light from the lamps, hidden behind the paper covering windows. Those lights shone with an indistinct, glimmering yellow. This was a village with only a few hundreds of people. In this dark night, the village gave people a feeling of peace and quiet. It might be due to the cold in midwinter, but even some of the mutts that were kept in the houses were hunched in corners. Even if a stranger came, they would not be willing to bark. Occasionally, the sounds of babies crying could be heard. Soon after, a mother's soft, comforting whispers offering protection would cause the whimpers to slowly fade away. This was the sight Su Ming saw when he entered the foreign land with a cautious heart and with his cultivation base circulating in his base so that he could bring forth his strongest attack at any time. This was the sight he saw after he was relocated and saw his surroundings. This serenity, this gentleness, this normalcy, these whimpers of the babies, the mother's whispers, and this village stunned Su Ming momentarily. He stood on the snow, and there was plenty of it on his body, too, as he looked at the village in the distance. The tranquility in this place made it impossible for him to believe that this was the foreign land. This was not a place that was filled with dangers, where practically all those who entered died, while the few who survived refused to talk about the things they encountered even after they got out. This was clearly a peaceful place that was like paradise. In fact, when Su Ming spread his Atman outwards, he couldn't sense even a single hint of danger in the area, nor was there any hint of power. All of these things forced Su Ming to believe that this place was just a normal village. There were no cultivators here, and neither was there any danger. How could this be? Su Ming mumbled. There was a huge disparity between this and the foreign land he imagined. In truth, even if he had ran into a place that was filled with endless dangers and countless ferocious beasts charging at him, he would not have been as bewildered as he was at that moment. This sort of ordinary peace sent shivers down his spine. Not only did his guard not lax, it instead became stronger. He looked at the area, and eventually, his gaze fell once again on the village. At that moment, he slowly sat down cross-legged. He did not move forward, but instead looked at the village quietly with a huge, dried-up tree by his side. Foreign land. In silence, Su Ming grabbed a handful of snow from the ground. He looked at the snow, absorbing the warmth from his hand before it slowly melted away. As he looked at the melted puddle flowing down from his palm and dripping onto the ground to leave small potholes, he frowned. Could it be an illusion? Su Ming's eyes shone. Gradually, The bright moon appeared in his left eye and the sun in his left. During that instant, his heart became a star. Illusion of star, sun, and moon. This was the illusion-type divine ability that Su Ming had understood on his own. Even those with higher levels of cultivation than his would have their hearts seen through under this illusion. At that moment, Su Ming activated this ability at full force and looked towards the village in the distance. Yet no matter how he cast the illusion, he could not detect a single hint of change. The village was still the village. Snow was still floating down. Everything was so real that it made Su Ming's breathing become a little rapid. Something's not right. The foreign land should not be like this. Su Ming swiftly closed his eyes. After he covered the sun and moon in his eyes, he circulated his cultivation base through his body. After a moment, he opened his eyes. A strange light appeared in them, and he looked towards the village once again. It was still the same. Su Ming was silent. He felt that the area was filled with a bizarre air, but he did not choose to leave. Instead, with his guard up, he chose to remain still while seated, remaining that way until the sky was no longer dark. Once sunlight shone on the ground and the new day arrived, he still continued to look at the village. Time passed. One day went by, and another. Su Ming sat there for half a month, but he did not manage to see a single thing that was off. He examined practically every villager of the hundreds present, every man, woman, elderly, and young, but they were all mortals. It was the night half a month later that Su Ming's expression suddenly changed as he remained seated. He turned his head around to look into the distance, then averted his gaze. When midnight arrived, the sounds of galloping horses came from the distance. The snow that was sent flying into the air spread out. When bellowing laughter reached Su Ming's ears, he saw a team of horsemen numbering 100, which he had noticed several hours ago. These people all had ferocious looks on their faces that showed their ruthless and brutal nature. As they laughed, they charged towards the village, and even brought out scimitars and battle axes. By the looks of it, they were clearly going to plunder and slaughter the village. Chapter 8:14 Secrets of the Foreign Lands. Just what secrets do the foreign lands have that most of those who enter will die, and those few that leave will not speak of them? Is it because they don't want to say it, or because of some other reason? Su Ming looked at the bandits getting closer to the village. Once the sounds of horse galloping shook the ground, the dogs in the village that did not want to bark seemed to have noticed danger and started barking almost shrilly, causing the lights that had been extinguished in the village to all be lit up at that moment. Shocked cries and screams of terror came from a village along with the wails of babies. It was chaos. I've been observing this village for the past half a month and found nothing extraordinary. It's just a mortal's village. Since this is not an illusion, then they must be real. This village is built in this place. If bandits frequently appear here, then there's no way they would not have any sort of defenses set up, but I did not see even a single fence. The bandits' arrival is a little strange as well. Why did I see them? Su Ming narrowed his eyes. As a myriad of thoughts turned in his head, he saw the group of bandits less than 1,000 feet away from the village. Dogs were howling there, and children were held by their mothers. And as they shivered, fear and despair appeared in their eyes. The men in the village took hold of any weapon they could find. They might be afraid, but they did not retreat. Instead, in their despair, they let out roars of madness. They were ready to give up their lives to protect their families and home. Kill them. Destroy the entire village. Kill all the men, elderly, and children. Snatch all their food and women, and hurry up. Once we destroy this village, we have to rush back. The strongest man among the bandits lifted the scimitar in his hand with a ferocious grin. Then, waving the weapon before them and roaring loudly, all the men charged towards the village with crazed laughter. 1,000 feet, 800 feet, 600 feet. Su Ming looking at this scene from the distance. He watched the bandits come less than 300 feet away from the village, watched as the villagers became fearful and despairing, watched the fear in the children's innocent eyes, watched how the men refused to take a single step backwards to protect their home, and watched all the women hold on to their children tightly as tears fell from their eyes. Resolve could be seen there. Su Ming suddenly understood. I'm hesitating, he mumbled. When I hesitate, I sink into a situation where I have to make a choice. I can choose to help the villagers or to help the bandits. I can also choose to not do anything and let things happen on their own, or choose to kill everyone here. Perhaps I even have other choices, but this isn't my will. This is the surroundings around me and the development of the situation in this world forcefully dragging me into making a choice. No matter what I do, I will be making a choice. This is the foreign land that is rumored to be incredibly dangerous. I understand now. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath. He looked at the bandits that were only 100 feet away from the village, having come to understand the things before him. This was the world and the foreign land setting out the conditions to have him make his first choice. It's like this dried-up tree. There's only one trunk, but the higher it goes, the more branches there will be. Once I choose a branch, I will be faced with more choices later. When I reach the end, I will realize that the end isn't even the end. Su Ming stood up and looked at the tree beside him. Choice, huh? A freezing glare appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He lifted his right hand and swung it at the village not too far in the distance. At that moment, the man leading the bandits into village had lifted the scimitar in his hand with a ferocious smile. Right at the instant he swung down at the head of the middle-aged man in front of him, a shudder suddenly ran through his body. The scimitar he had lifted froze in midair. Wind blew past, and the man along with the horse under him turned into ashes. There was no blood, no torn pieces of flesh. He was simply reduced to ashes and disappeared from the crowd's eyes. While the villagers were stunned, all the other bandits behind the man froze in the mid of their terror, and then all of them turned into ashes as well. This strange sight immediately caused the breathing of all the villagers to almost stop. They stared at the ashes spreading out in the snow with dumbfounded gazes and felt that everything that had just happened was surreal. It was as if everything that happened was just a dream. They remained staring blankly until they saw Su Ming walking towards them through the snow. Then, all of them withdrew while trembling. Su Ming, with his gray hair and long white robes, walked towards them through the snow until he stood before the mortal villagers. He swept his gaze past all of their bodies. He saw terror, one that was even greater than when these people had ran into the bandits earlier, and it was all shown in their trembling bodies. Su Ming averted his gaze in silence, then turned around. Just as he was about to leave, the wind lifted his hair. "Lo, sir, you're the legend." A trembling voice suddenly came from the crowd. An old man took a few quick steps forward. His face was covered in wrinkles, and he had the appearance of a person who had 1 foot in his grave. At that moment, with an excited face, he looked at Su Ming while his body shuddered. "You are the legend of our village. There's no mistake to this. I will absolutely not mistake this. I remember your portrait. You are the legend." Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. Then he turned around and looked at the old mortal. In his excitement, the old man could not even enunciate his words clearly. His franticness made him unable to explain the situation clearly. He quickly pointed towards one of the buildings in the village. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes when he looked at the building. He walked towards it, and once he pushed open its door, his heart trembled. He did not step in, but stood at the entrance for a long, long time. That building was an ancestral one. There were plenty of memorial plates there, and they belonged to the deceased villagers, who were placed there to be worshipped by their descendants. On the wall behind those plates was a picture. There was a man in that picture. He was dressed in a long white robe, and he had long gray hair. His body was positioned sideways in the snow, as if he was turning around. Wind lifted his hair, and this scene was the exact same as when Su Ming had been about to turn around to leave. This is the picture to which we give our offerings all year long. In the past, the old man's quivering and excited voice came from behind Su Ming, but he did not hear his words. This was no longer important. The important thing was the picture. He looked at his hair dancing in the wind there, at the scattering snow, and he knew that this was not a picture scroll that had existed for many years. Instead, it was the hymn of just then. "Foreign lands," Su Ming mumbled. He lifted his right hand and seized the picture through the air. It rushed at him, and the instant he grabbed it, a vast amount of power spread out from within the scroll and surged straight into his body. Then, an ancient voice appeared in his head. There was an age-old presence to that voice, as if it had traveled through the passages of time from many, many years ago. Due to its age, even just hearing that voice alone would make someone feel a waning presence. "I am Sui Chenzi." That voice echoed in Su Ming's mind. The ancient tone brought with it a presence that could make the galaxy freeze all over. At the instant that voice spread out, the snow around Su Ming stopped moving. All the villagers also lost all signs of life. They stood there, still and unmoving. The buildings around him started disintegrating right before his eyes. Even those people who did not move also started rotting away at that moment. They were not the only ones. Even the snow on the ground, the wind in the air, and the entire sky started slowly fading away, as if they were also falling into decline. In fact, even the picture scroll in Su Ming's hands started disintegrating. It was as if it had been immersed in the eternal passages of time that were constantly flowing away. All the color in the area also faded away at that moment, the only one remaining being gray. Only Su Ming's body alone retained its original color, becoming the only thing that was different in the world. When I was born, the world had already been formed. I've trained in the path of cultivation for a long time, and I've forgotten how long I've practiced it. The universe has 9 heavens, and I am in exclusive possession of one of them. I've reached the end of the path of cultivation. With one thought, I can destroy the heavens. With one thought, I can give life to the universe. With one thought, I can make all lives perish. With one thought, I can give life to all manner of being. There are 9 worlds in the universe. When the cosmos was first formed, the heavens were segregated, and I have become one of them. If I die, then the cosmos will be missing one piece to its whole. If I perish, then the cosmos will be incomplete from then on. Wherever my will is, another cultivator in plain Kalpa realm will be born. So long as I have the thought, a cultivator who has controlled fate will continue walking down the path of cultivation for his entire life. All the lives in the universe, all the lives in my world that practice cultivation are all because I will it to be so. However, the cosmos are damaged, and no one can reverse that damage. If the universe wishes for destruction, no power can fight against it. Those 8 have all failed and perished. They have turned into empty dust, and I alone am left, still struggling. There are 9 worlds in the universe, and 8 have shattered. What use is there even if I struggle? I wish to turn back the universe. If I succeed, I will recreate the cosmos. If I fail, then my dust will appear in the heart of the cosmos. With the empty dust of my 8 friends as my companions, even if I die, I will have no regrets. Before I perish, I will set a law. I, Sui Chenzi, shall declare this. If this world falls and turns into empty dust, then if the fated arrive, they can obtain my divine essence. Divine essence is the essence of the 9 worlds that were born when the universe was first formed. Only those who have obtained divine essence can become one of the 9 worlds in the universe. Only then can they reach the end of their path of cultivation, and only then can they give form to a world. Those who are fated, I do not know how long it has been in the universe where you are right now, but the number of great true worlds you see will tell you just how many sublime paragons like me there are in the universe right then. Look at the heart of the universe, find how many empty dusts have disappeared, and you will know how many people have become sublime paragons. Su Ming's heart was in shock. This was the greatest shock he had experienced ever since he became conscious of his own thoughts. It overturned all his understanding of the foreign lands. If you wish to obtain my divine essence, then there will only be 3 outcomes. 1. You will be destroyed. 2. You will find yourself with not enough right to possess my divine essence, but you will be able to leave. However, you will not be allowed to say a word about it, or you will be destroyed. 3. You will fuse with my divine essence and walk down the path of becoming the sublime paragon. It was as if millions of thunderbolts roared in Su Ming's head at the same time. His body trembled. The world around him disintegrated completely during that instant. The buildings fell apart, the people turned into ashes, the sky disappeared, and the earth turned into nothingness. Only Su Ming alone stood in a daze. The picture scroll in his hand also fell apart at that moment. Chapter 8:15, Big Man. Once the picture scroll disappeared and the world around turned into emptiness, tall, towering stone monuments appeared before Su Ming. Those stone monuments were all of different heights. Some of them were about several hundreds of thousands of feet tall, while others were only 20 or 30,000 feet tall. Their numbers looked endless when he cast his gaze upon them. There were more than 100,000 of them. Most of their colors were dull. Some of them even had cracks on them. As waves of ancient presences spread out from them, dried-up specks of blood could also be found, which had once seeped out of those cracks. There was a name carved on each of the stone monuments, and because there were more than 100,000 of them, it meant that there were more than 100,000 names there. My divine essence can be obtained by all manner of living as long as they are fated to obtain it. However, the law of the jungle is a law that will never perish. That is why I have left behind 100,000 stone monuments. Each person who comes will bring death to another. This is what one has to understand if they wish to obtain my divine essence. Those whose stone monuments go past the 100,000 feet are the candidates for my divine essence. They may leave temporarily for 1,000 years. After that time, they can come to this place again. Once they make their stone monument 1,000,000 feet tall, they can obtain another 1,000 years' time, and this will continue every single time they push a stone monument. If they do not come every 1,000 years, then they will be destroyed. This is the second outcome for those who wish to obtain my divine essence. Those who can make their stone monument reach 10 million feet at first try can obtain my divine essence immediately. All the other stone monuments will be completely crushed, and they will scatter away in the form of empty dust. This is the third outcome. As Sui Chenzi's voice echoed in Su Ming's heart, he saw a stone monument that was 800,000 something feet away from him. It was riddled with cracks, from which fresh blood could be heard continuously flowing down. In fact, Su Ming could even hear shrill screams of pain and roars filled with unwillingness to admit defeat faintly echoing in the air. No, I won't accept this. I've been trapped here for 23,000 years. Give me more time, and I'll be able to make this stone reach 1,000,000 feet. I won't accept this. Those roars abruptly fell silent. The stone monument before Su Ming was washed in blood. When that voice disappeared, the name that once existed on the stone monument also disappeared without a trace. It was removed. At the same time, a gentle light began to shine. When it surrounded the stone monument, it gradually became smaller. It shrank to only 20,000 feet, then the light on it dissipated. The surface of the stone monument was smooth, like a mirror. When Su Ming looked over, his reflection was reflected on it. Leave your name. The inheritance begins now, the old voice stated, resounding once again in Su Ming's mind. Su Ming fell silent. He looked at the 100,000 stone monuments around him and understood that he had no room for retreat. The so-called three outcomes were not for people to choose whether they wanted to accept or reject the inheritance before they received it. Instead, right after they stepped into the foreign land and made their first choice, they were destined to tread on the path of inheritance. Su Ming remained silent. His heart was filled with apprehension due to Sui Chenzi's arrangement. He knew that the more irregular things were, the more terrifying they would be. This right of inheritance never gave anyone the chance to choose things on their own. Instead, they were constantly being chosen for them. Perhaps there would be only a few people that came here. Then it would mean nothing to these 100,000 people. After all, once the choice was made, only one person out of 100,000 would die, and the possibility of it falling on them would be very small. However, this inheritance was open to all. Anyone could enter. In fact, during the eternal passage of time, there must have been many periods of time when numerous cultivators arrived here. If 10,000 people came, then it would no longer be 1 out of 10,000 who would die, but 1 out of 10. If 50,000 people arrived, then it would 1 out of every 2 who would die. Similarly, if 100,000 came to this place, then this would turn into a ruthless round of elimination. In an instant, the previous 100,000 would all be replaced. Even if one had just obtained the right and did not have much time to receive the divine essence, death would arrive at their doorstep. This was unfair, but in this world, fairness never existed. Luck was the key to survive in this place. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath. Once he understood all of this, he knew that he had no way to avoid this. He stared at the stone monument before him, then lifted his right hand to swing it at that stone monument. It was as if a gust of wind had swept past the land. When it landed on the stone monument, it dispersed, and a name emerged, Mo Su. At the instant that name appeared, a rumbling sound came from within the stone monument. A picture was gradually drawn on it. After a moment, when that picture was completely revealed, Su Ming saw a village in a world with wind and snow intertwining with each other, and he saw himself standing before those mortals. This was his initial choice, and it was shown on the stone monument at that moment. Su Ming stared at it. After a long time, he averted his gaze. When he looked into the distance, he saw that there were 1,000 stone monuments that had reached 1,000,000 feet tall. This meant that there were 1,000 people that were fortunate enough to not die after they were trapped for an unknown amount of years, succeeding in making their stone monument grow to 1,000,000 feet, obtaining the 1,000-year period of freedom. There were 500 monuments that were 2,000,000 feet tall. These 500 stone monuments were erected in different directions, and the names on them were shining with a faint light. There were 300 stone monuments that had reached 3,000,000 feet, and 200 that were 4,000,000 feet tall. And as for those that had reached 5,000,000 feet, Su Ming saw only 100 of those among the 100,000 stone monuments around him. There were 20 that had reached 6 million feet tall. There were 10 that had reached 7 million feet tall. Su Ming only saw one stone monument that was 8 million feet tall. It was erected far in the distance, but it was the tallest one in the area, and so the most eye-catching presence here. Su Ming looked at the stone monument, and he could vaguely see the name on it. Yun Shanzi. If you become a candidate for my divine essence, your lifespan will no longer be numbered. Under the power of my law, you will not perish. But if you cannot continue making the stone monument grow, besides being eternally trapped in here, if other people become candidates, your right will be cancelled. The old voice echoed coldly in Su Ming's heart. A merciless round of elimination, Su Ming mumbled. It was clear. If someone managed to make his stone monument reach 1 million feet, then the 1,001st monument of 1 million feet would not appear. Instead, from among the previous 1,000 stone monuments, one would be killed off so that the numbers would forever remain as 1,000. Since there was no pattern, someone would be randomly killed off, making the possibility of being killed for all those within the range to be the same, even if one of them had reached 1,990,000 feet, while the other was just 1,010 feet. One among 1,000 would be chosen. During the endless passages of time, there must have been plenty of those who came to this place. There is no limitation regarding age here, which means that there is a possibility of there being an extremely ancient existences among the candidates. Once someone manages to obtain the divine essence, then all the others will die. The Duke of Crimson Flame once said that the ancestor of my people, the ancestor of Abyss Builders, once entered the foreign lands and walked out of the place. I might not know into which of the 4 foreign lands my ancestor had went, but since he managed to move out, then it means that he was a candidate in that foreign land but still died in the end. Was it because a person who truly obtained the divine essence appeared in the foreign land he was part of? Su Ming's heart trembled, but he quickly rejected that thought. The Duke of Crimson Flame said that if one doesn't count divine essence Star Ocean, there are only 4 foreign lands. Now, there are still 4 of them. This means that no one has managed to obtain that divine essence. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and a pensive expression appeared on his face. Could it be that my ancestor has not died? Instead, due to the time limit of 1,000 years, he was forced to return to the foreign land and is still trapped in there. Su Ming frowned. There were plenty of clues, but it was difficult for him to find the true reason. Yet no matter what, there might be thousands of connections between the 5th true world's destruction and the foreign lands. Su Ming sighed. There was only one path laid out before him, and that was to let his stone monument reach 1 million feet. He sucked in a deep breath, then took a step forward towards the stone monument that represented him. He looked at it and lifted his right hand. He had a faint feeling in his heart that if he just pressed his hand on the stone monument, he could join this sort of death match against the 100,000 people. The moment Su Ming was about to press his hand on the stone monument, a boom suddenly echoed in the air. In the distance, a stone monument that was about 300,000 something feet tall shone with a brilliant light. Its height rapidly shot up and reached 400,000 feet. At the same time, a person bathed in light walked out from that stone monument. That person was a big man. His body was incredibly tall and strong, and there was a thick presence of power of world planes filling him. He had already reached the later stage of world plane realm. At that moment, he walked out with an exhausted and apathetic look on his face. He saw Su Ming, but there was not a single hint of care within him. Instead, he looked towards the other stone monument that was about 200,000 feet tall beside him. Hints of gentleness appeared in his exhausted eyes, and it looked as if that stone monument's existence was his only motivation to continue doing this. Su Ming swept his gaze past the stone monument of the man and saw the name carved there. Zhao Kong. Su Ming also saw a Sima Yu carved on the stone monument that was 200,000 feet tall, and at which the man was looking with a gentle gaze. Sima Yu. That should be a woman's name. These people are either very good friends or lovers. Su Ming looked at the man, now sitting under the stone monument that belonged to himself. He was completely unbothered by Su Ming watching him and simply ignored him. He closed his eyes and did not speak. In silence, Su Ming did not immediately place his hand on the stone monument. He took a few steps backwards and sat down cross-legged. He did not have too many hints or much experience regarding obtaining the inheritance of this divine essence. If he could glean something from the man, then he would have a little more confidence. Time passed. Neither Su Ming nor the man spoke. About several hours later, Su Ming suddenly turned around and looked in another direction. Right before his eyes, he saw a gigantic blood-red crack appear as the air distorted. A booming sound came from the crack, and soon after, a person walked out. That person was an old man. When he walked out, there was a dazed look on his face. He looked at the area blankly, and there was disbelieving amazement as well as shock amid the confusion on his countenance. Clearly, this person was the same as Su Ming. It was his first time coming here. This scene immediately caught Su Ming's attention. In fact, the man also opened his eyes instantly and stared at the old man. His breathing became slightly hurried. The selection of death was about to start. After a moment, someone from among the 100,000 people would definitely have the shadow of death fall on them, and both Su Ming and the man could be the unlucky one. Chapter 8:16. Revenge for having killed his wife. The Sublime Paragon's inheritance. This is the Sublime Paragon's legacy of his divine essence. This is the foreign land. So this is what actually lies in the foreign lands. As the old man cried out in surprise, he suddenly started laughing loudly. Exhilaration and excitement appeared in his eyes. He had come into Western Ring Nebula's foreign land for freedom, to capture Su Ming alive. However, he did not expect that the foreign land was actually something like this. To him, the chance to receive this legacy was something that he desired even more than freedom. Yet at the moment his laughter echoed in the air, cracks immediately appeared on one of the 100,000 stone monuments. Blood gushed out from those cracks, and wretched cries came out from the stone monument, and it was the usual voice of a person longing for life. Su Ming looked swiftly at the stone monument from which the wretched were coming. Once he clearly saw which one it was, he was momentarily taken aback. Then he instinctively cast his gaze at the man he'd seen before. He was trembling at that moment, his hands tightly clasped on his legs. His eyes were red and tears were falling down his cheeks, turning into voiceless weeps. The stone monument from which the longing for life cries came from was precisely the one with Sima Yu's name carved on it. It was the monument that was right beside the man and was only 200,000 feet tall. He watched as more cracks appeared on that stone monument, watched as more blood poured out from it, as his tears fell harder and harder. Take care. A frail feminine voice spoke lightly from within the stone monument. That voice was incredibly weak, and the old man that was laughing long and hard in the distance could not hear it. Even Su Ming could only hear it faintly. The only one who could truly hear it clearly was the man. That voice belonged to Sima Yu. She did not know whether the man waiting for her was still alive, but she knew that no matter whether he could hear it or not, this was farewell. Her voice gradually faded away. Light then spread out, wiping her name away, and disappeared from that 200,000 feet tall stone monument. Eventually, the stone monument went down in size. When Su Ming saw this scene, his heart trembled. During the instant just then, at the moment the old man appeared and his laughter echoed in the air, Su Ming had felt a chilling will spreading out and covering him and his stone monument. Once it swept past him, it gathered on Sima Yu. Su Ming could well imagine that if that chilling presence had gathered on him, then the one who would have ended up dead would have been him. Haha, so this is my stone monument. As the old man laughed, he jumped up and appeared before his stone monument. Then, his pupils suddenly narrowed. Clearly, in his exhilaration and excitement, he hadn't noticed that there were other people beside him in the area. His gaze first fell on the man, but when he looked over, the man's tears had already disappeared. His bloodshot eyes had fallen shut, and not a single hint of his emotions could be seen. When the old man looked at his surroundings incredulously, a brilliant flash suddenly appeared in his eyes, and he stared fixedly at Su Ming, who was sitting in the distance. The sparkle in his eyes grew even brighter, and a hint of greed appeared within them. Emosu, the old man laughed long and hard, and his power abruptly spread out. A thick presence of world-plane realm burst forth from his body with a bang. His level of cultivation was the same as Zhao family's progenitor. He had also reached the peak in the middle stage of world-plane realm. But he did not immediately attack. He was not a fool, since he was able to survive in the barren lands of divine essence up till now and had reached this level of cultivation. In fact, it could even be said that he was a cunning old fox. In this foreign and strange land, he was not certain whether there was a limitation that prevented fighting and killing. That was why he only had his power erupt forth from his body, but did not move forward. Instead, he stared at Su Ming. After all, Su Ming came to this place earlier than he did, and thus definitely knew much more than him. Based on Su Ming's instinctive reactions, he could be able to discover many things. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He had guessed long ago that the old man was definitely one of those that came after his life, since he had come to this place after him. He immediately stood up, intending to push his hand on the stone monument to fuse with it and receive the test of the legacy, which could allow him to avoid being killed by the old man. But a thought suddenly appeared in his heart, and he did not choose to do so. Instead, he took a few steps backwards with a grim and wary expression on his face. He had chosen not to fuse with the stone monument because of the man. That man might look calm right now, but Su Ming would never forget the gentle look in his eyes when he looked towards Sima Yu's stone monument. He would not forget the tears falling from his eyes when the stone monument cracked and blood poured out from it. And even less could he forget the two words that came from Sima Yu's stone monument. If it were anyone else, they would have definitely attacked and killed this old man. But not only did this man not attack, he hid his tears away and covered his red eyes. Something's wrong here. Could it be that you can't attack each other here? Su Ming narrowed his eyes while on guard. He was certain that the old man had not left his name on the stone monument, which was why he did not know that Su Ming could fuse with it once he just placed his hand on it. All of this thinking might have seemed to have taken a lot of time, but in reality, this lasted only for a brief moment. Su Ming swiftly showed panic on his face, and as his expression changed drastically, he charged backwards. Su Ming's expression, his act of retreating, and that look of panic were all seen clearly by the old man. When he took note of his swift retreat and looked to be about to escape, some of the old man's doubts faded away, but he still remained cautious. Before he knew clearly whether he could kill others in this place, he would not attack easily. When he took a step forward and killing intent shone in his eyes, looking as if he was about to attack, he kept the man in his peripheral vision. Perhaps he would be able to see some clues from that man. Yet at the instant he swept his gaze towards the man, the other opened his eyes. They were no longer bloodshot, but calm, with a hint of obstinance and unruliness in them. If you want to kill someone, go do so by the side. Don't bother me while I train. Get lost. The man let out a cold harumph. When he spoke, he lifted his right hand and swung his arm at the old man. With it, a vast power of world planes erupted forth with a bang from his body. As he swung his arm, the man's power in the later stage of world plane realm instantly turned into a gust of violent wind that charged towards the old man. The wind traveled incredibly quickly. If the old man did not dodge, even if he did not die, he would be injured badly. This was the difference between the peak of those in the middle stage and those in the later stage of world plane realm. There was no way he would be able to withstand it. The old man's expression changed drastically. He had long since noticed that the man's power ran so deep that he could not tell what level of cultivation he possessed. By his guesses, the man should be at the later stage of world plane realm. But since he had been hesitant about whether he could attack, that was why he had decided to use himself to test this. But he did not expect that the man would be so unruly as to attack. By the looks of it, it was clear that if he had been just slightly slower, he would have been wounded heavily. Besides, when the man attacked, the old man could tell that he was absolutely not faking it. But the old man still forced his body to stop evading and made himself freeze for a moment on the spot. He fixed his gaze on the man. He wanted to test one more time whether this person was truly attacking him or just faking it. When he saw that the violent gust of wind had closed in and the destructive power came crashing towards him with a bang, about to ram into him, he took note that the man still looked as he did before, cold, indifferent, and with an air of unruliness about him. You can kill here. The old man's expression changed. There was no longer any doubt in his heart. Almost at the instant that destructive gust of wind arrived, he retreated and brought out a jade slip. Right at the moment the gust of wind almost touched him, he crushed the jade slip. Once it shattered, the old man disappeared. When the gust of wind charged past, he appeared thousands of feet away, not too far from Su Ming. This person is incredibly powerful. I can't provoke him. Besides, he might not know that I have a jade slip that allows me to shift and avoid being locked by world paragons in the later stage of world plane realm. Then, Su, you can't escape. The old man turned around swiftly and locked his gaze on Su Ming, who was swiftly running away. As the old man laughed ferociously, his power in world plane realm erupted and spread out. He lifted his right hand and let out a low shout, and an endless number of runic symbols instantly appeared out of nowhere. They gathered in midair and formed a horsetail whisk. As it swept through the air, It instantly appeared in front of Su Ming and flung itself fiercely in his direction. Su Ming paused in his footsteps and turned around swiftly. He did not dodge, but stared at the old man. In fact, he simply let that horsetail whisk close in. He was confident that this strike could injure him, but not heavily so. With him being heavily injured as the bet, he gambled on the mystery of the land. When Su Ming thought of the things he had analyzed previously, he was certain by 8/10 he would win. The man's attack just now had especially made Su Ming certain of his actions. His actions aren't fake. The red and grief in his eyes are incredibly real. This person trembling when that voice told him to take care also explained everything. He might look as if he was attacking, but in truth, I'm certain that this person went to seek death. He will either be successful in his revenge, or he will die. He is using his eventual death as a price to make the old man believe that you can attack in this place. Su Ming stopped moving. The horsetail whisk arrived in an instant. This scene made a glint appear in the man's eyes, and the old man's expression to change. Within an instant, the horsetail whisk touched Su Ming's body. He was prepared to be heavily wounded, but when it touched him, it disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. This scene caused the old man's expression change drastically, and fear appeared on his face. He knew that he had fallen into a trap, but before shock could register in his heart, a chilling will immediately swept past his body. Then, without any sound, his body instantly disintegrated into ashes. He died. His body and soul were destroyed. The entire area was in dead silence. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath. His expression was as calm as usual. He walked slowly towards his stone monument and sat down cross-legged once again. His gaze fell on that man, who also looked at him at that moment. Their gazes met in midair. After some time, the man said softly, "Thank you." "You're welcome," Su Ming replied lightly. The man fell silent. He no longer looked at Su Ming, but instead looked at the stone monument that had once belonged to Sima Yu. Tears fell from his eyes once more, and the grief on his face was incredibly great. It was as if he saw how he and Sima Yu had come to this place many years ago and what had happened after that. She was his everything, and he was also her everything. Yet now, he was the only one left. I will never owe anyone any debt of kindness. You are a newcomer as well, so you definitely have questions. Ask away. I will tell you all that I know and experienced. Think of it as me repaying you for helping me take revenge on that man for killing my wife just now, Zhao Kong said lightly. Chapter 817, 5 Echelon. Su Ming's face turned stern as he looked at Zhao Kong. He had helped him not just because he had wanted to test the mysteries of this place, but more importantly because he wanted to obtain some information about this place from Zhao Kong. This sort of thing was incredibly useful to him. At the very least, it would help him to walk fewer circles, and that would mean that he would be making his stone monument grow to 1,000,000 feet at the fastest speed possible, being able to move before the others. However, unless there was some sort of unique situation, no one would be willing to tell another this sort of information based on personal experience. After all, if someone else succeeded, it would mean that their chances of dying would increase. This divine essence's legacy was in truth a competition. No one would tell someone completely unrelated to them their experiences and let that person gradually walk ahead of themselves. More importantly, those experiences could be said to have been bought with an endless amount of time. They were what the people here have obtained after making numerous circles and walking into various dead ends. The value of these experiences was, in a way, incredibly valuable. Su Ming needed this knowledge because he clearly knew that if one person had appeared in the foreign land to come after his life, then the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds keeping a lookout over the barren lands of divine essence must have certainly increased his bounty. While he did not know what sort of reward was offered this time, it was clearly enough for a person to dare to enter the foreign land at the risk of their life. And if a single person was willing to come here, then it meant that the reward by the 4 great true worlds would definitely bring more people, and as more and more of them entered, the shadow of death would fall on Su Ming's head again and again. If a person comes, then the possibility of me dying will be 1 out of 100,000. If 100,000 come, I might not certainly die. After all, every single time the selection comes, it will choose between 100,000 people, and since it doesn't have any sort of pattern, even those who had just obtained their stone monuments might be chosen. But by that time the threat of death will reach an incredibly terrifying rate. The only way out of this is to use the shortest amount of time possible to make my stone monument 1,000,000 feet tall. Only by doing so will I have the greatest possibility of avoiding being selected. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath. He knew that he had made the right bet. With his actions, he would show his sincerity in order to obtain Zhou Kang's experience. This was a trade. What are the details of the inheritance's test in this place? How can I make my stone monument reach 1,000,000 feet tall at the shortest amount of time possible? Su Ming asked languidly, his voice relaxed, not showing a single hint of his thoughts and emotions. Zhou Kang did not speak right away. He only looked at the stone monument that had once belonged to Sima Yu. After a long while, as if he was mumbling to himself, he softly spoke up. 3,000 years ago, I was just a cultivator in the middle stage of World Plane Realm. Since her father entered a foreign land and never came out, that's why I accompanied her to this place. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years passed. During this time, we were constantly struggling here. But it wasn't for that stupid inheritance. Those who obtain the divine essence can become a sublime paragon, but I don't care about that. I only wanted to get out of this place alive with her. We worked hard continuously. My wife, Yu Er, her potential was far greater than mine, but in this place, potential is meaningless. Over the period of 3,000 years, she had only managed to make her stone monument reach 200,000 feet. I didn't want her to be alone in this place. Hence I gave up 3 chances of making my stone monument reach 1,000,000 feet, so that I could be with her. Because even if I managed to make my monument reach 1,000,000 feet, if I was the only who managed to get out, what use would there be even if I was given 1,000 years of freedom? It'd be completely useless. I gave up those 3 chances and stayed here with her instead. Zhou Kang did not answer Su Ming's question, but continued mumbling to himself. Su Ming listened to him and did not interrupt. He could feel that Zhou Kang's love for Sima Yu had already surpassed the love for his own life. He was also shocked that Zhou Kang had 3 chances of making his stone monument reach 1,000,000 feet, and it had only been 3,000 years since he started. Yu Er was more intelligent than I am, and she had greater knowledge than me regarding this place. During the first 500 years, we examined our experiences within each of our worlds in the stone monument. Each of us gradually figured out the things that all the seniors of this place valued like treasure and spoke not a word of. They all delighted in watching those who came later to tread the long and winding paths they had taken themselves in the past. We discovered that what we experienced in our worlds was different, but the answer we obtained in the end was the same. This so-called divine essence inheritance is in truth divided into 10 stages due to a person's body, Zhou Kang mumbled softly, and Su Ming immediately began listening even more attentively. Yu Er and I weren't clear what divine essence was. We only knew that it could grant a person the possibility to become a sublime paragon. The eyes, nose, mouth, ears, and heart are the 5 illusory echelons. The limbs and torso are known as the 5 corporeal echelons. When you add all of them together, you will have the complete 10 stages. With the completion of each echelon, you will be able to make your stone monument grow to 1,000,000 feet. Zhou Kang's voice echoed in the air. When it fell into Su Ming's ears, his heart trembled. Almost all those who come here will receive a vague notice that they need to use their hands to touch the stone monument. Only then can they activate the training from the legacy. Yu Er and I started like this as well. It was only 500 years later that we noticed something off, but it was already too late. We could no longer turn back and could only continue moving down that path. Because we used our hands to touch the stone monument, that's why. The first 5 echelon path we chose became the 5 corporeal echelons. We used our right hand to touch the stone monument. That's why the first thing we had to train was our body's right hand. Then it would be our left hand. And then it would be our entire body. Only once we did that would our stone monument reach 5,000,000 feet. But our guess was that the people who came here didn't necessarily need to first tread the 5 corporeal echelons, because this path was too hard. It did not contain any form of consciousness, and we could only use our bodies to feel our way through. The difficulty of this path is something those who have not experienced it do not understand. It's different for the 5 illusory echelons. They need understanding and a form of epiphany. It might seem even harder compared to the other path, but in truth, if you want to receive a great serendipity, then you must first walk down the path of 5 illusory echelons. After that, you will possess a conscious will of things, and you'll move faster down your path. Zhou Kang's words caused Su Ming's pupils to constrict, and he suddenly said, "Senior Zhou Kang, do you mean that if my body first touches the stone monument, then it will be the first to receive the refinement of divine essence? It'll have to get used to this divine essence, or at least come to remember it. Then with the body as foundation, I will have to slowly understand the 5 illusory echelons, and from then, eventually make my stone monument reach 10 million feet? And if I don't take this path, I'll be using my consciousness and my soul to get used to the divine essence first? And once I remember that feeling, it'll have to spread to my entire body? This makes it 2 different paths. In one, a person trains from the outside of their bodies to the internal parts, and the other one is where they train from the internal parts to the external ones. Zhao Kong fell silent. After a moment, he averted his gaze from the stone monument that once belonged to Sima Yu and moved it to Su Ming. This was the guess of my wife and me, and it remained so until 2,000 years ago. At that time, a person sat down before his stone monument and meditated for 300 years. Then with his own comprehensive abilities, he understood this. His name is Xingyu. Right now, his stone monument has reached 2 million feet. Don't use your body to touch the stone monument. Use your eyes, nose, ears, mouth, and heart to form a faint connection with it. This will make you move in fewer circles, and it will also make your chance of success greater. You might not be very quick, and there is even a possibility that you will be slow. But based on our observations, there were quite a few people who had arrived during these 2,000-something years, and there were quite a few of them who made their stone monuments reach 1 million feet. During this, it is only natural that some people died, but Xingyu is still around. That's why you believe that those who walk down the path of 5 illusory echelons will have a much lower possibility of death compared to other people. This is only a guess, because only a short time has passed, and those who train in the path of 5 illusory echelons are too few in number, so we couldn't contain too much proof. You can choose to believe me or not, Zhao Kong said calmly. His voice echoed in the area. This is what we experienced. Also, no matter what sort of method you use to touch the stone monument, you will still need to fuse with the world there. That is an illusory world, in which everyone's experiences are different. It's born based on your memories. In fact, some of the memories that even you don't know of will be revealed. Based on what I experienced, if you fix your mind on a certain period of time the moment you begin to fuse with the monument, then there will be a high possibility to see the world that belongs to that time. Nostalgia appeared in Zhao Kang's eyes at those words. He lifted his right hand and slowly pressed it against the stone monument. Su Ming might not know the details of the things the man saw, but he could guess that here was definitely a woman in those memories, and her name was Sima Yu. All of these are my experiences. I've told you everything. You take care of yourself. As Zhao Kong spoke softly, his body gradually faded away, and a vortex appeared on his stone monument. A hand suddenly reached out from there and grabbed Zhao Kang's right hand, yanking him inside. The last thing is a guess you made 400 years ago. Perhaps it's also the reason for her death. She told me that she suspected that the foreign land was a great scam. Zhao Kong disappeared, but his voice still reverberated in the air. Su Ming sat there with a dumbfounded expression. He looked at Zhao Kang's stone monument, and after a long moment, he sucked in a deep breath. The area returned to silence. However, Zhao Kang's voice still echoed in Su Ming's head. A long while later, a brilliant light shone in his eyes, and his gaze slowly landed on his stone monument, which was right before him. This stone monument was only 20,000 feet tall. Compared to the others, it was really insignificant. No matter what, I still have to walk down this path. I can't believe Zhao Kang's words completely, but there should be some truth to them. 5 illusory echelons, huh? Su Ming did not choose to use his hands to touch the monument. Instead, he just sat there and stared at it. Aside from using his eyes to look, his heart did not think, his body did not move. All his sensory organs besides his eyes did not do anything. If it's the 5 illusory echelon, then I will start with my eyes. Su Ming sat down and meditated quietly. Time passed slowly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the blink of an eye, another month passed by. During it, Su Ming rarely blinked. He just stared at the stone monument. His entire mind and body were focused on that sight, and he ignored everything else around him. When he even forgot about time, he saw a vortex appear on the stone monument. He saw a great suction force within it, and once it sucked in his gaze, an eye appeared within the vortex. The moment this eye looked at Su Ming, his body became indistinct. Time, after I became the god of berserkers. Location, 9th Summit. When morning Dao Sect's Dao Yuan arrived. At the instant Su Ming became indistinct, a blood-curdling murderous intent appeared in his eyes. As his voice echoed in the air, he disappeared. Chapter 8:18. The The teardrop, all those years ago. Su Ming wanted to kill Dao Yuan, wanted to kill all 5 of those Dao slaves, and wanted to kill all the guards Dao Yuan had summoned later on. He wanted to kill everything, even if it was just an illusion. He wanted to let his current powerful self return to the past. Boom. A loud bang rang out in Su Ming's heart. He felt as if his body was about to be torn apart, and an intense pain traveled through his entire body, something which he had not experienced for a long time. That's not right. I've already lost my sense of pain. The intense pain made Su Ming's heart tremble, and he tried to open his eyes. But he could not do so. The intense pain in his body gradually disappeared, but Su Ming did not know where he was. He could not open his eyes. It was as if his body did not belong to him. He could not control it. What's going on? Just in which timeline was I thrown? Su Ming could sense that the intense pain in his body was rapidly fading away. After a moment, when the pain vanished, he tried opening his eyes again, but he still could not do so, as if he did not possess the strength to do so. He could sense that his cultivation base was still around. His Atman was also with him, but it could not leave his body, as if it had been restricted and could not spread out. But this was not the most important thing. The main point was that once the intense pain disappeared, Su Ming sensed warmth. It did not come from the body, but from the heart. It came from his soul, and that sort of warmth was unfamiliar to him, because there was a hint of grief in that unfamiliarity. In fact, not even he knew why he was sad. However, this sorrow brought with an urge to cry. It caused extreme pain and left him at a loss. Why am I sensing warmth? This warmth feels dear to me, makes me feel as if I'm being protected, makes me feel as if it's something that I cannot lack in my life, something that I must protect. Where am I? Why does it feel so unfamiliar? Just what timeline does this place belong to in my memories? Why do I feel sad and have the urge to cry? Why am I in such a state of sorrow, as if I've lost the most precious person in my life? Time passed. In this warmth and unfamiliarity that was accompanied by sadness, Su Ming gradually calmed down. He immersed himself in this situation and let time pass, until one day, he gradually began to feel that there was something wrong with his body. In the past, when he circulated his cultivation base over his entire body, he only needed an instant to do so. It didn't take much time. However, now, the speed of the circulation of his cultivation base had reached a state which put him in disbelief. In the past, he could complete a cycle of his cultivation base in an instant, but now, he could complete a dozen-something cycles in that same time. This sort of speed stunned him momentarily, and a myriad of thoughts raced in his head. My level of cultivation did not increase. My cultivation base is still that of Earth cultivation realm. If that's the case, then this isn't because of my level of cultivation, but because of my body. Zhou Kong once mentioned that the world in the stone monument is born from a person's memories, which means that there was a period of time in the past when my cultivation base could reach this circulation speed. Just when was it? It's not before or after I became the god of berserkers. I remember that my body was just an illusion that was gathered together. I couldn't reach this sort of speed back then. There's only one explanation to this. This is my real body. Su Ming's heart trembled. The conclusion he came to through his analysis caused the circulation speed of his cultivation base to become even faster. My real self. Darkness. Could it be that this is the time when I couldn't see light and when my body was surrounded by freezing cold, where only Fei Air's voice accompanied me? The period of time which is indistinct in my mind? It should be that timeline. My real body is in the land of immortals. It's sealed up and has become something for other people to absorb. But why is there warmth, unfamiliarity, and sadness? Su Ming could not open his eyes. He could not see his surroundings. He was still uncertain about this guess. I chose the eye from the 5 illusory echelons for the divine essence test I received this time. Right now, I can't open my eyes. Then does it mean that this time, the success of my test depends on whether I can open my eyes? Su Ming was no longer the ignorant boy from the past. After receiving the baptism of time and experiencing many things, he had been refined to the point where he possessed a powerful will and wisdom. With a few clues, he could deduce and figure out many things. It doesn't matter whether this is the truth or not. I will have to continue trying to open my eyes. Su Ming wanted to do so, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not achieve it. He could not control his own body, and so his eyes remained closed. He continued trying, and time gradually passed. 1 month, 2 months, 1 year, 2 years. Su Ming lost track of how much time passed. He slowly sensed that the timeline he currently resided in was not the one where he was in the land of immortals, as he had previously guessed. Otherwise, why would he not sense even a single hint of someone absorbing his power? In fact, he had a vague sensation that his body was moving, or more accurately speaking, he was floating. I don't have any memory of this. I don't remember myself floating and being unable to open my eyes like this. Just when had this happened? In silence, time continued to pass, until one day, Su Ming suddenly heard a violent boom. This loud boom immediately made him notice that he could hear. Over the years, this was the first thing he'd heard. In the mid of that booming sound, a loud whistle shot through the air, causing Su Ming to immediately draw a picture in his head. Within that picture was a long arc that was slicing through the air. The whistles that were stirred up crashed into the invisible space, and that booming sound was created. It became louder in Su Ming's ears with each passing moment, seemingly endless. Once it became deafening, his heart trembled. He realized that his theory had been wrong. The thing was not a long arc, but a gigantic longship. That sound means that the longship is traveling at an incredibly fast speed, and this speed is impossible within a cultivation planet. Could it be that this is the galaxy? Su Ming's mind immediately wiped off the previous picture, and he replaced it with a gigantic longship. The background was a galaxy. The longship was charging closer with a piercing sound in its wake, like a sharp sword that sliced through space. This sort of sound was familiar to Su Ming. He remembered that he had heard something like this before. A sword. This is the sound of a sword slicing through space. This is a sword, an ancient bronze sword. It's the sound of a gigantic ancient bronze sword of true sacred Een world when it charges through the galaxy. If Su Ming could breathe at that moment, it would have definitely quickened. The picture in his head had already become complete, and many speculations rose in his mind. In the vast galaxy, a gigantic ancient bronze sword was traveling. Right in front of it, within the endless galaxy, was dust, and in that dust there was a corpse floating about. There is a corpse here. There's no mistaking this. This is the corpse that's been spreading those waves of mighty power. We're lucky today, we actually managed to find a powerful warrior's corpse. An awe-inspiring voice reached Su Ming's ears. It was rather familiar, and Su Ming almost immediately managed to recognize its owner. At that instant, a loud bang rang out in his heart and mind. This is the voice of the spirits of Nine Yin's progenitor, 1. Corpse, ancient bronze sword. This is the time when the spirits of Nine Yin were ordered to look for corpses of powerful warriors and managed to find a baby in the galaxy. That baby is me. The booming sounds in Su Ming's mind were like thunderbolts striking and echoing in the air. His heart trembled, but the next few words that reached his ears caused Su Ming's heart to almost break during that instant. There's not just one corpse, but two. When the voice that belonged to the spirits of Nine Yin's progenitor reached his ears, several powerful divine senses immediately swept towards him and gathered on his body. There's a baby held in the corpse's arms. It's a pity, but the baby is dead, too. By the looks of it, he hasn't been born for long. This woman should be his mother. Seems like she wanted to protect the child even as she died, hoping to use her body to protect him. It's an instinctive act of not wanting her child to be injured. This woman must have been incredibly powerful when she was alive. Look at her tears, they're frozen on her face. Even those that have fallen on the baby's body are also frozen. Only the tears of powerful existences can possess the power of plain Kalpa, gaining the ability to become eternal teardrops. Those teardrops are treasures. If we refine them into enchanted treasures, their might will be incredibly great. All right, separate the two corpses and store them separately. Once we find a few other, we'll be able to go home. A loud bang rang out in Su Ming's heart. This time, that bang could no longer be described as the sound that would be heard when thunder struck the ground. This was the greatest sound Su Ming had heard in his life. The loud bang made him tremble, and it was not his heart that trembled, but his body. He could not describe what he was feeling now. His mind was blank. Only the voice of the spirits of Nine Yin's progenitor continued echoing in his head, and it became increasingly louder. Due to it, Su Ming began shivering even more, until it became a powerful craze that urged him to open his eyes. He understood why he felt warm now. That was because he was in the woman's embrace. He also understood why he had that sense of unfamiliarity. That was because he had never met this woman before. He had never seen her. He, too, understood why he was sad. That sorrow that came from his soul was due to the woman's tears having frozen on his body. Mother. Su Ming's heart was torn. Boundless grief brought extreme pain with it. If he did not learn who this woman was right now, then he would be a failure of a son. He wanted to open his eyes, not for anything else, but to simply catch a glimpse of his mother who had protected him even during the final moments of her life, with tears falling from her eyes even though he was a stillborn. He wanted to open his eyes and see her face, then use his entire life to remember her, protect her in his memories. His body trembled. His heart roared. His soul grieved. All of these things gathered together into a power that shook the sky and earth during that instant, causing Su Ming's body to continuously tremble and gather together the power that would allow him to open his eyes. At that instant, his eyes flew open. He then saw the ancient bronze sword and the spirits of Nine Yin's progenitor along with a few people behind him walking over. He also saw a pair of warm arms holding onto him. Su Ming turned his head around, finally seeing a beautiful woman. Her eyes were closed, as if she was asleep, but there was reluctance to part and an expression of love on her face, as well as frozen crystalline teardrops on her cheeks. All of these things etched themselves into Su Ming's mind. His body trembled, and tears fell from his eyes. Boom. Everything before Su Ming's eyes vanished. He wanted to lift up his hands and seize it, but the only thing that he managed to catch was emptiness. There were only endless stone monuments around him. The one that belonged to him let out a booming sound, and at that moment, from 20,000 feet, it shot up to 100,000 feet. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator's note. 1. Spirits of Nine Yin's progenitor. The one who was a skeleton in the temple in the world of Nine Yin and asked Su Ming for Lai Shanxiu's power. He then helped Su Ming and fated kin escape from the world of Nine Yin. Chapter 819, Cherishment. Even though the 1,000 feet stone monument stood tall before Su Ming, there was no joy in his heart, much less a hint of emotion that was stirred due to the gigantic size of the stone monument. He sat in front of it with a blank gaze, tears falling soundlessly down his cheeks. There was no expression in his eyes, but if anyone looked closely, they would be able to see a hint of light flickering with sudden flashes of brightness and darkness in his right eye. That light belonged to a runic symbol that was swiftly forming at that moment. If someone extracted that runic symbol from his eye, then anyone who looked at it would sense an ancient presence. It seemed to only exist in the endless passage of time, almost impossible to find in the current day and age. Before Su Ming had fused with the stone monument, that runic symbol did not exist. It instead naturally appeared once he did that, and his stone monument rose to 100,000 feet. As time passed, the runic symbol became clearer in Su Ming's right eye, until it completely replaced his pupil. Right then, if anyone looked at him at that moment, they would definitely be shocked by the sight of his right eye. It seemed as if the changes of the universe's law and the supreme truth that no words could describe were contained within the runic symbol that had replaced the pupil. However, Su Ming paid no attention to all of these, not caring for it one bit. He stared at the stone monument in front of him blankly while tears trailed down his cheeks before falling on his robes, but they could not seep into it. Instead, they trailed down and eventually fell on the ground. The sound of tears falling on the ground could only be heard if someone listened with their heart. This sound was soft, and it echoed in Su Ming's heart before turning into warmth, unfamiliarity, and grief. It did not fade away even after a long time had passed. Su Ming had always thought that the baby had floated alone in the galaxy until he was taken away by the spirits of Nine Yin. Yet now, he realized that the truth was quite different. He did not float alone in the galaxy in the past, but instead was a child held in his mother's arms. Even though both mother and son had died, her warmth and tears now etched themselves into Su Ming's mind for all eternity. Sharp stabs of pain that intertwined with each other shot up his heart. His face turned pale, and he immersed himself in sensing this pain. His face was filled with anguish as he remembered the scenes within the spirits of Nine Yin's ancient bronze sword. So she was that close to me at that time. Ma, Su Ming mumbled. His eyes gradually filled with red, and a trickle of blood flowed down the corners of his mouth. This was the blood from his heart. It was blood that flowed out of a person's body when their emotions were rife, and when great waves of happiness as well or sadness had injured their heart and soul. Those droplets of blood were the symbol of that face that would remain eternally within Su Ming's memories. A crazed ball of fire alighted in his eyes. He clenched his hands tightly into fists. This might be the first time he saw his mother, and that familial love between them might be unfamiliar. but his mother's tears, her action of protecting his infant self before she died, and everything else brought a warmth that Su Ming had never experienced. He remembered the story second senior brother had told him, one that had happened many, many years ago. He recalled a married couple and all the things that had happened to them in true Morning Dao world. This world shall be built for abyss. Killing intent shone in Su Ming's eyes. His hate towards true Morning Dao world was originally one that could not be resolved, and right then, another great layer was added to that hatred. Su Ming would definitely not rest until he took his revenge. True Morning Dao world. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. After a long while, he forced down the emotions in his heart. When he opened his eyes once again, the sadness was hidden in their deep recesses. No one could see it. Only when he was lonely and missed his family would he experience that past grief that was thicker than blood once again. The parental love was greater than anything else in the world. It might come suddenly and be unfamiliar, but once it entered one's soul, how could they forget or cast it aside simply because it was unfamiliar to them? Su Ming sat quietly before his stone monument, looking at it. The monument was no longer an icy cold presence in his eyes, no longer something that forced others to inherit its legacy and killed at random, but had become a path for him to regain his lost memories. Compared to retrieving the lost memories, making this stone monument reach 1,000,000 feet was no longer important. Su Ming looked at it while the time slowly passed around him. He lost track of it soon. Then, a booming sound echoed around him, and 3 huge cracks appeared in the empty air in the distance. 3 people charged out. Once those 3 people appeared, their faces were filled with shock and confusion. At the same time, 3 of the 100,000 stone monuments began shining with an intense light. As that light shone, shrill screams filled with an unwillingness to admit defeat rang out before quickly fading away. The 3 new people had arrived and taken the right of their predecessors. Almost the moment the 3 people appeared, a vortex emerged from the stone monument before Su Ming. An eye protruded out of the vortex, and it met his gaze. Su Ming's body slowly faded away until he completely disappeared, fusing with the stone monument and vanishing without a trace. This time, there was no darkness before Su Ming's eyes. He saw a dim piece of sky, blue waves on the sea, breathed in the air of the land of berserkers, and felt the familiar waves of power. He lowered his head and saw a pretty young woman with a face that was unforgettable. This woman was grabbing onto a big yellow mutt beside her as if she was angry and was scolding it nonstop. That big yellow dog had a look of suffering on its face. Its head drooped down as it simply allowed the woman to hold onto its fur. Occasionally, it would let out a few moans. As Su Ming looked at the woman, a gentle expression gradually appeared on his face. "You Xian," Su Ming whispered. The woman turned her head around and looked at him in surprise. Little dummy Su, what did you say? Ah, you actually spoke to me on your own accord? You called my name of your own free will? You." The woman was momentarily stunned, and disbelief appeared on her face. She no longer bothered with the big yellow dog and went up to Su Ming's side, lifting up her hand to touch his forehead. Su Ming's expression was gentle. He did not dodge, but simply allowed the woman to place her hand on his forehead. The woman saw his expression and saw him not evading her actions. Her expression instantly turned strange, and she instinctively took a few steps back with a dubious and disbelieving expression. She remembered how Su Ming had been cold towards her just moments ago, with an expression of impatience as he spoke with her. Yet now, this sort of change had appeared, and it immediately caused her heart to be on guard. It was especially due to Su Ming's gentle expression. The woman was absolutely unused to it. She quickly took a couple more steps back, and when she saw him standing up from his seated position, she quickly spoke up. You know, you shouldn't treat the marriage your second senior brother spoke about seriously. Your expression is really weird, you know? Before Yu Xian could finish speaking, her mouth fell open. She was too stunned to speak, as if her body had been frozen. She looked at Su Ming with a stupid look on her face. This was because the instant he stood up, he took a step forward and appeared right next to her and gave her a hug. Yu Xian was completely dumbfounded by this action. Her heart thumped loudly against her chest. She was too stunned to move. She simply let Su Ming hold on to her, while her mind was completely blank. She was not the only one feeling this. Even the big yellow dog beside her was stunned, unable to grasp what was happening even after a long time had passed. The bald crane that was peeking from not too far away also blinked a couple times, disbelief evident on its face. "Yu Xian," Thank you. Who are you? She instinctively cried out. She had a feeling that the person in front of her was no longer the person she liked to tease. Su Ming just shook his head, his gaze moving to his second senior brother, who was sitting and meditating not too far away. He also saw Hu Zi, who was snoring on the ground, as well as his eldest senior brother, who had turned into a statue. This was the 9th summit. As he looked at the scenery around him, Su Ming found that he was brought to the place where he had wanted to be previously, the time before Dao Yuan appeared. I can't change what has already happened, but I can change what happens now. Even if it's futile, I will still change it, Su Ming mumbled. He did not know just what exactly the test of the 5 illusory echelon within the stone monument was, but if he could return to the past in his memories, then he wanted things to no longer be like what had truly happened in reality. Su Ming's gaze moved into the distance, a woman dressed in white looking at him quietly. She was Bai Su, and she had a smile on her face as she looked back at him. Su Ming had understood the meaning of that smile in the past, but he had chosen to avoid it. Yet now, when he saw that again, the memory of him being unable to catch that piece of cloth when Bai Su had died all those years ago resurfaced in his mind. It was almost symbolic. Since he had chosen to avoid, he could not catch her in the end, only able to let that piece of cloth dance in the air as it left into the distance. I'm truly happy to be able to see all of you again. Su Ming hid away his sadness regarding his mother and let happiness into his heart. It wasn't fake either. This was the happiness that came straight from the depths of his heart when he saw his old friends and family once more. There are 2 ways to cherish something in this world. One of them is when a person never places any importance on a certain thing at first. Only once they lose it do they begin to value it more as they think back on it during the endless passage of time. The other is when the person always values a certain thing, and even after losing it, they still persistently care about it. As time passes, this kind of cherishing gathers together and becomes greater until it reaches an extreme state and turns into nostalgia, making the person treasure the thing even more than they did in the past. Su Ming was the latter. He looked at those familiar faces, at 9th summit, at his home, at the people in the distance, who chose to stay in the 9th summit in the past, and who spared no pains and chose to self-destruct just to save Su Ming during danger. His smile was incredibly happy and joyful as he looked at all of them. He smiled faintly, even if that smile made Yu Xian skeptical, stunned by Su, and even surprised the yellow dog that was the Abyss Dragon. They simply did not understand. Bang! As Su Ming smiled, a muffled booming came from the distance, followed by the ripples of the rune in this area being torn apart. Su Ming had sensed these ripples in the past, and now, when he sensed them again, he slowly turned his body around. Gradually, his smile faded away. Gradually, a heinous intent of murderousness appeared in his eyes. Dao Yuan, I've waited for you, for an entire cycle of life and death. Not much explanation was required for this sort of hate. Perhaps some people would understand, but it was just as likely that no one would. Chapter 820, so simple. Su Ming lifted his foot. The moment the crowd around him was shocked by the booming that came from the rune being torn apart, he took a step forward. With it, Su Ming instantly disappeared. His disappearance did not surprise the people, because in their hearts, he was always the strongest in this place. But the pupils of the Abyss Dragon by the side shrank at that instant in disbelief. It watched the spot where Su Ming had disappeared with a blank look in its eyes. During that instant, it had sensed a powerful presence of world planes. In fact, it even sensed danger. This was a sense of something that could threaten its existence, and this brought disbelief to the Abyss Dragon. Bang! In the distance, Dao Yuan and the 5 Dao slaves stepped through the barrier around the island. The arrogant look on Dao Yuan's face had just appeared, but before the words he had prepared could leave his mouth, the expressions of the 5 Dao slaves around him suddenly changed drastically. Almost at the instant this happened, Su Ming walked out. He had an apathetic look on his face, but the murderous intent in his eyes was monstrous. At the instant he appeared, he charged towards Dao Yuan without any hesitation. A powerful warrior. A powerful world paragon. Damn it! Why is there a powerful world paragon here? Protect the young master. The stench of blood on this person is incredibly thick, and his power of world planes is great. This is the bloody aura of someone who has killed numerous people in the same realm. As the expressions of the 5 Dao slaves changed, one of them immediately grabbed Dao Yuan to charge backwards. The other 4 turned into long arcs and rushed towards Su Ming. When they closed in, their cultivation bases erupted at full force, but it was a pity. While they were world paragons in the initial stage of world plane realm, in the land of berserkers, their power of world planes was restricted. The combat prowess they could bring out was capable of pushing Su Ming into the depths of despair in the past, but now, he charged forward and instantly crashed into the four. A loud bang that shook the world reverberated in the air when Su Ming's right fist landed on Dao Slave 19's body. The man's eyes instantly went wide. His body started shattering inch by inch, and his flesh as well as his blood fell to pieces. When faced with the current Su Ming, he was instantly killed. The destructive power of world planes surged into his shattered body, tore apart his nascent divinity, and wiped away his soul. His body and spirit were destroyed. At the same time, all the divine abilities from the other 3 Dao slaves landed on Su Ming's body, but to their shock, they inflicted absolutely no damage. In fact, their divine abilities did not even manage to make Su Ming slow down for a moment. They could only watch wide-eyed as Dao Slave 19 was instantaneously killed. Forget the fact that you can't even activate your power of world planes. Even if you were capable of doing so, you're just merely in the initial stage of world plane realm. It wouldn't be difficult for me to kill you then, while now, it's as easy as breathing. Su Ming turned around, and monstrous hatred flashed in his eyes. His voice was like a chilling gust of wind that blew past, causing the hearts of the 3 Dao slaves to shudder. In the distance, Dao Slave 51 held onto Dao Yuan as he fled. Shock could be seen on the young lord's face, along with fear. The 3 Dao slaves before Su Ming immediately retreated. His might bring great pressure to them. In fact, when his words fell into their ears, they did not feel a single hint of conceit from him. It was just as he said. Even if they did execute the power of world planes, they still might not be his opponent. They felt this was certainly right based on that murderous aura about him, which made them incredibly apprehensive. This was a bloodthirsty aura that could only be gathered on a single person after he had killed a great number of people. This sort of powerful warrior was not someone they could provoke, but Su Ming's appearance was too sudden, and they did not even know how they had offended him. After all, while they had come with killing intent, they had not damaged even a single patch of grass on this land. At most, they had only torn down the barrier. This must be a misunderstanding. Sir, please do not be angry. We are from Morning Dao sect. This must be a misunderstanding. That's right. We're only passing by this place while protecting our young master. We did not know that you were training here in silence. Please allow us to show our apology in the form of gifts, and we will immediately leave. Sir, you have extraordinary power. You're certainly not some nobody. We have no grudge nor enmity between us. This is just a mission. The 3 people spoke one after another, Su Ming's strength having terrified them. At that moment, they did not bother to pursue Dao Slave 19's death, because leaving this place was the most important thing. That was why they placed themselves in an incredibly low position and wrapped their fists in their palms to apologize. But before the 3 people could even finish speaking, laughter thick with forlornness immediately cut their words off. No grudge nor enmity? Su Ming's laughter was incredibly bitter and desolate. There was also a hatred to it that could burn the heavens. The moment he asked his question, he took a step forward. The expressions of the 3 Dao slaves changed drastically. Knowing that retreating would mean their deaths, their eyes turned bloodshot during, and they charged towards Su Ming. Bang, bang, bang. No grudge nor enmity? You say that there is no grudge nor enmity between us. Booms came from under Su Ming's feet, and faint golden light swiftly spread out from there to an area of 10,000 feet. Once it was covered by the light, it turned into rolling golden fog. It was Su Ming's power of world planes. At the instant it erupted forth, Dao Slave 21's body fell apart. He had been crushed alive by Su Ming's power of world planes and had collapsed. How could we have no grudge nor enmity between us? As Su Ming's voice echoed in the air, he moved beside Dao Slave 31. With hatred-fueled actions, he pierced through the center of Dao Slave 31's brows with his right index finger and shattered his skull. Su Ming allowed Dao Slave 31's attacks to land on him before his death, completely unperturbed. This is the Sacred Constellation Robe. He has the Sacred Constellation Robe. Before his death, Dao Slave 31 let out a cry that was filled with utmost surprise. These were his last words in this life. The hate between us burns the skies. Su Ming turned around swiftly. Once he killed Dao Slave 31, he looked towards Dao Slave 41, whose expression had changed drastically due to the shock he experienced after he heard Dao Slave 31's words before his death, and who was rapidly retreating without any hesitation at that moment. Powerful killing intent appeared in Su Ming's eyes. During that instant, and in a manner that not even he himself noticed, the runic symbol that had been formed not too long ago and had replaced his right pupil shone abruptly in his right eye under his great murderous intent. During that instant, Dao Slave 41, who had been retreating, suddenly shuddered. The image of the runic symbol in Su Ming's right eye was immediately reflected in an inverse manner in Dao Slave 41's right eye. Almost at the moment this happened, Dao Slave 41 let out a shrill scream. As his body trembled, his cultivation base began quickly dispersing, and within an instant, there was not a single shred of power left in him. He had become immortal. At the same time, as if his body could not withstand the flash of power from the runic symbol in Su Ming's eye, it shattered and turned into ashes. Without a sound, after he died, a runic symbol took form in midair, then charged back. It fused with the runic symbol in Su Ming's right eye, which became even clearer and shone even brighter. Su Ming was momentarily stunned, but at that moment, he did not want to investigate the secrets in his eye. Instead, he looked at Dao Slave 51 and Dao Yuan, who were retreating in the distance. Dao Yuan's face was stark pale. When he saw Su Ming looking towards him, he let out a piercing scream. "Who are you? Just who are you? You have the sacred constellation robe, but I've never seen you before. Who are you?" Almost at the moment Dao Yuan's screams rang out, Dao Slave 51 began trembling beside him. The runic symbol in Su Ming's right eyes had appeared in both his eyes at the same time. There was no racket. Without any sound, Dao Slave 51 lost all his cultivation base as his body shivered, and he instantly shattered, turning into two runic symbols that instantly flew towards Su Ming. Once they fused into his right eye, the runic symbol began flashing viciously, and overlapping images appeared. This was clearly due to three runic symbols having been put on top of each other. "You can't kill me. I have the sacred constellation robe. No one can kill me." Dao Yuan began screaming shrilly while shivering. The fear in his heart had reached extreme levels, and as he swung his right hand, the item he had brought out a long time ago began sending out a force that summoned others. The sky began to roar, and ripples spread out. Longships appeared. There were numerous people on those longships. "Attack! Kill him! Kill him!" Dao Yuan screamed, madness evident in his eyes. Yet at the instant those longships and the people on them appeared, Su Ming's lips curled up into a cold sneer. He had been waiting for this moment. Killing those 5 Dao slaves and Dao Yuan alone was not enough to him to vent his rage and hate. He had been waiting for these people to come. He wanted to kill all of them. Boom. Su Ming's power of world planes fully spread out. That faint golden fog immediately expanded to an area of 50,000 feet, turning it into his world. He leaped up and charged into the sky, crashing into the incoming longships. Boom, boom, boom. Endless booms rang out non-stop in the sky. Once the Dao slaves that were world paragons were no longer present, the strongest were just in heaven cultivation realm. In fact, most of the people were just in earth and man cultivation realm. This sort of cultivators could only be slaughtered by Su Ming. The booming continued for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The sky was dyed in a shade of blood, and runic symbols appeared in the sky one after another. There were hundreds of them. They circled about, following Su Ming. When he walked down from the sky with the stench of blood around him, they finally surged into his right eye, filling it with strange, overlapping shadows that would terrify people. In Dao Yuan's eyes, the blood fog behind Su Ming surged into the sky. As he walked over, it looked as if it had turned into a cloak. At that moment, Su Ming looked as if he was dressed in a cloak formed by the blood-red sky, and with a boundless amount of murderous aura, he was walking towards Dao Yuan. "You can't kill me. You cannot kill me. We have no grudge between us." Dao Yuan was filled with fear and despair. As he quickly retreated, Su Ming's right eye suddenly shone, and hundreds of runic symbols appeared at the same time on Dao Yuan's body. Those runic symbols were on various spots of his body, and they were all shining. Dao Yuan's voice fell silent, and his body shattered instantaneously. In fact, even his sacred constellation robe was reduced to ashes due to those flashing runic symbols. The world fell silent instantly, the people on the 9th summit looking at Su Ming with blank gazes, almost suffocating for having forgotten to breathe. Su Ming stood quietly in midair when he suddenly began laughing. However, as he laughed, he turned his head around and looked at the people of the ninth summit around him. He looked at the faces that had died for the ninth summit, and the grief in his eyes rose within him once more. I see, so killing is so simple an act. Chapter 8:21. The obsessive desire to become the strongest. So, the one event that caused me to sink into despair in the past is only a joke after I obtained the power of a world paragon. Su Ming laughed loudly, but his laughter was a mocking one. He was not laughing at anyone else, but at the world and at himself. He did not feel any sort of delight, no joy for getting his revenge, only derision. All the people that had sacrificed themselves in this disaster in the past, and all their deaths, which Su Ming had been unable to prevent even though he had done everything he could to change it, even choosing to submit to that power with a dejected spirit, now looked like a joke in his eyes. During this instant, an incredibly great awareness towards the difference between the strong and the weak took form in Su Ming's heart. It was just like how that existence in Yin Death Vortex had uttered, "Very well," when Su Ming voiced his request. Just that simple "very well" from a powerful warrior's mouth was enough to stop this disaster, just like what Su Ming could do right now. If he wanted to kill, then he could do so with ease. All of Dao Yuan's Dao slaves were like ants before him now. This was such a mockery, and such a matter that could cause the hearts of others to ache with grief. Become stronger. I don't want to be a weakling anymore. I want to become a powerful warrior. I want to control my own life. I don't want to see people dying to protect me anymore. I don't want to have all the people beside me disappear, leaving me only pitiful, lonely person in this vast world. I don't want to. Su Ming had never had such a deep understanding towards the distinction between the strong and the weak as he did now. Even when the will in Yin Death Vortex had taken action in the past, he had only been shocked and swathed in anguish. That person's great power had caused his heart to tremble and birthed a great desire in his heart. This desire made him descend into madness, made him want to become stronger. Up till now, when he used the stone monument's power to return to the past and took his revenge, he saw that he had obtained the power he had longed for in the past, but he was unhappy, because he was still not strong enough. He still could not be considered as a powerful warrior. Perhaps he could kill Dao Yuan and the other Dao slaves, but even if he could take revenge now, so much time had already passed. If he ran into new enemies that were stronger, then the same scene would happen again, just like how he was forced to step into the foreign land because he had been chased down by a major force against which he could not fight back. He did not want to only be able to turn his head back and look at the past on a certain day, as time continued flowing away every single time when a disaster arrived, because he was not strong enough. He did not want to laugh only then, to cry only then, and to experience this fate that was filled with scorn. He wanted to move before fate and dictate how his fate should move instead of his body being led along like a puppet. He wanted to become even stronger, the strong and the weak. This is such a simple logic, and only now have I managed to come to understand it. As Su Ming laughed with his head thrown back, more tears flowed down his cheeks. He looked at the bloody sky and at the bright red hue in the sea. This was the color of autumn. The tears that flowed from his eyes drowned his vision, blurring his sight. In the now muddled world he could not tell apart the sea and the sky. Everything he saw was an endless shade of red. The will of autumn appeared in Su Ming's consciousness and his mind without his knowledge. At the instant this happened, his cultivation base started circulating. Winter, autumn, summer, spring. This was Su Ming's life matrix. It was the path he had come to understand and which he knew he would tread in the future, as if coming from death to life. When he was in Yin Death region, his life matrix had been that of midwinter. It was the still silence of death, and when he was in Eastern Wasteland's tower, he understood the color of autumn. He longed to see the world become red. The red of autumn would allow him to feel death flowing away as he was surrounded by midwinter. What is the meaning of autumn? What lies between life and death is autumn. Because autumn is the change between coldness and warmth. Because autumn is the transition between midwinter and summer. Because autumn is the path where all manner of lives will head towards a withered state from their lush, life-filled states. Autumn should be crimson red. It is a change in each and every person's state of life and death when I kill endlessly so that I can complete my epiphany. This is autumn's slaughter. The circulation of Su Ming's cultivation base became faster. As he gained his epiphany, as the world before his eyes was covered in an endless layer of bright red, as he laughed in self-depreciation, His cultivation base started roaring like thunder. My life matrix is winter, autumn, summer, and spring. What I lack in my life isn't a soul nor a physical body, but vitality. I lack vitality because I am that dead baby in his mother's embrace from all those years ago. I possess consciousness. This is due to the Abyss Builder's unique traits. My physical body grew up in the land of immortals, and that is simply because there is no one who said that those who died could not continue growing. Life and death, the strong and the weak. It's so simple, so simple. Su Ming's laughter was crazed. His cultivation base was at the initial stage of life privation realm, which was at Earth cultivation realm. Yet during that instant, as his cultivation base circulated in his body and he came to understand that he lacked vitality, it erupted from his body with a bang. The weather changed, and the heavens growled. The space around him started trembling. As he stood in midair, his cultivation base rose, and he headed straight to the middle stage of life privation realm from the initial stage. Su Ming threw his head back and roared, "I want to become powerful. I want to become the most powerful person in the universe." This was the first time such words were voiced by him. In the past, he had only wanted to become strong, but he had never set a specific goal. Yet now, at this instant, his roar shook the sky and earth, and it symbolized his desire, its strength within him. The strongest person between the sky and earth, within and beyond the universe. I want to make all those who once humiliated me, who once cornered me, wanted to kill me, and wanted to control me to return to dust. I will turn them into dust. And I will have all the people in the universe not dare harm even a single hair of those who were kind to me, who helped me, and who protected me as long as the universe continues existing, even if they have committed heinous crimes and sins. I want to become the strongest. The strongest. As Su Ming's voice echoed in the world, the red hue around him started trembling before surging towards him. The dead Dao slaves and the blood-red will of autumn surged into his body. Once they rushed into all the pores, Su Ming roared towards the sky. His gray hair danced in the air. His cultivation base rose once again with a bang at that instant, and he moved from the middle stage to the later stage of life privation realm. With just one more step, he would attain great completion, and if he managed to break through once he reached that stage, he would reach Life Palace realm, which would mean that he had reached Heaven cultivation realm. The moment Su Ming's cultivation base reached the peak of Earth cultivation realm, and he was only a step away from Heaven cultivation realm, the space around him turned into a gigantic vortex. As it churned about, a huge eye appeared in it. Once that happened, Su Ming's body faded away and gradually disappeared. He turned around at that moment. There was no longer any madness in his eyes, only reluctance to part. When he was in the stone monument's dimension, he had sensed early on that the power which sealed his emotions and his pain had dispersed. It was as if that power was naturally suppressed here. He looked at the people of the ninth summit around him, the familiar faces that would remain in his memories for all eternity. They might have died, but in his heart, they would remain alive. "I will resurrect all of you one day," Su Ming mumbled as he remembered the Abyss Builder's divine ability the Duke of Crimson Flame had mentioned. His body then gradually faded away until he disappeared into the world. In one of the 4 great true worlds, True Morning Dao World, there was an osmanthus planet. Given this name, it was no surprise that the place was filled with osmanthus trees. Their fragrance pervaded the air and dispersed by the wind. In the southeast region of this planet was a mountain range, and there were plenty of exquisite towers there. Within them were many cultivators. The sounds of a Chinese zither came from one of the towers. The notes echoed in the air and did not disappear even after a long time had passed. There was a woman in white sitting cross-legged there, her long hair spilling over her shoulders. She was incredibly beautiful, and if Su Ming could see her, he would be able to recognize that she was the woman that had appeared within the illusory projection brought up by one of the 3 souls in his body when he was still in Death region in the past. She was by Su's real self. What a strange feeling. I feel as if this piece is a dream. A dazed expression appeared on the woman in white's face. As she mumbled, the sounds of the Chinese zither echoed in the air. That piece seemed to contain Su Ming's mocking laughter along with his grief as he wept. In an ordinary cultivation planet within True Morning Dao World was a cave abode. A cultivator of average looks was sitting cross-legged in there. In fact, he looked quite shifty, but as he continued sitting, tears flowed down from his eyes. After a long time, he opened his eyes, and nostalgia appeared within them. I can't forget the berserkers, can't forget the ninth summit, and I can't forget the joy I experienced when I was in the land of berserkers, and neither can I forget. Su Ming. That cultivator did not have a high level of cultivation. After mumbling to himself, he closed his eyes once again. Within Een Death Vortex, which was the immortal's territory within true Morning Dao world, was the land of berserkers. There, on the ninth summit, was a man who looked like a flower. He was standing there, dressed in white, and as the sea breeze blew at him, it lifted up his robes and caused his long hair to dance in the wind, revealing a gentle and beautiful face. He no longer had sunlight shine on the side of his face, and a gentle smile was no longer always present on him. Actually, it had been a long time since it had graced his lips. He stood there quietly as he looked into the distance. Youngest junior brother, I dreamed of you. I dreamed that you killed Dao Yuan and all his Dao slaves. I dreamed that you became a powerful warrior. Was it just a dream? Second senior brother mumbled softly. In the cave abode behind him, Huzi opened his eyes from his dream as tears trickled down his cheeks. His face was filled with stubble, but he was not willing to shave it. He looked a slovenly mess as he grabbed the pot of wine beside him and drank large mouthfuls from it. Wine flowed down the corners of his lips. But even as he drank, he was unable to control the tears flowing down his eyes. He wept silently. Youngest junior brother, I dreamed of you again. I miss you. Under the sea was the foot of the ninth summit, and it was also the isolation grounds of eldest senior brother. He had no head, but there was a crazed will within his body. He was training. He was continuously training. Only by doing so could he let go of some of the pain and guilt, stop blaming himself for a moment. Youngest junior brother, I'm sorry if you didn't try to save me. ******. Translator's notes. 1. The cultivator. His name is not revealed, so I won't mention it here as well. But here's some stuff to jog your memory a bit. He was Su Ming's experiment when he first tried out the curse, then was conned by the bald crane, then joined Su Ming and the rest back on the ninth summit, and was witness to the whole Dao Yuan incident. Chapter 822, 990,000 feet. In one of the four great true worlds, the Emperor of Abyss True World, there was an incredibly great galaxy. It was formed by 9 vortexes that surrounded the area, creating a forbidden ground. If anyone without a plate allowing them entry stepped here, they would find difficult to survive. In the depths of the galaxy was a vortex, and at the center of it was a piece of land whose edges were covered by black lightning. That piece of land was not big, only a few millions of lis in size. The area there was covered in flowers and grass. Thick waves of spiritual energy filled the air, and their presence was so thick that they were corporeal. They circled in the air several times based on some pattern before surging towards the center of the land. There was a tall platform at the center upon which 9 old men sat cross-legged. They were sitting in a circle, and in the middle of them a young woman lay quietly. She was dressed in a long purple robe and had her eyes closed, as if she was deep asleep. She was Yuxian. She remained still and unmoving, her face pale, as if she had died. In the foreign lands of Western Ring Nebula within the sinful barren lands located in the barren lands of divine essence, there were 100,000 stone monuments, all of them different in size. Su Ming appeared before his stone monument once again. As his body gradually became completely distinct, the stone monument before him let out booming sounds. It slowly grew from 100,000 feet to 200,000 feet, and once it did so, the light disappeared. A calm voice traveled into Su Ming's ears. Congratulations. You managed to make your stone monument grow to such a level within such a short period of time. The person who spoke was Zhao. It was clear that he had just come out from his stone monument, but instead of growing, it had become only 100,000 feet. The difference was too great compared to the height it reached previously, but the man looked as calm as ever. After a long time, Su Ming averted his gaze from it and sensed his own power as he looked at his surroundings quietly. When he looked over, he found several dozens of people around, most of them meditating with aloof expressions on their faces. They did not bother each other. When Su Ming's gaze fell on Zhou Kong, he saw that his stone monument had shrank, and he could not help but focus on it. He remembered that when he'd first walked out of his stone monument, he had glanced past Zhou Kang's stone monument and seen that it had reached 700,000-something feet. However, at that time, he had been immersed in his memories of his mother and did not pay too much attention to the changes around him. I failed to reach 1 million feet, so my stone monument regressed to 100,000 feet, Zhao Kong stated flatly when his gaze fell on Su Ming. I didn't expect that your speed would be so quick. Looks like you heir's guess was correct. The 5 illusory echelons are the best method of training in this place. Of course, this has a huge connection to your own potential in understanding things. This should be something that exists, or else why would I, whose potential in the path of cultivation is lesser than that of you heir, but whose epiphany was slightly deeper, could survive while she left. Grief appeared in Zhao Kang's eyes as he mumbled to himself. If you fail in reaching 1,000,000 feet, your stone monument will regress? Su Ming asked softly. You should have realized the benefits after you entered the world in the stone monument, because your world is completely formed based on your memories. This way it'll be much more convenient for you to gain epiphanies, and your epiphanies will also be much deeper. That's why your cultivation base can be increased in the world within the stone monument. As long as people aren't afraid of being killed, many of them will choose to give up on reaching 1,000,000 feet and instead continue immersing themselves in the world within the stone monument so that they can gain deeper epiphanies. However, even if that's not what you want, you will still have no choice, because it's not incredibly difficult to make your stone monument reach 900,000 feet. Since the start, there have been plenty of those who managed to go up that high. But when trying to reach 1,000,000 feet from 900,000 feet, there is a wall. It's the same for everyone. If you want to climb over it, it will be difficult, very difficult. If I were to count it, then I've run into this wall 4 times. I didn't try to climb over it the previous 3 times, but chose to give up on it. I was waiting for my wife. Once she passed away, I tried breaking through it, but failed. Zhao Kong looked at Su Ming, his voice calm. If you fail, then you'll have to start again. It's like a cycle of reincarnation. You will keep on repeating the process, and those who manage to climb over this wall are few, very few. Zhao Kong closed his eyes. Su Ming fell silent. He looked at his stone monument, which was now at 200,000 feet. The questions that existed in his heart were now answered. When he first left his stone monument, he had looked at it, which had become 100,000 feet, and had been skeptical about the divine essence's legacy. It seemed as if it was not really that difficult. So why were there so many people who had failed, with only a few who managed to reach 1,000,000 feet? Now he understood. Su Ming looked at Zhao Kong, who had his eyes closed, and said in a low voice, there should be quite a number of people who will come during the next few days. If you can make your stone monument reach 1,000,000 feet as soon as possible, then you should. Zhao Kong did not speak. He continued to stand with his eyes closed. Light would occasionally flash in the area. Some people would walk into their worlds in the stone monuments, while others would walk out. Su Ming noticed that the stone monument of the old man whom he and Zhao Kong had plotted together to kill had already been occupied by someone else, and it had already reached 100,000 feet. Several days later, once Zhao Kong returned to the world in his stone monument, Su Ming also chose to enter again. Time passed. When in the world of the stone monument, he returned to the time when he became the god of berserkers, when he was still in Dark Mountain, when he experienced the great war between the shamans and berserkers, and when he had just entered Freezing Sky Clan. The experiences, epiphanies, and killings caused more runic symbols to overlap, making it seem as if the universe was contained in Su Ming's right eye. Its power also grew to the extent that it terrified even Su Ming himself. This power was not something he had obtained through an epiphany. Instead, he had naturally obtained it after he used his eye to enter the stone monument. Without being aware of it, Su Ming had already spent 60 years in this place. During that time, there were more than 30,000 people who had come to this place, and once they arrived, they became one of the candidates to obtain the divine essence. There were men and women among those 30,000 people, and almost every single one of them came for Su Ming's life. Once they saw him in this place, some of them chose to attack, but after multiple deaths, the others noticed the will in this place and gave up, since they could do nothing about it. Occasionally, some more newcomers would arrive, but Su Ming was completely unconcerned. In fact, he did not even attempt to dodge. As long as their divine abilities landed on his person, they would all die. Gradually, the old-timers in the place noticed what was happening, and they were delighted by the proceedings. After all, every time a person died, it would mean that a stone monument would be emptied, so when a new person arrived, they would receive that monument, and the old-timers would thus skip one turn of possibly dying. The arrival of 30,000 people meant that there was an equivalent amount of people who had died. The old names on the stone monuments were gradually replaced by new ones, and the occasional deaths put pressure on everyone that they had never experienced before. There was a continuous string of people who attempted to break the wall of 1 million feet, but during the 60 years, not one managed to succeed. There were still people entering the foreign land, and Su Ming had even sensed a powerful threat several times. This sensation had eventually dissolved, but those few times had put pressure on Su Ming. Once his stone monument reached 600,000 feet, it became harder for it to grow. In fact, Su Ming needed to fuse with the stone monument's world several dozens of times before he could make his stone monument grow even a few tens of thousands of feet. In 60 years, Su Ming managed to grow his stone monument to 909,000 feet. At the same time, Zhou Kang's stone monument also reached 908,000 feet. This was the second time Zhou Kang made his stone monument reach that height during the 60 years, and it was also the sixth time he'd reached that height. We've known each other for 60 years now, and to life forms like us, 60 years is too short, but to mortals, 60 years might be their entire lives. Today, your stone monument also reached a similar height. It's a pity that I can't tell you anything about the experiences about the wall and trying to reach 1 million feet. This is a restriction placed on us by the laws here. I can only wish you success. Zhou Kang looked at Su Ming. Once he sucked in a deep breath, he pushed his right hand on the stone monument and disappeared. Su Ming looked at his own stone monument, which had reached 909,000 feet. During the 60 years, he had seen almost every single person here. The apathetic faces and gazes that would occasionally shine with a gloomy light were expressions that said that they hoped for others to be quickly replaced by newcomers so that their chances of death would be lowered, and it was an expression that showed just how cruel this place was. Some of the 1,000 people who had made their stone monuments reach 1 million feet had returned from the world outside during those 60 years, a telling sign that their time limit of 1,000 years had drawn near, and they had to continue trying to receive the divine essence. Su Ming shook his head. Once he sat down with his legs crossed, he looked at the stone monument. He noticed that there was quite a large number of people around him who were sizing him up, but he was already accustomed to these kind of gazes. After all, compared to other people, he had chosen to walk down the path of the 5 illusory echelons. He was different from the others, and he would naturally catch their attention. Besides, during the 60 years, the newcomers would occasionally attack him straight away, ignoring everything else. So it was impossible for him to not catch people's attention even if he wanted. After a moment, a vortex appeared on the stone monument in front of him. As it rotated with loud booming sounds, Su Ming's body swiftly became obscure and he disappeared. When his field of vision cleared, he immediately had his Atman sweep through the area. This was a galaxy, and there was a cultivation planet not too far away from him. That planet was golden, and it shone with a brilliant light. Those who wish to obtain my divine essence must go through this test if they want to make their stone monument reach 1 million feet. If you succeed, you will obtain a part of the power of my divine essence. If you fail, then you will have to start over. That cultivation planet before you is my homeland. In that place is my divine essence, but whether you can obtain it will depend on your serendipity. Sui Chunzi's ancient voice, which had spoken to Su Ming 60 years ago, echoed in his head once again. You can use whatever methods you have at your disposal, as long as you obtain that divine essence. Sui Chunzi's ancient voice gradually disappeared, and once it vanished, Su Ming lifted his head. A glint appeared in his eyes, and the overlapping shadows from those runic symbols in his right eye gave him an especially stately appearance, making him look incredibly bizarre. He took a step forward and, with a bang, turned into a shooting star that charged down towards the cultivation planet in the distance. Su Ming's speed grew increasingly faster. In the blink of an eye, he sliced through the galaxy and closed in on the cultivation planet that was shining with golden light. Right then, a powerful and mighty pressure spread out from the cultivation planet. The golden light around then became akin to a golden sea, which decreased Su Ming's speed by a large margin. Chapter 8:23, The Golden Cultivation Planet. When Su Ming was inside the golden sea, a glint appeared in his eyes. He focused his gaze on the cultivation planet in the distance and sensed the agitation as well as the madness that came from the mighty pressure spreading out from there. There was also a killing intent contained within that could make outsiders freeze in their footsteps. Begone! A low roar that sounded like thunder came from the cultivation planet with loud booming sounds before Su Ming could even get close. As that voice echoed in the air, the golden sea that filled the area around Su Ming immediately started tumbling and roaring, forming a great force that rejected him. The killing intent exuded by that voice was enough to make all the people who heard it to feel as if they had run into their mortal enemy, and their hearts would tremble. Su Ming immediately stopped moving. His pupils shrank. His heart shook, and a loud bang reverberated in his head. There was a will contained within that voice, and it was so great that it seemed that if he did not obey it, his body and soul would be destroyed. So this is the test for those who want to have their stone monument reach 1,000,000 feet. Su Ming's expression was incredibly solemn. He stared at the cultivation planet in the distance, and after some time, he moved again, charging forward like a shooting star while resisting the mighty pressure. He wasn't quick inside the Golden Sea. After all, that mighty pressure felt as if it possessed corporeal form. Cracks appeared on his body as he moved forward, as if even with his powerful physical body, he was still unable to withstand the power of that mighty pressure descending on him. Just who is in that cultivation planet in front of me? Just that pressure alone is enough to make me like this. That person's level of cultivation. Su Ming suddenly understood why so many people had failed in the face of this wall. Time passed, and Su Ming became increasingly slower as he moved forward. Banging sounds signaling his inability to withstand the pressure rang from his physical body. A large portion of his skin cracked and shattered, and his organs were nearly destroyed under the mighty pressure. And this was Su Ming, who possessed an incredibly powerful body. If it had been anyone else, they probably would have been unable to withstand the pressure a long time ago. But on the other hand, Su Ming did not have sufficient power. If he had enough, then he could protect his entire body with the power generated by circulating his cultivation base. Then with his physical body, he could move forward a little farther. After a moment, Su Ming was forced to stop. Blood trickled out the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with red as he stared fixedly at the cultivation planet. As of then, he was still about thousands of feet away. The distance might seem great based on that number, but in truth, when that distance was placed in a galaxy, Su Ming was already very close. This is my limit. With my cultivation base and the power of my physical body, this is as far as I can go. Without using any special method, I would have to stop here, and I would have no right to talk about making my stone monument reach 1,000,000 feet. Su Ming lowered his head and looked down at his body, which looked incredibly pathetic at the moment. It was filled with cracks and bloody marks. When he lifted his head, the overlapping runic symbols in his right eye suddenly started flashing. As they did so, Su Ming lifted his left hand and pressed it against his right eye. This was the method to use the runic symbols, which he had come to naturally understand during the 60 years. With it, the moment Su Ming lifted his left hand from the eye, the runic symbols there instantly erupted. Nearly 1,000 runic symbols flew out with a bang, and as they shone, they circled around Su Ming, rotating around him swiftly. He looked as if he was in a storm of runic symbols. As they surrounded him, the mighty pressure on him reduced slightly. Without any hesitation, Su Ming rushed forward. With the runic symbols around him, after around the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he drew close enough to the cultivation planet that he could see the mountain ranges as well as the rivers on the continents. Right then, the runic symbols around him started shuddering violently, while some of them were even destroyed instantaneously. Thankfully, being destroyed was not equivalent to disappearance for these runic symbols. They simply turned into glittering light that was instantly absorbed by the other runic symbols, who then begun to shine even brighter. Su Ming let out a low roar and continued to charge forward at full speed. He ignored the flow of time around him. The only thought in his head was to step on that cultivation planet, that he absolutely had to step on that planet. Not being able to even step on that cultivation planet during his test was something Su Ming would absolutely not allow to happen. I've never seen anyone dying when they try to make their stone monument reach 1,000,000 feet, which means that while this might look dangerous, real death is not a possibility. If that is the case, then I must give it my all. Su Ming lifted his head and roared, then charged forward at an even faster pace. More of the runic symbols around him shattered, but those that remained became even brighter, up to the point where they were almost dazzling. But Su Ming's physical body was also being torn apart as he moved forward. In fact, there were several spots on his arms where his flesh and blood had been torn apart, revealing bones. Those bones also started cracking due to the mighty pressure. The pain that he could not feel in the world outside was incredibly great in this place. It attacked his heart and soul, but it could not suppress his madness. There was a persistence and determination that others would find hard to imagine within Su Ming's personality. If it were not for this determination, Then how else could it have been possible for him to set his life matrix as a movement from winter, autumn, summer, to spring? How else could it have been possible for him to move from death to life? How else could it have been possible for him to go against fate his entire life? How else could it have been possible for him to have such an exuberant fighting spirit even after he had learned that everything in the land of berserkers was Tion's plan and that he was originally just a corpse? All of this came from the determination that was part of Su Ming's character. In fact, what he possessed could even be called obstinacy. Boom. There were only 9 runic symbols left around Su Ming. Each of them was 1,000 feet big, and they were rotating around at a great speed. Su Ming's legs had already disappeared. His flesh, blood, and his bones were no longer around. Only his arms remained. In fact, he looked as if he was a corpse that had crawled out of its grave after most of its body had decomposed. He looked incredibly terrifying, and the madness in his eyes and the light shining in his eyes due to his determination was enough to make all those who saw it to feel their hearts trembling in shock. Bang! Only 8 runic symbols left. Boom! Only 7 runic symbols left. Loud booming sounds continuously rang out, and each bang meant that another one of the runic symbols had shattered. Several bangs later, only 3 were left by his side. Those 3 runic symbols were all several thousands of feet big. They swept through the area, and as Su Ming held on, they continued protecting him as he moved forward. The flesh and blood on Su Ming's skull had already dispersed. At that moment, one could see more bones than flesh or blood on his body. He looked like a skeleton that was still persisting in moving forward. The light in his eyes was even growing brighter, twin flames born from madness. Booming sounds rang out once more. This time, 2 of the runic symbols exploded at the same time, which left only a single one. It was 10,000 feet big and was rotating swiftly under Su Ming's feet. It was at this time that Su Ming got close to the Cultivation planet, which was at the center of the Golden Sea, after experiencing an endless amount of trials. He was incredibly close, and because of it he could see the land of the Cultivation planet. He saw figures floating in midair, all of whom he was familiar with. Among them was Tian Xiezi, his eldest senior brother, his second senior brother, Huzi. It did not matter whether it was his enemies or his friends. Su Ming saw all the people he had met before in that Cultivation planet. All the faces that existed in his memories were looking at him from the sky of that Cultivation planet. Besides, Tion was not around. As Su Ming continued getting closer, the final runic symbol under his feet started showing signs of crumbling, and his body started shattering again as the pressure came crashing down on him. Su Ming knew that he had failed this time, because he had done everything he could, but he had only gotten close to the Cultivation planet. He had not even sensed the highest layer of wind in that planet, only able to see it. Even if I fail, I still want to see what else is there in this Cultivation planet besides the faces from my memories. Su Ming's eyes were bloodshot. He simply allowed the runic symbol under his feet to crack. What little remained of his body turned into a burning shooting star and charged towards the highest layer of wind with loud booming sounds. He came closer to it. With a bang, Su Ming's body collided against the highest layer of wind of that planet. Most of the runic symbol under his feet shattered. Violent gusts of wind roared, covering Su Ming's vision. They crushed the runic symbol under his feet and swiftly destroyed it. When the runic symbol under Su Ming's feet shattered, he rushed out of the highest layer of wind into the planet and truly reached the sky of that Cultivation planet. He saw the familiar faces and also saw a branch right behind each of those familiar figures. There was a big golden tree that occupied most of the Cultivation planet and used the land as its foundation. That tree possessed countless branches, and the figures in front of those branches looked like flowers on them. They were connected to the tree, and there was no distinction between the two. The familiar faces were smiling at Su Ming, as if they were calling out to him. A rumbling sound rang out in Su Ming's heart. He looked at this indescribable big tree with a blank stare and watched as one of the branches swiped through the air, landing on his crumbling body. A power of time that Su Ming was familiar with gathered around him. He saw his crumbling flesh and blood swiftly tumbling backwards before they were all sent to the highest layer of wind in the blink of an eye. Then in the span of a breath, he rushed out of to appear in the galaxy beyond the Cultivation planet. The runic symbol under his feet looked as if time had reversed on it. As Su Ming was continuously forced back, the runic symbols that had crumbled previously beside him appeared once again. His body started recovering ceaselessly from its previous crumbling state. When Su Ming was sent out of the Golden Sea and the cultivation planet became incredibly far away once more, his body recovered completely. The runic symbols had also returned to his right eye. At the same time, booming sounds rang out in Su Ming's ears. His vision blurred, and when everything became clear once again, he looked at the stone monument before him blankly. He had returned to the place where the 100,000 stone monuments were. His own had turned to become only 21,000 feet tall from its previous 9,900,000 feet height. You failed. Sui Chenzi's ancient voice echoed in his mind, with a hint of aloofness. Haha. Even those who entered the stone monument through the 5 illusory echelons can fail. Huh? Now that you've failed once, you're no longer a newcomer in this place. Welcome to this endless cycle of repetition. Voices from all around spoke to Su Ming, and they all belonged to people in the other stone monuments. Once they noticed that his stone monument had regressed to 21,000 feet, they decided to speak up. This is only your first failure. If you continue, you will know what true despair is. The words from the voices from all around echoed in the air, but Su Ming did not answer. He closed his eyes, and after a long while, when he opened his eyes, a dark glint shone in them. Perhaps I can pass it this way, he mumbled. The dark light shone incredibly brightly in the depths of his eyes.